Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Riezel Brynhart. It was summer and the weather was clear. The warm sunlight spilled from the pristine sky, streaming through the window and illuminating the somewhat luxurious room. Riezel sat on an expensive large bed, covered halfway with a blanket. His complexion was slightly pale, but he appeared to be in good spirits, resembling someone recovering from a serious illness. Standing by the bedside was a priest. "It seems you're very energetic today, Mr. Riezel." The priest spoke while holding a notebook in one hand and a quill in the other. He seemed to be observing Riezel with a scrutinizing gaze, sporting a friendly smile. "Oh. Really?" Riezel, seemingly oblivious to the scrutiny, nodded in response to the priest. "I do feel much better today. I should be able to get out of bed without any issues." "That's good to hear," the priest remarked. "Your recovery is much faster than I anticipated. Although we still need to observe, it seems you'll be up and about soon." With that, the priest began writing down something on a bound parchment. Strange and mysterious symbols, resembling special runes, were swiftly written by the priest on the parchment. Riezel's attention was drawn to these symbols, not only on the parchment but also on the priest's body. The priest wore a golden-trimmed robe, adorned with runic patterns in various corners, giving him an air of mystery and subtle intellect. "As a precaution, I'll use magic to check on you," the priest said gently. "Excuse me." Setting aside the parchment and quill, the priest raised his hands to Riezel's chest. After a short while, obscure and hard-to-understand chants echoed from the priest's lips. A faint yet gentle glow emanated from his hands. The next moment, Riezel could clearly sense his body gradually warming up. It was as if an invisible warm current was flowing into him, enveloping him in unseen warm water. Not only did his body become pleasantly warm, but his mind and energy also improved. After a moment, the priest ceased his actions and withdrew his hands. Your body is completely healed. All the previous injuries have been treated." The priest nodded. "You should rest in bed for today and can start moving around tomorrow." As the priest spoke, there was a subtle sympathy and compassion in his eyes as he gazed at Riezel. With these emotions in mind, the priest hesitated for a moment but eventually urged. "Your body is fine now, but you shouldn't use magic anymore." The priest delicately continued. "The damage to the gate inside you is quite severe. It can no longer release magical energy. If you use magic indiscriminately, it may cause magical energy disorder inside you, and then—" The priest left the rest of the sentence unspoken. Nevertheless, Riezel responded with a faint smile and said, "I understand my condition. I won't do anything reckless." "Good." The priest nodded with a slight smile. "In that case, I'll take my leave. Miss should come to see you later. Please endure for a while and rest in bed." After a few more instructions, the priest quietly exited. Alone in the room, Riezel remained seated on the bed, silent for a long time. "Ha." A few seconds later, Riezel let out an almost imperceptible sigh. "Magic, huh?" Looking at his much younger-looking hands, which seemed paler than he remembered, Riezel murmured to himself. "Even if you asked me to use it, I probably wouldn't know where to start." After all, in the era and world he came from, the concept of magic was nothing more than a fantasy. It simply didn't exist. Yet in this world, it seemed to be a perfectly natural and expected phenomenon. Riezel couldn't help but recall events from a month ago. Recalling the moment he woke up, he realized he had arrived in a foreign world, encountering magic for the first time. The shock, confusion, and bewilderment of that time now seemed like a distant memory. At least, the current him had fully accepted the fact that he had transmigrated into this fantasy world. After a month, he had also come to understand the situation of this world. In a nutshell, this was a world of swords and magic, another world with extraordinary powers and mysterious forces. A month ago, he arrived in this world and embraced a new identity. The original owner of this identity was a native of this world, coincidentally sharing the same name as him. The only difference was that he was almost 30 in his previous life, while the Riezel of this world had just turned 17, undoubtedly much younger. Knock. Knock. Knock, asterisk. Just as Riezel couldn't help but sink into memories, the door suddenly got knocked by someone. "Riezel, are you awake?" Outside the door, a voice as light as the wind and as clear as water interrupted his reminiscence. "I'm awake." Riezel snapped back to reality and responded. "Come in." With those words, the door swung open. Standing there was a girl of roughly the same age as him. Dressed in a convenient and elegant dress, she exuded a noble aura from head to toe. With delicate features and a slender figure, her waist-length bright silver hair adorned her body, not appearing the least bit peculiar. On the contrary, it accentuated her nobility, adding a touch of grace that made every move pleasing to the eye. She walked in from the door with an air of natural elegance, radiating an indescribable sense of beauty. Even Riezel, who had grown somewhat accustomed, felt the urge to sigh in admiration. Of course, he didn't do that. As he watched the girl walking towards him, his face maintained a faint smile. "You're here again, Miss Yuri." Yuri Frenzel. That was the girl's name and the person who saved his life, bringing him to this place. At least, for Riezel, the girl was just that, a savior. If it were the original owner of his body, meeting her might have rendered him too nervous to speak, akin to a typical protagonist in some Japanese novels. Unfortunately, he wasn't this world Riezel. Even though he knew from the original owner's memory how noble and unattainable the girl before him was, he only held a heart full of gratitude. In response, Yuri shook her head. "Just call me Yuri, no need to be so formal." The girl's voice, just like when she was outside the door, was light as the wind and clear as water, genuinely pleasant. Riezel even thought, somewhat impolitely, that with a voice like hers, she was wasting her talent for not becoming a singer. "Judging by your appearance, it seems you've recovered quite well." Yuri sat down at his bedside, observing him carefully. "How are you feeling? Can you get out of bed? Tomorrow should be fine." Riezel replied, expressing gratitude. "Thanks for your care, Miss Yuri. I'll repay this favor sooner or later. I've said it before, no need to be so formal." Yuri sighed lightly. "Your current situation is somewhat related to me. It's strange to see you so polite now. Wouldn't it be better if you were like in the beginning?" Maybe recalling that time improved her mood somehow. But this left him somewhat speechless. Back then, his attitude was far from good. He just couldn't help it. When he first transmigrated into this world, he woke up in bed, in excruciating pain with severe injuries all over, while an unknown girl stood by his side. His initial reaction was naturally filled with hostility and caution. If it weren't for later realizing that something extraordinary happened to his body, Riezel would have thought he stumbled upon a dirty conspiracy, and some people were trying to harm him again. Memories from his previous life flowed through, causing a slight ache in his heart. Thinking about it, my situation in this world doesn't seem much different from my previous world. Riezel self-mocked in his mind. Not knowing what he was thinking, Yuri noticed his sudden silence and changed the topic, whether intentionally or unintentionally. "Still no way to repair your gait?" Yuri inquired. Though it seemed like a change of topic, what she brought up was, to some extent, more sensitive than their previous conversation. "No." Riezel maintained his calm expression. "The damage seems quite extensive, with no signs of recovery. I was just warned not to use magic." "Really?" Yuri sounded somewhat regretful. In this world, the ability to use magic directly determines one's social status. To use magic, one needed a certain amount of magical energy. Magical energy was the fuel for magic. Without it, magic was impossible. Fortunately, people in this world were born with magical energy. The difference lay in the quantity. Some had more, some had less, and some had enough to use magic, while others did not. The so-called gate referred to a kind of nerve in the human body with magical properties. It served as a switch, a channel, and a storage for storing magical energy, the source of using magic. Once the gate was damaged, it became difficult to call upon magical energy. In severe cases, the stored magical energy could be lost entirely. His gate was damaged. What's more, it was intentionally damaged by someone. "Have you found out who did it?" Riezel asked nonchalantly. "Who wants to harm me?" This was the reason he ended up in this place. He, or rather, his body's original owner, was murdered a month ago. He was severely injured and didn't make it through. Riezel thus transmigrated, took the dead body, saved by Yuri, and spent a whole month recovering in this luxurious mansion as Riezel Brinhardt. Chapter 2, Dimensional Magic Cube. Riezel Brinhardt was a genius. Not because of his keen insight or exceptionally high innate skill, but simply because the world had favored him, giving him a natural advantage over many others. He wasn't some influential figure with a background that reached the skies. On the contrary, he hailed from the ignored countryside, where generations of his family were farmers, and even his grandfather was a slave. One can easily imagine how humble his origins were. Yet, Riezel was undeniably fortunate. He was born with an abundance of magical energy. Recognizing this, unwilling to be just a farmer or a slave, he abandoned the plan to be handed over to a lord by his grandfather and family. Escaping from the obscure rural territory of his childhood, he made his way to the estate of a great noble. There, he participated in the entrance test for the National Magic School, which happened to be held there. His naturally powerful magical energy effortlessly caught the attention of the higher-ups at the magic school. He was smoothly ushered into the continent's most prestigious academy, becoming a sensation in the renowned institution. Riezel Brinhart's reputation as a genius stemmed precisely from this. His insight wasn't extraordinary, and his innate skill in magic wasn't exceptionally high. Still, because of his outstanding innate magical energy, he became the envy of many. All of this was because in this world, though everyone had magical energy, its quantity was a natural talent determined at birth and couldn't be changed through effort later. In other words, the amount of magical energy one's body possessed at birth determined their magical ability throughout their life. This meant that many people were destined from birth to never become magicians, no matter how hard they tried. Conversely, some who were blessed with an abundance of magical energy could effortlessly become magicians, performing high-rank, high-powered magic that others could only dream of, making them so-called geniuses. Riezel Brinhart was one such person. He was praised by many. He was complimented by many. People gathered around him, and even some highly influential figures tried to win his favor. The kingdom itself valued him greatly. It was said that even the king remembered his name. Now, the question arises. What happens to a humble, inexperienced country boy, who has been living a simple life, when he comes to the big city and is showered with compliments, support, and praise from everyone? After experiencing the temptations of the dazzling world, what does he become? Will he, like the main characters in some novels, strive hard, resist all temptations, and become the strongest, fundamentally changing his fate? No. At least, Riezel could confidently say one thing. In this kind of environment, the possibility of a person turning bad is countless times greater than the possibility of turning good. The original owner of the body knew this well. Amidst the praise, compliments, flattery, and support from those around him, the original owner easily forgot about hard work, forgot about diligence, and fell into the sugar-coated bullets of others, unable to free himself. The result was that the original owner became completely ignorant and incompetent, relying on the so-called talent as an excuse. He spent his days indulging in pleasure with some noble children. Although he didn't reach the point of bullying and oppressing others, he gradually became so arrogant that no one else mattered. He became self-conceited, thinking he had surpassed everyone else, unwilling to associate with those of humble birth, and spent his days fooling around with a group of noble children. Finally, the calamity that would wake the original owner from his dream arrived. On a night just a month ago, after fooling around with a group of noble children and preparing to return to the academy, he was attacked. He not only suffered severe injuries but also had the gate in his body destroyed, rendering him unable to use magic. From here, the fall from grace of this genius began. Understanding this, the original owner met a tragic end. His final thoughts were not of regret for everything he had done so far, but rather an unwillingness to accept the future of returning to the days as a lackey. In such a situation, Riezel arrived and replaced this world Riezel, then brought by Yuri, who mistakenly thought he had been successfully rescued, back to her mansion. For this body's original owner, Riezel had no sympathy or pity. This outcome could be considered self-inflicted. Riezel remarked inwardly. In his previous life, Riezel's environment was somewhat similar to the original owner's, filled with sweet words and flattery. However, unlike the original owner, Riezel saw through the true faces behind the smiling facades of those people, feeling disgusted by their ulterior motives and the environment he was in. Now, having left his original world and entered another world was a kind of liberation for him. With this in mind, Riezel originally had no intention of investigating the attack on his body's original owner. However, the problem seemed to be not as simple as he had imagined. "I've ordered an investigation," Yuri said while slightly furrowing her brows. "No results?" Riezel asked calmly. Seeing her reaction, he immediately guessed the outcome. "Sure enough," she nodded. "The attacker is deeply hidden. Whether it's the attack that injured you a month ago or the assassination attempt half a month ago, the attackers are hired underground figures. Investigating them leads nowhere." Yes, just half a month ago, Riezel once again faced an attack. Initially, he thought that the reason for the attack on the original owner was simply due to offending someone or being envied by someone. But during the time he was recuperating in Yuri's mansion, someone infiltrated this mansion. Taking advantage of the night when everyone was asleep, they attempted to assassinate him. Fortunately, although this mansion belonged only to Yuri, the security measures were well in place. There were always guards patrolling, and a magic alarm was set up. She was able to reach his room at the first sign of the assassin infiltrating and apprehending them. Otherwise, he wouldn't be lying in bed now, he would probably be in a grave. This was clearly abnormal. To hire an assassin who can infiltrate even this mansion, the other party is not only deeply hidden but also has a complicated identity. Riezel commented calmly, making Yuri somewhat surprised. However, his observation was correct. Even though it was just a mansion, the ability to infiltrate here meant that the other party had significant skills. After all, this was where she, Yuri Riezel, resided. Someone who could hire such a skilled assassin would undoubtedly have a strong background, both in identity and ability. "I really want to know what reason could make such a figure target me," Riezel said while smiling calmly at Yuri, seemingly unaffected by his precarious situation. Yuri deeply looked at him before speaking. I will continue to investigate. Before that, you can rest assured here. Although rare, there are methods to temporarily mend the completely damaged gate. I will watch for you temporarily. I hope you don't give up on yourself. I won't. Riezel nodded without showing approval or disapproval. Thank you. No need. Yuri smiled lightly, as graceful as an orchid in full bloom. After a few more exchanges, she stood up. I won't disturb you, you rest well. With that, Yuri gracefully moved away, leaving behind a faint fragrance as she exited the room. Riezel watched her depart, but his mind was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. Who could it be? He tried to recall the original owner's memories, suspecting one person after another among those the original owner knew. Nobles and commoners ignored by the original owner, even the people from the countryside when the original owner was still living there, all fell under suspicion, yet without any concrete result. The clues are too few. The original owner's memories might not be reliable. Maybe, the mastermind behind the scenes was someone the original owner had overlooked, perhaps a person so easily forgettable that he didn't even bother to remember. If it was me, I would never allow such a thing to happen. Riezel thought to himself. Life experiences from his previous life had instilled in him the habit of suspecting anyone, never intentionally ignoring anyone. Also, because of these experiences, he deeply understood one thing. The other party surely hasn't given up, they will continue to target me, sending people to kill me again and again. Yuri's identity was prestigious, and the environment she was in was extremely sensitive and crucial. The fact that the other party was willing to send someone to assassinate him showed their strong determination. This lack of security left him, who had similarly suffered from such situations in his previous life, feeling very uneasy. Next time, who will they send? Will they be more powerful than the last assassin? Will Yuri be able to come to my rescue in time? Each question told Riezel how unstable and unsafe his current situation was. Moreover, Yuri saving him wasn't without reason. If not for some reason, given the lack of interaction between his body's original owner and her, who even seemed to be in a somewhat formal relationship, she would not have sheltered him for a whole month for free, considering it good enough to save his life when he was near death. Riezel didn't want to entrust his life and death to someone else's hands. He had to protect himself. He had to find a way to escape this powerless situation. But this was a difficult task. With his gate completely damaged, Riezel couldn't even use the most basic magic. In this world of swords and magic, how could he protect himself? Fortunately, he wasn't entirely helpless. Closing his eyes, Riezel sank his consciousness into his mind. In a trance, he seemed to see something in the ocean of consciousness. A shining, dazzling magic cube radiating a brilliant glow, transparent throughout. He allowed his consciousness to make contact. The next moment, a thought was directly sensed by him. Dimensional Magic Cube, start. Chapter 3, Is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? As is well known, the reason for the appearance of the phenomenon of transmigration or reincarnation is that 99% of the time, the main character possesses cheats. Riezel was no exception. On his first day in this world, he discovered a transparent cube, called the Dimensional Magic Cube. It could only exist within his mind, impossible to extract or inspect. Apart from him, no one else could perceive its existence. The cube's function was, as its name suggested, related to dimensions. Dimensional Magic Cube's instructions. 1. The Dimensional Magic Cube can automatically absorb the energy that exists in the world. Once a month, it can randomly open a dimensional channel and perform dimensional travel. 2. The Dimensional Magic Cube can convert various powers from different worlds, ready to be activated and used at any time. 3. There is a storage space inside the Dimensional Magic Cube, which can be opened and used at any time. 4. When opening a dimensional channel to a personally selected world, it needs to consume 10 times the energy. 5. When carrying items for dimensional travel, you need to consume the corresponding energy according to the value of the items. 6. The time limit for each dimensional travel is 1 day in the main world. 7. With the usage instructions and methods received a month ago when Riezel first encountered the Dimensional Magic Cube, he remained calm and tied in this new world. Even knowing that his gate was completely damaged and his ability to use magic was gone, with someone secretly watching his life, he maintained composure, thanks to this mysterious Dimensional Magic Cube. Of course, even without the Dimensional Magic Cube, he wouldn't panic or sit idly by. Murder attempts were nothing new to him, and he was already accustomed to facing them without any reliance on his previous life. The injuries are all healed. I've been lying in bed for a whole month. I can use the random dimensional travel function, right? Whether it was Yuri or the priest insisting Riezel rest for another day, he decided to make the most of this day. Without further ado, he closed his eyes and lay down, beginning to operate the Dimensional Magic Cube. Activate the dimensional channel. As his consciousness conveyed instructions to the dimensional magic cube, the transparent cube began rotating in his mind. Instructions accepted, starting the activation of the dimensional channel. Sufficient energy, beginning the construction of the dimensional channel. Built successfully. Suddenly, the transparent cube in his mind moved. It initially rotated like a 3D animation, each cell detaching from the main body, breaking down into numerous transparent cells that rotated and interlaced. Before long, the interlaced transparent cells formed a passage, extending to the end of his consciousness, disappearing into the invisible void. Finished with the opening of the dimensional channel, the information collection has been completed. Searching for highly compatible information with the world on the other side of the channel from the user's memory. Now conducting an arrangement. Successfully arranged. Connected world, is it wrong to try to pick up girls in a dungeon? Time ratio, 1 to 100. Dimensional travel is the descent of consciousness, in which the user's consciousness is materialized in another world. Death of the consciousness after materialization will not affect the user, but the dimensional travel will end at the time of death. Please be careful. Upon receiving these messages from the dimensional magic cube, Riezel was stunned on the spot. Certainly, the reason he was stunned had nothing to do with anything else. Regardless of the form of the dimensional travel or the difference in time ratios, upon his initial encounter with the dimensional magic cube, he gained relevant information from its usage instructions. Therefore, concerning the difference in time ratios between the two worlds, Riezel had long been aware, even understanding that this dimensional travel would only send his consciousness and not his entire being. This was why he regarded the dimensional magic cube as a reliance and remained calm from start to finish. Due to the difference in time ratios, even if the dimensional channel exists for only 1 day in the main world, in another world, Riezel would have plenty of time to explore and develop. Since the dimensional travel only sent his consciousness, even if he were to die when he was in another world, he wouldn't be affected. At most, it would mark the end of this particular journey. In this way, he could fully utilize the difference in time ratios and the absolutely safe situation to seek power and solutions. This was his plan. However, he did not anticipate that the dimensional channel opened by the dimensional magic cube would ultimately connect to such a world. Is it really that world? Danmachi. Riezel expressed both surprise and delight. The surprise was due to the unexpected destination of the dimensional travel not being some unfamiliar world but a world he had seen, experienced, and known. The delight stemmed from this revelation. After all, in this world, while Riezel may not know it like the back of his hand, he was familiar with a considerable amount of information, even the so-called plot. In this way, he could save time and energy by leveraging his understanding of this world and obtaining what he wanted based on that knowledge. Indeed, this world had what he desired. It was a fantasy world where all races lived together in harmony, primarily composed of humans and demi-humans. There, humans were not the only intelligent beings. Various races such as dwarves, beastmen, palam, elves, and amazonesses coexist. Even beings like gods were present. These gods, for the sake of experiencing mortal life, departed their mundane heavens devoid of any entertainment, voluntarily sealed their divine powers known as arcanum, and descended to the lower world where humans and demi-humans reside. They grant mortals the power called fauna to attract them to join their established familial factions known as familia, and establish a foothold in the lower world. I remember, once receiving fauna, one could enhance their abilities, level up, and grow stronger by defeating monsters, enemies, and opponents, gaining excelia in the process, akin to EXP in a game. For Riezel, who currently had neither the time nor inclination for slow and steady practice, this method of gaining power was undoubtedly the perfect solution. Joining a familia and receiving fauna, that was his swift path to getting stronger. Defeating enemies meant getting stronger. Subjugating monsters meant getting stronger. Even a bit of training meant getting stronger. Having excelia meant getting stronger. This first world for dimensional travel seems tailor-made for me. Realizing this, while not overly excited, Riezel couldn't help but feel a subtle surge of anticipation. The time ratio is 1 to 100, right? In other words, 1 day in the main world was equivalent to 100 days in another world. The dimensional travel's time limit was just 1 day in the main world. This meant, under the current time ratio, Riezel could spend 100 days in another world. Can I break free from my current trouble in almost 3.5 months, assuming everything goes smoothly? Riezel didn't know. But he had no other choice right now. So, with determination, he directed his consciousness towards the dimensional channel in his mind, allowing it to pass through the dimensional channel and begin to travel to another world. As for Riezel himself, he remained lying in bed, seemingly in a deep sleep. To onlookers, he appeared to be nothing more than having a peaceful sleep. Little did they know, his consciousness had long departed to another world, no longer present in this world. Time, it seemed, had lost its meaning in this split second. Riezel didn't know how long he had wandered in the dimensional channel, nor did he know how much time had passed before he emerged from the channel. All he could sense was that he was like a ghost, drifting lightly in a tunnel of light with no visible end, as if he had been flying for a very long time. After an unknown duration, his surroundings brightened, and a sudden heaviness spread from head to toe. No, it wasn't that his body suddenly became heavy, but rather his consciousness, which had no weight before, suddenly materialized and regained its weight. A feeling of being grounded spread beneath him. Around him, there was a burst of noise. Almost reflexively, he opened his eyes, allowing the scene in front of him to imprint on his eyes. Immediately, he was stunned. A street filled with otherworldly charm had abruptly entered his view. The bustling street didn't resemble any modern scene in his memory, instead, it was filled with fantasy flavors. Dwarves with strong bodies wore weapons and armor, walking with powerful, resounding footsteps. Beastmen with animal-like ears and tails, along with human women, chatted and laughed. Elves with pointed ears and exceptionally beautiful appearances bathed in praise from others as they crossed the street. Small people akin to children and a brown-skinned girl chased each other and played. And all around were buildings resembling those from the medieval era, full of historical charm. A fresh and colorful fantasy world appeared before Riezel amid the noisy commotion, telling him that at this moment, he stood on such a street, in such a scenery. Despite just arriving in this world and recently gaining body, his arrival didn't attract the attention of anyone on the street. Whether human or demi-human, they all naturally passed by him as if he had always been on this street, without a hint of feeling out of place. Perhaps this was thanks to his current attire. Riezel's main world was a world of swords and magic, not much different in era and style from this world. This made him fit seamlessly into this world, everything appearing so natural. After a while, he laughed. He laughed genuinely for the first time. Let's start with this world. Muttering those words, Riezel took a step forward and began his journey in another world. Chapter 4, You Are My Child. It was unclear whether it was a coincidence or not, but this world was just like the main one, currently in the midst of summer. The hustle and bustle of the city added an extra spark to the summer here, making it seem a bit hotter compared to the original world. Walking amidst the crowd, with stalls constantly calling out to attract customers on the bustling streets, Riezel strolled casually like a traveler, brushing shoulders with the locals. It seems like language barriers aren't much of a problem for me. Listening to the continuous sounds around him and observing the storefronts and signboards posted on each stall, he confirmed this. Whether it was the main world or this one, the language and writing used were different from what he learned in his previous life. However, he could naturally understand the language of people from this world and comprehend the written words. It fascinated him for quite a while. In the main world, there was no issue since he received the memories of his body's original owner, and understanding the language and letters was expected. But being able to do the same in this world made him wonder if there was a specific reason for it. Is it the influence of the dimensional magic cube? Riezel could only think of that possibility. The dimensional magic cube, capable of freely converting powers between different worlds, might not find it difficult to help its user grasp languages from various worlds. Thanks to this, after wandering around a bit and interacting with a few locals, he roughly figured out where he was. As expected, this is the Labyrinth City, Orario. Labyrinth City, Orario. This was the main stage of the original work, a city with an extremely special and crucial status. Built on top of an underground labyrinth, it suppressed the labyrinth called dungeon below, like a fortress lid, preventing the monsters inside from escaping outside. Due to the existence of the dungeon and its monsters, countless races converged in this city, seeking adventure and the unknown, making this city the unparalleled bustling city above ground. Therefore, it was considered the center of the world, excelling in adventure, trade, entertainment, and conflict, attracting many experts, merchants, and even gods. This works out perfectly. Riezel nodded and spoke inwardly. With the dungeon here and so many monsters to subjugate, after receiving a blessing from a god, I can also grow at the fastest rate. Moreover, being the main stage of the original work, many familiar people, events, and things were here, allowing him, who was familiar with the plot, to gain the advantage of knowing the future and receiving tangible or intangible help. The current top priority should be to quickly find a familia to join. Riezel began to ponder. A familia was a developmental organization and a family force established by the gods for their own purposes. The gods bestowed the power of fauna upon mortals, allowing them to transcend the ordinary and possess abilities far beyond mortals. Those who received fauna joined a god's familia as the god's child, following their familia's policies and providing the resources necessary for their familia and their god to continue operating and surviving. Strictly speaking, it was a mutually beneficial, interdependent relationship. Of course, mortals varied in quality, some strong and some weak, and the same went for the familia. Although the blessing received from any god didn't differ fundamentally, due to differences in management philosophy and operational methods, the strength, influence, and position of major familias varied. Some familias were newly established or struggling, making them relatively weak. Others thrived, with numerous members, making them much more powerful, gathering various experts and resources. There were also familias primarily established for business, with members lacking combat power. Some familias even existed and operated outside of Horario in the form of nations. This was just the basic difference. If one delved deeper, factors such as the personality of the god who established the familia, the internal environment of the familia, and the presence of negative influences had to be considered. If one accidentally joined a god that saw their familia and children as money-making machines or as mere entertainment, it was basically a game over. After all, gods in this world voluntarily sealed their arcanum as they descended to the lower world for the sake of playing. Most of them were all about pleasure and entertainment. Choosing which familia to join required careful consideration and prudent selection. If I remember correctly, in Horario, the strongest seems to be Loki familia, Freya familia, and Ganesha familia, right? The prefix name of a familia referred to the god who established it. For example, the founder of Loki familia was the famous god of mischief from Norse mythology, Loki. But unlike the male counterpart in true mythology, Loki in this world was a female. As Riezel recalled the long-lost original work, he strolled through the streets and suddenly found himself in a somewhat familiar place. Just beyond the bustling main street, a much taller and larger building than the surrounding area appeared. Several high-rise towers overlapped, resembling a mountain of swords, and a flag fluttered atop the central tower. The flag depicted a clown as if showing a comical smile to the people on the ground, particularly eye-catching. The somewhat familiar building and flag made Riezel stop in his tracks. Loki familia, huh? The clown flag, precisely the symbol of Loki familia, one of Horario's strongest familias, Riezel unexpectedly found himself in the heart of their base. Could it be, this is fate? As the sun set, Horario was enveloped in the glow of the evening sky. The people finishing a day's work and the adventurers returning from the dungeon strolled through the streets with a mix of exhaustion and involuntary relaxation, transforming the city into the embrace of the night. In a corner of the street bathed in the twilight hues, a figure of a woman with long, casually tied crimson hair and eyes squinted walked with an elegant yet strangely messy appearance. Though possessing a refined countenance, she exuded an air of nonchalance and a lack of seriousness. Humming a tune, she strolled casually but her hums faded as she lost interest. Ugh, so boring, wandered around all day and found nothing amusing. The woman grumbled in a tone that sounded oddly down to earth. All the kids are off on expeditions, and only a few are left at home. And they all claim to have work to do, refusing to come out and play with me. That's not the worst part. I went out to have some fun myself, and those guys who are usually desperate for a party seem to have taken some strange medicine. Not a single one showed up today. Boring, just plain boring. I want to play patty cake with cute girls and have some lovey-dovey time with Ace. Walking with a swagger, the woman continued her lamentations, making remarks that were far from flattering, causing pedestrians to instinctively steer clear. Unaware of the effect of her remarks on others, she continued to sigh. Let's just go home and have a drink. If I calculate the time correctly, everyone should be back soon. I can endure a few more days. After saying that, the woman turned into the road beyond the bustling main street and reached the mountain of sword-shaped buildings, Twilight Manor. On the highest tower amid the multitude of towers, a flag depicting a clown still swayed in the wind. Suddenly, the laid-back woman stopped in her tracks. For no particular reason. It just, on the manor's gate, someone stood there. A human boy. The woman recognized the person's race and gender, and her initially squinted eyes widened slightly. Inside, an unusual brightness for a mere mortal glimmered. Especially when she saw the other person, who had clearly seen her as well. Yet, the boy remained standing by the gate, openly locking eyes with her. His figure showed no signs of wavering, and this display immediately piqued her interest. I see. Is he waiting for me? In an instant, the woman seemed to see through the boy's intentions and burst into hearty laughter. Her smile, reminiscent of the clown's whimsical grin hanging on the flag at the highest point of Twilight Manor, added an inexplicable touch to the atmosphere. Interesting. When such a feeling arose in the woman's heart, there was no suspense about what action should be taken next. To see something interesting and want to get closer was the nature of gods. Tired of the heavenly life, willingly sealed their arcanum to pursue entertainment in the lower world and roamed freely like mortals. The woman, or rather, the goddess fully played out this trait, walking straight toward the human boy. Hey, kid, what are you doing here by yourself? The Norse goddess, Loki, greeted the boy who had just arrived in this world today, standing nonchalantly at the entrance of her familia's base. In response, the boy simply flashed a calm and steady smile. I have no place to go. That's what the boy said. Simple and concise. Although it was not a particularly glorious situation, the boy's attitude was so calm and seemed almost indifferent to his own unfortunate circumstances. But Loki knew he wasn't lying. Even though her arcanum was sealed, as a goddess who had survived for countless eons, her divine insight and knowledge were sufficient to see through many things that mortals thought were profound. Based on this, it was almost impossible for mortals to hide something from her. Do you want me to take you in? The comical smile on Loki's face seemed to be getting thicker as she asked that. Yes. The boy nodded straight. Good. Loki said joyfully without any hesitation while still grinning. From today on, you are my child. Was this just a whim of the goddess, or was there a deeper meaning? No one knew. There was only one thing certain. Riezel had successfully joined Loki Familia. In just a few words. Chapter 5, Blessing. Twilight Manor, Central Tower's top floor. This was Loki's divine room. In simpler terms, it was Loki's room, filled with all sorts of odds and ends. There were expensive-looking quill pens on the table, along with mysterious crystals sporting a faint rainbow hue. On the walls hang ancient-looking shoes and hats. The bed was almost buried under heaps of thick books and ornate short swords. Even the corners of the room were stacked with small storage units, containing bottles of various shapes and colors. Guided by Loki, Riezel arrived in this room. Come in. Loki casually pushed open the door and strode into the room. Excuse the mess. Riezel, feeling oddly polite, first stood at the doorway, bowed slightly, then entered the divine room. Come, sit here. Loki was quite enthusiastic, resembling a child who just got a new toy. In high spirits, she brought a chair for Riezel, sweeping aside the various clutter, and invited him to take a seat. Observing the carefree and unrestrained goddess, Riezel couldn't help but find it peculiar even though he was aware of her personality. After all, even in his previous life, entities associated with the term God were highly revered, and not to be treated with any disrespect. Silently contemplating this, he sat down in response to her invitation, while glancing around the room. On the other hand, Loki kept a close eye on him from beginning to end, wearing the always mischievous smile. Sorry, most of the kids from the Familia are out on a dungeon expedition, couldn't throw you a lively welcome party. Loki said with a cheerful grin. No problem. Riezel withdrew his gaze from the surroundings and shook his head. I'm not much of a fan of lively gatherings, so this is fine. Aha, I can tell. You're that kind of person. Loki nodded approvingly, then added, but, whether you like it or not, now that you've joined my Familia, you're part of the family. Being too isolated won't do, you know. I know. Riezel smiled calmly at Loki. If it's someone worth interacting with, I won't isolate myself. Someone worth interacting with, huh? Loki's expression turned subtle, but she shrugged it off. Okay then, for now, let's leave it at that. I don't want to preach to a newcomer. We can save that for later. With that, she propped her chin with one hand, lifted one foot to rest on the other thigh, and gazed at him with her narrowed eyes and the ever-present smile on her face. So, you're still free, and haven't received any blessings at all, yeah? At Loki's question, Riezel deliberately ignored her probing gaze and nodded naturally. I haven't received any blessings since I just arrived in Orario today. Before this, I haven't met any gods or been a part of any Familia. Riezel knew that lying was futile in the presence of this world's gods. So, he wouldn't engage in any meaningless deception, every word and action appeared remarkably honest. I guess so. Loki smirked. If you had anything special, you wouldn't be standing there at the gate and waiting for me. What is Loki Familia? One of the strongest familias in Orario, a faction second to none in this world and dubbed as one of the strongest familias of Orario, alongside Freya Familia, known far and wide. For such a powerful familia, there was no shortage of people wanting to join. But, joining Loki Familia wasn't as easy as it seemed. Not to mention Loki Familia, even a weaker familia would have some requirements for new members to join. They wouldn't just accept anyone randomly. Generally speaking, if you want to join a famous familia, you must have some exceptional qualities. If you've been part of a familia before and received blessings, then it's about your strength. If you've never been part of a familia or never received blessings, then it's about your potential. The former was another matter, but the latter usually depended on race and innate skills. After all, in this world, there were beings known as demi-humans. Beastmen had naturally keen senses and various innate skills depending on the classification. Dwarves were widely recognized for their strength and stamina, surpassing other races in both. Amazonesses, despite being only female, were known for their combat prowess and indomitable vitality. Elves were magical races, able to perform miracles and mysteries to some extent even without receiving fauna. Compared to demi-humans, humans didn't have many special traits. In such a situation, if Riezel, as a mere human, approached Loki Familia, one of the strongest, expressing a desire to join, he would likely be rejected at the door by the gatekeeper without even having the chance to meet the god of the Familia. Fortunately, he was well aware of this, so he never considered a direct visit. He knew what kind of situation he would face, which was why he chose to wait at the gate for Loki. Rather than dealing with mortals who assessed people's worth in a very practical way, it was better to face gods who acted on whims and were often unpredictable. That way, he could achieve his goal more effectively. Riezel made this decision based on that point. For this reason, he even prepared himself mentally for a long resistance, ready to wait for days. He couldn't believe that Loki, known as a free-spirited goddess, would stay confined within the base forever. As it turned out, his idea was correct. "Let's get those clothes off first," Loki said while dragging a chair and sitting behind Riezel. "Just the top will do." He nodded and unbuttoned his shirt, exposing his back to her. TCH, nice skin. Better than those little girls back in our familia," Loki remarked, marveling at Riezel's bare back. Meanwhile, she casually picked up a box. In the box was a needle. As she took the needle in hand, she began to speak while still gazing at his bare back. "What do you know about Falna?" Loki's question made Riezel pause for a moment, lost in thought. After a while, he spoke cautiously, relying on his memory. "As far as I know, it's a power that uses the sacred text, the language of the gods, engraving it onto the mortal body through God's blood as a medium which will enhance their abilities. This power acts as a catalyst, turning the experiences gained through various actions into powerful abilities, accelerating and amplifying them to facilitate rapid growth." "Yep." Loki agreed with his explanation. "The Excelia, invisible to the naked eye of the mortals, is essentially your own history. We gods use Falna to extract this history, turning it into nourishment for your growth. It allows you to grow at an unimaginable speed and get stronger. That's the only role we gods play in the lower world." With that, Loki pricked her own finger with the needle, and a drop of blood oozed out. Using the blood, she drew a pattern on Riezel's back. He could feel her fingertips sliding on his back. However, his attention was soon diverted by her voice. "With sacred text as the guide and the blood of the gods as the medium, we depict your abilities in a concrete numerical way. So, Falna is also known as status. Anyone who can read the sacred text can visually confirm the abilities of those blessed by us." Loki's voice seemed to distance itself, becoming mysterious. Status is basically divided into 4 parts: basic abilities, development abilities, magic, and skill, with level being the most crucial. Development abilities aside, that's an extra thing you may get when leveling up. You won't have it right after receiving the blessing. Basic abilities are strength, STR, endurance, END, dexterity, DEX, agility, AGI, and magic, MAG, a total of 5. Each has ranks from S to I, indicating the strength of the ability. The closer to S, the stronger the ability. T/N, I'll use abbreviations for basic abilities to differentiate them more easily from other terms. Level, as the name suggests, is the most direct standard for distinguishing strength. The higher the level, the stronger. The improvement in basic abilities compared to level is incomparable. Basic abilities only improve one aspect, while level improvement is a complete body and mind evolution. You can think of leveling up as mortals approaching our level. As for magic and skill, the former is a power that can trigger supernatural phenomena. Originally, only a few magic races could use it. But after receiving the blessing, people of any race have a chance to possess it, from 1 to 3. The latter brings special effects under certain conditions, not as visually powerful as magic races but without quantity limits. Loki's voice took on an inexplicable inducement as it echoed in Riezel's ears. "Speaking of which, both magic and skill, when inspired through Falna, are intimately related to yourselves. They are directly linked to your interests and approval of something, almost like materializing the power of imagination and longing in your heart. You can try asking yourself, recalling your life, maybe something will be triggered." With Loki's explanation, Riezel involuntarily began to recall his previous life, a life that was not worth looking back on. Chapter 6, The Haunting Past. In his previous life, Riezel's background was completely extreme compared to his current one. Unlike the original owner of the body he possessed at the moment, he didn't come from humble beginnings in the countryside. Instead, he was born into a wealthy family, growing up as the pampered young master with a golden spoon in his mouth. However, Riezel wasn't just a rich second generation, he belonged to the affluent third generation. His grandfather, once the richest tycoon who started from scratch, had fought for decades, strategically riding the waves of the times, seizing opportunities, and overshadowing countless competitors. In theory, being born into such a family should have made Riezel the object of envy and jealousy for many. But fate played a joke on him. Riezel wasn't a rich second generation. His biological father, as the second generation, was the stereotypical indulged playboy, ignorant, incompetent, and spending his time in revelry, relying on his family background to bully others. He embodied the typical antagonist in most urban novels. Riezel wasn't a child willingly born out of the union and love between his mother and his father. Instead, he was the result of an accident that his biological mother had to accept reluctantly due to his grandfather's compulsory order. In such circumstances, one can easily imagine the treatment Riezel received after his birth. His biological father rarely returned home, behaving as if he didn't exist, continuing his debauched lifestyle without any change from before or after marriage. His biological mother didn't fare any better. Her goal in the first place was to approach his father with a plan to marry into a wealthy family and become a wealthy wife. After achieving her goal, she led a life of luxury, playing around independently from her husband. The extent of her extravagance outside was said to surpass her husband's. Given these circumstances, his childhood could be described as being in almost an orphaned state. As for his grandfather, unlike his parents, the grandfather treated him as if he were a tool. Perhaps due to complete disappointment in his son, the grandfather subjected him to strict education, making him remember various textbooks, study guides, high society etiquette, and financial enlightenment since he could remember. Riesel's childhood passed in this manner. Fortunately, he had an outstanding memory from childhood, bordering on the exceptional. Though not to the level of photographic memory, whenever he put effort into memorizing, regardless of comprehension, he could rapidly recall a variety of knowledge. This led to excellent achievements from infancy to maturity, which pleased his grandfather. Yet, because of his exceptional memory, he vividly remembered many events from infancy to maturity clearly, such as the kidnapping attempt at 6, the near-fatal accident with a crazed driver at 12, and the poison discovered in the toasts from relatives during his birthday at 18. Encounters that were basically impossible for an ordinary person, events that should have happened in TV dramas or novels, unfolded in his life. He couldn't believe these dirty deeds were real, yet they repeatedly occurred. Gradually, Riezel became numb and accustomed. He became numb to the occasional threats on his life. He got used to having his food checked for poison before every meal. Even when his grandfather arranged a marriage for him with a supposedly suitable match, a woman nearly 100 pounds heavier than him, he didn't voice any objections. However, from that moment on, Riezel began seeking various thrills obsessively. Rock climbing, parkour, bungee jumping, surfing, extreme off-roading, extreme water skiing, extreme rollerblading, skydiving, hang gliding, and so on, he did it all. He even survived in the wild in a forest, as if seeking more stimulation. It was during this process that he accidentally obtained the dimensional magic cube, transporting him to the world of swords and magic. Now, looking back on his life, his heart was filled not with anything else but intense anger. What have I gained in this life? What have I pursued in this life? Nothing. Everything was against his will. Everything was not what he desired. As Riezel reminisced about his previous life, he felt he had gained nothing. The anger in his heart wasn't directed at others but at himself. It was directed at the self that seemed to have everything but actually had nothing. If that's the case, let go of everything from the past. Since he had already left his previous world, this time, he vowed to live for himself to the fullest. I will run towards the direction I desire. I will pursue what I want. If I can't, then I won't stop moving forward. Let the numbness from his previous life end here. In this life, even if he had to exert all efforts, he must stride forward, reaching out for that unattainable wish. As Riezel made this pledge in his heart, suddenly, he felt it. Behind him, the finger that had been continuously moving until just now, sketching something, came to a halt. Really? Loki's voice was no longer distant, instead, it sounded as if she were astonished or muttering to herself. What happened? Riezel instantly shook off the haunting memories, then asked doubtfully. However, this question did not elicit any response. Loki remained silent, causing Riezel to furrow his brow in perplexity. Hee. Ha ha ha. Not long after, Loki burst into laughter, the volume increasing with each moment, growing more excited. When Riezel couldn't resist turning to look at her, he found she was already standing up, dancing and gesturing wildly. I've struck gold. I've hit the jackpot. Loki, the goddess of the Loki familia, one of the strongest familias in Orario, seemed to have gone mad, dancing and laughing uproariously. First Finn, now Riezel. My luck in the lower world has definitely improved. After a long time, I found a gem on the streets again, and this time, it's a damn good haul. Freya, see how you can compete with me now. Ha 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 ha. Loki was so excited that Riezel took a step back, finding her eccentric behavior a bit overwhelming. What the hell? Riezel could only mumble helplessly. Hee. After a while, she seemed to have gotten her fill of madness. With a mischievous grin, she approached him. Seeing this, Riezel reflexively tried to put on his clothes. Don't. Loki quickly stopped him, the excitement on her face impossible to conceal. I haven't imprinted your status yet. After saying that, she took out a piece of parchment from somewhere, and her squinted eyes opened wide. Inside, the sacred text that even Riezel couldn't understand flowed. Take a good look at the blessing you've received, kiddo. Loki said with a smile that was hard to conceal. Don't blink, okay. She stuck the parchment to his back, spun her finger, and imprinted his status from his back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he also turned around and faced a mirror in the corner of the room. The next moment, he saw the pattern on his back. His previously smooth back now had an engraving that resembled both a stone tablet and a crest. The engraving was roughly similar to Loki Familia's flag, both depicting the face of a clown. This was precisely the fauna that Riezel had received, proof that he had become a member of Loki Familia and the child of the goddess of mischief. All done. Loki also completed her work, writing down the imprinted status from Riezel's back on the parchment and happily handing it to him. Riezel took the parchment, his gaze fixed on it. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I. End, I. Dex, I. AGI, I. Mag, I. Magic. Almighty. Memorize magic. Activate specific magic based on memory. The strength of the magic is determined by the basic ability of MAG. Only effective for valid magic. Skill. Fool's Obsession. Extraordinary increase in growth speed. Extraordinary increase in growth limit. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the effect. The effect is greatly enhanced in dangerous situations. Endless. Obtains the highest rank development ability, Healing Power. Obtains the highest rank development ability, Spirit Healing. Obtains the highest rank development ability, Abnormal Resistance. Improve obtained development abilities. Self-Redemption. Immune to body interference. Immune to mental interference. The status can be updated independently by consuming the corresponding god's blood. Can accept and enhance the effects of friendly buffs on oneself. That was the content of the parchment and the true nature of the status depicted by Riezel. Originally portrayed as a clown, the sacred text, which was incomprehensible to ordinary people, had become a common language under Loki's imprint. As he looked at the content on the parchment, he muttered. A magic and 3 skills. Riezel unexpectedly awakened a magic and 3 skills from the start. Congrats, kid. Loki patted his shoulder, laughing more and more recklessly. No choice. Magic and skills that ordinary people may not possess even one of, and you awaken 4 just by receiving a blessing. Loki was so delighted. Because she really hit the jackpot. She picked up a massive treasure. Chapter 7, Tower of Babel. 1 magic and 3 skills for one who had just received a blessing was indeed an extravagant starting point. Even Loki, who brought her familia from scratch to one of the strongest positions in Orario over the past few decades, had only seen such potential in a single individual's body. That individual was Finn Dame, the first member of Loki Familia recruited after she descended to the lower world. He was the current captain of Loki Familia, and one of the less than 10 level 6 individuals in Orario, known as the Palom hero, Braver. Loki Familia's captain, much like Riezel, awakened 1 magic and 3 skills when he first received a blessing. Now, Finn possessed 2 magic and 5 skills, making him someone with the most skills within Loki's knowledge. Although the quantity of magic and skills didn't necessarily make someone stronger than those with fewer, there were undoubtedly stronger individuals than Finn in Orario. It all depended on the specific effects of the magic and skills. Magic and skills could vary in strength, with some being more useful than others. Awakening didn't guarantee increased strength, it depended on the specific effects. However, Loki couldn't help but be impressed as she examined the effects of Riezel's magic and skills on the parchment. Really? Loki muttered, looking at Riezel's ridiculous skills and magic, her eyes that rarely opened now glittering with bright light. Especially the effect of one of the skills called Self-Redemption. The status can be updated independently by consuming the corresponding god's blood. What a bullshit skill. Loki cursed quietly. Not to mention me, who's only been in the lower world for a few decades. Even those old folks who've been here for centuries probably haven't seen a skill with this kind of effect. Loki had never heard of any child in the lower world being able to update their status independently. What did this mean for the position of gods in this matter? How could they handle it? Little did Riezel know about Loki's mood, as he was busy examining his own status. There wasn't much to say about basic abilities. Due to just receiving the blessing, all 5 basic abilities were at the lowest I rank, with 0 proficiency. Proficiency, measured with numbers, indicates the level of progress of a basic ability. 0 to 99 is I, 100 to 199 is H, 200 to 299 is G, 300 to 399 is F. And so on. When proficiency upgraded to 900 to 999, it became S. The highest tier for basic abilities was generally considered to be S, with a proficiency limit of 999. To enhance proficiency in basic abilities and advance, the only method was to frequently use that ability. Want to improve STR? Use forceful attacks frequently. Want to enhance END? Endure attacks frequently. Want to boost AGI? Increase speed and move frequently. Want to enhance MAG? Use magic frequently. And so on. As the ability was used more frequently, proficiency also increased. Only when it approached the highest value of 999 and the ability reached S rank did the growth and proficiency slow down. It was said that there were very few people who could upgrade their basic ability to the highest evaluation S rank, and even reaching A rank and B rank was quite rare. Of course, being someone familiar with the original work, Riezel knew that some people could easily surpass this theoretical upper limit. Yes, it was the main character from the original work. I wonder if I can break through this limit. While Riezel pondered such matters, most of his attention was focused on his own magic and skills. When he saw his unique magic named Almighty, his gaze paused slightly. Memorize magic, huh? Riezel's heart self-deprecatingly remarked. In the end, my only strength is my memory. Clearly, this magic was a manifestation of his outstanding memory, also a representation of his innate skill worth boasting about from his previous life. Perhaps the reason it manifested in the form of magic was related to the fact that the original owner of his body was a native of a world with magic, naturally possessing strong magical energy. As for his 3 skills, they were completely crystallized from his heart's obsession. Riezel tentatively noted down the effects of these magic and skills, intending to explore them in the future. At this moment, Loki seemed to have organized her thoughts and spoke again. I will lock your status with my blood, hiding the status to prevent others from peering. Loki picked up the needle again, pricked her finger, and touched Riezel's back. Also, I'll remind you, status is the biggest secret of everyone blessed. Generally, except for the most trusted familia members and the god of your familia, you shouldn't disclose information about your status to anyone. This is to avoid your power being figured out by those with ill intentions, attracting unnecessary trouble. Loki's face turned serious for the first time, looking at Riezel with great sincerity. Especially you, Riezel. Apart from familia members, you better not let anyone know about your magic and skills. There was no doubt that his magic and skills were abilities beyond the norm. Perhaps he still needed to explore, but as a goddess with broad knowledge and extraordinary insight, Loki could already see their capabilities and potential. It was something that would undoubtedly shock and even drive certain entities crazy. Therefore, she must remind him of this matter with seriousness. Got it. Riezel nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't casually reveal his status to outsiders. He knew that the things you could keep hidden were often the keys to victory and the aces up your sleeve. Good that you understand, kiddo. Loki finally relaxed but then grinned mischievously. Of course, you don't have to be overly cautious. Loki Familia isn't just any random group. If anyone dares to make a move on you without good reason, they better be ready to lose some hands. Loki, with blood on her fingertips, made a mark on Riezel's back. Ripples spread across his back like the surface of a disturbed pond. Before long, his status on the back vanished and was locked. Unless she used her blood to unlock it, or someone resorted to forbidden means, no one could reveal it. Riezel felt he could probably unlock it himself using Loki's blood, given his acquired skill. However, he had no intention of doing so. All set. Loki clapped her hands, looking triumphant and satisfied. Riezel, now dressed, burned the parchment with his status written on it by the lamp and then turned to Loki. When can I go to the dungeon? Riezel asked calmly. The hell? Are you in a hurry? Loki rolled her eyes. Just received a blessing, and you're already itching to dive into the dungeon. Aren't you tired, kiddo? According to Riezel's story, he had just arrived in Orario today. Though Loki didn't know where he came from, wanting to join Loki Familia on the first day, receiving a blessing, and immediately expressing a desire to enter the dungeon suggested remarkable energy. You better rest well first. Once you're settled, we can discuss other matters. I'll have someone take you to an empty room. Tomorrow, we can show you around the manor and introduce you to everyone. Loki said irritably while waving her hand. Now, go rest. Hearing this, Riezel unconsciously frowned but quickly relaxed. Can I take this with me? Riezel pointed to the short sword casually lying on Loki's bed. You fancy that? Loki looked strangely at him. Sure, take it. It's more of a decorative piece than a functional weapon. Its value as an artwork far exceeds its performance as a weapon. If you take it, it's just for self-defense, got it? That's enough for me. Riezel smiled slightly. I just want something for self-defense anyway. Walking around empty-handed feels a bit unsafe. Is that so? Loki squinted her eyes at him for a while, then waved her hand. Take it then. Consider it a gift for the newcomer. Thank you. Riezel bowed his head before picking up the short sword and soon left the divine room. I thought he was a steady kid. Turns out he's got an impatient side too. Loki muttered softly as she watched him leave. She then shook her head. Well, whatever. All the kids in this familia are like this, always carrying some heavy burden. I hope this kid can grow up smoothly. Inside the divine room, Loki, seemingly unreliable at first glance but with a mind both meticulous and far-sighted, quietly closed her eyes. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Twilight Manor, Riezel clutched a flamboyantly decorated short sword and departed. His gaze was fixed on the very center of the city. There stood a towering building, even taller than the central tower of Twilight Manor, soaring high enough to overlook the entire city, a colossal ivory tower. Is that Babel? The Tower of Babel was the most crucial and iconic structure in Orario. It served numerous functions and purposes. Among its various functions and purposes, the most vital was acting as the lid for the dungeon, suppressing the entrance of the dungeon beneath the tower. Yes. The entrance to the dungeon lay right beneath that ivory giant. Sorry, Loki. In Riezel's eyes, a glint of cold determination flickered. I don't have much time. He immediately headed in the direction of Babel. His goal was the dungeon. Chapter 8, Dungeon and Excitement. Long, long ago, there was a massive hole in the world. It was a colossal abyss capable of birthing endless monsters, a veritable dungeon of darkness. Countless heteromorphic creatures spewed forth from this hole, wreaking havoc across the surface, and leaving destruction in their wake. They swept through forests, mountains, valleys, oceans, and the sky, spreading chaos to every corner of the world. Mortals suffered greatly and were ruthlessly trampled upon. In their pursuit to regain dignity, restore peace, and avenge their fallen brethren, they transcended racial barriers. United, they set out to confront the monsters. After countless years of struggle, led and fueled by figures later known as heroes, mortals managed to drive the monsters back into the root of the abyss. Above this abyss, they erected a fortress. This fortress became known as the Labyrinth City, Orario. The Great Hole was called the Dungeon. The dungeon was a labyrinth. Inside, lay a world different from the surface. In this world, there were countless floors. No one knew the exact number. People only knew that each floor of the dungeon had a unique environment and terrain. The types of monsters varied, growing more complex and powerful as one descended deeper. Those with insufficient strength couldn't progress far, even on the first floor, considered the safest with the weakest monsters, where danger still lurked for an ordinary person. Even those blessed with abilities and possessing status needed courage and like-minded comrades to venture into the dungeon. During the daytime, adventurers who had received blessings from various familiars gathered in the square in front of Babel. They registered with the guild, which managed Orario, to explore the labyrinth as their main duty. They formed parties, delving into the dungeon together, seeking immense wealth, fame, and prestige in this unknown territory. As for the night, it was uncommon for adventurers to enter the dungeon. However, on this pitch-black night, a figure entered Babel. Passing through the ornate doors of the first floor, along the steps bordering a massive hole, the figure entered the dungeon's first floor. The reckless figure had no proper armor or equipment, just casual clothes with zero protective equipment. Gripping a short sword, the figure ventured forth. A boundless silence pervaded. The figure, who was none other than Riezel, raised his eyes, gazing ahead, and saw a network of tunnels extending in all directions like underground passages. The walls and ceiling were a uniform light blue. Well-organized paths formed at intervals, featuring intersections, crossroads, gentle slopes, and other terrains. No other figures were around. At this moment, quite literally, Riezel stepped into a dungeon, an underground labyrinth. It feels a bit like back when I was surviving in the wilderness, accidentally stumbling into a bear's den. Riezel walked casually through the tunnel, his footsteps ringing clear in the silent surroundings. Grr. Grr. Whether drawn by his careless footsteps or not, faint roars hidden in the darkness began to emerge. Riezel's gaze shifted, his steps unyielding, eyes fixed straight ahead toward the end of the tunnel. There, at a fork in the path, pairs of crimson eyes glowed in the darkness. Monsters, lurking in the shadows, waiting for their prey to approach, silently appeared. It wasn't until he got closer that he could make out the appearance of the monster. It was a creature with a dog-like head and sharp claws and teeth, kobold. With a breath that seemed almost like taking a breather, one kobold impatiently broke away from the group, stepping out of the darkness. Smaller than Riezel, uglier than a human, yet exuding a menacing aura, encountering a creature of fantasy for the first time was undoubtedly shocking for him. However, he didn't stop walking. Grah. As if it had found prey delivered to its doorstep, the kobold roared sharply and leaped at him. The vicious creature, constantly expanding in his pupils, approached relentlessly. Ha! Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. Riezel, exhaling a breath, struggled to control his pounding heart. This feeling. It's been a while. A rare, natural smile appeared on his lips. Despite facing danger, he not only felt no fear but instead entered an inexplicable state of excitement. Recalling the first time he left home, leaving the sight of family, and seeking extreme adventures outside, his feelings were just like this, not anxious or uneasy but rather strangely excited. Perhaps it was the numbness that lasted too long. Perhaps it was the familiarity that lasted too long. Once oppressed and bound for too long, Riezel, like a rebound from the bottom, would suddenly change when faced with highly stimulating things. In this state of inexplicable excitement, his steps never slowed down as he watched the kobold pounce toward him. From walking to a brisk pace. From a brisk pace to a run. Then sprinting. With this unyielding charge, Riezel fearlessly rushed toward the unknown creature he had never encountered before. Grah. The kobold immediately revealed a fierce look in its eyes and thrust its sharp claws towards his head. In the next second, accompanied by a metal clashing sound, the kobold's claws landed on a fancily decorated short sword. As Riezel approached the kobold to the limit, he boldly raised the short sword, blocking the claw attack aimed at his head. Bang. The next moment, a muffled sound erupted. It was Riezel, who had blocked the kobold's attack, using his free hand to clench into a fist and deliver a punch to the menacing dog-like head. Grr. The kobold let out a howl of pain, its slender frame unable to withstand the impact of the punch, and it was thrown to the ground. Grr. Grr. Seeing their comrade's unsuccessful attack, knocked down by the prey they were expecting, the remaining kobolds hiding in the darkness couldn't sit still. They all rushed out, charging towards Riezel. Witnessing this, his heartbeat accelerated even more, and the excitement in his heart increased. He felt a surge of strength coursing through his entire body. This was the result of adrenaline being triggered. The scene before him reminded him of his survival experiences in the wilderness. There was a time when he was ambushed by a pack of wolves at night in the wilderness, and just like now, he was attacked by multiple fierce wolves. Recalling that moment, his body moved instinctively. Although Riezel had transmigrated from an ordinary world without any mysteries or extraordinary powers, having experienced wilderness survival and extreme sports, his original body was naturally not bad. Despite the original owner of his current body being an ignorant and incompetent person, as a farmer's child who had worked in the countryside, in terms of stamina and body, his current body was not lacking. This allowed Riezel to put to good use the combat techniques and self-defense knowledge he had learned for self-protection in his previous life. So, faced with the oncoming attack of several kobolds, he chose the most appropriate course of action. Ga. The kobold that was originally wailing on the ground realized it had been lifted. Riezel grabbed the leg of the fallen kobold and swung it forcefully, throwing it towards the approaching group of kobolds. Bang. Once again, a muffled sound echoed. In the kobolds' cries, the two in the front were hit by their flying comrade. The kobold group immediately fell into chaos. The front kobolds fell one after another. The rear kobolds stumbled over the fallen ones in front, momentarily losing their charge. At that moment, Riezel moved again. He initiated a charge, reaching the nearest kobold, taking advantage of its confusion, and during the chaos, the short sword in his hand suddenly rose, stabbing into its head. Grah. A piercing scream echoed as the kobold collapsed to the ground with blood splattering in all directions. A drop of blood tainted Riezel's face, shimmering against his cold, glittering eyes, making him resemble a heartless devil. Grr. The last kobold seemed infuriated, stepping on its fallen comrade one by one and charging toward Riezel in rage. In response, Riezel seized the lifeless kobold from the ground, hoisting its slender body as if it were a hammer. He swung it fiercely, creating a howling sound as he sent the approaching kobold flying. The short sword in his hand saw little use, only employed by him to parry the claws and fangs of the kobolds. Otherwise, he wielded it for a lethal strike, thrusting the sharp sword edge into the vital points of his enemies. The duration of this battle seemed indefinite. Poochie. Before long, Riezel thrust his short sword into the chest of the last kobold, piercing its heart. With the fall of the final kobold, the battle concluded. The dungeon once again returned to silence. Standing amidst the corpses of kobolds, surrounded by blood and monster remnants, Riezel glanced at his blood-soaked hands and sword. The crimson stain on his cheek stood out vividly. Not enough. Riezel murmured suddenly. It's not enough. Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. His heart continued to race. The pulsating blood refused to calm. A surge of intense emotion filled his chest as if he had expelled all the depression accumulated from past constraints. It can be even more intense. Riezel muttered words from the depths of his being. Following the whispers within, he discarded his refined demeanor, transforming into a berserker chasing after something unseen as he took a step deeper into the dungeon. Chapter 9, One Day One Night. Meanwhile, in Twilight Manor. In the divine room, Loki paced restlessly. Why hasn't he returned yet? Watching the sky outside gradually darken, her irritation became more apparent. He went out last night, and it's been a whole day today. It's been 1 day and 1 night, right? Recalling Riezel's cold and resolute figure as he left the room last night, Loki couldn't help but bite her nails. Did something happen? Seriously. Just 1 day into joining the Familia, and the treasure she just got was gone like that. If I had known, I wouldn't have indulged him. Loki regretted. She knew Riezel was likely to have gone into the dungeon. Originally, as a rookie who had just received a blessing, with abilities not much different from an ordinary person, she should have stopped him when she figured out his intention. But because his potential was too promising, despite just receiving the blessing and having basic abilities no different from an ordinary person, with 1 magic and 3 skills, coupled with his consistently calm and composed demeanor, seeming so tactful, she ultimately chose not to intervene and indulge the newcomer once. Little did she know that this indulgence would lead to a major incident. Come to think of it, even if that kid is tactful and has high potential, entering the dungeon rashly as a newcomer is a risky business. Leaving aside other considerations, such as the dungeon's information, Riezel didn't know much. For instance, the map of each floor of the dungeon or the abilities and types of monsters generated on each floor. As a rookie adventurer, he should have gathered all this information before entering the dungeon. However, Riezel completely neglected such preparations. Wasn't it highly probable that he would encounter unforeseen circumstances? Could he have been injured due to not understanding the monster's attack patterns? Or maybe he got lost due to not understanding the terrain? Or did he encounter an anomaly or a monster feast? But those situations hardly occur on the first few floors, right? Loki couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. No, I need to find help. In the end, she couldn't sit still, leaving the divine room and heading outside. Just as she was about to send someone to the dungeon to search for Riezel, someone shouted. That rookie is back. At the entrance of Twilight Manor, the familiar member in charge of guarding called out. Back. Loki's eyes lit up, and without thinking, she rushed towards the manor entrance gate. However, when she reached the entrance, the scene that met her eyes left her speechless. Hey, rookie, are you really okay? You don't look fine at all like this. Here, take this water, and this is a potion, drink up quickly. What the hell did you do to end up like this? Several members of Loki Familia gathered at the gate one after another, panicking and discussing in a fluster while constantly asking Riezel about his well-being and handing him various items. Thanks for the concern. I'm really okay. Riezel thanked the seniors from the Familia. His tone was calm as ever, but his body's condition was quite poor. His clothes were tattered, covered in various bloodstains that had turned black, making it hard to tell if it was his or the monster's. His black hair was messy and wet, giving him a disheveled appearance that was as bad as it could get. In his hands was a short sword, stained with fresh blood with its blade curled. Such an image was genuinely shocking. You. Loki stepped forward, wanting to scold him but held back. Follow me. Loki, with an unfriendly expression, didn't care about the intimidated Familia members around, dragging Riezel away without hesitation. He didn't resist, letting her lead him to the top floor of the central tower, and entering her room. Without waiting for Loki to say anything, Riezel took the initiative to speak. Sorry for worrying you. He lowered his head and apologized to her. This left Loki speechless, unable to say anything at all. She could only take a deep breath, staring at him with an unchanged, unfriendly expression. I won't ask what you've been through. I'll just ask, were you in the dungeon all day and night? Yes. Riezel nodded with his eyes downcast. And you stayed in the dungeon in this condition for a day and night? Loki's mouth twitched. On the first floor? No. Riezel stayed silent for a while and then calmly said, if my memory serves me right, I should have walked through the passage to the next floor 4 times. At these words, for a split second, Loki was stunned. Walked through the passage to the next floor 4 times. You. Did you go down to the 5th floor? Loki asked with astonishment, and all she got was his silence. She rubbed her forehead tiredly. You've just received a blessing for less than a day, haven't even registered as an adventurer in the guild, and you went down to the 5th floor, alone. Are you fucking kidding me? Loki was on the verge of fainting. This was ridiculous. Just after receiving a blessing, rookie adventurers, even in a 3-person party, usually only explore the first floor for their first time in the dungeon, assuming nothing unexpected happens. As rookies, their abilities were still immature and unremarkable. In such circumstances, simply overcoming the fear and timidity of entering the dungeon already took considerable effort, not to mention fighting monsters and exploring the labyrinth. So, rookies usually need a significant amount of time to adapt before considering going to lower floors. Even in such cases, a rookie party would typically only explore the first 4 floors and never venture into the 5th floor. In fact, seniors in the Familia would absolutely prevent any rookie from entering the 5th floor. The reason was straightforward. Starting from the 5th floor of the dungeon, not only did the variety of monsters increase and become stronger, but even the structure of the dungeon became more complex. Not to mention the significant rise in the frequency of monster appearances, but starting from the 5th floor, the dungeon underwent a complete transformation. Its size alone surpassed the central square of Orario, and the difficulty of exploration suddenly reached another level. For rookie adventurers without guidance or prior knowledge of the conditions on the 5th floor and the types of monsters that appeared there, it wasn't surprising if they met their end on this floor. Given this, the 5th floor was considered the first significant death line in the dungeon. Compared to the first 4 floors, it undoubtedly became much more dangerous. And yet, Riezel, on his first dungeon delve, decided to charge into the 5th floor alone. Without any armor on his body and his status not having experienced any growth, in a state where his basic abilities were no different from an average person. It was as if he were asking to die. I really want to know how you've managed to survive until now, kiddo. Loki said while looking at Riezel with a furious expression. Seeing this, Riezel didn't offer any defense, he only expressed his confusion. To be honest, I'm also curious. I initially planned to return after pushing myself to exhaustion, but for some reason, my stamina seems inexhaustible, and my mind remains sharp. Before I knew it, I had spent a whole day and night in the dungeon. That was the truth. Riezel had indeed intended to return once he felt exhausted. Even though he was caught up in extreme excitement, enjoying the thrill of battle and unwilling to stop, he wasn't foolish. When he reached his limits, he would naturally calm down and retreat. The problem lay here. He didn't feel exhausted at all. The energy of body and mind seemed genuinely endless. No matter how much he fought, killed, ran, or explored, he just didn't feel tired. As a result, he couldn't gauge the time and extent of his retreat properly. Under the domination of his heightened emotions, he unintentionally pushed all the way to the 5th floor. If his stomach hadn't suddenly growled and felt hungry, he wouldn't have realized he had been in the dungeon for so long. This must be because of your development abilities. Loki could only speak with a hint of irritation. Her words made Riezel pause for a moment. Development abilities. Riezel furrowed his brow. Yeah, the ones I mentioned to you yesterday. They're additional abilities you have a chance of gaining only when you level up. Loki explained with a less than pleasant tone. Despite her tone, Riezel knew what development abilities were. As Loki described, they were acquired with a certain probability during leveling up, distinct from the basic abilities of STR, END, DEX, AGI, and MAG. They were special abilities, an extension of basic abilities, introducing extra personal attributes. Unlike basic abilities, development abilities were only divided into S, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, and I ranks but lacked proficiency. Improving them was extremely difficult, but they offered passive benefits. For example, in this world, a blacksmith who received a blessing and leveled up to level 2 had a chance to gain a development ability called Blacksmith. Holding this ability allowed them to add special attributes to the equipment they forged, creating advanced equipment akin to magical equipment. There were many such development abilities, including some useful ones for combat. Riezel's skill called Endless granted him 3 development abilities. The effect of Healing Power is the automatic restoration of stamina. Even without taking a break, you can rapidly recover while fighting. The effect of Spirit Healing is the automatic restoration of mind. You can get recovery during battles without the need for deep rest. The effect of Abnormal Resistance is the ability to resist abnormal status, such as poisoning. Loki explained the effects of each development ability and sighed wearily. The reason you can spend a day and night in the dungeon without feeling tired is because of those development abilities. Chapter 10, Fool's Obsession. The reason you can spend a day and night in the dungeon without feeling tired is because of those development abilities. Loki's words made Riezel raise his hands and look at them. His hands were still stained with blood, mud, and dust, visibly in a sorry state. Yet, these hands had fought relentlessly for a whole day and night. Endless, the benefits brought by this skill seemed much greater than he had imagined. Only by leveling up do you have a certain chance of gaining development abilities. In other words, those who possess development abilities should be at least level 2. Loki glanced at Riezel from the corner of her eye. Thanks to the skill, you acquired 3 development abilities, all of the highest rank at that. How could that not be a significant advantage? Whether it was Healing Power, Spirit Healing, or Abnormal Resistance, as development abilities resembling basic abilities, even without proficiency to indicate the progress, they still had different ranks. From the lowest I rank to the highest S rank, there were 10 ranks for both development and basic abilities. The effect of Endless allowed Riezel to gain 3 development abilities, all at the highest rank. What did that mean? It meant that, due to the skill's effect, all 3 development abilities he obtained were S rank. This was quite extraordinary. I can't speak for other familias, but in ours, no member's development abilities have upgraded beyond D rank, with the highest being E rank. Loki revealed this secret. But you, right from the start, have 3 equivalent to S rank development abilities. Even when you acquire more development abilities later, your skill's effect will upgrade the ranks of those development abilities. That's just ridiculous, you know. That highlighted how ridiculous and powerful Riezel's Endless effect was. After all, Loki Familia was not an ordinary Familia, it was one of the strongest in Orario. With the dungeon, a mysterious realm with countless monsters to conquer and challenges aplenty, rising to the top here was equivalent to being at the pinnacle worldwide. Orario was rightfully called the center of the world. In Loki Familia, experts abounded, including several influential figures at the top. Compared to the ancient heroes who once drove monsters back into the dungeon, reclaiming the land for mortals, Loki Familia wasn't far behind. Even among such experts, none had development abilities upgraded beyond E rank. Did this not further emphasize the extraordinary nature of Riezel's skill? If it were just the recently acquired version, healing power, and spirit healing, the effects wouldn't be as astonishing as making someone tirelessly fight for a whole day and night without feeling tired. However, when both healing power and spirit healing were of the highest rank, it was an entirely different story. Now, you've just experienced the effects of healing power and spirit healing. But when you descend a few more floors and encounter monsters that can inflict abnormal statuses, you'll realize that your abnormal resistance is equally insane. Loki said with a sigh, and her mood improved somewhat. Holding the highest rank, abnormal resistance, I reckon unless it's a deadly poison that can kill even gods, there's probably no abnormal status in this world that can affect you. At this point, Loki couldn't help but think of another one of Riezel's skills, self-redemption. Setting aside the status's independent update effect that could make any god curse, the other two effects were equally insane. Being immune to body interference meant that no one could tamper with his body, whether it was manipulating him with magic or trying to fool his perception. Even she, as the goddess of the Familia herself, attempting to do something unfavorable with his blessing wouldn't work. Being immune to mental interference meant that methods targeting memory and soul became ineffective, including charm and confusion. The combination of these two effects, paired with the highest rank, abnormal resistance ability, was practically unbeatable. At least, Loki thought that defeating Riezel with these two skills would be challenging, aside from relying on brute strength for victory. However, the third effect of the skill made friendly buff effects that were originally unable to interfere with his body, mind, or energy suddenly effective. It was outrageous. Yet, despite these two powerful skills, Loki believed that compared to Riezel's first skill, their effects and importance might have to take a back seat. Thinking about the effects of that skill and recalling his relentless one-day and one-night struggle, Loki's squinted eyes suddenly widened a bit. She remained silent for a while and then shifted her gaze to his body. "Take off your shirt," Loki suddenly said. "What?" Riezel, still lost in his thoughts, was momentarily puzzled. Seeing this, Loki grinned. "I'm curious how much you've grown after this one day and one night," Loki said, one word at a time. "Let's update your status." At her words, Riezel's calm and composed eyes glittered with a peculiar light. Updating status. This was what everyone who received the blessing looked forward to the most. After going through adventurous exploits, engaging in various activities, and accumulating excelia, a simple update of status transformed these excelia into substantial nourishment, fostering growth and making individuals stronger. In this process, not only did basic abilities get a boost, but those who had experienced profound events might have also awakened magic and skills. They might have even gained new magic and skills, significantly enhancing their strength. Especially for those who had never possessed magic and skills, every status update was eagerly anticipated, hoping that magic and skills would manifest after the update. Compared to those people, Riezel was undeniably fortunate. He had just received a blessing, and one magic had appeared right away. He had even gained 3 skills in one go, truly blessed by heaven. For ordinary people, unless they were exceptionally talented geniuses, it was normal not to have a single magic or skill when first receiving a blessing. They eagerly anticipated the emergence of magic and skills, craving extraordinary mysteries and exceptional power. This could be said to be the process that the majority of those blessed went through. While Riezel wasn't as desperate, his expectations were definitely not far behind those people. Because, excluding magic and skills, his basic abilities had never undergone growth or improvement. Whether it was physique or combat prowess, he still belonged to the category of ordinary. In other words, he had yet to experience the so-called extraordinary power. Considering this, for his first status update, he was filled with anticipation. Without delay, Loki faced Riezel's back, who had taken off his shirt, and began the status update. The specific steps were similar to when he was blessed initially, taking out a needle, piercing the fingertip, using her blood to touch his back, skillfully moving fingers to draw a blood-red trail on his back. First, Loki unlocked Riezel's status, causing the previously blank back to quickly display crimson inscriptions as if they were runes. Shortly afterward, she squeezed out a drop of her blood, letting it fall on his back, creating circular ripples that spread throughout the entire inscription. From this point on, the replacement of status took place. The accumulated excelia was extracted by the hand of God, serving as material and changing into the foundation for growth. The new sacred text replaced the old one, engraved into his back. As this process continued, at a certain moment, Loki's eyes widened once again. After a long while, she showed an expression that Riezel couldn't tell if it was crying or laughing. "Fuck." The goddess suddenly swore, startling him. "What happened?" Riezel turned around, looking at Loki with a bewildered expression. "See for yourself." Loki, with a worldview-shattering expression, numbly translated his status onto the parchment, converting it into the common language, and tossed it to him. Riezel took the parchment and saw his latest status. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I0H. End, I0H. Dex, I0G. AGI, I0G. Mag, I. Magic and skill weren't imprinted or translated, probably due to their unchanging nature. However, in the basic abilities section, Riezel underwent significant changes. STR and END broke through the I rank one after another, entering the H rank. DEX and AGI even directly skipped over the H rank, entering the G rank. MAG remained unchanged, likely because he didn't use magic. After 1 day and 1 night of intense battle, the ultimate result was a comprehensive increase of over 700 in his basic abilities proficiency. What a ridiculous growth speed. Loki exclaimed with shock inwardly. I always knew that Fool's Obsession had to be the most broken skill. Her mind went crazy. No choice. As the goddess of a big familia, Loki had updated statuses for many members and even handled characters considered geniuses. Considering her well-informed nature, she was well aware of the typical growth rate for rookies who had just received blessings. In just a day and night, even the geniuses within Loki familia initially could only increase proficiency by about a few dozen points at a time. But a total ability proficiency increase of over 700, nearly 800. Loki stared with her divine eyes, fixedly observing the skill on Riezel's back with an unbelievable gaze. Fool's Obsession. Extraordinary increase in growth speed. Extraordinary increase in growth limit. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the effect. The effect is greatly enhanced in dangerous situations. No doubt, Riezel's extraordinary growth can be attributed to this skill. Loki had never witnessed such a ridiculous effect before. It wasn't about boosting strength or providing assistance, it was a unique skill that proved to be beneficial for growth. Now, Orario gonna see some changes. Loki thought with excitement as she saw her new child. Chapter 11, Become Adventurer. Next day, early morning. The sun had just started to brighten, but Riezel was already awake. Taking a quick look around the somewhat unfamiliar room, he was confused for a moment before aware of his situation. Almost forgot, I've moved into Twilight Manor. This was one of the many towers within Twilight Manor, located on the upper floor in one of its rooms. Yesterday, after completing the status update at Loki's room, Riezel was assigned to this room. This was his room in Twilight Manor, the residence in Loki Familia's main base. From now on, barring any unexpected events, this place would be his, free for him to use. Getting out of bed, he first glanced outside the dimly lit window before starting to freshen up. After finishing his morning routine, he noticed a set of clothes placed outside his room, seemingly left there by some members of the Familia. Goddess told me to prepare these for you. Staring at the clothes with a note on top, Riezel fell silent for a moment, then silently thanked them in his mind before changing into the new clothes. As for his own clothes, there was no way he would wear them again. The set, covered in bloodstains, mud, and dust after a day and night of battle, had gloriously declared its demise. It couldn't be repaired, only discarded. In the awkward situation of having no replacement, he had to accept the kindness of the Familia. However, it seemed the Familia's goodwill wasn't limited to just a set of clothes, there was also a heavy bag filled with shining coins. Inside the bag, there was another note. There's a total of 100,000 Valis in here, consider it your startup funds. Use it wisely. If you don't follow my instructions from last night, you're not allowed to enter the dungeon. No need to guess, this note was almost certainly left by Loki. This reminded Riezel of the tasks assigned by her after updating his status last night. A wry smile suddenly appeared on his face. It seems that without completing those preparations, she won't allow me back into the dungeon. Well, that's fine. Since it was for his own benefit, Riezel would obediently follow Loki's arrangements. Taking the somewhat heavy money bag, he pondered for a moment. In the end, he chose not to carry it on his person but instead placed it in the storage space of the Dimensional Magic Cube. In the third instruction of the Dimensional Magic Cube's instructions it was mentioned that the Dimensional Magic Cube came with a storage space that could be opened and used at any time. Even before arriving in this world, while lying in bed recovering from injuries in his original world, he had already tried opening the storage space of the Dimensional Magic Cube. Therefore, he was not unfamiliar with this function. Collect. With a silent recitation in his heart, the money pouch in his hand disappeared. It had entered the storage space contained within the Dimensional Magic Cube. The method for the storage space to receive an item was straightforward: touch the belongings, silently say collect. The process was the same for extracting an item. First, immerse consciousness into the Dimensional Magic Cube's storage space, observe the interior, locate the desired item, and then silently say extract. Once familiar with these functions during the month of recuperation, he could now perform collect or extract in less than a second. It was convenient and efficient. After he was done, Riezel opened the door and stepped into a corridor. Upon closer inspection, this corridor was suspended. As the base of Loki Familia, the various towers that made up Twilight Manor were interconnected. The lower halves of several spires were linked, while the upper halves extended into stone corridors connecting the towers. From the outside, it looked like a complex network of passages between the towers, lacking any semblance of order. Riezel walked on one such aerial corridor, which offered a view of the courtyard below. Morning. Morning, rookie. Several early rising Familia members seemed busy with tasks. They greeted Riezel as they passed by. Morning. Riezel returned the greetings politely and continued down the corridor, eventually leaving Twilight Manor. He crossed the courtyard and arrived at the main gate. Morning, rookie. Heading out so early? Don't come back like last night, all worn out, okay. The two Familia members at the gate recognized Riezel. One greeted him while the other gave a friendly warning. I won't, please be relieved, seniors. Feeling a bit awkward, Riezel could only smile politely before continuing on his way. It wasn't until he walked onto the main street that he felt the gazes behind him fade. They are quite friendly, and genuinely caring too. Riezel sighed slightly, feeling inexplicably moved. In his previous life, the people around him were mostly manipulative and hypocritical, smiling at him with hidden agendas. It was rare for anyone to genuinely care and show consideration as the members of the Loki Familia did. So, he found it quite foreign. Even the incident last night, where Loki gave him a cold shoulder for being out one day and one night, was something he wasn't used to. Therefore, he was quieter than usual. However, he knew it was because these people genuinely cared about him, making him feel awkward. It was a rare experience for him, so feeling awkward was natural. Fortunately, after spending a month healing in the main world, Yuri's attitude towards him wasn't bad either. Otherwise, he might truly have felt overwhelmed and unsure. Overall, the atmosphere within Loki Familia made Riezel quite comfy. Even though I already had some understanding of Loki Familia through the original work, when I originally chose to join Loki Familia, it wasn't without considering the friendly atmosphere within the Familia. But after experiencing it firsthand, it just felt different. Riezel could only express his feelings in this way before shaking his head, trying to clear his thoughts. However, his mood inevitably improved quite a bit, causing his steps to be more forceful than usual. Deep down, he silently noted everyone's help and concern and made a promise to repay them when the opportunity arose. That's just how he is, impressed and highly appreciative of people's kindness and goodwill. Perhaps it's because he rarely encountered people with purely good intentions towards him in the past. As he thought about his previous life, Riezel couldn't help but mock himself slightly. Whatever, let's not dwell on it too much. Since he had already decided to leave his past behind, thinking about those things would only add unnecessary worries. He quickly shifted his thoughts and began focusing on the tasks at hand. There's a lot to do today. Last night, Loki gave him several strict orders that he must complete. First, I need to prepare a new weapon and a set of armor suitable for dungeon exploration. Second, finish reading the books I found in the library last night, memorizing information about the dungeon's upper levels, maps, and details about the monsters on each floor. Lastly, visit the guild and register as an adventurer. These were the 3 instructions Loki gave Riezel to complete. Only after finishing these tasks could he enter the dungeon again. It's more accurate to say that, typically, people who want to enter the dungeon would complete these preparations first before considering venturing in. Riezel, on the other hand, disrupted common sense, entering the dungeon first and then turning back to make these preparations, truly leaving people dumbfounded. If it weren't for him awakening 1 magic and 3 skills with astonishing effects, and the update of his status last night almost driving Loki insane, she might have ordered him to find a party and not allow him to venture into the dungeon alone. At that moment, Loki was being quite lenient, only instructing him to make these 3 preparations. As for the books, I pretty much finished reading them last night. At least, I've memorized the information about the first few floors of the dungeon. Riezel, with his exceptional memory, wasn't troubled by that at all and had already completed the task last night. With 2 tasks left, register at the guild and use the startup funds to purchase weapons and armor. Let's go register at the guild first. Having made this decision, Riezel recalled the city map he noted down last night and headed northwest. The street here was bustling early in the morning, with many shops open and stalls set up on both sides. On the way, many people, humans, and various demi-humans were walking around, some well-equipped, indicating that they weren't to be messed with. Entering the street and walking deeper, Riezel, along with many others with the same destination, eventually arrived at a magnificent building. It was a building constructed with white pillars. In the spacious marble-made entrance hall, numerous heavily armed individuals were bustling around, crowding the area to the point of chaos. This was the guild, the official organization managing the labyrinth city, Orario. Most of the figures present were adventurers, people with the duty and purpose of conquering dungeons. Riezel managed to slip in and approach the counter. "Hey there, could you help me register as an adventurer?" Riezel spoke to the lady receptionist behind the counter. "Sure, just a moment." The receptionist responded promptly. She skillfully pulled out a piece of parchment and began the registration process. Name: Riezel Brinhart. Race: human. Age: 17. Riezel initially thought about stating his age from his previous life, but it felt a bit awkward to report that age with the appearance of his current body. Therefore, he hesitated slightly before giving the age of his current body. "To which familia do you belong?" Unaware of his complex mood, the receptionist continued with the questions. "Loki familia." Riezel didn't hesitate much and stated it directly. However, in that split second, a brief silence fell over the entire hall. Chapter 12, Getting Stronger. What happened? Is something wrong? The sudden brief silence seemed to not affect Riezel as he calmly asked the lady receptionist, who stared blankly at him. "No, nothing wrong." The receptionist realized what she had done, hastily apologized, and continued filling out the registration form for him. However, whether it was his misconception or not, the receptionist's hands seemed faster than before, accelerating the registration process. The surrounding silence was once again filled with noise as if nothing had happened. Yet, if one listened closely, there were still many people discussing one after another. Is he really from Loki familia? Just registered as an adventurer? A rookie, right? Loki familia, added another rookie. It's probably not a simple guy. Human, huh? Seems to lack good racial skills compared to other races. Could he be someone with outstanding personal skills? Who knows? The discussions continued endlessly, and some of it reached Riezel's ears. However, he paid them no heed. After all, it wasn't something particularly strange. As one of the strongest familias in Orario, Loki familia was destined to be a focus of attention wherever they went. Since he had declared his affiliation with Loki familia, it was normal for people around to discuss it. Moreover, he felt that his presence might soon catch the eye of observant and conscientious individuals through various channels. The addition of a rookie to Loki familia might not be a big deal, but for those closely monitoring Loki familia's movements, it was worth gathering information. Of course, they could only gather the information that Loki familia had a new rookie named Riezel Brinhart, and nothing more. As for specific information about him, it wasn't so easy for those people to find out. Not long after completing the procedures, Riezel left the guild and returned to the street. Instead of leaving directly, he wandered around on the street. This street, located in the northwest direction of Orario, known as Northwest Street, was mainly frequented by adventurers due to its proximity to the guild headquarters that managed the city and adventurers. Thanks to this, Northwest Street seized the opportunity and opened numerous shops catering to adventurers. There were shops specializing in weapons and armor equipment, shops selling potions and special items, and many more. Such establishments were abundant on Northwest Street, to the point where the street had earned the nickname, Adventurers Street. Following Loki's instructions, Riezel needed to purchase weapons and armor, so there was no reason for him to leave directly. 100,000 Valis. As Riezel strolled down the street, he weighed the amount of startup capital he had. In Orario, 100,000 Valis might not be chump change, but it's not exactly a fortune either. Here, a serving of fried noodles costs a few hundred Valis, and a regular drink rarely exceeds 1,000 Valis in value. Determining whether this purchasing power was significant or trivial was a bit of a delicate matter. A bottle of ordinary potion for stamina recovery is worth around 1,000 Valis. A basic, cheap standard short sword is valued at a few thousand Valis. When you calculate it like that, 100,000 Valis does seem like a decent sum. However, Riezel knew that for truly powerful adventurers, 100,000 Valis might be no more than pocket change. Without delving into specifics, the equipment wielded by top-tier adventurers typically didn't fall below 1,000,000 Valis, often surpassing 10 million Valis. For instance, weapons ranged from a few thousand Valis for standard ones to tens of millions or even over 100 million Valis for top-notch ones. Due to the ability of mortals to receive blessings and level up, there was a chance to obtain blacksmith development abilities. Depending on the blacksmith skill and the level of the blacksmith ability, the crafted equipment varied in strength. Generally, people classify special equipment into first-class equipment, second-class equipment, and third-class equipment based on these levels. Only top-tier blacksmiths with the blacksmith ability could craft equipment that fell into these graded categories, especially the magical ones with special effects. In other words, even though Riezel had a startup capital of 100,000 Valis, he might not have been able to afford a single piece of the lowest-level third-class equipment, let alone gather weapons and armor. It seems like I won't be able to afford special equipment for now. Riezel felt a bit disappointed. Of course, it was only a slight disappointment. It wasn't strange for a level 1 rookie to be incapable of affording special equipment. Even level 2 adventurers would generally find it challenging to afford special equipment. The use of special equipment was concentrated, around 90%, among adventurers at level 3 and above. Riezel thought he would have to wait a while before he could use special equipment with levels and effective effects. I'll just buy some higher quality ordinary products then. Having accepted this reality, Riezel began browsing through the storefronts along the street. 2 hours later, he successfully gathered the equipment he needed. Firstly, he spent 24,000 valis on a sword. The sword was the kind that could be used with one hand, slender and lightweight, with relatively weak attack power but fast in speed, agility, and easy handling. It was the weapon Riezel found most suitable for himself after considering various options. From the growth trends in his status, it was evident that his DEX and AGI had developed more, while STR and END were relatively less. This indicated that he leaned towards a faster, more skill-oriented fighting style. Therefore, he chose a lightweight and slender sword as his main weapon, aiming to maximize his proficiency in speed and skill. Besides the slender sword, he spent 11,000 valis on a short sword as a backup weapon, just in case. As for armor, since heavy armor would hinder his movements and affect his speed and skill, he ultimately decided against high-defense metal armor. Instead, he opted for leather body armor. This leather armor consisted of an inner layer protecting the upper body, armor for vital joints such as elbows and knees, while gloves and boots emphasized protection for hands and feet. Whether it was the body-protecting inner layer or the joint-protecting armor, both were lightweight and could be worn under clothes, making them convenient protective gear. Since they added almost no weight when worn on the body and didn't hinder movement, Riezel was immediately drawn to them and decided to put on this set of armor, especially the gloves and boots, which he knew from his earlier battle in the dungeon were highly practical. It was all because he didn't bother with proper protection for his hands and feet yesterday. After a day of intense fighting, the hands that gripped the sword were literally worn down to the skin, and the fists pounding on the monster's body had some unknown injuries, bleeding who knows how much. The same went for his feet. Running around in a dungeon with regular shoes meant his feet ended up with skin scraped off in just a fraction of a minute. If it weren't for the Familia's senior providing him with a potion to quickly heal his injuries when he returned to the Familia yesterday, Riezel wouldn't be bouncing around like this today. Adding the injuries from the intense battle that lasted 1 day and 1 night, it can only be said that, thankfully, the remarkably effective potion saved him. Otherwise, Loki, who saw his sorry state yesterday, wouldn't have let him off easily. The whole set of armor alone cost Riezel a whopping 48,000 valis. With the expenses for the main and sub-weapons, he spent a total of 83,000 valis, leaving him with only 17,000 valis from the initial 100,000 valis. This level of spending, this kind of pricey equipment, said with no trace of politeness, was definitely beyond the reach of a newly debuted level 1. Even the seasoned low-class adventurers among level 1, with all their equipment combined, probably wouldn't surpass 30,000 valis. They pale in comparison to the quality of his equipment. His equipment was already at the level of level 2 adventurers. Is this good enough? After preparing the equipment, Riezel finally couldn't hold back and headed to Babel, entering the dungeon. He couldn't wait. Eager to test his new weapons and assess his current strength. And the results were naturally pleasing. Grr. When the kobold, like an unyielding ferocious beast, lunged at Riezel as usual, he boldly charged forward incredibly fast. Poochie! A silver arc tore through the atmosphere, cutting through the kobold's head as it pounced. The kobold even maintained its pouncing posture in midair, unable to react at all, and its head was severed by the slender sword. Blood sprayed, dyeing the ground red and the corpse of the kobold in the bloody pool. So easy. Standing in front of the corpse, Riezel looked at his hands in amazement. My speed has become so fast, and I feel much stronger than yesterday. Just by enhancing basic abilities by 1 and 2 ranks, can there be such a significant change? This surprised and excited him. I am indeed getting stronger. After realizing this, he no longer felt just excitement but also a surge of determination for the efforts he had made so far. It's just a bit unfortunate that after getting stronger, enemies at this level probably won't excite me anymore. Riezel greedily eyed the corpse at his feet, his expression turning regretful. He still preferred challenges that were a bit more thrilling. Chapter 13, Almighty. The improvement in strength seemed to make it impossible for Riezel to engage in tense and thrilling battles with monsters as he did yesterday, leaving him without the excitement he felt before. He moved forward, even descending through several floors, engaging in battles with monsters. Whether it was kobolds or goblins, renowned among the small fry, no matter how many gathered or what kind of attack they launched, he effortlessly dealt with them. Not a single monster could react to his movements. Not a single monster could withstand his strikes. All Riezel needed to do was charge, swing his sword, and he could instantly kill any monster, easily breaking through their encirclement and wiping them out. This gradually left him feeling dissatisfied. Just because my basic abilities have grown by 1 and 2 ranks, the monsters on the upper floors are completely insufficient to challenge me. Ignoring the monsters fallen all around, Riezel frowned deeply. At this point, he had descended to the 4th floor and reached the entrance to the 5th floor. It seems like I need to continue pushing forward. Staring at the entrance to the 5th floor, which resembled a cave opening, his eyes flickered. According to the records in the book and the experiences of the guild and familius, adventurers at my level are generally considered capable of exploring floors 5 to 7, right? Level 1 adventurers could conquer floors between the 1st and 12th. From the 13th floor, level 2 monsters appear, and the dungeon environment and monster output efficiency undergo a significant change. Floors starting from the 13th were considered forbidden zones for level 1 adventurers. The difficulty of conquering floors between the 1st and 12th was outlined by guilds and familius. For example, the 1st to 4th floors were areas that adventurers with basic abilities between I and H could conquer. The 5th to 7th floors were for adventurers with basic abilities between G and F, and so on. My DEX and AGI are both at G rank. According to the standards, the 5th floor should be relatively safe for exploration. Unlike last night, when he reached the 5th floor and faced numerous life-threatening situations, Riezel should be able to safely conquer the floor now. But a safe conquest. Riezel murmured, then made a decision. Let's go to deeper floors. Exactly. He didn't need a safe conquest. If safety was the priority, he wouldn't have ventured into the dungeon alone without wearing any armor, wielding a mere decorative short sword, and challenging the dungeon right after receiving a blessing. At that time, he didn't even reach G rank, he didn't have any abilities at H rank. His status proficiency was 0, and his physical qualities were no different from an ordinary person. In such circumstances, he dared to enter the dungeon alone, even reaching the 5th floor. Now that he had grown, why would he settle for the so-called safe conquest on the same floor? Of course, such a decision was bound to be dangerous. But so what? Death isn't terrifying. What's terrifying is waiting for it. At least, that was how Riezel saw it. If he was destined to die, he'd rather it be on a path he chose, chasing freedom until he was worn out, rather than waiting for someone else to plot his murder, like in the main world. So, he was running. Running towards higher ground. Sprinting towards bigger challenges. Let's go. Without hesitation, Riezel charged towards the entrance of the 5th floor. It was night. When the day had completely darkened, Riezel finally escaped the dungeon and returned to Twilight Manor. This time, he managed to restrain himself and didn't spend another day and night inside the dungeon. After dark, he had to go back to Arario and return to the manor, which was a strict order from Loki to him. Given this, although somewhat reluctant, Riezel still followed her command and left the dungeon after dark. Back at Twilight Manor, he cleaned himself up, changed into a set of clean clothes, and once again entered Loki's divine room. The purpose, of course, was to update his status. Perhaps because Riezel had been obedient, Loki, who was drinking in the room at that time, filled with the scent of alcohol, seemed quite pleased and readily agreed. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, H184F. End, H177F. Dex, G202E. AGI, G215E. Mag, I. Looking at the ridiculous growth status etched on Riezel's back after the updates, Loki's mouth twitched repeatedly. An overall ability proficiency increase of over 800. Isn't this even more significant than yesterday's growth? Loki felt her head buzzing. What on earth was happening? What in the world was going on? The growth in status, especially as it approached S rank, shouldn't slow down. But this kid not only didn't slow down, he became even faster. Last time, after battling in the dungeon for a full day and night, the total ability proficiency increased by just over 700. This time, in just a daytime, with time spent on adventurer registration and purchasing equipment, the growth speed not only didn't slow down but instead became faster. It made no sense at all. Loki wanted to ask Riezel what he did after entering the dungeon, but upon careful consideration, she gave up. Her divine intuition told her that if she pursued this matter, she would likely be angry. This kid surely did something dangerous again. And indeed, he did. If Loki knew that Riezel not only reached the 5th floor today but also descended to the 7th floor, she would absolutely be furious. To ensure a good night's sleep tonight, Loki sensibly chose to change the topic. At this rate of growth, it won't be long before you can compete with some seasoned veterans who have struggled for several years at level 1. Loki's tone was somewhat lamenting. Completing the journey that takes the average adventurer years in just 2 days. It was truly unbelievable. Perhaps you'll break the record for the fastest ascent to level 2 and become the new record holder. Loki's evaluation was extremely high. I hope so. Riezel put on his clothes while looking at the translated status, lost in thought. Why do you look so concerned? Loki, seemingly carefree, spoke bluntly. Don't tell me you're dissatisfied with your growth speed. If you dare to humble brag like that, I might just have to throw a punch at you. You, a goddess, actually use the term humblebrag. I'm surprised. Riezel, somewhat helpless. I was thinking about mag. Loki understood Riezel's meaning. Are you concerned that your mag hasn't grown at all? Loki voiced Riezel's thoughts. Yeah. Riezel nodded. The basic abilities are improving, but mag remains the same. It feels very wasteful. I understand. Loki nodded repeatedly and wholeheartedly agreed with his train of thought. With your inhuman growth speed, if you can't take advantage to boost mag, it does indeed feel like a waste of an innate skill. Mag was different from the other basic abilities. While abilities like STR, END, DEX, and AGI determined physical qualities and close combat abilities, mag belonged to a different system. It determined the strength and effects of magic. For mages who relied on magic for victory and were not skilled in close combat, the importance of mag outweighed the other 4 basic abilities. Even if one didn't train the other 4 basic abilities, focusing solely on the mag could still yield powerful combat strength, possibly even surpassing that of close combat specialists. Magic, being a symbol of supernatural power, equivalent to a miracle, inherently possessed extraordinary power. In terms of status and power, it outclassed close combat. Therefore, anyone with the opportunity would want to develop mag, including Riezel. In the main world, I couldn't use magic anymore. Now, with new possibilities, having a chance to use magic again, if I don't make an effort, then it's my fault. Riezel silently contemplated in his mind. The issue lay in. Kiddo, your magic doesn't seem like something you can use casually, yeah? Loki raised this question. Yes. Riezel sighed, recalling his own magic. Magic. Almighty. Memorize magic. Activate specific magic based on memory. The strength of the magic is determined by the basic ability of mag. Only effective for valid magic. This was the only magic that Riezel possessed, and it was an extremely versatile and potent magic with a high potential. Judging by the magic you've got, you should be able to activate any magic you've memorized. It's like being able to use all kinds of magic at once. As Loki brought up this topic, Riezel's expression started resembling that of a monster, at least in her eyes. This magic, isn't this too outrageous? Loki couldn't help but complain inwardly. Chapter 14, The Return of the Expedition Party. Throughout history, anyone who received blessings, no matter who they were, could have at least 1 and at most 3 magic slots. This was common knowledge. Even among the so-called magic race like the elves, after receiving blessings, they too only had 3 magic slots for awakening magic, and a 4th one would never appear. Of course, having only 3 magic slots for awakening didn't mean that one could only use 3 types of magic. Some people, due to the uniqueness of their awakened magic, could undergo multiple transformations or have effects with multiple variations. As a result, the number of usable magic exceeded the 3 slots. Take Loki Familia for example, there were 2 members with such abilities. A high elf who could transform her magic multiple times, depending on the amount of chant used. This allowed her to use one magic as if it were 3, ultimately enabling them to cast 9 different variations, equivalent to possessing 9 different magic. Another member was also an elf, who awakened magic limited to the magic of the elf race. With this magic, she could cast magic used by her own race. In theory, she could cast all elven magic with just this one magic, surpassing the magic slots of any mage. Riezel, on the other hand, had awakened to only 1 magic. However, despite having only 1 magic, its effects, possibilities, and scope were greater than those mentioned earlier. Could this magic allow him to cast any magic stored in his memory? Did this mean that, with a sufficient number of remembered magic, he could use as many as he wanted? Despite its incredible nature, this magic had its limitations. From what I can see right now, there are 2 confirmed usage requirements for your magic. Loki said while holding up 2 fingers. First, you can only cast magic that you have memorized. If you can't remember the magic, you can't use it. Second, even if you have memorized the magic, if you haven't personally confirmed its effects, you still can't use it. In other words, if Riezel wanted to use someone else's magic, that person had to cast it in front of him. Moreover, he himself had to remember all the details of the casting process, conditions, effects, and power. Nothing could be missing. Those were the limitations of Almighty. Because of this, Riezel was currently unable to use any magic, as he had not witnessed any magic being cast before his eyes since coming to this world. Even if he had seen a priest healing him with magic in his main world, he couldn't use it now because the priest had used a magic chant with mysterious runes that he had never encountered before. The chanting process wasn't clear, and as a result, he couldn't remember the detailed process and conditions needed to cast that magic using Almighty. Therefore, Riezel was currently in a state where he couldn't use a single magic. Loki was aware of this fact as she rubbed her chin thoughtfully. This problem isn't that difficult to solve. Loki said thoughtfully. We have plenty of members in Familia, and there are many who can use magic. Just have those kids perform magic in front of you sincerely, even teach you how to use their magic. With your memory, you should be able to pick up several types of magic quickly, no. The seemingly carefree goddess had already noticed Riezel's exceptional memory as an innate skill, surprising him a bit. However, her proposition was quite helpful for him. Looking at the usage requirements of Almighty, there was nothing more convenient than having others personally teach him how to use their magic to trigger its effects. Let's do this then. Loki thought for a moment and gazed at Riezel. After everyone returns from the expedition, I'll find someone skilled to teach you how to use magic. How about that? Expedition. Riezel raised his brows slightly. That's right. Loki chuckled. Most of my kids are currently not at home but in the dungeon. The dungeon, as the world's largest mystery, still had many areas unexplored. This underground labyrinth with countless floors grew larger the deeper one went, and the distance from the surface increased. This situation naturally prevented some adventurers fighting at the forefront of the dungeon from easily traveling between Orario and the dungeon. It was said that going from the first floor to the 50th floor would take several days just for travel alone, and the round trip could easily exceed a week. Thus, the concept of an expedition emerged. The so-called expedition, as the name suggested, was an adventurer party of a large familia, acting like an army, venturing deep into the dungeon for battle. They went to floors ordinary adventurers couldn't easily reach, fought powerful monsters, stepped into uncharted floors, explored the unknown, and developed unexplored areas. Loki Familia was one of the strongest familias in Orario, specializing in exploration. The familia's role was to conquer the dungeon, explore unknown territories, and gain profit or fame. In the 2 days since Riezel joined Loki Familia, the main members of the familia had just left for a dungeon expedition, leaving only a small number of lower-ranking members behind. In other words, when he joined Loki Familia, the true experts and geniuses of the familia were fighting terrifying monsters in the underground labyrinth, far from the surface, beyond what he could currently handle. Thinking up to this point, Riezel's heartbeat slightly accelerated, and his eyes lit up with expectation. Oi oi oi, what do you want to do? Loki noticed his behavior. You're just a level 1 rookie for fuck's sake. Doing well on the upper floors is already good enough for you. Don't give me ideas about expeditions, it's not something you can participate in right now. Really? Riezel looked at her with disappointment. Loki's mouth twitched. This kid is actually thinking about joining an expedition. After receiving a blessing for only 2 days, he dares to think about expeditions. There must be something wrong with this kid's head. Why are there so many problem children in my familia? Loki couldn't help but think like that with resignation. Anyone eligible for the expedition must be at least a level 2 with a special talent, like a healer who can use healing magic, for example. Loki said while covering her face and sighing in an earnest and well-meaning manner. Even if you can learn other people's magic and become a special talent, Finn won't allow you to join the expedition unless you reach level 2. So, you better quickly dismiss any dangerous thoughts in your mind. Upon hearing Loki, Riezel stared at her for a moment, confirming that she wouldn't budge on this point, before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze with a hint of regret. Fine. Riezel reluctantly conceded. Let's talk about it when I reach level 2. Loki couldn't help but roll her eyes at him and sighed once again. She couldn't shake the feeling that her future days might not be peaceful under the antics of this kid. Let's see, the expedition party should be back soon. Loki had to change the subject. Just wait for 2 more days. Understood. Riezel nodded. Loki then broke into a big smile, looking somewhat mischievous. When Finn and the others come back and find out that our familia has gained such a freakish monster, I wonder what expressions they'll have. Loki mused to herself. Especially Ace, also Bet, Tioni, and Tiona. They should be stimulated by this kid's growth speed, right? Now that I think about it, it makes me excited. The goddess of mischief chuckled like a mischievous child getting ready to watch some TV drama. And the day she looked forward to arrived even sooner than she imagined. The next day. When the sky outside began to brighten, Riezel, just like yesterday, woke up early. He quickly freshened up, took care of his morning routine in 5 minutes, and then got ready by putting on his armor and clothes. He wanted to head to the dungeon directly without wasting any time. Today, he planned to explore the dungeon all day and see if he could go down a few more floors. His status had grown after yesterday's update, especially DEX and AGI, both upgraded to E rank. According to the Safe Strategy Guide, he could now safely explore the 8th floor. However, he naturally wasn't satisfied with the so-called safe strategy. So, his plan today was to go to the 10th floor, or even deeper into the dungeon. For this, he took the time to maintain his weapon with the items he bought before going to sleep last night, filled with enthusiasm, ready to make some noise. Thinking about entering a floor deeper than yesterday's 7th floor, he felt a slight excitement. I heard that starting from the 10th floor, much larger creatures like orcs will appear. I wonder how strong they are. Riezel's heart was full of anticipation. But just as he was about to set off with his primary and secondary weapons, suddenly, a voice echoed within Twilight Manor. They are back. Everyone is back. The expedition party has returned. The joyful shouts broke the morning silence, plunging the entire Twilight Manor into a commotion. Chaotic footsteps rang out and the sound of doors opening resounded in succession as if telling everyone that the entire occupant of Twilight Manor was rushing outside. Back. Riezel was also slightly surprised and immediately stood up. In his mind, images of figures mentioned in the original work floated one after another, causing him to squint his eyes. With his weapons, he walked out of his room towards the entrance of Twilight Manor. Chapter 15, First Class Adventurers. Loki Familia's base, Twilight Manor's entrance. Today, there was a lively atmosphere in this particular place, unlike anything seen in the past 2 days. One after another, members of the Familia, who were originally stationed in the manor, showed excitement and enthusiasm not seen before. They cheered and leaped with joy, welcoming a group of people. As Riezel descended from the tall tower and reached the entrance, the group was surrounded by the station Familia members, exuding happy and relaxed smiles, creating a warm atmosphere. His vision almost instantly locked onto the leaders of this group. There, several individuals stood out prominently among their peers, catching his eye. Finally back. The energetic cheers came from a girl with wheat-colored skin, dressed in a dancer-like fashion. She wore a cloth covering only her upper body, with a long wraparound skirt around her waist, exposing her belly button and graceful figure without hesitation. Tiona, you're so noisy. The one scolding the lively girl with wheat-colored skin was another girl, almost identical to the lively girl in everything except for waist-length hair and some body proportions. They looked like they were cut from the same mold. Damn it, how many times have you shouted since coming in? Beside them, a young beastman with animal ears, tail, and facial tattoos, looking like a rebellious gangster, shook his head in disbelief while wearing an annoyed expression. The Amazonas twins and the werewolf youth, positioned conspicuously, engaged in a playful argument. However, the 3 individuals standing next to these 3 were even more imposing. They formed a trio of Palom, elf, and dwarf. Palom, shorter and smaller than anyone present, with a childlike appearance. An elf with emerald long hair and a white robe, holding a silver staff, with long pointed ears and extraordinary beauty. A robust dwarf, clad in thick armor, slightly taller than the Palom but shorter than the elf, visibly muscular. These 3 individuals, as if guarding something, smiled at everyone, radiating a benevolent feeling. Riezel's vision swept over these 3, but shortly afterward, it seemed as if something had irresistibly attracted his attention, and his gaze uncontrollably lingered on the last person's body. However, before he could thoroughly observe this person, a loud voice interrupted him, breaking into this warm gathering. I missed you so, Muwak. Loki, shouting like a child, rushed out, heading towards the leading group. No, more accurately, she was charging towards the figure who had captured Riezel's attention. Ace. Like an uncle seeing a beloved niece, Loki screamed strangely and pounced on the figure. The entire crowd witnessed this. They saw the scene where the gentle long golden hair suddenly moved. Boom. Accompanied by an explosive sound, the long golden-haired figure sidestepped, delivering a punch to Loki's stomach. Gah. Loki immediately made a muffled cry, expelling all the air from her lungs, and collapsed in front of the golden-haired figure. I'm back, Loki. A voice devoid of any excitement or hesitation emanated from the golden-haired figure's mouth. The clear and pleasant voice revealed that the long golden-haired figure was undoubtedly a young and beautiful girl. And indeed, that was the case. The girl standing in front of the fallen Loki still retained a hint of childishness in her appearance. She seemed quite young, her slender body adorned in a light azure outfit. Her skin was delicate and smooth, with remarkably well-defined features. Her beauty easily rivaled that of elf and goddess. She had a pair of eyes that matched her hair color, subtly radiating a transparent glow. A mysterious aura surrounded her entire being as if she had stepped out of a painting, appearing almost unrealistically beautiful. The only downside was the lack of expression on her exquisite face, resembling a doll and giving off a sense of detachment. Confronted with this excessively beautiful doll-like girl, Loki could only manage to lift her face with difficulty. Your skills have improved again, Ace. Loki forced a smile uglier than crying. Well, Loki, serves you right, I guess. Tiona, the lively Amazonas girl, approached with her face full of delight at Loki's misfortune. We're tired, Loki. Can you not bother us right now? Let us rest well, okay. Another Amazonas girl, who seemed more mature than the lively one, appeared while sighing. TCH. The werewolf youth also wore an impatient expression, showing no respect for the goddess. However, there was no uncomfortable atmosphere between the two sides. Instead, There was a natural sense of harmony, indicating a not just good but excellent relationship, one where they could interact without reservation or hesitation. Family. Riezel observed this scene before him, seeing the scene that seemed somewhat distant and foreign to him. At this moment, the trio that had been watching from the sidelines approached. "We're back, Loki." The elf lady, or more precisely, the high elf lady, regal like a queen, spoke in a serious yet slightly warm tone towards Loki. "Get up quickly, don't lie down." The dwarf uncle cheerfully pulled Loki up, looking as if he were effortlessly lifting a doll. Finally, the shortest person in the group, with hair like sheaves of wheat and lake-like azure eyes, approached with an appearance more youthful than anyone else present, the Palom. "The expedition has ended smoothly with no casualties, but the gains aren't noteworthy. I'll explain the details later. For now, let everyone take a good bath and rest, Loki." With an unexpectedly mature tone, the Palom reported to Loki. "No problem." Loki suddenly grinned like nothing happened, addressing the group. "Well then, everyone, good job and rest well." "Yes." The returning members responded one after another. "Those who stayed, bring in the spoils we brought back." The Palom, in a matter-of-fact tone, instructed the people around. "Yes, Captain." The remaining members immediately went to help with moving things. Only Riezel remained standing in place, watching the group entering Twilight Manor with laughter and conversation, his gaze fixed on the three top executives throughout. Not only Riezel, but the rest of the familia members, whether those staying at the base or those on the expedition, looked at the three top executives with admiration and affection. It was only natural. After all, those three individuals were the pinnacle of Loki familia, the backbone of this familia. They were powerful. They were renowned worldwide. Among the adventurers engaged in labyrinth exploration, all adventurers were categorized into high-class adventurers and low-class adventurers based on their level. Low-class adventurers referred to adventurers at level 1, while high-class adventurers was the title given to adventurers who had experienced a level up, reaching level 2 and above. High-class adventurer was further divided into third-class adventurer, second-class adventurer, and first-class adventurer. Adventurers at level 2 were considered third-class adventurers. Adventurers at level 3 and level 4 were classified as second-class adventurers. Adventurers at level 5 and above were recognized as first-class adventurers. Generally, if a familia had a third-class adventurer, it was considered to have gained some status in Orario, stepping out of the realm of a small familia. Therefore, if a familia had a first-class adventurer, it held significant influence in Orario. A familia with multiple first-class adventurers could be considered one of the top familia in Orario and even worldwide. Loki familia, precisely one of these top familia, stood as one of the most prominent. Tiona Hiriut, level 5, Amazonas, Loki familia's executive, bearing the alias Crusher. Tioni Hiriut, level 5, Amazonas, Loki familia's executive, bearing the alias Jormungand. Bet Loga, level 5, Werewolf, Loki familia's executive, bearing the alias Vanergand. These three were the Amazonas twin sisters and the werewolf youth who initiated the conversation earlier. They were the first-class adventurers within Loki familia. The other trio had even more impressive backgrounds. Finn Dame, level 6, Palom's hero, Loki familia's captain and top executive, bearing the alias Braver. Riveriel Joe's Alf, level 6, a high elf and elven royalty, Loki familia's vice-captain and top executive, Orario's strongest mage, bearing the alias Nine Hell. Gareth Landrock, level 6, dwarf's warrior, Loki familia's top executive, bearing the alias Elgarm. These three were the strongest members of Loki familia, leading the familia from its early days to its current glory, all level 6, a rarity in all of Orario. As for the last person, Riezel once again turned his gaze toward the doll-like girl walking among the group, a bit silent and reserved. Ace Wallenstein, level 5, Loki familia's executive, the strongest swordswoman, bearing the alias Sword Princess. His few whispered words faded away like the wind. The golden-haired girl about to enter the tall tower seemed to have heard something, turned her head, and looked in Riezel's direction. Their eyes met in an instant. At that moment, in their eyes, it seemed as if there was only each other. Chapter 16, Uncanny Resemblance. Riezel's figure had a feature somewhat similar to Ace. That was the faint, transparent glow in their eyes. Even though his eyes were purely black, completely different from Ace's dazzling gold, others couldn't see any similarities. However, when they stared at each other, if a third person was observing them carefully, they would be surprised to discover an uncanny resemblance in their eyes. Both had a hint of transparent radiance. Both had a touch of indifference. Both also carried a determination imperceptible to outsiders. Riezel and Ace found themselves momentarily stunned when their eyes met for the first time. They discovered that the gaze of the other resembled their own, creating a strange sensation of seeing another version of themselves, like looking into a mirror and seeing their own eyes reflected. This peculiar feeling held them in a prolonged gaze, seemingly forgetting the people around them and neglecting to avert their eyes, lost in a wordless connection. Eventually, Riezel was the first to break free from this strange state. Under Ace's gaze, he nodded in acknowledgement, then turned around to join other members, assisting in transporting the spoils brought back by the expedition party. Ace watched Riezel silently, her transparent golden eyes flashing slightly. "Miss Ace." A voice suddenly brought her back to reality. It was an elf girl standing behind Ace, more like a follower than a companion. She tied her chestnut-colored long hair into a lengthy ponytail that hung down her back. With pointed ears peeking through a strand of hair on either side of her face, she looked younger than Ace but possessed a breathtakingly beautiful face. Lafia. Ace, realizing the elf's presence, subconsciously said her name. "Yes." Lafia repeatedly nodded. Somewhat uncertain, she asked timidly. "What were you looking at?" Ace was about to answer but was interrupted by another girl who had pounced on her back. "I saw it." With such a lively voice, precisely another executive of Loki Familia, a level 5 first-class adventurer, and Ace's peer, the Amazoness Tiona. Ace was just looking at a boy. He. Tiona teased first, then looked towards Riezel, puzzled. "By the way, who's that boy? We haven't seen him before, right?" "Idiot." Tiona, seemingly drawn into the conversation, crossed her arms, glanced at the busy Riezel with no interest, and spoke without any enthusiasm. "Since he's someone we haven't seen before, he's either a newly joined rookie or not from our familia. Ooh, but he's helping with the lifting." Lafia couldn't help but glance at Riezel a few times and murmur. "Since he's helping and inside our base, he must be a rookie, right?" "Oh. So that's how it is." Tiona looked like she had just realized something. "A rookie, and a male at that. Umo. Loki hasn't recruited a male into the familia for who knows how long. Don't you notice the revolting behavior Loki's got going on? She's all about those cute and pretty girls, isn't she?" Tiona rolled her eyes. "But Ace, you're actually paying attention to a rookie, and what's more, he's a dude. That's pretty unusual." On the side, Lafia nodded vigorously, staring at Riezel's figure, and for some unknown reason, with a slightly vicious expression. Ace, unaware of this, remained silent amid the continuous verbal onslaught. Her gaze continued to follow Riezel's back, lost in thought. This scene made the Amazoness twin sisters exchange a knowing glance. It's really my first time seeing her like this." Tiona expressed surprise, then added with a snicker. "Could it be that our doll princess has finally reached puberty? If everyone knew, it would definitely be interesting, yeah." Tiona said innocently, then added with a mischievous grin. "Especially Loki and Bet." Her words smoothly caught the attention of those who were curious. "Oi, foolish Amazoness, what are you saying about me again?" Bet glared at Tiona. Blee. Tiona stuck her tongue out at him. "Not telling you, just figure it out yourself." This moron." Bet looked visibly displeased. Just as the two were about to quarrel, Gareth, breaking away from the conversation between Finn and Loki, shouted at everyone. "Don't play around there. Hurry up and go in for a bath and sleep. People are waiting in line behind to use the bathroom." The admonition finally quieted everyone down, and they quickly entered the manor, making use of the time to clean up and rest. Only Ace remained standing in place, causing Riveria to approach slowly. "What happened, Ace?" Riveria maintained her solemn tone, but her gaze toward Ace was gentler than toward anyone else, not like looking at a junior in the familia but more like looking at her own daughter. "Nothing." Ace chose not to voice her feelings, nor did she look again at the busy Riezel. After a slight acknowledgement, she turned and walked away. Riveria watched Ace's back with a hint of compassion in her eyes, shortly afterward shifting her gaze to Riezel's figure. "A rookie?" Riveria pondered. No one knew that everything happening here was being observed by Loki, who was paying careful attention. "So, they discovered that kid's present so quickly, eh?" Loki observed calmly, feeling oddly pleased. "Loki." Finn, who was conversing with Loki, looked at the suddenly silent goddess and called her name. Sorry, got slightly absent-minded," Loki snapped back to reality, giving a casual laugh. "You guys go handle your own things, rest a bit, and we'll talk about anything important tonight." "Okay." Finn nodded. "I'll go in first. We can deal with the spoils tomorrow." "Go ahead." Loki waved her hand, dismissing her familia captain. After the members of the expedition left, Loki grinned and shouted in Riezel's direction. "Kiddo, come back early tonight, don't make too much trouble, okay?" The shout from behind made Riezel pause for a moment. He knew Loki was fulfilling the promise from last night, introducing him to his mentor for magic. "I know." Riezel could only suppress the somewhat restless thoughts in his mind and abandon the plan to delve deeper into the dungeon today. Time flies by quickly. As the day darkened once again, Orario welcomed back adventurers returning safely from the dungeon, along with the common folk finishing their day's work. It seemed like only at this time people would disregard their identities and racial differences, mingling together on the lively and relaxed streets. This atmosphere was undoubtedly the most intense in Twilight Manor today. Perhaps it was because everyone from the expedition party had returned, Loki Familia became much livelier than the past 2 days, and the atmosphere was quite vibrant. After great rest, numerous members who returned from the expedition finally shook off the fatigue of consecutive battles. They shed their equipment and immersed themselves in the relaxed and pleasant atmosphere of the Familia. Normally, at this time, the Familia would begin settling the gains from the expedition. Even Finn, as the captain, considering the hardships of the expedition, empathized with the members and decided to handle the spoils tomorrow. Dealing with things other than spoils at this moment was still tolerable. For example, many Familia members were eager to update their status with Loki, to see how much they had grown this time and if they could accumulate valuable Exilia for a level up. Unfortunately, Loki seemed to have no mood to handle this today. Playing the role of a whimsical goddess, she postponed the tasks to update everyone's status. Let's talk about it in a couple of days. Loki left that sentence for the helpless Familia members, who had no choice but to comply. After the expedition, the main task for the Familia was handling the spoils. There were few other tasks to complete, allowing everyone to enjoy a rare period of leisure before the next expedition. Hence, many were not in a hurry. In this situation, all the executives of the Familia gathered in Loki's divine room. It seems like everyone has rested well. Loki looked at the state of mind of her children and nodded in satisfaction. However, Bet seemed a bit unhappy about this. What's up? Why'd you call us all here out of the blue? He seemed to be complaining that the goddess disrupted his plans. But his eyes kept drifting towards Ace, his tail wagging back and forth, proving his words were insincere. To call us all here suddenly is indeed rare. Tiona said while holding onto Ace's arm affectionately, which made Bet secretly annoyed. I thought you would only call Captain for a talk. Tioni crossed her arms. I don't mind though, as long as Captain is there, I'll be there. Finn could only show a face full of helplessness as he heard Tioni's statement. Riveria shook her head and sat beside Ace, waiting quietly for Loki to speak. Why did you call all the executives here? Gareth stroked his long beard, looking at Loki and making an inquiry. Throughout, Ace made no movements or sounds and stayed silent. Loki, with hands on her hips, proudly spoke. No worries. I just want to introduce a troublesome brat to everyone. Upon hearing that, everyone was momentarily stunned. Introduce someone. They were all even more confused. Who could make their goddess, who usually had no proper manner, treat affairs so seriously? What's more, she gathered all the executives just to introduce someone. Everyone present looked at each other, curiosity building up. Chapter 17, Introduction. At this moment, Riezel had no idea that Loki had already gathered the entire Familia's first-class adventurers for him. He ran through the streets, glancing at the completely darkened sky, and couldn't help but sigh. I'm completely late now. With Loki's prior instructions, Riezel had initially planned to explore only the 7th floor, not going any further to avoid wasting too much time and returning to the Familia too late. But due to his visible growth in strength after the status update, he found himself getting stronger, and even on the 7th floor, there was no longer any excitement. Unable to hold back, he descended to the 8th floor. This decision led to an uncontrollable situation. Why did I get so excited again and completely forget about the time? Riezel slapped his forehead, unable to suppress another sigh. He knew it was his bad habit. In this second life, he became extremely eager for excitement and change. Now, with the effect of the skill Endless, he attained the highest rank of development abilities, making his stamina and energy seem inexhaustible. If he immersed himself in something, it was only natural for him to forget the time. If it weren't for his growling stomach begging to be filled, he might have kept on with the killing spree, not giving a second thought to heading back. I hope Loki hasn't waited too long. Riezel quickened his pace to return to the Familia. With his current speed and almost limitless stamina, he made good time. Before long, he smoothly returned to the Familia's base, back to Twilight Manor. Oi! Riezel. As Riezel prepared to enter the manor directly, a voice came from above, causing him to halt. Looking up, Riezel realized that Loki was leaning out of a window on the top floor of the central tower, waving at him. You're finally back. Loki shouted gruffly. Hurry up and come up, everyone's waiting for you. Without further ado, Riezel nodded in understanding and headed straight to his room. He stripped off his dirty clothes and armor, placed his weapons by the bed, tidied himself up a bit, and then quickly made his way to the divine room. Here he is. Come in quickly. Without waiting for Riezel to knock, Loki, as if anticipating his arrival, opened the door and ushered him inside. He entered the room, instantly bathed in the gazes of everyone present. Glancing around, he instantly raised his eyebrows in surprise. Well, well, all the Familia's first-class adventurers are here. As Riezel thought like that, the people in the room also observed him. It's him. Ace, who had been silent in the corner, gently froze upon seeing Riezel. Aren't you the rookie Ace was spying on today? Tiona exclaimed in surprise. Her words contained so much information that everyone present, including Riezel, was left stunned. Ace was spying on someone. Finn and Gareth simultaneously exclaimed and wore puzzled expressions. So, Loki was talking about him. Riveria also gave Riezel a once-over. Indeed. Tioni, staying by Finn's side, was somewhat surprised as well. Only Bet stared blankly for a while, then exploded. You foolish Amazonas. What bullshit are you spouting again? Bet snapped with bared teeth. Ace would never spy on such a small fry, right? You're the one being foolish. Tiona, annoyed, retorted bluntly. Why don't you go ask Ace herself? All eyes turned to Ace. Ace, with a slightly embarrassed expression, struggled to explain and ended up blushing, not out of timidity, but out of embarrassment. After all, why did Tiona have to phrase it in such a way that could be easily misunderstood? So, Ace didn't want to speak and dared not look at Riezel's expression at this moment. Riezel, on the other hand, also didn't dare to glance at Ace. Although Tiona's bizarre statement made him pause for a moment, he quickly composed himself, taking the initiative to change the topic. I'm sorry for being late. Riezel apologized to all his Familia seniors present. TCH. Bet, with a disdainful expression, turned away, seemingly uninterested in saying anything to Riezel. Instead, he glared at Tiona, irritated by her unpleasant phrasing. Everyone fell silent, looking towards their captain. Are you the rookie Loki mentioned? Finn gave Riezel a generous smile. Despite Riezel's attitude, Finn remained friendly, even expressing some appreciation. Venturing into the dungeon until this time, you're a hard worker one. As the captain, Finn wouldn't blame someone for being a little late, especially considering the rookie's achievement who ventured into the dungeon until this hour. Thank you for your understanding. Riezel also didn't underestimate Finn, despite his deceptive appearance. After all, the Palom before him, who looked like an underage human child, was not only a level 6 first-class adventurer but also considered a hope and a hero within his race. He had led Loki Familia for decades, turning it from a newly established small familia into one of the strongest familia in Orario. With numerous adventures and a personal epic, he was a legendary figure known worldwide. So, whether it was the elven royalty like Riveria or the distinct and independent personalities of the Familia executives present, they all sincerely respected Finn, who seemed to lack any authority. Even Loki, as the Familia's goddess, was now just smiling and watching everything unfold, completely giving the stage to Finn. This clearly demonstrated his ability and prestige. In addition, despite his youthful appearance, Finn was already 42 years old, older than Riezel in his previous life. All in all, Riezel had no reason to underestimate Finn. On the other hand, Finn was filled with goodwill and curiosity as he faced Riezel calmly standing before him. Loki couldn't stop praising you. She was just singing your praises endlessly in front of us, you know. Finn chuckled. To be the subject of Loki's admiration, it's a rare thing. Honestly, I'm quite curious about you. Yeah. Tiona couldn't hold back any longer. She raised her hand and shouted eagerly. Loki really admires you. We've never seen her talk about a guy so much before. Yeah, there are quite a few girls. Tioni added with perfect timing and spoke mysteriously. But Loki only praised their looks and figures. Everyone present immediately nodded in agreement. Loki, who had been smiling, lost her smile after hearing that statement. Did they just blatantly talk shit about me? I'm your goddess, for fuck's sake. You guys are totally enjoying this. Serves you right. Bet threw in a remark from the side, almost causing Loki to snap. Okay, enough fooling around. Gareth slapped the table, stopping the atmosphere that was gradually turning sour. I'm genuinely curious. This kid must have some talent to be praised so much by Loki. I heard you joined the Familia just a few days ago and received the blessing around the same time. Riveria interjected. Loki mentioned you have something to ask of us. Just tell us. As long as it's not too much, as members of the same Familia, we'll absolutely try to help you. Her attitude matched that of the others towards Riezel, friendly. However, the lone werewolf Bet still stood there, sporting a disdainful expression and a hint of impatience. It appeared that he didn't quite fancy Riezel. Just a small fry who received the blessing a few days ago. I don't know why you guys are being so attentive to him. Bet complained grumpily, making the atmosphere subtly tense. Bet. Finn warned with a furrowed brow, causing Bet to snort lightly, not pushing it too far. Ignore him. He's just foul-mouthed. The twin sisters, Tiona and Tioni, approached Riezel and comforted him. Ace shifted her gaze back to Riezel and observed him with worry. But Riezel only glanced at Bet, who showed no remorse on his face and calmly shook his head, unfazed. Thanks for the concern, I'm fine and not bothered at all. Riezel pondered for a moment, then continued. But, speaking of which, I do have an awkward request. I was hoping seniors could lend me a hand. Hey, what is it? Finn chuckled and was still a bit unclear about it. After all, Loki had gathered everyone here to introduce Riezel, and the only reason could be for this so-called awkward request. In other words, she was indirectly telling them to assist Riezel. With this thought in mind, Finn exchanged glances with the other two top executives, waiting for Riezel to speak up. In this silent situation, Riezel finally opened his mouth. I want to consult about magic. With just one sentence, everyone blinked in surprise. Consult about magic? Riveria, who was known as the strongest mage in Orario, became intrigued when the request involved magic. Yes. Riezel nodded. I've awakened a magic, but to use it, I need to meet certain conditions. The specifics of these conditions didn't need much explanation. In short, he needed someone he could consult with to be able to use his magic. What kind of magic is it? Tiona couldn't contain her curiosity. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth all looked directly at Loki. Well, his magic is somewhat similar to Lafia's elf ring. Loki chuckled and remarked mysteriously. With just one sentence, everyone simultaneously raised their eyebrows in surprise, and the way they looked at Riezel also started to change. Chapter 18, First Mentor. Lafia Voridis. This morning, she was by Ace's side, always following behind her like a fangirl. Even though Lafia wasn't present, in the hearts of the executives present, the position of that elf was quite significant. The reason was straightforward. Lafia, who was a junior and treated as the second string in Loki Familia, had already received a blessing due to her formal education in the school district. Unlike someone like Riezel, who joined as an ordinary person, she joined the Familia with a bestowed blessing. She was a legitimate mage who not only possessed outstanding mag and magic but also had specialized skills that enhanced her magical prowess. As a rearguard mage, she was considered perfect, even though she was only a level 3, and not a level 5 or higher first-class adventurer. With her skills and excellent mag, she wielded firepower comparable to a level 5 first-class mage. In other words, Lafia was a genius with a full bag of innate magical talent. Even as a junior in the Familia, this elf was highly regarded by the Familia executives. Especially for Riveria, who was also a mage and an elf, there was a subtle sense that she was grooming this junior as her successor. And who was Riveria? High Elf, Elven Royalty, Orario's strongest mage, and Loki Familia's vice-captain, as well as top executive. She was adorned with a halo. As the successor to such a character, Lafia's lowest achievement in the future will be as the second in command of the Familia, or perhaps even surpassing Riveria to become the world's strongest mage. Lafia, as a magical genius, not only possessed 3 magic but one of her magic was particularly special. She could cast any magic of the elf race, a magic known as the elf ring. As long as she fully understood the magic's effects and chant, she could cast any elven magic. Now, Loki was saying that Riezel's magic was somewhat similar to Lafia's elf ring. Didn't that mean this rookie in front of them, like Lafia, could cast anyone's magic as long as he fully understood its effects and chant? This is truly surprising. Gareth couldn't help but exclaim. Yeah. Riveria also marveled. I didn't expect another mage like Lafia. Mage? Him. Loki raised an eyebrow. You must be kidding me. This kid, becoming a rearguard and peacefully casting magic from behind. Nah. He can't be a mage in any way. Thinking about Riezel's rapidly growing status, she felt a headache coming on. I think this kid seems to be of the same type as Ace, both being problem children who won't settle down unless they go on a rampage amid the monsters. Loki remarked. Her statement made everyone look at Riezel in a somewhat awkward manner. Same type as Ace. Really? The Amazonas twin sisters were whispering to each other. Bet frowned, while Finn tapped the desk with his finger, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Riezel and Ace once again glanced at each other unintentionally. Riezel immediately looked away while Ace remained expressionless with eyes flickering with a subtle light. Like me. Ace recalled the strange resemblance in his eyes earlier, reminiscent of her own reflection in the mirror. Inside the room, an eerie and unfathomable mystery-filled silence emerged for no apparent reason. Clap. Okay, stop overthinking it. Loki clapped her hands, redirecting everyone's attention. Let's focus on solving this kid's problem. Who's gonna teach him magic? As soon as the question was thrown out, 2 people immediately declared their exit. Don't count on me. Bet's voice was cold. I have no interest in teaching a small fry like him. After saying that, as if touched by something painful, he didn't linger any longer and left the room directly. No one said anything as they watched this scene unfold. Clearly, they thought Bet was better off leaving, and they let him go without a fuss. I can't do it either. The second person to announce their exit was the lively and cheerful Tiona. However, her reason was different from Bet's. I don't have magic. Even if you ask me to teach him, what can I teach? Tiona looked dejected, her face filled with resentment. Magic was such a power, it could awaken from the start or never find the right trigger, leaving someone unable to use it their entire life. She was clearly in the latter category, so even though she was a level 5 first-class adventurer, she still couldn't use any magic, sticking to pure close combat. So, Finn, Riveria, Gareth, and Tioni will teach. Loki confirmed. I'll pass. Finn thought carefully and shook his head regretfully. My magic has too many obvious side effects. It's not suitable for a beginner adventurer to learn. He's better off not learning my magic. If Captain says so, I'll pass too. Tioni immediately followed Finn's lead. My magic doesn't have much power. It's better to let Riveria teach him. Right, let this stubborn elf be his teacher. Gareth laughed. Anyway, she's like a mom who likes to meddle with her kids. Let her handle his magic training. Who's a mom? Riveria glared at Gareth but didn't reject the proposal. If she could add a powerful rearguard mage to the Familia, she wouldn't refuse, especially considering that Riezel seemed to be a genius rookie with even fewer restrictions than Lafia. Lafia's elf ring was limited to the elf race, allowing her to learn and use elven magic. Riezel's magic, on the other hand, based on Loki's on-the-spot inquiry, was undoubtedly not restricted by race. With various races present, including elves, pallums, dwarves, amazonesses, and beastmen, Riezel, if able to learn the magic of everyone present, would practically be able to learn all the magic in the world. This potential, this innate skill, surpassed even Lafia's. In this way, it was only natural for her not to ignore such a potential. As the strongest mage in Orario known as Nine Hell, if there was a way for him to learn her magic, no one would want to refuse. Just as everyone was thinking that way, Riezel suddenly spoke up. Can I learn magic from Miss Ace? Instead of getting dejected, Riezel gazed at Ace and completely ignored the others. Me. Ace was instantly stunned. Everyone collectively paused for a moment, then simultaneously furrowed their brows. Including Loki. Kiddo. Loki hesitated, looking like she had something to say. I think you should try someone else. Right. Finn agreed, with a calm face. Ace's magic is a bit unique. Even if your magic can learn and use other people's magic, whether you can successfully learn her magic is really uncertain. The rest also looked at Riezel with strange expressions, then exchanged glances between Riezel and Ace. Only Tiona, with a puzzled expression, spoke up. Isn't that great? Ace's magic is so powerful. If he could learn it, our Familia would have 2 superpowered combatants in the future. You better keep quiet. Tiona's mouth was immediately covered by Tioni's hand. Ignoring her sister's struggle, Tioni dragged her away out of the room. Let me teach you instead. Riveria said while staring at Riezel solemnly. Ace's magic, to some extent, is dangerous to use. Even if you can learn it, I don't recommend you to use it. Moreover, Ace absolutely wouldn't want to teach it to anyone. Her magic holds a special significance for her. Riveria didn't voice her thought but glanced at Ace. Ace had already lowered her head, making it impossible for anyone to discern her expression. The atmosphere in the room underwent another subtle change. As I thought, is this matter a bit sensitive? Riezel didn't feel surprised by their reactions. As someone familiar with the original work, he naturally understood why everyone reacted the way they did when he expressed his desire to learn Ace's magic. Tiona and Tioni seemed fine, they probably weren't aware of the hidden details. But the 3 top executives and the goddess, as the higher-ups of the Familia, undoubtedly had some understanding of Ace's situation. Despite knowing this, Riezel still brought up the idea. There was no other reason. I've heard about Miss Ace's magic, and I believe it's the most suitable magic for me at this moment. Riezel spoke sincerely and openly, shifting his gaze directly at Ace. Although it may sound abrupt and even presumptuous, it's very important for me. Could you please agree to my request? Riezel hesitated for a moment and added. I really want to become strong quickly. The weight carried by his words was easily felt by everyone present. Want to become strong quickly? Ace muttered, finally moved, and lifted her head. The third gaze exchange between the 2 of them took place again, while the others fell silent, refraining from saying anything more. Silence permeated the room. It wasn't until much later that Ace finally spoke up. I'll teach you. After she uttered those words, Riezel immediately bowed his head to her, expressing gratitude. Thank you very much. And so, he gained his first mentor in life. Chapter 19, Ultra Short Chant Magic. Twilight Manor, courtyard. In this small courtyard, shaped like a circle around the central tower, Riezel stepped out from the manor, carrying a slender sword as his main weapon. Several towers stood side by side, causing the courtyard to be somewhat dimly lit. Despite well cared for flowers and plants flourishing around, shadows still lingered. This resulted in a peculiar situation where, even though it was broad daylight, the light in this place wasn't quite sufficient, making one question if it was still nighttime. Fortunately, the courtyard was equipped with small fountains and magic stone lampposts. The soft glow from the magic stone lamps alleviated the inconvenience, at least to some extent. Walking through the courtyard, Riezel made his way to the corner. Swish. Suddenly, the sound of something slicing through the air resonated. It was the sound created by the movement of a sword swinging through the air. Riezel halted his step, turning his gaze towards the source of the sound. In the next moment, he laid eyes on the girl he was supposed to meet here. The doll-like girl with golden hair held a bright silver sword, engaging in training. Her calm expression turned indifferent and her eyes became extremely sharp. With each swing of her sword, she cut through the air sharply, creating flashes of silver light, astonishingly fast. Chopping vertically, slashing horizontally, cutting diagonally, thrusting forward, and making swift slices, a girl, as beautiful as an elf and as mysterious as a goddess, stood on a lush green patch of ground, continuously wielding her beloved sword. It was as if she perceived an unseen enemy right before her, or perhaps feared that she might come to a standstill. She danced alone in an intense swordplay, lost in the rhythm of her own movements. Observing this scene, Riezel remained silent, refraining from disturbing her or making any unnecessary moves, simply standing in place and watching with his eyes bright and focused. He was learning. Learning her swordsmanship and attempting to understand the trajectory of her sword swings. Unfortunately, her sword was too fast, to the point where he couldn't keep up with her movements. All he could see were silver streaks dancing in the air, and nothing more. Despite this, he did not feel bored. He continued to watch attentively until the sunlight descended from the sky, illuminating the entire courtyard. Huff. Finally, Ace stopped. She raised her sword upward, then sheathed it. After finishing her exercise, she turned towards Riezel. Sorry. Ace said somewhat apologetically, lowering her eyes slightly. Made you wait. No. Riezel shook his head and calmly responded. I should thank you for letting me observe your training. Really? Ace tilted her head, seeming a bit puzzled, and hesitated. Was it helpful for you? Of course. Riezel paused, then nodded. After all, as you can see, like you, I also wield a sword. He raised the weapon in his hand, bringing it into Ace's view. A sword. Ace was somewhat surprised and somewhat astonished. You're really not a mage. At least, I'm not the kind of pure rearguard mage. Riezel responded and thought for a moment. I prefer charging into the enemy directly rather than staying at the back and using magic. After all, that's undoubtedly more exciting. Riezel said the true reason in his mind. Ace then recalled Loki's remarks from yesterday. I think this kid seems to be of the same type as Ace, both being problem children who won't settle down unless they go on a rampage amid the monsters. As she thought about that, Ace couldn't help but feel a bit of closeness to him. She just felt that this rookie, highly praised by Loki, was quite similar to herself in various aspects. Now, he even wanted to learn her magic. Just thinking about it, Ace couldn't help but feel a complex mix of emotions. Can I ask you a question? Driven by these complex emotions, Ace turned her head to Riezel and asked. Go ahead. Riezel seemed to have some idea of what Ace was about to ask, with his expression remaining unchanged. Why me? Ace carefully chose her words but ended up saying them somewhat clumsily. Riveria is willing to teach you. Even with the strongest mage in Orario offering to do so, why choose me when you could learn from her? My magic isn't as flashy as Riveria's or Lafia's, with powerful effects and range. That was how Ace saw her own magic. Riezel also knew that if he wanted to be powerful, generally accepted magic in line with people's expectations of the term, learning from Riveria would be the best choice. Her magic was known for its firepower, capable of incinerating enemies even higher leveled than herself, or scorching a large area around. In comparison, Ace's magic, though unique, lacked that decisive power and firepower. Therefore, under normal circumstances, one would prefer to learn Riveria's magic. Unaware of Ace's thoughts, Riezel had his own considerations. As I mentioned yesterday, I personally believe that your magic is the most suitable for me at this moment. He explained while looking directly at her face. As everyone knows, all magic in the world shares a common usage requirement: you must recite a fixed chant, also known as chanting. As she heard his reason, Ace nodded in agreement. Chanting was the only way to use magic. It served as the trigger for magic, stabilized one's mind to smoothly convert the basic ability of mag into fuel, and release the phenomenon known as magic. This held true in both the main world and this world. Generally speaking, the longer the chant of magic, the more time it took to chant, and the more astonishing the power and effects of the said magic. However, this didn't mean that magic with a lengthy chant was a good thing. Magic with a long chant may indeed be extremely powerful. On the other hand, the time it takes to cast becomes long, leading to various problems. That was how Riezel saw it. Setting aside interruptions and unexpected events during casting, for the growth of status, having magic with a long chant is not a good thing. Magic that took time to cast inevitably had many limitations in its usage, with few opportunities to use it. And if there were fewer chances to use magic, the growth of mag became less optimistic. Whether it was mag or other basic abilities like str, end, dex, or agi, the way to make them grow was to use them frequently. If one didn't get the chance to use them regularly, it meant that basic abilities related to the power and effects of magic, such as mag, were challenging to improve. Because of this, many mages put a lot of effort into finding opportunities to unleash their magic. However, the power of magic was extraordinary, a supernatural force that could cause massive destruction with just one strike. Inside the city, it was generally difficult to find opportunities to use it. Even when entering the dungeon and casting magic in it while facing attacks from monsters, whether mages could maintain their composure and focus to smoothly chant their magic was another uncertainty. Therefore, the improvement of mag was acknowledged to be more challenging than other basic abilities and considerably more so. Similarly, once this ability was enhanced, the direct impact was a significant improvement in one's magic power, effects, and more. The reason Riezel chose Ace's magic was that, in his view, within the entire Loki familia, only her magic was the easiest to use. If I'm not mistaken, your magic should belong to the ultra-short chant type, right? Riezel's inquiry was met with a confirming gesture from Ace. Basically, magic was divided into ultra-short chant, long chant, and ultra-long chant. The longer the chant, the stronger the magic, but the usage time and convenience would decrease. Conversely, the shorter the chant, the weaker the magic, but it would possess the convenience of being able to be activated quickly. Ultra-short chant magic is the easiest magic to use. Riezel stated his purpose clearly. I just want to learn magic that's easy to use, magic that can be used frequently. That's the way to train mag. Riezel calmly smiled and continued. And once mag is improved, the scale and effectiveness of magic will also increase. When I learn other magic in the future, the power and effects of the magic won't be limited by the low mag. They might even show stronger power and effects because my mag has been improved. He had long decided that his first magic had to be an ultra-short chant magic. Only by getting a hold of ultra-short chant magic first, could the growth potential of his future magic be ensured. Of course, this would inevitably cause a problem. That was, the magic he learned would inevitably not have too much power and effect. However, in the face of the swordswoman before him, this problem did not exist. Because the only magic Ace possessed, classified as an ultra-short chant magic, actually belonged to an extraordinary type. Its effects were not only not weak but rather acknowledged as strong. How strong? Strong enough that Ace, despite being only level 5, while there were influential figures at level 6 and level 7 above her, could still stand out and become the strongest swordswoman in everyone's eyes. Therefore, could you please use your magic? Riezel requested with an earnest expression. After a moment of silence, Ace responded. Tempest. Whoosh. The wind began to swirl around her body. Chapter 20, Ariel. In the courtyard, an unknown and beautiful scene quietly unfolded. The wind was picking up. The wind was gathering. Visible air currents, like a playful fairy, suddenly swept in from all directions, wrapping around Ace's body. In this visible wind, the girl, enveloped by the gentle breeze, had golden hair that shimmered like sand, dancing in the air. It was a sight as beautiful as a painting. This is my magic, Ace said calmly while being surrounded by the wind as if she had transformed into a wind spirit. Riezel stared intently at the wind around her body, memories in his mind coming to life. Ariel. That was Ace's only usable magic, an enchant-type magic. Enchant-type magic could attach a certain magical attribute to oneself or objects one touches, enhancing one's power and abilities. Ace's Ariel was a wind element enchant-type magic. The chant for this magic consisted of only one word, an ultra-short chant. This made it exceptionally fast to cast, with a difficulty level surprisingly low compared to other magic. When activated, the magic provided the caster with the protection of the wind, the power of the wind element, control over wind force, and the ability to wrap wind around the body and weapon. It served as both protection and assistance in attacks, increasing speed, and even granting the ability to fly short distances. It was almost an all-in-one package of attack, defense, speed, and support, with the only drawback being its inability to perform long-distance attacks. Now, this magic was unfolding before Riezel's eyes, imprinted in his memory. At this moment, he felt it. His memories were stirring. Tempest. As if by instinct, Riezel chanted the ultra-short chant he had just heard a few seconds ago. The stirring memories immediately responded to his chant. Whoosh! The wind swept in again. However, this time, it came from all directions. It started off faint, but gradually, the powerful wind created by the atmosphere became more and more spectacular, wrapping around Riezel's body. My magic. Ace's attractive eyes widened involuntarily. Not only Ace but even Riezel in the courtyard failed to notice that, above, several windows were open, allowing lines of sight to peek through, gazing in their direction. Succeeded. Loki muttered in astonishment as she looked at Riezel effortlessly using Ace's magic. Her expression was quite comical, unsure if she was crying or laughing. That rookie actually pulled off Ace's magic. This is going to be interesting. The Amazonas twins peeked from their room, clearly witnessing everything. TCH. Bet clicked his tongue silently and turned away. Meanwhile, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth gathered in the same room, looking at each other in dismay as they watched a boy and a girl entwined with the wind in the courtyard. It really worked. Finn sighed emotionally. It seems our rookie, in terms of uniqueness, might be the best in the entire familia. Isn't that obvious? Gareth quipped, his muscular arms crossed. If he can learn Ace's magic, could it be that Kid isn't an ordinary human like Ace? At his speculation, Riveria remained silent, only staring at Riezel's figure, then at Ace's with her brow slightly furrowed. She knew very well how special Ace's magic was. At first glance, it seemed like just a typical enchant-type magic with nothing extraordinary. Enchant-type magic wasn't even that rare in Orario, there were probably dozens of adventurers with enchant-type magic, and even in Loki Familia, Ace wasn't the only one with it. But compared to those enchant-type magic, Ace's enchant-type magic had a strong difference. The ultra-short chant was just one of the characteristics of this magic. The true uniqueness of this magic, visible only through use, was something impossible to discern with the naked eye. Riezel Brynhart. Riveria muttered. I wonder if letting him learn Ace's magic is a good or bad thing. Hearing her mutter, both Finn and Gareth remained silent. It wasn't until after a while that Finn broke the silence. Regardless, we have a highly potential genius in our familia, which is a good thing. Finn smiled slightly. Train him well, and he might become another familia's backbone in the future. Yeah. Gareth chuckled, stroking his long beard. I get it now. Loki gathered us all, and introduced that kid to us, not just for us to simply teach him magic, no. She wants us to focus on cultivating him, right? Riveria looked at Finn. What's your plan, Finn? For now, I don't plan to do anything special. Finn bit his thumbnail, thinking for a moment. He joined the familia just 2 days ago, and he's had the blessing for only 2 days. Now is precisely the time for him to lay the foundation and clarify his own path. If we interfere hastily, it might be counterproductive. Oh. Gareth raised an eyebrow. Are you worried we'll lead him astray? That's right. Riveria agreed with Finn's view. We don't know enough about him, and his combat style hasn't fully developed. If we interfere randomly, he might be influenced by us. Everyone should have their own path, their own development, the one that suits them best. Riezel was still too young in their eyes, and his time for growth was too short. Before he clarified his own development and path, if he was influenced too much by others, he might end up on a path that was completely unsuitable for him. That was not good and must be avoided. Therefore, Finn didn't plan to intervene too early in Riezel's growth stage. Later, I'll go have a chat with Loki and see if she can spill some beans. Finn said with a smile. Judging by her attitude yesterday, there's probably something special about Riezel's body that we don't know about yet. We need to understand it before making any plans. What else is that kid hiding? Gareth muttered with anticipation. What could it be? Damn, it's really intriguing. It could be skills or other magic. Riveria said while looking thoughtful. Either way, Loki's attitude definitely signals something. In just a few words, the 3 top executives of Loki Familia settled on a plan for dealing with Riezel. This also indicated that from this moment on, he officially entered the attention of Familia higher-ups, garnering importance. However, the 3 top executives, as well as those secretly observing, were unaware that they were still underestimating him. What happened next would shatter their perception of him, making them reconsider and truly understand his uniqueness. Ace continued to gaze silently at Riezel, who was surrounded by swirling wind, confirming his current state. Really learned. Ace found it challenging to describe her feelings at this moment. Seeing someone else, like her, using Ariel didn't bring joy, instead, it stirred up some bittersweet emotions. After all, this magic held significant meaning for her. Suppressing the emotions about to surge within, Ace's eyes flickered for a moment as she glanced at the sword gripped in Riezel's hand. She hesitated for a moment, then looked directly at his face. Want to give it a try? Ace asked calmly. Observing himself and curious about the changes in his body, Riezel understood her intention upon hearing her question. "Draw your sword," Ace said calmly. "Let me see what your wind looks like." After saying that, she unsheathed her sword, revealing a bright silver sword. However, she didn't grasp the sword hilt. Instead, she held and raised the scabbard and casually tossed the sword aside. Seeing this, Riezel's eyes flickered. The girl in front of him was the strongest swordswoman in Orario, a true first-class adventurer. She was powerful. At least, for his present self, she was an object almost impossible to reach. Leaving aside everything else, just the difference in their levels was like heaven and earth, something incomparable. In this world, just one level gap alone represents a huge difference. Moreover, with each level up, the increase in power could be described as a whole evolution. Therefore, in this world, let alone facing a level 5 first-class adventurer, even a level 2 third-class adventurer, Riezel had almost no chance of winning at the moment. But so what? Facing a powerful opponent and being able to throw a challenge at any time was quite exciting, wasn't it? Ba-dump, ba-dump, ba-dump. His heartbeat accelerated, and a familiar excitement surged in his heart. "Please teach me." As he unsheathed his sword, Riezel wasted no time in assuming a stance, pointing the sharp tip towards Ace's throat. In his eyes, a hint of coldness emerged, completely contradictory to his inner feelings. Ace, who had been acting nonchalantly, seemed to sense something. Her heart tightened while her body subtly tensed up. It felt as if she was being stared at by a ferocious beast, a sensation that gripped her heart. Though not intense or dangerous, it still made her subconsciously tighten her guard. Crack! In that instant, Riezel forcefully stepped on the ground with the wind swirling around his body. With the aid of Ariel, his figure turned into a bullet, charging towards Ace, whose pupils had contracted, marking the beginning of the battle. Chapter 21, Evolving. Clang. The sharp edge of a sword clashed with a silver scabbard in midair, creating a resonant sound of metal collision. In the narrow courtyard, two figures wrapped in wind collided with each other, causing the surrounding airflow to become chaotic under the friction of the wind. Riezel charged recklessly at Ace, his slender sword rising and generating numerous arcs of light, slashing toward the girl. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Successive collision sounds echoed throughout the courtyard. Facing Riezel's relentless charge and merciless slashes, Ace effortlessly danced with her scabbard, deflecting all incoming flashes of silver. Wind collided with wind, sword clashed against sword. The exchange between the swordsman and swordswoman appeared equal, yet one continuously attacked while the other never took a step back, an ongoing spectacle. Keen observers could discern who held the advantage in this battle. Regardless, Riezel felt as if he were facing not a person but an immovable mountain. No matter how he sprinted or swung his sword, he couldn't shake his opponent. However, confronted with this formidable opponent, he felt no fear. Instead, his blood boiled, while his eyes sparkled. Yes. He enjoyed it. He enjoyed fighting a strong opponent. He enjoyed the urgency, where any mistake could lead to death at any moment, a battle on the brink. Driven by this mentality, he unleashed all his strength. Clang, cling, clang, cling, clang. The collision sound seemed even more intense and never-ending. Riezel maneuvered around Ace, launching a variety of attacks towards her slender figure. Blade lights and sword afterimages appeared from all directions, slashing towards her entire body. There was a forceful cleave aimed at her back. A vertical cut targeted her ankles. A sudden thrust aimed at her shoulders. A direct cut towards her abdomen. Riezel showed no signs of holding back or avoiding vital points. Each slash he swung seemed as if he intended to kill Ace for real, with every strike carrying tremendous power and lethality. Unable to make a dent in the powerful swordswoman without pulling out all the stops, he understood the gap between them and believed that she wouldn't succumb to this degree of attack. So he attacked with full dedication. Ace, in response, didn't disappoint him, standing there motionless, effortlessly deflecting every one of his slashes with her scabbard. The girl didn't just parry with her scabbard, she used various straightforward techniques to neutralize his attacks. Facing a forceful cleave towards her back, she swayed her scabbard from the side, skillfully deflecting the powerful blow with minimal effort. Against a vertical slash aimed at her ankles, instead of dodging, the girl lifted her foot and kicked his sword grip, robbing it of strength. A thrust targeting her shoulder was blocked by the scabbard, emphasizing finesse over force. Though the attack was threatening, it was easily parried. Even the attempt to cut her abdomen had no effect, the scabbard rebounded the strike, sending it back, causing him to lose control and step back. Gradually, Ace shifted from defense to offense, using the seemingly harmless scabbard to leave marks on Riezel's body. Her scabbard swung at an incredible speed, while the attacks were sharp. Even without aid from the wind, each strike created a howling gust, hitting him hard. Unable to track the scabbard's trajectory, Riezel abandoned defense, focusing all attention on relentless attacks, turning his slashes into arcs that became faster, fiercer, and deadlier. Watching Riezel, who seemed like a cold and ruthless sword demon, relentlessly attacking Ace. Those in the manor witnessing the scene through the windows couldn't stay calm. "Are you kidding me?" Tiona murmured unconsciously. Wasn't he a rookie who recently received a blessing? Tiona wore a disbelief expression. "Hey! Loki, you fool." Even Bet, who returned to the window without anyone noticing, stared at the intense battle below. Angered by what he witnessed, he shouted in Loki's direction. "Are you sure that Brat was just an ordinary guy who got blessed a few days ago? There should be limits to joking." Not only Bet but Finn, Riveria, and Gareth were left speechless, one after another looking towards Loki. "A rookie," Gareth said doubtfully. "With this skill and ability, he's already an expert even in level 1. Indeed, Riezel's displayed strength surprised everyone, defying the expectations of the Familia's first-class adventurers who initially only wanted to gauge the rookie's potential. "Ah, shit." Loki scratched her head tiredly. "Just as I thought, it's gonna be like this." Evidently, the reactions of her children were within her expectations. That kid's damn growth speed, it's strange not to surprise other kids who are growing at an ordinary pace. Loki recalled the events from last night. Last night, after Ace agreed to Riezel's request and promised to teach him her magic, he didn't immediately leave. Instead, he sought Loki's help for the third status update. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, F385D. End, F380D. Dex, E431C. AGI, E449C. Mag, I. The total proficiency points in all basic abilities had risen to over 700. In the third status update, Riezel's growth speed remained astonishingly rapid and ridiculous. Especially in DEX and AGI, both had entered the C rank. This was something even adventurers who had worked hard for several years in level 1 could not achieve. As mentioned before, those who could develop basic abilities to A rank were extremely rare, and those who reached S rank were even rarer. Upgrading to B rank was already considered a genius, and there weren't many in Orario. Yet, Riezel achieved C ranks in 2 basic abilities in just 3 days. Due to this fact, Loki spent the night yesterday doubting her own existence, not to mention others. And if others were in such a state, let alone Ace, who faced Riezel head-on. Ugh. Ace's golden eyes stared at the continuously attacking Riezel, her pupils slightly contracting. In his perception, she was an immovable giant mountain, but in her perception, he seemed like a constantly evolving pupa, seemingly small but gradually growing wings, turning into a moth flying towards the flame. In terms of basic abilities alone, the current Riezel had surpassed more than 90% of level 1 adventurers, becoming one of the top experts in level 1. With the enchant-type magic Ariel bringing about an increase in basic abilities, he had comprehensive improvements in attack, defense, speed, and more. As long as he didn't encounter opponents at level 2, he could handle them with ease. Of course, that kind of strength was almost negligible in Ace's eyes. As the universally recognized strongest swordswoman with the strength of a first-class adventurer, Riezel was not impressive in front of Ace, who had been a level 5 adventurer for 3 years. However, through Loki's words, Ace also knew that Riezel was just an ordinary human who received a blessing just 3 days ago and had never received a blessing before. To possess a strength equivalent to an experienced expert in level 1 within 3 days. This fact stimulated the deepest part of Ace's heart, surprising even herself. Even more surprising for her was that, with their ongoing battle, Riezel was still evolving. Specifically, he seemed to have found the key to controlling Ariel, starting to enhance the wind on his sword or directly detonating it under his feet to increase his attack speed and movement speed. He had truly become a gust of wind, swiftly approaching. Moreover, as time passed, his sword became sharper and less chaotic, becoming somewhat familiar to Ace. Is he learning my swordsmanship? Ace's heart shook uncontrollably. She was correct. Riezel was indeed learning her swordsmanship. Is this how I should swing a sword? In the continuous attacks, his eyes reveal strands of enlightenment, changing his sword movement step by step. Becoming simpler. Becoming faster. With exceptional memory, Riezel observed Ace's movements carefully, noting every technique she used, and relying on his inhuman growth speed to reproduce and master them. This was an unexpected harvest. Riezel, who originally only wanted to learn magic from Ace, only realized this at this moment. I should learn not only magic. I should grow not only in status. My combat skill, combat technique, also need learning and growth. In his previous life, Riezel had only learned taijutsu for self-defense. So, where did he learn combat techniques used for actual fights, especially sword technique? No, he hadn't learned at all. But now, he had the opportunity to learn. The changes and transformations that he had undergone in Ace's eyes were no different. Too fast. Ace exclaimed in her mind. He's changing way too fast. Her realization caused flaws in her seemingly flawless movements. Right there. Riezel's eyes suddenly lit up, capturing these subtle imperfections. Clang. With her seemingly effortless slash, Ace retreated. An opportunity. Riezel instinctively realized that this was the only opportunity in this battle that could pose a threat to her. Without hesitation, he aimed straight at Ace's exposed chest and thrust his sword forward. Chapter 22, Doubt. Everything came to a standstill. Time was frozen. Ace gazed at the sword tip thrusting towards her chest. Her pupils, which had already contracted, narrowed even further. Ace. Someone suddenly screamed Ace's name in panic. Upon hearing this voice, Ace finally snapped back to reality. Her pupils, which were about to shrink to the size of a pin, suddenly burst with vivid colors. Boom. A burst of wind wrapped around her body, transforming into a powerful shockwave that sent everything around her flying. Riezel felt an overwhelming force coming from the front and was instantly blasted away, crashing into the courtyard wall. Arg. Riezel couldn't help but cough out all the air from his lungs as his back stung with pain. The wind surrounding his body dispersed upon colliding with Ace's wind, so he endured the wave of the wall impact with his body directly, causing intense pain throughout. Are you okay? Ace exclaimed and hesitated for a moment, an unusual hint of concern appeared on her face. Not just her, but even the onlookers were startled by the sudden turn of events. Something's wrong. Tiona shouted in a panic. Wrong my ass. It's all your fault. Why did you scream? Tioni slapped Tiona hard, scolding her sister. The one who had screamed Ace's name earlier was Tiona. If it weren't for her scream, Ace wouldn't have instinctively used her full strength. I only saw Ace almost getting stabbed. I couldn't help but scream, okay. Tiona rubbed her throbbing forehead, tearfully defending herself. You dumbass Amazonas. Bet immediately cursed. Ace used magic and had wind protection. How could that guy's sword possibly hit her? Indeed, even if Ace hadn't unleashed the full force of her wind to repel Riezel, his attack would likely not have caused any significant damage. The protection of Ariel would shield the user's body. Even if Riezel's sword had hit, it probably would have been blocked by the wind. So, Tiona's scream was completely unnecessary. I'm sorry. Tiona seemed to realize this too, muttering awkwardly with a hint of guilt. All right, stop staring. Finn interrupted the argument. Let's check on the rookie's condition first. With that, Finn jumped directly out of the window, completely disregarding the fact that they were dozens of meters high. These brats, why are they so impulsive? Gareth scolded while following suit and jumping down. Meanwhile, Riveria had already descended ahead of them. Seeing this, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni followed suit, one after another, jumping from the window into the courtyard. Only Loki remained, with one leg on the windowsill, appearing as though she was about to jump. However, upon realizing the ground was far below, her mouth twitched. Feigning nonchalance, she quietly retracted her leg. Meh, forget it, as long as Finn and Riveria are there. Having sealed her arcanum, Loki wisely avoided the fate of landing like a box right then and there. One after another, Loki Familia's executives entered the courtyard, gathering around Riezel. Are you okay? Riveria was the first to approach, helping Riezel up while placing a hand on his body, seemingly checking something. I'm sorry. Ace also came forward and apologized while looking at Riezel, who was standing unsteadily. She lowered her head, full of disappointment, resembling a child who had done something wrong. Even Tiona apologized by gazing at him with eyes full of regret. Asterisk cough. Cough, asterisk. Riezel coughed a few times, took a deep breath, felt the pain in his chest diminish, and then looked at the people present. I'm fine, no need to worry. Riezel shook his head. His words made everyone observe his expression for a moment. After confirming that he was indeed okay, they all sighed in relief. That's good. Finn seemed like he wanted to pat Riezel's shoulder but found that he couldn't reach the shoulder. He gave up and laughed. Luckily, the wind helped you offset some of the impact. Otherwise, you might have to stay in bed for a few days. You kids really went overboard. Gareth, with a disapproving look, snorted coldly. A little sparring is fine, but actually going all out. Do you want to kill or injure your familia companions? Indeed. Riveria said with wrinkled brows. Ace, your reaction was too intense. You should reflect on it. Ah. Ace's head lowered even further, her expression more dejected. It's not her fault. Riezel, now fully recovered, defended her. I wanted to spar with Miss Ace myself, and her counterattack was only natural. Even so, you guys went too far. Tioni sighed. Seeing the way you looked like you wanted to kill Ace just now, I almost thought you were seriously fighting to death. Really, it reminded me of some unpleasant memories back home. Yeah. Tiona nodded repeatedly, agreeing. She had been genuinely scared just now, recalling some unwelcome memories. Hence, if they wanted to blame someone, it was mostly Riesel's fault. Immersed too deeply in the battle, and too trusting in Ace's strength, what should have been a more casual spar gradually turned into a serious fight. It could be said that he brought it upon himself. It's my fault. Riezel admitted with self-awareness, knowing he had been too aggressive. Seeing Ace's dejected expression, he quickly reassured her. Please don't blame yourself anymore. After all, it's my fault. You were just defending yourself, and you didn't do anything wrong. Hearing his words, Ace nodded, but there was still a hint of dejection on her face, making him feel a bit guilty. However, before he could fully console her, Bet's voice interjected. For such a trivial matter, what's there to fuss about? Bet stared at Riezel intensely, resembling a lone wolf intimidating something. I'm asking you, brat, did you really just receive the blessing 3 days ago? With his question, everyone turned their attention to Riezel. The still dejected Ace, who seemed particularly focused on this topic, also raised her head and looked over. Riezel was momentarily surprised by the question but quickly understood what was happening, so he nodded. Yes, I received the blessing 3 days ago. His statement was met with Bet's blunt rebuttal. Who do you think you're fooling, huh? Bet spoke with his usual foul mouth. You trying to tell me you've grown this much in just 3 days? I ain't buying your bullshit. Bet's skepticism was obvious. He didn't believe Riezel could progress so quickly, and that was perfectly reasonable. Judging by your recent performance, even without considering Ace's magic you used, logically speaking, you should have at least 1 or 2 basic abilities at D rank, maybe even C rank. Finn calculated precisely, pondering Riezel's status. At least D rank basic abilities, possibly not just 1. Gareth speculated aloud. Man, when we reached this stage, it took us nearly a year, right? The fastest among us should be Ace. Riveria glanced at the doll-like girl. But even Ace took about half a year back then. Tiona exclaimed with surprise. Doesn't that mean he surpassed Ace's efforts in just 3 days? With her statement, everyone fell silent. Especially Ace, who stared intently at Riezel, seemingly particularly concerned about this topic. Riezel could only bask in the various intrigued looks from everyone, inwardly smiling wryly. He certainly knew why everyone reacted so strongly. After all, even Ace took so long to reach this stage initially, let alone others. Achieving such results in just 3 days was undoubtedly hard for people to accept. Ace was the world record holder for the fastest advancement to level 2. At the tender age of 8, it took her just a year to level up to high-class adventurer successfully. Her innate skill was nothing short of being the best in the world. However, Riezel displayed a skill that surpassed her by far and even surpassed it by so much that people found it hard to believe. But he himself didn't think much of it. After all, the protagonist only took about a month to level up successfully, and at level 1, every time his status was updated, total proficiency would increase by hundreds of points. What I did is nothing compared to him, right? Precisely because of this, when Loki doubted his own growth as godly, Riezel himself felt that there was nothing great about it. The things the protagonist could effortlessly achieve with cheat after cheat, Riezel only did the same. What's there to be surprised about? This world was also not the only one. In another anime world, faster growth and even becoming a monster who rises to the top overnight would not be uncommon. Therefore, Riezel really didn't think it was a big deal, so he maintained his calm and composed attitude. You can go ask Loki. 3 days ago, when I received her blessing, my back was probably as plain as can be. She knows best. Upon hearing Riezel's reasoning, everyone exchanged glances and simultaneously turned, heading toward Loki's room. You come too. I want to see if this is real. The Amazonas twins each grabbed one of Riezel's arms and dragged him with them. Ace followed closely behind, with a determined stride. This made Riezel realize that his status was inevitably exposed. Chapter 23, Astonishment and Envy. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, D. End, D. Dex, C. AGI, C. Mag, I. Magic. Almighty. Memorize magic. Activate specific magic based on memory. The strength of the magic is determined by the basic ability of MAG. Only effective for valid magic. Skill. Fool's Obsession. Extraordinary increase in growth speed. Extraordinary increase in growth limit. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the effect. The effect is greatly enhanced in dangerous situations. Endless. Obtains the highest rank development ability, Healing Power. Obtains the highest rank development ability, Spirit Healing. Obtains the highest rank development ability, Abnormal Resistance. Improve obtained development abilities. Self-Redemption. Immune to body interference. Immune to mental interference. The status can be updated independently by consuming the corresponding god's blood. can accept and enhance the effects of friendly buffs on oneself. Riezel and every executive of Loki Familia were in Loki's divine room at this moment. Reading Riezel's status that had just been translated by Loki, whether it was the three top executives leading the Loki Familia or the executives like Ace and the others, all fell into a death-like silence. Riezel, brought here by Loki, exposed his status as he intended with her cooperation. The backbones of the Familia stared at the parchment held by Finn, looking at the ridiculous status on it, their breath gradually becoming erratic. Especially Ace, her gaze was almost fixed on the skill called Fool's Obsession, or rather, on the effect of extraordinary increase in growth speed. At some point, her hands had quietly clenched. Everyone could only exchange stupefied glances, their gazes frequently moving back and forth on Riezel and the parchment in Finn's hands, feeling their heads spinning. No choice. The amount of information brought by Riezel's status was too much for them, leaving them in confusion. Among everyone present, only Riezel remained calm from start to finish. As for Loki, her face wore a mischievous grin, enjoying the spectacle as she watched everyone's reactions. As you can see, this kid has incredible potential. Right from the get-go, he not only awakened one magic and 3 skills but, whether it's magic or skills, they're all super unique and absurd. Loki spread her hands wide as she spoke. That's why this kid's growth speed is so fast. He only got a blessing from me 3 days ago, and before that, he had none, and I can vouch for that. As the goddess's words reached everyone's ears, they not only failed to shatter the silence but left them even more speechless. However, Riezel's standing in the hearts of everyone present was gradually becoming completely different. At first, I thought he was just a rookie with great potential, but did we seriously underestimate him? Finn chuckled. He knew very well that if Riezel truly possessed these exaggerated magic and skills recorded on the parchment in his hands, Riezel's existence would mean something significant. Not just Finn, even Riveria and Gareth, the oldest members in the Familia, were aware of this. Could this kid be the one who will shatter the legend of only one level 7 in all of Orario? Gareth's hushed words sent shockwaves through everyone's hearts. Level 7. This was something that had never happened in Loki Familia, a level that only one figure in all of Orario had reached even after searching far and wide. That person was considered Orario's ultimate weapon, a legendary character on par with ancient heroes, enjoying fame worldwide. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth had been striving for that realm for who knows how many years, but they had yet to succeed. Even the genius members of Loki Familia, whether it was Bet, the twin sisters Tiona and Tioni who became level 5 at a young age, or Ace, the record holder for the fastest ascent to level 2, all of them were true geniuses with innate potential among the world's top characters. However, in the 3 top executives' eyes, the chances of these geniuses reaching level 7 were equally slim, with Ace being the only one with a somewhat plausible chance. But now, in Riezel, everyone saw the possibility of him breaking through that level. At least, the 3 top executives felt this way. In such a situation, he could no longer be described simply as a rookie with potential. He was clearly a supernova possessing the hero characteristic. Once again, everyone looked at him, their eyes filled with various complex emotions. TCH. Bet couldn't help but click his tongue, then turned around, walking away with an irritated pace. Where are you going? Riveria frowned and asked as she saw Bet's back. Dungeon. Bet replied coldly and strode away without looking back. Make sure not to spill the beans, Bet. Loki reminded with a mischievous grin on her face that never faded while her squinted eyes slightly opened. I've classified Riezel's status as Familia's top secret. Initially, I was only going to spill the beans to Finn. Fortunately, Riezel's cool with you guys knowing, so I'm lifting the ban on spilling the beans to you. Just be careful not to blurt it out carelessly, okay? Upon hearing her warning, Bet came to a halt. He knew well how crucial one's status information could be. If exposed to others, it could turn into a deadly situation if targeted, especially for someone like Riezel, with such outrageous magic and skills. If his information leaked, there was a 90% chance of attracting the attention of Loki Familia's enemies or falling prey to those with ulterior motives. Considering such possibilities, normally, details of one's status would be shared sparingly, even among companions within the same Familia, except for close relatives. Bet himself followed this principle, even within the Familia, very few knew all of his abilities. In Riezel's case, he should have been extra cautious about safeguarding his status information. Even among the Familia executives present, only Finn, as the Familia's captain responsible for coordinating all members, would need to know some details. For the rest, it wouldn't be surprising if they remained ignorant, regardless of how well the information was kept confidential. However, Riezel chose to disclose it to them. Despite Bet being a rather unpleasant senior, Riezel still chose to let him know his status. Realizing this, Bet was once again realized and astonished. Who would do such a stupid thing? Leaving a grumpy remark, Bet left the room more violently and impatiently. Tiona and Tioni exchanged glances and then turned to leave as well. Where are you two going? Riveria inquired helplessly. Dungeon. The twin sisters' responses were almost synchronized. Seeing even the Amazonas twins were leaving, Riveria sighed and pressed her forehead with her hand. Those kids just came back from an expedition yesterday. Today, there's a lot of work to be done with the loot, and yet they abandoned it all to go to the dungeon. What's going on? Goo-ha-ha-ha. They must have been stimulated, those little rascals. Riveria's sigh of resignation was met with Gareth's involuntary laughter, and he hit the nail on the head. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni were indeed stimulated. Stimulated by Riezel's inhuman potential. Stimulated by Riezel's rapid growth speed. Did they realize there's a monster chasing them from behind, worried their junior might surpass them? Loki chuckled, looking like she enjoyed the chaos she caused. You knew it would turn out like this, yet still intentionally make this happen, no? Finn looked at Loki helplessly. Well, isn't that great? Loki chuckled skeptically. Maybe this can bring new energy and motivation to those kids. Just thinking about it gets me excited. You gods always enjoy watching these unpredictable developments unfold. Gareth discontentedly remarked. Now, all the work of handling loot falls on us old folks. Can't those little rascals take care of the elderly? Well, since it's come to this, let them do as they please, Riveria said tiredly, shook her head, and then looked towards Riezel. It's tough for you to reveal detailed information about your status like this. Don't worry, despite Bet, Tiona, and Tioni seeming hasty and impatient, they know their limits. They won't casually expose your secrets. Her voice softened as she spoke to him. I know. Riezel calmly smiled at Riveria. Otherwise, I wouldn't have chosen to reveal it. Based on his understanding of the original work and familiarity with the important characters of Loki Familia, he believed that everyone present could be trusted. Even with Bet's shitty attitude, Riezel knew that deep down, he wasn't a bad guy, it was just a result of his difficult experiences that made him speak harshly. So, Riezel chose not to hide the details of his status. This decision was made with future development in mind. After all, he would inevitably need to seek advice from these Familia seniors in the future, asking them to guide him. Whether it was magic or combat skills, he had a lot to learn, and showcasing his potential like this, gaining the attention of Familia executives, was necessary. Loki seemed to see through Riezel, and doubts crept into her mind. This kid didn't have this attitude when he received a blessing 3 days ago. At that time, she thought he wouldn't easily integrate and mingle into the Familia. Who would have thought that once he recognized all of Familia's executives, he would start demonstrating his value? Quite clever. You can consult us anytime, it's okay. We'd be happy to guide a rookie with unlimited potential like you. Finn also sensed Riezel's intentions. Riveria and Gareth nodded in agreement. Thank you. Riezel bowed his head to everyone in gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, Ace, who had remained silent behind him, was watching him intensely. In her eyes, there was nothing but envy. Chapter 24, Pressure. The events that took place in Loki's divine room were known only to the executives of Loki Familia. But from that day on, members of Loki Familia were surprised to find out that, for some reason, the executives like Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and even Ace, who had recently become even more silent than before, were constantly running outside every day. The frequency of their appearances in Twilight Manor dropped drastically, with them ignoring the handling of loot and even skipping celebration banquets upon returning from the expedition. This puzzled many members of Loki Familia, leading to widespread speculation. Yo, what's the deal with them? Why are they running outside all the time? Is there some urgent business they're dealing with? I heard someone spotted them venturing into the dungeon before sunrise and not coming back until way past bedtime. Is this some spontaneous burst of determination? But seriously, why? The members were filled with questions, and some even approached the 3 top executives for answers, only to receive a more confusing response. They're just feeling pressure. Don't bother them, let them go. This was the consistent response from the 3, leaving the Familia members who got wind of the information somewhat at a loss. Pressure. Do the executives feel it too? Who could be putting pressure on them? This was the most perplexing aspect. Unfortunately, the 3 top executives had no intention of explaining, just smiling and brushing off the matters, leaving the Familia members curious but unable to press further. Riezel also learned about this, and although somewhat surprised, he didn't find it surprising. As Loki had mentioned, anyone with a competitive spirit and ambition would feel pressure when chased by someone with a cheat behind them. Especially these executives, who were originally talented. They were not like the 3 top executives, who were older and more mature. It's natural for them to have some competitiveness and refusal to lose. In terms of age, the executives were quite young after all. For example, the Amazonas twins, Tiona and Tioni, despite being level 5 first-class adventurers, were only 17 years old, the same age as Riezel in this life. Ace, the strongest swordswoman in Orario, the record holder for the fastest ascent to level 2, was only 16 years old this year, 1 year younger than Riezel. Bet was a bit older at 22 this year, but compared to the three top executives, he was still a youngster. Finn, the seemingly young Palom, was already 42 years old, and Gareth was 56. Riveria, as a high elf with a long lifespan, was said to be only second to Loki in age within the Familia. No one dared to ask, fearing that a careless question might turn them into ashes. Compared to those three, Ace and the other executives were indeed young, explaining Gareth's complaints about them being restless and not growing up. In this situation, although Riezel was a rookie, he was in the same age group as the four executives. Given that, being seen as rivals was only natural. Even though Riezel was well aware that, if he counted the age from his previous life, he was definitely the elder among the executives, with an age only slightly younger than the three top executives in the Familia. However, in the eyes of outsiders, he undeniably appeared as a young junior. This greatly stimulated the competitive spirit among the group of talented boys and girls. Loki clearly knew this would happen, so she deliberately used me to stimulate them, right? Riezel understood this point but had no objections. It was normal for the god of Familia to want their children to work harder and progress further. If his joining could stimulate the talents in Familia to work harder, it would undoubtedly be a good thing. Of course, considering Loki's personality, that goddess probably also wanted to enjoy the spectacle for her own entertainment. For this reason, Riveria protested to Loki for a while, making the goddess laugh off the matter for quite some time before the tension eased. Riezel did hear Loki mutter something once. The only thing to worry about is Ace. That girl, if she gets too stimulated and does something reckless, I'll probably get my head knocked by Riveria's staff. Riezel took her muttering to heart. Because, he also noticed that since learning the details of his status, Ace's emotions seemed to become somewhat unstable. Originally not very good at expressing her emotions, the girl who seemed a bit aloof was often referred to as the doll princess, appearing silent and difficult to understand. However, after that day, Ace not only became even more silent but also returned home late and always dirty. When she saw Riezel, who came back in a sorry state every day due to exploring the floors beyond his safe ability, she was even more stubborn. Riezel found this intriguing. After all, he knew what kind of person Ace Wallenstein was and understood the wishes she held in her heart. I really want to become strong quickly. When he asked her to teach him her magic before, he had pinpointed that important line. His line could also be said to be a vivid portrayal of her innermost feelings. With the appearance of that line, Ace was moved and willing to teach him her magic. Therefore, he was well aware that the girl named Ace Wallenstein, like himself, was longing to get stronger, an unquenchable desire. If his growth stimulated her, leading her to act recklessly, he would naturally feel worried about her. So, he decided to talk to Loki about this matter. However, the goddess seemed completely unconcerned. Don't worry, we all know our limits. In Loki's divine room at night, Loki updated Riezel's status as usual and chatted. How much Ace does do crazy stuff, Finn and the others keep a close eye on her. It's not at the point where you need to worry. Her face showed no signs of worry, instead, she appeared relaxed. One hand slid on his back, and the other held a bottle of wine, drinking sip by sip until her face turned red. Are you sure you guys can handle it? Ignoring the drunken goddess, Riezel furrowed his brows as he inquired. Relax, relax, Loki laughed drunkenly. When it's really unbearable, the mama can't help but make a move to stop her. Does this mama refer to Riveria? Riezel raised a brow. Indeed, as the senior in Familia, Riveria showed a warmth that typical royal family members did not have, and her care for the juniors could be considered the greatest among the Familia's higher-ups. Like a mother, she watched over many people in Familia, especially Ace. She practically raised Ace from childhood, and there was almost no difference between her and her own biological daughter. Even toward Riezel, who had just joined Familia, Riveria showed a caring and loving side. Now, she was probably the one secretly paying the most attention to Ace's situation. If she judged that Ace couldn't continue like this, it was indeed possible for her to intervene. Yash. While Riezel was lost in thought, Loki's relaxed voice rang out. Here, this is your latest status. She handed over the parchment to him, who took it and began reading. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, D555C. End, D548C. Dex, C623B. AGI, C637B. Mag, I0F. TCH, another exaggerated growth spurt. Loki, gulping her drink, whether trying to drown herself in alcohol to numb the creeping sensation of Riezel's rapid growth or simply getting used to it, wore a grin. With a total proficiency increase of over 850, especially the growth in MAG, it's enough to scare any god. You've been using Ace's magic a lot lately, huh? Loki clicked her tongue in amazement. She had a point. In recent times, Riezel indeed focused heavily on practicing magic for the growth of MAG, making frequent use of aerial. And the results proved it to be a wise decision from the start. The ultra-short chant magic was very convenient and easy, with an activation speed of just 1 second. Unlike other magic that would lose its effect after a single blast, enchant-type magic's effects would last for a while, not immediately wearing off. During this time, Riezel was effectively using magic. Such frequent magic usage was naturally reflected in the growth of mag. Coupled with the nature of enchant-type magic, which required him to charge into the front lines and engage in close combat even after using magic, it simultaneously worked as training for other basic abilities. He didn't lag behind in any aspect of improvement. However, the growth speed in other basic abilities has decreased. Riezel said with a certain uneasiness. "Be content, kiddo." Loki rolled her eyes, speaking grumpily. "Take a look at the stage your status has reached. If you don't slow down, I might start suspecting you're not mortal but some god's illegitimate child." As one approaches the S rank, the growth of basic abilities naturally slows down. With Riezel having 2 abilities reaching B rank, the growth of basic abilities slowing down was a fair and reasonable outcome. By the way, considering where you're at now, you're probably ready for a level up, yeah? Loki glanced at Riezel, tossing out a question while holding her bottle of wine. "What's your take?" At her question, Riezel fell into deep thought. Chapter 25, Anticipation. If you asked an adventurer what change they anticipated the most in their status, their answer was likely to be only one: level. It wasn't about obtaining magic or skills with peculiar effects, nor was it about a significant boost in basic abilities. It was about the evolution of body and mind, the increase in level. Especially for a level 1 beginner adventurer, leveling up was undoubtedly the most eagerly awaited thing. Because, from this step onwards, they truly embarked on an extraordinary path. Fauna existed as a catalyst for growth, an accelerator for getting stronger. In other words, it didn't enable those who couldn't get stronger to break their limits and get stronger. Instead, it accelerated the process for those who could continue getting stronger. It all boiled down to whether a person had the growth potential. If there was growth potential, fauna could expedite the process by accumulating excelia to stimulate growth, becoming a nourishment for growth. Unfortunately, without growth potential, even with fauna, one could not grow further. This was why people who could develop basic abilities to S rank were rare, and even those at A rank and B rank were scarce. Their potential was depleted, preventing any further growth. Accumulating excelia wouldn't increase proficiency even a bit. In light of this, despite the disparities in strength at level 1, people in this level still belonged to the realm of the ordinary. They could accumulate excelia to push their bodies to the limit of mortal but couldn't truly transcend and possess monstrous strength. Especially for mortals without any racial advantage, even if they pushed their bodies to the limit through training, at best, they could only shatter a rock. Could they really bring down a whole mountain? It was unattainable. The mortal body had its limits, no matter how one grew, one wouldn't become godly. But once they experienced leveling up, everything changed. The so-called body and mind evolution was just as it sounds, a genuine transcendence, officially entering the realm of superpower. Whether human or demi-human, even if they exhausted their potential at level 1, reaching the limit of their mortal body, once they successfully leveled up, a transformation worthy of being called body and mind evolution occurred. This transformation was not only evident in getting stronger but also in the vessel becoming larger and broader. After leveling up, the body transcended to another level, bringing forth new potential and possibilities. It gave a chance for those who reached a bottleneck, unable to progress, to have the opportunity to grow and get stronger once again. This was leveling up. As Loki had said, leveling up was approaching the level of the gods. The higher the level, the more frequent the transcendence, the more thorough the evolution of body and mind, and the closer one got to the gods. So, the phenomenon of leveling up could be seen as a step-by-step becoming a god. Who wouldn't yearn to level up? However, leveling up was not something that could be casually done. In general, to level up, you need to meet 2 conditions. Loki swayed the bottle of wine in her hand, intentionally or unintentionally remarking. One is to bump up one of your basic skills to the 6th rank, that is, D rank. Second, obtain high rank excelia by pulling off a remarkable exploit, mostly by defeating opponents stronger than yourself. The first condition provided a solid foundation for leveling up. If the basic accumulation was insufficient, it was like building a tall skyscraper on an unstable foundation. Even if you built upward, the only result was likely to be a collapse. Similarly, to achieve body and mind evolution, to bring about individual sublimation, it was impossible without a certain foundation. The second condition was to provide an ample supply of the so-called nutrients for leveling up and evolution. Just as ordinary excelia could promote the growth of basic abilities and even awaken magic and skills, to level up, one still needed enough excelia. However, at that point, the required excelia was not something ordinary excelia could satisfy. As Loki had said, it had to be high-rank excelia. This kind of advanced excelia was what Loki referred to as an exploit. That is, defeating opponents stronger than oneself. That is, taking life-threatening risks. That is, creating challenging endeavors that leave a lasting impact. Once these actions were accomplished, the recipient of the blessing would obtain more advanced excelia than usual, achieving the so-called exploit. When the accumulation of exploits was sufficient, the evolution of body and mind would be triggered, allowing individuals to advance and enter higher domains. This was leveling up. Defeating opponents stronger than myself, huh? Riezel muttered and a smirk unconsciously appeared on his lips. Seeing him like this, Loki sobered up from the alcohol. Well. It seems this didn't just fail to scare you, but got you excited instead. Loki retorted speechlessly. Usually, when people hear they gotta take down opponents stronger than themselves, they'd be hesitating, maybe even freaking out, you know. But you're truly something else. Instead of hesitating or scared shitless, you're practically sounding the war horn for battle. Wasn't that the case? Fighting against opponents stronger than oneself usually meant having no chance of winning, right? No chance of winning implied a high possibility of death. Upon hearing that leveling up required such conditions, who wouldn't hesitate? Only Riezel, unexpectedly, was smiling. It's not that bad. Riezel quickly hid the uncontrollable twitch at the corner of his mouth. Even if the opponent is stronger, there are examples of the weak overcoming the strong, and there are many of them. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many high-class adventurers in this world. Indeed, even though the requirements for leveling up were strict, there were still quite a few who managed to achieve it in the end. Why? Because being weaker than the opponent allowed for compensation through skill, reversal through tactics, and even a plethora of plots and tricks. To be more direct, wasn't magic also a miraculous trump card? If you happen to encounter an opponent stronger than yourself, then, by risking it all and casting a super long chant-wide area annihilation magic, unleashing the power to scorch the sky and boil the sea, could it be that it was impossible to burn down a stronger opponent in one go? All these possibilities hinged on the potential of the weak triumphing over the strong. Of course, there was also a simpler method. I suggest you find someone to form a party. Loki advised. Facing stronger enemies, challenging them in a party setup, using the combined strength to tackle the opponent, that's the shortcut to obtaining high-rank excelia and achieving exploit. In short, if you couldn't win a duel, you just ganged up on them. Challenging stronger opponents in this way could also yield exploits. However, by doing so, excelia was distributed among all the members of the same party, which might have led to insufficient accumulation of high-rank excelia for a one-time level up. But if once wasn't enough, then didn't a few more times enough? This was why the conditions for achieving exploits were so strict, and yet many people still managed to level up successfully. Challenging in a party setup was both safe and reliable. Luckily, this familia's got loads of kids, and there are plenty of high-level kids. They can guide you safely as you level up. Loki glanced at Riezel and grinned. If you need anything, just give me a shout. The meaning of her words was clear, he just needed to directly tell her if he needed help and she would help arrange a party to guide him. This was also one of the advantages of joining a big familia, someone to lead you, someone to take care of you, someone to guide you, and someone to protect you. There was no need to worry about not progressing, only the concern of whether one's potential was enough. In a weaker familia, finding a companion to form a party was a big problem. From this perspective, Riezel's initial choice to join Loki familia was undoubtedly a wise one. Otherwise, why would so many people have hoped to join a big familia? It was clear that the connections and resources of a big familia were too advantageous. Only. Party, huh? Riezel unconsciously furrowed his brow, leaving Loki at a loss for words. Oh, come on, kiddo. Wouldn't it be awesome if someone had your back? You never know what kind of troubles might come your way if you go solo. Looking at Riezel's hesitated face, Loki ground her teeth, holding back the urge to smash his head with the wine bottle. Meh, fuck it. Expecting you to grow up all nice and steady is probably wishful thinking. Since your status hasn't hit its peak, let's get you used to group combat first. We'll figure out the details when it's time to level up. Looking at Riezel's growth potential, there was no doubt that he hadn't fully unleashed his potential at level 1. Given this trend, upgrading all his basic abilities to the A rank was undoubtedly possible, and even reaching the highest S rank was a visible possibility. But could the power after leveling up from the strongest S rank be the same as leveling up from the minimum D rank? Both were level ups, and the power gained after leveling up was the same. However, it was clear that those with higher status in the initial S rank would be stronger. Heh, I'm actually looking forward to seeing if you can pull off the miracle of hitting S rank on all basic abilities. Loki chuckled. All S rank? Riezel muttered quietly. That was indeed a miracle. At least, as far as he knew, even in the original work, only one person came close to this achievement. That legendary character, dubbed Orario's ultimate weapon, with a staggering level 7, had 4 basic abilities in his status reaching S rank, just one short of achieving S rank on all basic abilities. Apart from that individual, there was no second person in the original work with such terrifying basic abilities. Of course, the protagonist of the original work was an exception. He not only achieved S rank on all basic abilities but even surpassed them, reaching a realm unheard of and unseen by even the gods. Riezel looked at the parchment in his hand, his eyes flickering. Compared to the protagonist, could he touch the possibility that made the gods amazed? I'm kinda looking forward to it. Riezel smiled and said with anticipation inside his mind. Chapter 26, Forming a Party. The next day. After Riezel finished preparing, he didn't immediately leave Twilight Manor to head to the dungeon. Instead, he stayed in the courtyard like other members. In his hand, he held a piece of parchment with a scribbled message written in common language. I've found you a party member. Although her level is higher than yours, I, and the other 3 top executives, feel that she still needs to hone her combat ability. Perfect timing, you two team up, form a small party, and train together. Clearly, it was a message written by Loki. In the morning, just as Riezel stepped out of his room, the message was already placed on the floor by the door, waiting for him to pick it up. Looks like Loki really found me a partner, planning to train my combat ability in a party, huh? Riezel was somewhat helpless, but he didn't oppose the idea and silently came here, waiting for his party member to arrive. Although going into the dungeon with someone meant he couldn't act as freely as before, honing group combat was indeed necessary. Especially when his level increased, and he needed to delve into deeper floors or even go on expeditions. Most likely, he would have to go with the other members. Considering this, starting to train group combat now, though a bit early, was acceptable to him. Of course, Loki's arrangement probably had something to do with preparing him for future exploits and leveling up. He might be planning to have him join the Familia Seniors for a secure experience gain. Riezel had no choice but to follow the goddess's arrangement for now. I just wonder who my partner will be. Would it be a first-class adventurer from the Familia executive? No, definitely not. If they went into the dungeon with him, it wouldn't be honing group combat, it would be showing off in front of the rookie and overpowering monsters for the rookie to see. Considering Loki's message, the party member should be a junior member within the Familia, not too different in level from Riezel, and with some apparent issue in their abilities. Who could it be? Riezel searched his memories of the original work. But before he could come up with an answer, hurried footsteps echoed through the courtyard. So sorry. I'm late. Accompanying the frantic footsteps was a nervous, timid voice filled with anxiety. In front of Riezel appeared an elf girl dressed conservatively with a touch of natural elegance while holding a staff. She had tea-colored long hair tied behind her head, and like a small animal, she swayed her tail like hair in panic. From the slightly tender face of the girl, it was clear she was no older than 15. Indeed, she was a junior member from Loki Familia, just as Riezel had expected. However, he never expected that the one assigned to be his party member would be such a highly anticipated rising star in the eyes of the Familia's higher-ups. Are you Lafia Voridis? Riezel expressed his surprise. Yes. The newcomer was precisely Lafia Voridis. Capable of using more than 3 types of magic, and proficient in the special magic called Elf Ring, one of the only 2 in Loki Familia who could do so. Lafia slightly surprised. Do you know me? Of course. Riezel regained his composure and gave a faint smile. You're the vice-captain's chosen disciple and successor, the future executive member of the Familia. Even as a rookie like me who recently joined the Familia, I've heard about your name. Not to mention, this girl was an important supporting character from the original work and one of the heroines. It would be strange if Riezel didn't know her. However, in his view, the behavior of this girl seemed to become more anxious and nervous. Successor and all that. I'm still too early for that. Lafia wore a stressed expression. Clearly, the expectations of the Familia's higher-ups had put considerable pressure on her. Seeing her reaction, Riezel naturally wouldn't continue adding pressure to this girl who was younger than him. So, he slowed down his tone a bit. Since you're here, it means you are indeed my party member, right? Riezel confirmed, just to be sure. Yes. Lafia nervously said. Although I'm not very reliable, I'll do my best to keep up with you. Please advise. After saying that, she even gave a deep bow to him. As he saw this, he took a step back, avoiding this gesture. Don't do that. Riezel said with a somewhat subtle look. Technically, I should be the one saying that. You got the roles mixed up, you know. Lafia was a level 3 second-class adventurer, 2 levels higher than Riezel, who was just level 1. Moreover, he was a rookie who recently joined the Familia. Even though she was still a Familia junior, her seniority was much higher than him. Under such circumstances, logically speaking, what she said should be said by him. He should be the one feeling nervous and anxious, not the other way. However, why did the position completely flip, with her seeming like the rookie, and him the senior? It was nothing but absurd. But his expression and response, once again, didn't make her feel at ease, instead, it made her even more nervous. I'm still immature, unable to care for juniors as Lady Riveria does. Lafia looked like she was on the verge of tears. She clearly wasn't the type with a stable mindset. In her eyes, she wasn't mature enough. Yet, was she supposed to guide a rookie relying on level and seniority, who also happened to be 2 years older and seemingly tough like Riezel? It was definitely impossible. Okay. Calm down. Seeing the girl in a panic, Riezel tried to calm her down. From now on, we'll be forming a party and fighting together. In that case, let's be more natural with each other. You don't have to be too polite, and definitely don't use honorifics with me. Is that okay? Lafia, after hearing this, relaxed a bit but still seemed somewhat tense. It's okay. Seeing Lafia finally calm down, Riezel spoke straightforwardly since he wasn't a fan of beating around the bush. Honestly, I've got the upper hand in this situation. It's a bit unexpected to be on equal terms with a senior in the familia who's at a higher level than me. If you're not into it, I'll tone it down and switch to using polite speech with you. Well. Okay then. Lafia carefully observed his expression and, seeing that he maintained a clear gaze without any emotional changes, reluctantly nodded. Only then did Riezel smile, while pondering the thoughts of the familia's higher-ups. Without a doubt, the fact that his party member would be Lafia, the future backbone of the familia, was definitely an arrangement made by the higher-ups. Even though she had some immature aspects, the significance of sending the vice-captain's successor to his side, forming a party with a rookie who had recently joined the familia, to hone their group combat ability was absolutely not ordinary. Upon careful consideration, Lafia would be the one likely to inherit Riveria's position in the future and possibly become the familia vice-captain. Clearly, she had to be someone who could become the future backbone of the entire familia. In this regard, the fact that the higher-ups sent Lafia to form a party with him held a meaningful implication. Are they already treating me like another Lafia, someone in need of special training and attention? Riezel pondered, unsure of how to express his feelings about this. Was he happy about this attention? Or did he feel pressure for his future? Loki really put me in a position where I don't know whether to be happy or not. Riezel thought wryly. Nevertheless, despite his inner thoughts, he maintained a natural and calm demeanor on the surface. Are you ready? Riezel looked at Lafia's face and asked. Yes, I'm ready. Lafia nodded heavily. I've got 20 regular potions, 10 high potions, 10 poison cures, 20 magic potions, and I even prepared 2 elixirs. Nothing can go wrong. Riezel was left almost speechless by her words, and couldn't help but look at her with an extremely strange expression. What happened? Lafia asked nervously. Is my preparation not enough? No. Riezel sighed. Your preparation is more than enough. It's so much that I feel overwhelmed. Potions, especially the high ones and magic potions, were valuable recovery items that only skilled pharmacists with the mixing development ability could create. Their effects were almost instantaneous, surpassing the speed of ordinary medicines and providing recovery in just a few seconds. Lafia had prepared a large quantity of these expensive recovery items, including regular potions to quickly restore stamina, high potions to treat most injuries rapidly, and magic potions to swiftly recover the mind. But what caught him off guard was the addition of elixirs, the most effective high-ranking recovery potions on the market. Each elixir was worth a fortune, with a market price of 500,000 valis, comparable to some third-class equipment. Lafia had prepared 2 of them, spending at least 1 million valis for this party operation alone. Was this girl that rich? Riezel, who usually only brought weapons, armor, and a bit of food and water when heading into the dungeon, looked at the visibly nervous Lafia in silence. Chapter 27, Familiar Figure. Dungeon, first floor. At the entrance to this floor closest to the surface, Riezel and Lafia descended the stairs. Accompanying them were other adventurers, beastmen, dwarves, elves, and even amazonesses. Among them, Riezel and Lafia didn't stand out much. Aside from a few male adventurers casting slightly lustful glances at her, the two hardly drew anyone's attention. Lafia, however, seemed a bit uneasy. She tightly gripped her staff, carrying a massive backpack on her back, and followed behind Riezel, taking each step cautiously. He chatted casually with her until they completed the descent of the stairs and set foot on the soil of the first floor. So, just like we discussed earlier, I'll take the role of vanguard, and you'll be the rear guard for firepower support. Is that okay with you? Riezel asked. And no problem. Lafia quickly nodded, not expressing any objections. Great. Then, I'll leave it to you. Riezel nodded and instructed. Since we're short one member in our party, as the rear guard, you might face some risks. I'll do my best to keep any monsters away from you. Just focus on chanting your magic. Typically, dungeon exploration was most effective with a party of 3, handling attack, defense, and support roles. The vanguard took on the main offensive role, drawing enemy attention and blocking their advance. The midguard defended against enemy counterattacks and supported the vanguard. The rearguard primarily provided long-range support, using magic attacks, bows, or crossbows, and also handled recovery for frontline injuries. The guild and familias organized exploration using this party example, as a party of 3 was considered the minimum requirement for dungeon exploration unless conditions didn't allow it. In situations where a party lacked a member, becoming a party of 2, the burden on each member increased, and the likelihood of encountering unexpected dangers rose. Lafia, being a pure rearguard mage, could do little other than long-range attacks and support with magic. Considering this, Riezel took on both the vanguard and midguard roles himself. In other words, he had to act as the vanguard, charging forward, attracting enemy attacks, and intercepting all monsters to prevent any from reaching her position. This burden was indeed heavy, making Lafia feel somewhat guilty. "Sorry for not being of much help," Lafia said while avoiding eye contact with him. "Don't say that." Riezel shook his head. "You're a rearguard mage, that's your role. You shouldn't be doing things beyond your responsibilities." With that, he took out a map, unfolded it, and laid it out in front of them. "Considering our party was just formed, and we don't know each other well yet, let's take it easy today. We'll probably be fine exploring up to around the 9th floor. What do you think?" Lafia, who was a level 3 second-class adventurer, even as a pure rearguard mage with no close combat abilities, held the advantage in levels. Floors with only level 1 monsters were unlikely to cause fatal injuries to her. Therefore, unless they descended to the 13th floor with level 2 monsters, she would likely only sustain minor injuries even if attacked. However, considering it was their first time cooperating as a party, going directly to the 10th to 12th floors with larger monsters might have posed some risks. Therefore, Riezel temporarily set the goal for the 9th floor. Although he personally wanted to go further down, today's goal wasn't seeking excitement but honing group combat. He had to abandon the idea that could be criticized by everyone and focus on the safety issue that he wasn't too keen on before. However, while Riezel felt he had sufficiently considered safety, Lafia was startled by his idea. 9th floor. Lafia looked into Riezel, filled with shock. No way, right? He just became an adventurer not long ago, and he even received the blessing recently. He's a complete rookie. How can we run off to such a deep floor? She thought with worry. As someone who accompanied Familia seniors on distant expeditions, she had ventured to depths around the 50th floor. Naturally, a mere 9th floor wouldn't scare her. But Riezel had joined the Familia not long ago. Even though Lafia couldn't quite adopt a senior attitude in front of him, she knew how dangerous it could be for a rookie to venture into the 9th floor. It was a floor that only seasoned adventurers, considered skilled even in level 1, could tackle, and that too in a proper party. For Riezel, a rookie who had joined the Familia less than a week ago, going to such a floor only with her, who was still immature in her own right, and taking on the roles of Vanguard and Midguard simultaneously was, to put it bluntly, a reckless move. No worries. Riezel assured as he sensed her reluctance. It's just the 9th floor. It won't pose any danger to me. With his current status, the 9th floor held almost no difficulty for him. Without delving into details, his basic abilities like DEX and AGI were already at B rank, with STR and END at C rank. According to the safety exploration requirements for level 1, from 8th to 10th floors needed a basic ability between E rank and C rank, while the 11th and 12th floors required B rank to S rank. Therefore, he could easily explore down to the 11th floor or even the 12th floor without a problem. But Lafia, who was still unaware of all this, was somewhat concerned and hesitated. Seeing her like this, Riezel didn't insist. How about we try exploring first and decide later how far down we can go? At his suggestion, Lafia breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. Then let's go. Riezel put away the map and smiled at her. Looking at the calm and steady smile on his face, Lafia seemed to find reassurance and started to smile as well, which was rare. At this moment, she had no idea that the calm and steady demeanor she perceived was just a surface impression. Soon enough, her understanding of him would shatter into pieces. Dungeon, 6th floor. This floor was deeper than the 5th floor, often referred to as the first casualty line for adventurers, and far more dangerous than the 5th floor. On this floor, there lurked a creature known as the War Shadow. It had a humanoid silhouette, devoid of any fur or skin-like texture, its entire body seemed as if coated in black paint. The head formed a cross, the face resembling a mirror, presenting a heteromorphic monster strikingly similar in height to a human shadow. The War Shadow, along with the killer ant on the 7th floor, earned the moniker Rookie Assassins. While their attacks were predictable, they possessed astonishing power and speed. With arms boasting an impressive reach, they could extend from various angles. Their sharp claws could effortlessly sever heads, much like a long sword. For rookie adventurers who had only faced low-level monsters like kobolds and goblins, they posed a deadly threat. Especially when the numbers of war shadows accumulated, even a seasoned level 1 adventurer could risk their life if surrounded. Considering this, many adventurers regarded war shadows as one of the most threatening monsters on the upper floors. Dealing with one or two was manageable, but encountering a group of them, unless you were at a higher level, was a challenge rarely undertaken. However, today, a rookie who had recently received a blessing shattered this unspoken rule between adventurers in the most brutal manner. Poochie. Accompanied by a sound resembling the cutting of flesh, a silver sword swiftly sliced through a war shadow's neck, sending its cross-shaped head soaring. Riezel, wielding a slender sword, darted among a group of war shadows. The numerous war shadows surrounded him, extending their sharp claws, intending to disembowel him. Yet, their usual speed and attack range were ineffective before him. With bullet-like speed, Riezel effortlessly dodged the sluggish war shadows. His sword easily pierced through countless sharp claws, creating flashes of blade light, disemboweling, and killing war shadows on the spot, without stopping. From a distance, it looked like a phantom flickering among a group of war shadows, creating waves of blade light and afterimages, engaging in a one-sided massacre that was particularly awe-inspiring. Lafia, who watched from a distance, was left in awe. Originally planning to chant her magic for support, completely forgot her duties and stared blankly at the rookie wreaking havoc among the monsters. Is he really a rookie? Such an experienced movement. Such beautiful swordsmanship. Could a rookie really achieve such feats? Are rookies this strong nowadays? Then, what am I? A useless trash. Lafia started to doubt herself, dumbfounded by the scene before her eyes. But most surprisingly, amidst Riezel's ruthless onslaught, she perceived a familiar figure. A figure she had admired, idolized, and cherished for a long time. Miss Ace. Mr. Riezel's fighting style. Why does it resemble Miss Ace's so much? Lafia was confused. Chapter 28, The Calm Before the Storm. The battle ended quickly. In the midst of the storm of slashes, not a single monster survived, all turning into a scattered mess of limbs and debris, leaving Riezel victorious. What happened? Returning with his slender sword in hand, Riezel was puzzled as he saw Lafia standing there with a blank expression. No, nothing. Lafia snapped back to reality, shaking her head while hesitating as she looked at him. Just say what you want to say. Seeing her hesitation, Riezel spoke up. That. Lafia stuttered for a moment. Do you know Miss Ace? Clearly, witnessing his fighting style so similar to Ace's, Lafia began to doubt their relationship. She even recalled that not long ago, when she and the others returned from the expedition, Ace seemed to have noticed the newly joined Riezel and was quite attentive to him. This unavoidably made Lafia think too much, and her gaze towards Riezel changed. In response to her question, Riezel raised an eyebrow while smiling faintly. Are you that concerned about my relationship with Miss Ace? Without hesitation, Lafia nodded, then quickly shook her head afterward. I am just a bit curious. Her face turned inexplicably red, with a guilty look. Seeing her funny reaction, Riezel chuckled and answered her question. I consulted her about magic and coincidentally learned some of her swordsmanship. Apart from that, there's nothing else between us. Instead of calming Lafia, his explanation left her stunned. Consulted about magic? Lafia looked perplexed. Yeah. Riezel nodded. I have magic with a nature similar to your elf ring. Oh. Lafia instantly understood. But precisely because she understood, she became even more astonished. Does Mr. Riezel have the same magic as me? Lafia was extremely surprised. Well, somewhat similar. Riezel didn't elaborate much and simply agreed with her. Does that mean he learned Miss Ace's magic? Lafia muttered quietly inside her heart. Her first thought wasn't about getting closer to him, who had the same type of magic as her, but rather, an instinctive urge to shout. So envious. Without warning, she looked at him with eyes filled with envy, almost as if there was a great divide between them. Why isn't Miss Ace an elf? Lafia couldn't help but puff her cheeks as she thought about her magic, which was restricted to learning only from the same race. Okay, let's keep moving. Riezel chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the topic and turning to leave. Wait a moment. Lafia hurriedly stopped him. We haven't collected the magic stones yet. After saying that, she jogged over to the corpses of war shadows that Riezel had just defeated. She took out a knife she carried with her, digging out a small crystal from the chest area of one of the war shadows. That crystal was a magic stone, a crystallization of magical energy obtained from a dungeon monster's body. It could be used to create various incredible magic stone products, such as the magic stone lamps in Twilight Manor's courtyard. Due to the guild's monopoly on dungeon resources, they manage the purchase of these stones, processing them into products, and shipping them to other countries for big profits. Adventurers actively explored the dungeon to exchange the magic stones they obtained from monsters for money with the guild. It was said that the stronger the monster, the larger and more valuable the magic stone in its body. In comparison, magic stones from the 6th floor wouldn't fetch much, perhaps not even 1,000 valis. Nevertheless, money was money. Lafia enthusiastically dug out more magic stones, causing the monster corpses, now devoid of magic stones as their cores, to rapidly lose color and turn into dust. This was the fate of monsters without cores. Their corpses couldn't even be preserved, as if they never existed in the first place. Occasionally, only some particularly developed parts could be left behind, called drop items. These could be used as materials for weapons, armor, and potions, exchanged for money with the guild, or sold to merchants in need. Besides magic stones and drop items, the dungeon also contained special minerals, plants, and natural products with unique properties. Adventurers sought these as treasures and hoped for wealth, especially for some exceptionally precious and rare items that could fetch a fortune on the market. In essence, most adventurers entered the dungeon for this purpose, to strike it rich overnight. Familiars like Loki Familia considered these resources crucial for their operations. The dungeon was indeed an incredible place, both magical and dangerous. Watching Lafia collect the magic stones and toss them into her large backpack, Riezel rubbed his nose. He dared not tell her that he had never bothered to collect any magic stones or drop items in the dungeon before. The former great young master, who couldn't wait to rush into the dungeon and slaughter everything in his path, had never developed the habit of managing resources properly. Can I say I completely forgot about this? Riezel couldn't help but say that as he saw Lafia so energetically collecting magic stones to the large backpack swaying behind her. Or maybe I can carry the backpack for you. Upon hearing his suggestion, Lafia decisively shook her head in refusal. Mr. Riezel is the vanguard and even takes on the role of the midguard. Your responsibility is to charge forward and defeat monsters. How can you fight while carrying such a big backpack? Lafia said with an earnest expression. In the dungeon, if there isn't a dedicated supporter to accompany us, it's common for the rearguard to take on the role of a supporter. You just have to be vigilant. She referred to a supporter as someone who specialized in recovering and storing magic stones and drop items. These people were typically not strong combatants, their purpose was to free adventurers' hands and bodies, preventing them from fighting with heavy backpacks or items. In Orario, some less powerful people specialize as supporters and take on employment from adventurers. In larger familias with generally strong adventurers, supporters were often temporarily filled by lower-level juniors or rearguards. Lafia was a rearguard and obviously had no intention of handing over the supporter's job to Riezel. But your level is higher than mine. Riezel emphasized. But I don't need to charge into the fray, so it's fine. Lafia asserted firmly. On the contrary, a vanguard like you absolutely cannot add too much weight to the body. No need to worry. As for whether it was appropriate for a girl to run around with such a large backpack, Lafia didn't even bring it up. Even as a pure rearguard mage with limited close combat ability and lower physical endurance, she was still a bona fide level 3 second-class adventurer. Carrying a backpack was easily manageable for her. Fine. Seeing her stubborn attitude, Riezel had to give up. If not for the awkward issue of how to explain, he would have suggested putting the backpack in the dimensional magic cube storage space. With the existence of storage space, he didn't need to worry about the weight problem. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that, so he could only watch her diligently retrieve every magic stone and continue to carry the large backpack. Done. After a while, Lafia finally ran back. Let's go. Riezel nodded, turned, and walked away. Wait for me. She hurriedly caught up, temporarily setting aside another question in her mind. But this question lingered throughout the day in her heart. Even though he's a rookie who recently received a blessing, why is he so powerful? Staring at his figure speeding up and charging into the group of monsters ahead without fear nor hesitation, this question persisted in her heart. Amid Riezel and Lafia boldly pushing forward as a newly formed party, little did they know that right after they left, an anomaly erupted in the very place they had just departed from. Crack. It started as a faint cracking sound. On the dungeon walls, a crack appeared without any warning, emitting a subtle gleam from within. Asterisk badump. Badump, asterisk. A heartbeat seemed to echo within, growing louder with each passing moment. This spectacle wasn't uncommon in the dungeon. Any adventurer had encountered this phenomenon more or less. Because this was the sign of a monster about to be born. Indeed, monsters in the dungeon were birthed this way. They didn't exist as life in the dungeon from the start, rather, they incubated and hatched within the dungeon. Just like birds breaking out of their shells, monsters would emerge from the dungeon walls at regular intervals, ensuring an endless supply and an unchanging number of monsters in the dungeon. This explained why the types of monsters encountered on each floor were typically fixed. Each species had a designated birthplace and rarely ventured to other floors unless something unexpected occurred. Of course, exceptions existed. And now, this exception was unfolding on the 6th floor. This was the so-called anomaly. Crackle. Amidst the grating cracking sounds, the dungeon walls were giving way, allowing a massive figure to emerge from within. Roar. Asterisk. Before long, an ear-splitting roar reverberated through the floor, causing it to tremble slightly as if offering a blessing for its emergence. Chapter 29, Abnormalities. Dungeon, 9th floor. On this floor, close to the 10th floor, were numerous chambers and short pathways. The ceiling, nearly 10 meters high, let in a luminous glow resembling sunlight, dispelling the darkness. The wood-colored walls were covered in moss, and the ground was carpeted with short grass, creating a small meadow. Bathed in the luminous glow from above, it gave the illusion of walking in a wilderness rather than an underground labyrinth. Different from the previous 8 floors in terms of terrain and environment, this floor presented a chaotic mix of monsters that had appeared on the earlier floors, all enhanced and ready to hinder adventurers aiming for the 10th floor. No new species of monsters appeared here. Instead, creatures like kobold, goblin, and war shadow from previous floors showed up in stronger forms. At this moment, groups of red-colored monsters appeared on the meadow, launching attacks against adventurers who intruded into their territory. These creatures resembled ants but with a distinctive feature: their entire bodies were a vivid red, and they were much larger than ordinary ants. Killer Ant, appearing from the 7th floor onward, was considered a rookie assassin along with the war shadow from the 6th floor. With sturdy shells and developed claws, Killer Ant excelled in both attack and defense. In times of crisis, it could emit pheromones imperceptible to the naked eye, summoning its companions. It was a powerful monster, even more threatening than war shadow. Adventurers rarely dared to confront a killer ant directly, let alone face a group of them. However, facing this group of killer ants that would terrify low-class adventurers, Riezel fearlessly blocked their path. In the background, a bright and melodious voice soon echoed. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. This was a chant, the chant to awaken magic. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Lafia held her staff with her eyes closed, and shortly after, a deep golden magic circle appeared on the ground beneath her, slowly revolving. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy. On her raised staff, a dazzling magical energy condensed into light. Arc's ray. The next second, the gathered light on the staff was released. Whoosh. A colossal magic beam, resembling a curved arrow of light, plowed through the meadow and surged towards the approaching swarm of killer ants. Squeak. The killer ants, sensing danger, hastily halted their charge, but they were struck head-on by the incoming beam. Riezel witnessed Lafia's released beam curving in midair, continuously hitting many killer ants. The affected killer ants either evaporated within the overflowing light or lost a significant portion of their bodies. Even attempting to dodge was futile as the curving beam quickly caught up to them. Her magic relentlessly eradicated the monsters, reducing their numbers without mercy. Squeak. 3 killer ants, closer to the 2 than the rest, leaped with ear-piercing shrieks toward Riezel recklessly while ignoring the magic beam. Riezel's eyes flickered, and his figure finally moved. Bursting with astonishing speed, he advanced instead of retreating, swiftly reaching them before they could attack. Poochie. A silver flash of an agile sword severed the head of one killer ant. Upon closer inspection, the sword's edge didn't strike directly on the ant's hard shell but sliced through a vulnerable spot around its neck before severing its head. Squeak. Squeak. The remaining 2 killer ants angrily cried out, raising their aggressively clawed limbs. Without hesitation, they flicked Riezel's sword. As his sword got flicked, Riezel remained unfazed. Not only did he keep his composure, but he drew his secondary weapon, a short sword. With a swift sidestep, he avoided their claw strikes. The short sword in his hand moved rapidly, carrying a chilly gleam as it stabbed into one of the killer ants' mouths. Kiik. The killer ant attempted to let out a scream of agony, but its mouth was pierced by the short sword, causing only an inaudible whimper. Ignoring the monster's dying wail, Riezel twisted his hand holding the sword and mercilessly crushed the head of the killer ant, causing a spray of blood. Asterisk squeak. Squeak. Squeak, asterisk. The last surviving killer ant, sensing the danger, straightened its upper body and emitted rhythmic cries. This was its special skill, calling for reinforcements. Unfortunately, there were no other killer ants nearby. Poochie. With a decisive slash, Riezel cleanly severed the upper body of the last killer ant. His sword cut through its body at the joints, leaving it split in 2. The meadow finally returned to calm. Is it over? Lafia, positioned in the rear, released the staff she had been nervously gripping. It's over. Riezel observed the surroundings and nodded. There shouldn't be any more monsters in the vicinity. Thank goodness. Lafia patted her chest in relief, placing the magic potion she had been holding back into her backpack. How was it? Are you okay? Riezel asked as he saw her condition. You used magic quite a few times, can your mind handle it? I'm fine. Lafia forced a somewhat strained smile. The pressure from the upper floors isn't too much, and I don't need to infuse too much mind to use magic. So, I'm okay. In this world, the fuel for magic wasn't stored in the gate like in his main world, it was the so-called mind. Magic consumption depleted the mind, and the stronger the magic, the greater the mind consumption. To maintain a sufficient supply of mind at all times for using magic, Lafia constantly held a magic potion. Whenever she felt her mind depleting, she would immediately take a magic potion, using its effects to restore her mind. Don't you have development abilities like spirit healing that can automatically restore the mind? Riezel asked. No. Lafia shook her head quickly. That's not an easy-to-obtain ability. I heard you need to regularly use magic and consume your mind to a significant extent. Among the people I know, only Lady Riveria possesses that development ability. I still have a long way to go. She had a low opinion of herself, even a hint of an inferiority complex, which caused him to frown. In my opinion, your abilities are excellent. Riezel said with an earnest expression. Like the magic you just used, that Arc's Ray, it's supposed to be a short chant magic with not much power. However, when you used it, a magic that should have been just a ray turned into a light beam, a rare level of power for level 3, right? The magic Lafia had just used, Arc's Ray, was one of the 3 magic she possessed. It was an arrow-type magic that emphasized speed and had a short chant. Although it had an automatic tracking feature that made Riezel raise an eyebrow, it was supposed to be a low-power single-target magic. Yet, due to her powerful MAG basic ability and skill assistance, what should have been a relatively weak single-target attack had turned into a beam-like group attack. This level of capability was something no ordinary level 3 could achieve. Only those truly top-tier first-class mages could manage it. Riezel had personally experienced Lafia's magic firepower that could rival a level 5. It was indeed exaggerated, said with no trace of politeness. The only problem was, your chanting speed seems a bit slow. Is it because you're nervous? Riezel pointed out. Ah. Lafia immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. I think I understand why Loki said you need to train. Riezel chuckled. Even though your magic is excellent, your temperament is a bit fragile. Your mind and emotions are all over the place, which is dangerous when using magic that requires a calm mind at all times. Without a strong heart, how could you calmly chant magic and cast it when threats approach? Lafia's problem lay here. Despite her natural talent being excellent, there were indeed some immature aspects. Sorry. Lafia felt a bit discouraged and her pointed ears drooped. Don't mind it. Just overcome your shortcomings, it's not a big deal. Riezel comforted her. Okay, let's call it a day. Tomorrow, think about how to solve your issue. Okay. Lafia naturally had no objections and repeatedly nodded. The two began to pack up their things, picking up the magic stones and drop items from every killer ant's corpse, and preparing to return. Now it was getting late, and it was probably dark outside. Adventurers who had been exploring the dungeon one after another were heading back. This allowed Riezel and Lafia to avoid encountering monsters on the way and walk smoothly on the clearly marked paths used by adventurers, making their way up without hindrance. In this way, the two quickly returned to the 7th floor and stepped onto the 6th floor. Riezel suddenly raised his head. Kia. Lafia, who was following behind him, let out a surprised cry as she bumped directly into his back. However, he paid no attention to this and instead frowned while looking ahead. For some reason, he felt something was wrong. The airflow was abnormal. The atmosphere was abnormal. This was due to the perception of his wind element magic, Aerial. As a wind enchant type magic, even when not in use, the user's sensitivity to the wind would relatively increase based on the special nature of this magic. After learning Aerial, Riezel discovered this and sensed some abnormalities because of it. What happened? Lafia asked puzzled while holding her forehead where she bumped. However, the moment she finished speaking, Riezel's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Get down. Without hesitation, he immediately pushed down the surprised Lafia. Boom. At the same time, a dark shadow flew over their heads and collided with the dungeon wall, creating a resounding crash. Chapter 30, A Life and Death Battle. Amidst the explosion-like noise, the walls of the dungeon crumbled, countless debris scattered, and a cloud of dust rose, covering the surroundings. Lafia, who had been tackled by Riezel, stared dumbfounded at the scene and took her a while to react. She only saw a gigantic claw, resembling a wild beast's claw, thrust into the wall and penetrating it. Don't just stay there. As Lafia struggled to come to her senses, Riezel yelled, yanked her up, and rolled to the side. Boom. The next moment, another explosion-like noise occurred. Once again, the gigantic claw flew in and crashed down on the spot where both of them had been moments ago, shattering the ground. Dragging Lafia, Riezel rolled a considerable distance before finally getting up and looking toward the direction from which the claw had come. As he looked, his pupils contracted, almost doubting his own eyes. Roar. A roar like that of a demon swept in from the front, raising countless dust and dislodging numerous rocks. A creature with a head like a dragon, a body like an elephant, roaring like a bull, with sturdy limbs and sharp claws, covered in thick fur. It resembled the behemoth from Western mythology that Riezel had seen in his previous life. Though not as terrifying as the myths, it still stood at around 4 to 5 meters tall. Even at just 4 or 5 meters, the creature was much taller than Riezel and Lafia, undoubtedly a giant beast, a powerful monster that radiated a tremendous sense of oppression. It was panting, saliva dripping from its mouth. Its sharp claws held a severed limb, making it look incredibly gruesome. What kind of monster is that? Lafia couldn't help but scream. Her charming face turned as pale as paper when she saw the ferocious beast breathing heavily, drooling as if it had been starving for ages, with a pair of crimson eyes fixed on both of them. Even Riezel couldn't help but change his expression. For one, he also didn't recognize this demon-like creature. Whether in the monster index of upper floors provided by the guild or the records in the Familia library, there was no mention of such a creature. Secondly, from the creature's body, he felt a suffocating sensation, indicating a significant threat. Undoubtedly, this was a very powerful monster. Why would an unknown monster appear on the 6th floor? Riezel pondered in confusion. Not only did its appearance not match any monsters in his memory, but it was also a large species that should only appear on the 10th floor and above, not something the 6th floor could breed. This made sparks seem to burst in his mind, recalling a term mentioned in a book. Irregular. This was the term used when encountering situations in the dungeon that deviated from basic patterns. Although the dungeon was a den of monsters, it still adhered to certain known rules and principles. For example, which types of monsters appeared on which floors were fixed. Moreover, the deeper one went into the dungeon, the stronger the monsters became. Under normal circumstances, monsters usually didn't cross floors. Even if it happened, it was usually limited to adjacent floors, and significant jumps between floors rarely occurred. Such rules had been explored, confirmed, and documented in books for adventurers worldwide to study. However, the dungeon was alive, not dead. It could birth monsters. It could autonomously repair damaged terrain. It could even, seemingly intentionally, spawn numerous monsters out of the blue, forming hordes to attack adventurers in times of trouble. Occasionally, it created exceptions, special cases, as if retaliating against intruders on its territory. Any such occurrence that broke existing confirmed knowledge and dungeon rules was termed an irregular. And now, both Riezel and Lafia had encountered one. They faced this rare irregular. Roar. The monster roared, shook off the limbs hanging from its claws, and raised its 3 sharp claws, aiming at both of them. Seeing this, Riezel reacted almost instantly as he knew that the monster's claws could fly. Whoosh! The claw in the monster's hand violently shot out in front of his gaze. The speed was as fast as lightning. Boom! The sharp and massive claw struck the dungeon wall for the 3rd time, exploding the surface with a muffled popping sound, raising dust, and scattering rocks everywhere. This excessively powerful attack not only had astonishing speed but also a terrifying destructive power. Even a slight graze would likely have left any ordinary low-class adventurer severely injured. While carrying Lafia, Riezel narrowly avoided it at the last moment but still got blown away by the shock wave. He crashed into nearby rocks, shattering them. Mr. Riezel. Lafia only realized what was happening as she looked at him, who protected her. Unfortunately, he can't afford to respond to her at the moment. The ferocious monster, enraged by their evasion and failing to secure its target, began roaring and charging ahead with tremendous power. It smashed rocks and obstacles in its path, carrying a rolling dust storm, heading straight for Riezel and Lafia like a berserker. This relentless charge left no time to catch a breath, undoubtedly reaching a deadly climax. Fortunately, Riezel was mentally prepared this time. While still carrying Lafia, he spun around and kicked the fragments of the recently shattered rocks, turning them into projectiles that struck the monster's head. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The monster let out an angry howl as its head took a direct hit from the rock projectile. In pain, it was forced to halt its charge. Lafia. Riezel finally took advantage of the brief moment to catch a breather and shouted at his only party companion. Find a chance to use your magic. Leaving those words behind, he pushed her aside, unsheathed his sword at his waist, and with a stomp of his foot, turned into a bullet, shooting towards the monster. Roar. Seeing this, the monster was even more enraged as it raised its front claw, sweeping it toward him mercilessly. Riezel found himself couldn't dodge this sweep. Due to terrain restrictions on the 6th floor, they found themselves in a narrow passage. The monster, with its imposing size blocking the entire path, could unleash attacks that practically covered the entire surface of the passage. As Riezel charged at the monster like this, he couldn't avoid this sweeping attack that covered the entire passage unless he chose to retreat. Otherwise, he would have to take this strike head-on. But faced with this almost unavoidable sweep, he didn't choose to retreat. Tempest. Riezel chanted his magic. Soon, a surging and overwhelming wind wrapped around his body, covering him entirely. He transformed into a gust of wind. Without hesitation, he met the monster's claw head-on. Miss Ace's magic. After being pushed aside by Riezel and falling to the ground, Lafia exclaimed in surprise, her eyes widening as she witnessed the scene where he used aerial. Although she had already learned from his mouth that he had learned Ace's magic, seeing it with her own eyes still surprised her. What surprised her even more was that after he cast the magic, he became invincible, just like Ace in her impression. Clang. A deafening metal collision sound suddenly rang out, unleashing a shock wave-like energy. Riezel with his slender sword, winding the wind around the sword edge. With a heavy strike, he clashed fiercely with the monster's sweeping claw, creating an intense collision and clash. Aerial gave him tremendous enhancement while also heightening the effectiveness of his weapon, enabling him to smoothly deflect the monster's claw and close in as he poured all his power into the strike. Roar. The monster erupted in anger and roared while raising its other arm to slam forcefully into the front. As he saw this, Riezel quickly lunged forward and struck the monster's chest with his sword. Poochie. The sound of the flesh tearing apart was not unexpected. But his wind-enhanced slash failed to completely break through the monster's flesh, it only tore through its fur, leaving a shallow wound. Compared to its massive body, the wound seemed almost insignificant. On the contrary, the monster's swing was unparalleled in power, delivering a thunderous impact on Riezel's body. Boom. Like a large truck colliding with an oil tanker, the collision echoed loudly. Riezel, whose figure was only slightly larger than the monster's fist, was hit by its pillar-like strike and was sent flying. Mr. Riezel. Lafia let out a mournful cry. Roar. The monster immediately roared in her direction, causing her to shudder and retreat in fear. Despite being a level 3 second-class adventurer, she was intimidated by a monster from the 6th floor. As a result, her staff lost its purpose in her trembling hands. Find a chance to use your magic. Riezel's voice from before echoed in her ears, urging Lafia to rise and resist. But her brain was like a blank space, frozen in place and trembling helplessly. As a result, the monster grinned maliciously, raised its claws, and aimed for her head. However. Poochie. A silver light, accompanied by a violent wind, flashed by and slashed at the monster's arm, causing it to burst into a spray of blood. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The monster's malicious grin turned into a howl of pain, and its claws involuntarily dropped. The next second, a gust of wind kicked up the dust, rushing towards the howling monster, with the chilly sword light rising from the swift wind. With a cold expression on his face and fiery emotion in his eyes, Riezel unleashed a powerful slash. A life-and-death battle, where mistakes were not allowed, unfolded at this moment. Chapter 31, Ace Wallenstein. Babel, Plaza. As night fell, the magic stone lampposts around the plaza lit up one by one, casting a bright glow that illuminated the towering limestone tower. Ace emerged from the tower, her dazzling golden hair untamed, and her body bore traces of dirt and disarray. Even so, she still attracted countless gazes, becoming the center of attention. Look, it's the Sword Princess. The Loki familia chick. Yep, as beautiful as ever, no less than goddesses. Guess she just got back from the dungeon, huh? Totally, always diligent. Came back from an expedition and straight into dungeon dives every day. Despite being level 5, she's known as the best swordswoman in Orario. If only I could become a first-class adventurer. Come on dude, it's not that simple, you know. Amidst the crowd discussions, various emotions converged in the gazes directed at Ace: admiration, love, envy, and astonishment. As one of the most famous figures in Orario and the mascot of Loki Familia, she inevitably drew attention wherever she went, not to mention her beauty that rivaled goddesses. Ace was accustomed to it, or rather, she had long stopped caring. She kept her head slightly lowered, walking through the crowd, her mind occupied with other thoughts. Perhaps, she was thinking about her own problems. Her gaze grazed her own back, and the first thing that came to her mind was today's battle and the accomplishments gained yesterday. Ace Wallenstein. Level. STR, D535D. End, D531D. Dex, A. AGI, A. Mag, A. Hunter, G. Abnormal Resistance, G. Swordsman, I. This was the latest achievement Ace obtained after updating her status at Loki's Divine Room yesterday. If this result were to leak, many people in Orario would have been astonished. Both STR and END had reached D rank. DEX, AGI, and MAG simultaneously reached A rank. Even the development abilities were usually obtained only when leveling up. Ace had 3 of them. Although their ranks were not very high, compared to situations where adventurers leveled up without even gaining any development abilities, this achievement was considered excellent, enough to make others envious. With no trace of politeness, Ace's status was at a top tier among level 5. In Orario, and even worldwide, there were very few individuals with a status higher than her in the level 5 category. However, when thinking about her own status, Ace felt a slight gloom. Too slow. That's what she was thinking. These days, Ace had been tirelessly exploring the dungeon, delving into floors that regular adventurers found challenging to reach. The floors she reached were at least in the floors below the 20th floor, and every day she faced monsters classified as at least level 3 by the guild. On such floors, amidst such groups of monsters, Ace killed countless monsters every day, from dawn before the sun rose to dark nightfall, returning home looking disheveled and weary. However, despite all the hard work, after those few days, only the proficiencies of STR and END had slightly improved, while the other basic abilities hadn't budged at all. This had made her mood unpleasant since the night before. At that time, seeing Ace in this state, Loki decided to speak up. "I say, Ace, what you've achieved is pretty impressive, you know. Remember, you're level 5. Your status could grow in just a few days of killing monsters way below your level is commendable already. Not everyone can pull that off." With her usually squinted eyes wide open, Loki looked at Ace with a serious expression. To achieve such results, children at your level usually struggle for several years, even more than a decade. Since you leveled up to level 5 only 3 years ago and have reached high status, your potential is considered the highest in our familia. Even Finn and Gareth didn't grow as fast when they were at level 5. We hope you all become stronger and more outstanding, but everything has its limits. Even we as gods don't expect our children to become heroes overnight. You're already running fast, running any faster might make you stumble. So, sometimes, you have to know when to stop, understand? Loki's sincere advice echoed in Ace's heart. But in the end, she was still dissatisfied with her growth speed. It had been over 3 years since she reached level 5, and she knew she had achieved commendable results at this level. However, knowing the recent growth in her status was minimal, the frustration it brought wouldn't stop. In the dungeon, she battled monsters for days, yet the proficiency improvement in her basic abilities was only 2 points. How could she be happy with that? A while ago, she fought in the deep floors below the 50th floor with her familia for about 2 weeks, defeating numerous monsters classified as level 4 or even higher. However, in the end, she only gained a total of about 10 points in basic abilities proficiency. It was too slow. Too slow for her satisfaction. Too slow, making her heart shrouded in despair. Especially after seeing someone growing at a speed that could be considered breaking the rules, her feelings were not just dissatisfaction but urgency and impatience. How much longer would it take for her to become strong enough at this rate? Fool's obsession. Ace recalled that unheard of and unseen skill, her mind filled with thoughts. A skill that could accelerate growth and enhance one's potential limit. Why didn't she have such a skill? What kind of obsession would trigger that kind of skill? Based on the discovered ability of fauna, whether it was magic or skill, it was all related to one's nature or interests. In other words, it was the crystallization of longing, the fruit of imagination or fantasy. It sounded like a miracle that could turn fantasy into reality, just by thinking about it. But in reality, it wasn't so. In this world, countless people desired to get stronger quickly, but among them, had anyone awakened a broken skill that could accelerate growth and enhance potential ridiculously? If it was something that men could think of, why didn't she have it? Could it be that her wishes and feelings of wanting to get stronger were lost to that men? Could it be to possess a skill like fool's obsession, merely having fantasy was not enough? The more exaggerated the skill, the more astonishing its effects, and the more it tested one's innermost thoughts and heart. Only when these inner thoughts and hearts were recognized and strong enough could they materialize during the blessing process. What kind of obsession made him awaken such a skill? Ace fell into contemplation over this question. In her mind, there was only the face of a young man who seemed calm and composed but carried a sharpness and excitement in his eyes. Ace Wallenstein yearned for power. An insatiable yearning. Because she had a wish, a grudge. For this, she had to get stronger as soon as possible. Embracing this wish and grudge, she continued to pursue the secret of getting stronger. However, just as Ace was about to leave the plaza and enter the main street, she noticed some commotion. Hurry to the guild. We must report this. Something's wrong. Something big is happening. An irregular appeared on the 6th floor. There are casualties among the adventurers. A group of adventurers who had just returned from the dungeon were in disarray on the street, their terrified appearance and blood-stained bodies causing Ace to stop in her tracks. Irregular. Ace furrowed her brow slightly as she heard the term that used to make adventurers nervous. Especially the following words caught her attention even more. Someone witnessed a human swordsman fighting an unknown monster, and there's a female elf by his side. Unluckily, Ace happened to know of such a combination. A combination that had just appeared today, surprising even herself. She overheard the familia's members discussing it when she left the manor in the morning. Could it be Riezel and Lafia? Ace felt somewhat uneasy. In the upper floors where a party of 3 was the norm, would it be a coincidence for a party consisting of only a human and an elf to appear? Ace didn't think so. 6th floor. Muttering to herself, Ace turned around and began to run. Her destination was the dungeon. Dungeon, 6th floor. As soon as Ace stepped into this place, the unease in her heart turned into reality. There was no other reason. She saw, on this floor that only rookie adventurers used to explore, many lay on the ground, lifeless, with high-quality body equipment. It was evident that their strength was impressive, adventurers who would have traveled deeper into the dungeon. Their corpses painted the ground and walls with crimson blood, their gruesome deaths making her deeply uncomfortable. This told her that there was indeed an irregular here, a powerful unknown monster had appeared. In her mind, flashes of two familiar figures, lying in a pool of blood with a lifeless expression, crossed her thoughts. Ace forcefully shook her head to dispel the images, yet her pace unconsciously quickened. Is it over here? Not long after, Ace noticed a tremendous noise, like the sounds of something in fierce combat. She hurriedly made her way to the source of the noise. Before long, she arrived at the battlefield. Soon, she saw the familiar figure of her junior. Lafia. Ace unconsciously yelled. However, instead of Lafia, who used to run over with a moved and happy expression upon hearing her call in the past, this time she just stood there, staring blankly ahead. Ace followed her gaze and, in turn, lost her own voice. Roar. A massive, unique breed of monster appeared in the narrow passage, emitting an ear-splitting roar. In that roar, there was anger, hostility, berserk, fury, hysteria, and, finally, a hint of fear. Roar. Soon, Ace saw the massive monster she had never encountered before, roaring in agony. In front of it, a fearless figure drenched in blood charged and rushed forward. Chapter 32, Overcoming the Challenge. Rumble. It sounded like something was making noise. Crack. It seemed like something was cracking. The cavernous passage quivered repeatedly, accompanied by a constant roar that filled the air, signaling the unrest in this place. But all of this had been completely abandoned by Riezel, automatically dismissed, overlooked, and cast aside. Wrapped in the garment of the wind, he focused entirely on the enemy before him, with eyes that saw nothing else. Whether it was his accelerating heartbeat, his boiling blood, or even the impact and pain that swept through his entire body. Riezel, who was single-mindedly set on defeating the enemy in front of him, ignored it all. Two figures, one large and one small, completely disproportionate, engaged in a deadly struggle under these circumstances. Roar. With the usual roar, the massive monster swung its powerful arms consecutively, sweeping everything around, the ground, walls, and even the ceiling, causing destruction everywhere, with the deafening roar and tremors echoing. Under the monster's rampage, the terrain in this area had been drastically altered, becoming uneven with scattered debris flying around, creating a chaotic scene. Sand and dust filled the air and the monster unleashed its power recklessly, instilling fear in anyone who witnessed it. However, only those observing from the sidelines knew that such outbursts were utterly futile. Because it hadn't landed a single blow on its opponent. Enveloped by the wind, Riezel, with a body seemingly too small compared to the monster, fearlessly charged toward the formidable enemy. The monster swung its arms continuously, its powerful hands creating a whistling sound with each sweep. However, Riezel anticipated each move and skillfully dodged them. His evasive maneuvers were unpredictable, sometimes sidestepping, other times lowering his head, occasionally leaping into the air, and at times rolling on the ground in a seemingly awkward manner. Yet, his movements were fluid, devoid of any excess or stagnation, and executed seamlessly. The monster's powerful arms, full of strength, could only land in empty spaces, causing meaningless destruction on the ground, walls, and ceiling. While smoothly evading, Riezel never forgot to close in on his opponent. His speed showed no signs of slowing down, swiftly closing the distance with the monster. In the next moment, silver lights flickered. Poochie, poochie, poochie. Several sword lights sliced through the monster's body, cutting through its fur and flesh, and causing blood to seep out. Riezel unleashed his maximum speed and skill, slashing multiple times while closing in to inflict damage as much as possible. Roar. The monster could only howl in pain, swinging its arm to smash the incoming tiny figure. However, it ended up hitting the ground and stirring up countless dust, missing its target. Riezel seemed to anticipate the monster's counterattacks, or perhaps he saw through its attack patterns. He withdrew before the monster swung its massive arms, turning into a gust of wind swirling around the monster. Poochie, poochie, poochie. In an instant, several silver lights soared again, and sharp sword edges accompanied by surging wind, once again cutting through the monster's body. The wounds were not significant, even small. However, Riezel aimed to accumulate damage, accumulating the results of the battle, and marking the monster's massive body with numerous scars. Evidently, he intended to continue fighting in this manner, relentlessly battling until he brought down the monster. Roar. The monster roared in fury, its massive body swinging, arms flailing wildly, unleashing a chaotic force that created an astonishing spectacle. Despite its formidable display, it couldn't land a single blow on Riezel. He danced around the monster, moving with extreme speed, slashing his sword to create a dazzling display of silver light and shadows around its body. His fearless figure, with a seemingly reckless yet decisive fighting style, eventually created an impressive imposing manner and charisma. Onlookers couldn't help but be influenced, captivated, and forget their own purposes. Ace was no exception. Just like Lafia, she stood there frozen, watching the Battle of Riezel unfold after she abruptly entered the battlefield. The intensity and determination in his eyes made her completely forget to act. There. Other adventurers soon rushed over. Seeing the battle between Riezel and the monster, they were ready to make a move, but Ace stopped them. Stop. Sword Princess, who rarely showed emotions or expressions, unexpectedly yelled sternly, startling the adventurers prepared to intervene. They froze in their tracks. Sword Princess. You're here too. Why did you stop us? The newcomers seemed to be high-level and high-class adventurers, either coming up from the lower floors sensing the commotion, or receiving a message about the irregular and rushing to resolve the situation. They were puzzled, not understanding why Ace was preventing them. To their questions, she had only one sentence. He's challenging the monster. Ace stared straight ahead, watching Riezel's fearless figure battling the monster with all he had. We can't disturb him. At her words, the adventurers looked at each other in confusion. However, soon they were also captivated by the ongoing battle. Boom, 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 boom. The unparalleled monstrous strength of the massive monster continued to rampage through the dungeon passage, the explosion and roar echoing endlessly without stopping. Riezel, enveloped by the wind, flicked away all the debris, dispersed all the dust, and even ignored the impact and shock waves. He danced dangerously close around the monster, evading every attack that came his way. His sword had swung countless times. The wounds he inflicted on the monster seemed countless. Aches permeated his body as if it were screaming at him to stop, to give up. But he ignored all external factors, fully dedicated to defeating the monster. Roar. Eventually, the monster's roar carried less anger but more fear. The wounds covering its body were numerous, and the once enraged monster now noticed something was wrong. Its blood overflowed excessively. The accumulation of too many wounds began to affect its movements and speed, instilling a sense of fear inside the monster's heart. Realizing the danger, the monster stopped swinging its massive arms and recklessly charged toward Riezel. Boom. Riezel had just prepared to lunge forward to launch another attack when the monster's sudden and unexpected charge hit him head-on. His entire body was shoved forward, dragged along by the monster's massive body. Bong. A stone pillar, pressed against Riezel by the monster, was shattered, exploding into a shower of sand and debris. Roar. Seizing the opportunity for a counterattack, the monster relentlessly pushed forward, ramming into Riezel without stopping. It crashed into rocks and smashed against walls, pulverizing everything in its path. Riezel, bearing the brunt of the charge, narrowly avoided coughing up blood. Mr. Riezel. Lafia's scream mixed with a mournful cry. Ace's pupils contracted, her figure tensed, and instinctively, her hand gripped the sword at her waist, ready to draw. However, at this moment. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. A familiar chant suddenly echoed, leaving Ace dumbfounded. That's. Lafia cried out again, her voice filled with astonishment. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy. The chanting continued, causing a radiant light to converge in front of the monster. Arc's ray. Accompanied by a deep, cold shout, the brilliance transformed into a light arrow, exploding in front of the monster's face. Boom. A thunderous sound, a burst of magical arrows, sent the unstoppable monster flying. Riezel, enveloped by the wind, reappeared before everyone with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. However, in his hand, there was a shimmering magical light, revealing to the onlookers who had cast the magic just moments ago. Mr. Riezel learned my magic. Lafia was stunned senseless as she realized this. But that's exactly what happened. Due to her previous use of magic in front of Riezel, he confirmed the magic, memorized the chant, understood its effects from her explanation, and, with his knowledge of the original work, fulfilled the conditions one by one. Thus, he directly learned her magic and employed it in this crucial moment. Watching the monster being blasted away, Riezel suppressed the blood rising in his throat and extended his hand once again. Boom. Arc's ray. Boom. Arc's ray. Boom. Arc's ray. With a swift chanting, Riezel unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of 3 Arc's ray. The light arrows of magical energy burst forth in quick succession, tearing through the air and evaporating dust, each one slamming into the monster's body before it could react, let alone get back on its feet. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. A massive explosion ensued. The bombardment of the 3 magical arrows caused fiery explosions on the monster, scorching its massive body. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. The monster let out a painfully loud roar, repeatedly retreating from the magic bombardment. Its body was now stained with gruesome blood. At this moment, the wounds inflicted by Riezel earlier proved to be highly effective. The magic, which would have been considerably mitigated by the monster's resilient fur, now had a much greater impact due to the extensive injuries he had inflicted on it, severely compromising the monster's defensive capabilities. As a result, the flames generated by the magic burned through its massive body, causing it to howl in agony and retreat further. Unnoticed by the struggling monster, Riezel seized the opportunity to launch another charge. Tempest. The wind roared. Tempest. This was the peak output, the ultimate release of Ariel. The wind enveloping his body surged violently, transforming from a gentle breeze to a raging storm. With both hands tightly gripping his slender sword, Riezel converted all of his mind into magic, channeling the force of the magical wind onto the sword. Poochie. As the chilly silver light streaked through the tempest like moonlight, the most significant tearing sound to date echoed. The thrust of the sword edge, wrapped in the tempest, traversed the monster, successfully piercing its massive body. Roa. The monster's roar abruptly ceased. Pang. The slender sword, wrapped in the wind, suddenly exploded and shattered into pieces. Riezel passed through the monster's massive body and fell to the ground. Behind him, the monster slowly toppled, its massive body revealing a gaping wound. Its life was finally extinguished. Chapter 33, Commotion. The thrust of the sword edge, wrapped in the tempest, traversed the monster, successfully piercing its massive body. Roa. The monster's roar abruptly ceased. Pang. The slender sword, wrapped in the wind, suddenly exploded and shattered into pieces. Riezel passed through the monster's massive body and fell to the ground. Behind him, the monster slowly toppled, its massive body revealing a gaping wound. Its life was finally extinguished. Silence. When the monster was completely pierced, gradually losing its life, and crashed to the ground, all the spectators present fell into a profound and wordless silence. Cough. It wasn't until the sound of Riezel's cough echoed that he, who had also fallen to the ground, struggled to get up. Only then did everyone in the vicinity react, and their attention immediately focused on his body. Especially Ace and Lafia, realizing what had happened, hurriedly ran toward him. Mr. Riezel. Are you okay? Lafia looked visibly distressed as tears welled up in her eyes. I'm fine. Riezel shook his head, but his body was tormented by a wave of pain, causing his knees to buckle, almost falling to the ground again. Luckily, a delicate hand reached out from the side, supporting him just in time. Don't move recklessly. Ace, with her translucent golden eyes fixed on Riezel as if wanting to engrave the image of him bravely fighting with blood all over into her heart. You used Ariel too much. Your body can't handle such a heavy burden, coupled with your injuries. It's best not to move around casually. As the true master of Ariel, no one understood the side effects of this magic better than Ace. Being able to unleash such a special and powerful enchant-type magic with a short chant, the side effects were obvious and placed a significant burden on the enchanted target. Whether it was the body or the weapon, as long as it was enchanted by the wind force of Ariel, it would bear this burden. Therefore, in the situation where Riezel had just released Ariel's maximum output, his weapon shattered, and his body endured an unimaginable burden, making him look precarious. Rewrite. We have elixirs. Lafia spoke with a flustered tone and immediately took out an elixir from her backpack. She opened the bottle cap and awkwardly fed it to Riezel. He didn't refuse. After taking the elixir, he immediately felt a clear stream flowing through his body. The visible injuries on his body began to heal at an astonishing speed, while the burden on his body, which had endured immense stress, finally eased. Ha! Riezel exhaled gently, standing upright with Ace's support. Don't move recklessly. Ace scolded him again, with a faint hint of blame on her face, as if reproaching him for not listening to her advice. Okay. Riezel had intended to shake her off, but seeing her frowning in reproach, he had no choice but to give up. Lafia. Ace finally turned towards her junior, who stood there looking a bit lost. Help him tidy up the loot and then we head back. Understanding that Riezel needed rest the most right now, Ace decisively made this decision. Got it. Lafia, feeling like she'd been granted a reprieve, finally found something to do and hurriedly ran over to the massive monster's corpse. Coincidentally, the corpse had turned into a pile of dust, scattered into the air, leaving only a transparent crystal and a faded claw. Lafia picked up the crystal and the claw before running back to Riezel and Ace's side. Let's go, back to the manor. Ace glanced around, looking at the adventurers who seemed to be approaching them. She supported Riezel, who was still having trouble walking, and decisively turned to leave. Lafia soon followed them. The adventurers who had wanted to get closer to Riezel stopped in their tracks when Ace took him away directly. "Who's that adventurer?" one of the adventurers asked. "No idea." People shook their heads in succession. "Judging by the appearance of Sword Princess, could it be from the Loki familia? Why haven't we seen him before? Maybe a rookie." They exchanged opinions, showing that Riezel's recent battle had indeed affected and impressed many, creating a stir. "Let's go, spread the news." Some people exchanged glances and then left one after another. The rest either prepared to spread the information or gathered intelligence. The scene suddenly became deserted, gradually returning to silence. Only the damaged terrain was slowly repairing itself, appearing strangely eerie and untouched by mortal knowledge. An irregular appeared on the 6th floor of the dungeon. This incident not only spread rapidly in an extremely short amount of time but also caused quite a commotion. It resulted in significant casualties. At the time of the irregular appearance, many adventurers were on their way back, directly passing through the 6th floor and encountering this unexpected event. Coincidentally, this irregular appeared on the 6th floor, relatively close to the surface, within reach of novice adventurers. In other words, many of those who encountered the irregular were low-class adventurers with limited strength. These low-class adventurers met their demise without any surprises. Some died, others were injured, and the resulting commotion naturally became quite significant, making the entire night in Orario lively. People hurriedly shared the news, and the guild was promptly alerted, dispatching personnel to investigate the scene and gather information from those who witnessed the irregular. Not long after, the guild released some announcements to the public. The irregular is an unknown monster suspected to be a rare species never seen before. It is temporarily named Crocodile Dragon, classified as a dragon species monster, and will be categorized as level 2. The monster has been resolved by the Loki familia. In the coming days, the professionals from the guild will conduct surveys to confirm safety and ensure there is no further danger before releasing the investigation results. During this period, we recommend that level 1 low-class adventurers temporarily avoid the 6th floor. Announcements like these were not only posted on the bulletin board at the guild headquarters but also sent to various familias. On this night, many people were destined to lose sleep. Loki familia's base, Twilight Manor. In the Divine Room, Loki looked at the guild announcement that had just been handed to her, examining the contents written on the parchment before tossing it onto her desk. "So, what do you all think?" Loki asked the 3 top executives of her familia whom she had summoned to this room. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, the higher-ups of the familia, had been brought to the Divine Room and were now informed about the entire situation. Classified as level 2. Gareth crossed his arms and spoke in a muffled voice. "What's more, it appears on the 6th floor, so close to the surface. It seems like low-level adventurers won't be able to enter the dungeon for a while. It doesn't affect us much. After all, most members of our familia are high-class adventurers," Finn said while biting his thumbnail. "But, to think a dragon species would appear on the 6th floor and a rare one at that. That's something we didn't expect." In the various dungeon floors, rare species were a small fraction, with numbers far lower than common monster types. These were known as rare species, not necessarily stronger but possessing some unique characteristics. Dragon species or dragon-type monsters, on the other hand, were a different story. Dragon species were widely recognized as the most powerful monster type in the dungeon. Whether appearing on the deeper floors or, as in this case, on the upper floors classified as level 1, if monsters were connected to the legendary creature, dragon, their power would be unimaginable. For example, the crocodile dragon that appeared this time was both a rare species and a dragon species, classified as level 2. Its strength might even surpass that of an infant dragon, a rare species appearing only on the 11th and 12th floors, known for being able to wipe out parties of low-class adventurers. Such powerful monsters should typically appear in the middle floors from the 13th floor onward. Yet, here was a crocodile dragon appearing on the classified level 1 upper floors, as if the dungeon were playing a malicious joke on them. As expected, it's the dungeon after all. Unexpected events are not surprising to happen at any time. Finn muttered to himself. Having battled in the dungeon for decades, Finn knew well that this mysterious labyrinth held many unsolved mysteries. While it attracted countless explorers, it also posed unimaginable threats to the people. No one knew if one day the dungeon might rebel or riot, allowing once suppressed monsters to surge back to the surface. Therefore, no matter how vigilant and prepared one was, it wasn't an exaggeration when it came to this labyrinth. Just didn't expect a monster of that caliber would be taken care of by that kid, guahaha. Gareth laughed. That kid's got some talent, eh? At his words, everyone joined in laughter. Who could have anticipated that a dragon species, classified as level 2, would be defeated by their familia's rookie who had recently joined? Finn, having learned the details from Ace and Lafia, smiled slightly. Only a week since receiving the blessing, he already challenged a level 2 dragon species, and not only succeeded but returned unscathed. Our rookie is quite something. Finn could imagine the uproar this event would cause once it became known. How is he doing now? Riveria showed some concern. According to Ace and Lafia, after coming back, that kid just went straight to sleep. Loki spread out her hands. Can't blame him, challenging a monster like that, even dying wouldn't be surprising. It's already good that he came back in one piece. His body isn't seriously injured, the main issue is the heavy burden of using Ace's magic. He needs some good rest. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth exchanged glances. As I thought, it's not because of the monster, it's all because of Ace's magic, isn't it? Riveria's whisper plunged everyone into silence. Chapter 34, Status Update. Ariel. As mentioned before, this wind element enchant type magic was quite special. No, it should be said, it was exceptionally unique. While ordinary enchant magic could enhance the user and their weapon, the effects of those enchant magic were usually not too outrageous. At least, ultra-short enchant magic like Ariel was definitely not expected to be too powerful. Unless it was an ultra-long enchant magic with a chant comparable to wide area annihilation magic, the strengthening and enhancement of regular enchant magic were quite limited. But Ariel was different. This ultra-short enchant magic could be used with just one chant and had extremely powerful effects. It not only boosted the explosive enhancement of basic abilities but was also versatile in offense and defense, possessing almost omnipotent utility except for long-distance attacks. This had surpassed the realm of enchant magic, even those ultra-long enchant magic were faintly inferior, not to mention regular enchant magic. It was impossible to achieve such significant effects. Enchant magic that was faintly superior to even ultra-long enchant magic but could be activated with just one chant demonstrated the abnormality and uniqueness of Ariel. Ace, who possessed this magic, was known as the strongest swordswoman, becoming one of the city's strongest adventurers. This was due to the anomaly of this magic's power and enhancement. This was a kind of magic that allowed one to challenge opponents of higher levels. Ace, despite being a level 5, was more than a match for even the level 6 individuals in the city with her Ariel. This wasn't like Lafia, who sacrificed her other basic abilities. She focused solely on mag, upgrading it to the highest rank, and complementing it with skills to achieve powerful firepower beyond her level. Ace, without sacrificing any other basic abilities, solely relying on one magic, possessed the capability to fight someone with a higher level, truly shocking anyone. Said without a trace of politeness, if one considered pure basic abilities alone, Ace with Ariel might even surpass level 6 adventurers like Finn and the others. It was understandable that Ariel would put a significant strain on the body and weapon. One slight mistake could lead to the breakdown of the body. However, the side effect of Ariel was actually not that significant, considering how amazing the results it brought. An excessively powerful power that didn't bring a burden to the user would be a strange thing. That was why people who didn't know might not believe that a mere level 1 rookie adventurer could defeat a level 2 dragon species monster alone. But the Loki Familia's higher-ups knew very well that Riezel had such a capability. In itself, that kid's status is already comparable to the level beyond level 1, akin to the veterans among low-class adventurers. Add to that exceptional wind enchant magic from Ace, he can take down a higher-level crocodile dragon is not impossible. Not to mention, he's also mastered Lafia's magic, covering the only gap that Ariel lacks, which is long-distance attacks. Observing the 3 top executives of her familia, Loki explained with a grin, leaning back with her legs crossed on the couch. I just can't believe that with the kid's ridiculous growth potential, he'd be worse than the pig of that slut, Otter. Hearing their goddess's malicious remarks, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth pretended not to hear, maintaining their composure. But they also admitted that from Riezel, they saw the potential to surpass that man. This made the 3 top executives especially hopeful. Looks like those stinky executive kids are really under pressure, huh? Gareth smirked. Lafia needs to step up too, Riveria said while closing one eye. Thinking about the matter of her disciple, she silently decided to give her extra lessons later. Only Finn, biting his finger, suddenly turned to Loki with a question. Challenging a level 2 dragon species monster in lower level condition, that's definitely considered a great exploit for a level 1, right? His statement made everyone fall silent. Loki. Finn looked at Loki solemnly. Is he about to level up? Riveria and Gareth also turned their gaze towards Loki. To Finn's question, Loki's reply was only one sentence. Although I haven't seen his status yet, but most likely, yes. The impact of her statement was easily imaginable. Reaching level 2 after receiving a blessing in less than a week. Riveria murmured. Now, Orario is really going to be shaken. Hey, even the fastest Ace took a year originally. But that kid did it in just 1 week, huh? Truly impressive. Even Gareth couldn't help but chuckle. How's his proficiency? Finn was somewhat worried. With his potential, he should be able to reach S rank on all basic abilities. Don't let his potential go to waste. When people of the same level contended, what factors could determine their victory or defeat? Undoubtedly, it was the difference in basic abilities. The basic abilities developed before leveling up were the decisive factor. As mentioned before, comparing someone who leveled up with basic abilities on the S rank with someone who leveled up with basic abilities on the D rank, the difference in power was self-evident. The improvement during leveling up was the same for everyone, so the difference in basic abilities before leveling up became the gap between two individuals. Of course, an adventurer's combat techniques, experiences, tactics, magic, and skills were also decisive factors. Just looking at the basic ability alone couldn't determine the final outcome. However, it was still an advantage, and not ignoring it was undoubtedly a wise choice. In such a situation, unless Riezel truly couldn't continue to grow his basic abilities, Finn wasn't in favor of letting him level up now. If it were ordinary familia members, instead of being entangled in the improvement of those basic abilities, it was better to significantly enhance combat power through leveling up since exploring the dungeon was a life-threatening activity. No matter what, the improvement gained from leveling up was incomparable to the improvement of a few ranks in basic abilities. Moreover, leveling up could unlock new potential and elevate oneself to another level. Considering these undeniable benefits, abandoning the growth of the current level and directly focusing on the growth of the next level was a wise move. However, Riezel's growth speed couldn't be treated the same as other adventurers, as his potential seemed bottomless. For him, taking some time to develop basic abilities was a very wise decision. He's already growing fast enough. Let him slow down a bit, it's not a bad thing. Finn said what he believed. Loki, although deeply agreeing with him, chose to respect Riezel's opinion. Let's talk about it when the kid wakes up. Loki shook her head. If he wants to level up, I can't stop him, it's ultimately his decision. I can only advise and can't make decisions for him. Finn, Gareth, and Riveria nodded. Honestly, I really can't wait. Loki said with a playful smile. After this battle, how absurd will his growth be? Poor her, she had no idea what she was about to witness later. Twilight Manor, Riezel's room. As the sunlight streamed in through the window, casting its warmth onto the bed, Riezel finally woke up. Damn, it's so dazzling. He raised his hand to shield his eyes from the direct sunlight, squinting as he slowly sat up. With this movement, a slight soreness instantly surged through his entire body. However, this didn't ruin his mood, it actually relieved him. Well, looks like the injuries aren't that bad. If it was only soreness, it meant it was not due to injuries but rather the strain from forcefully boosting the output of Ariel hadn't completely subsided. Though it posed its own problem, compared to being injured, a little soreness was manageable for him. He definitely didn't want to lie in bed and nurse his wounds for another month. Lafia's elixir works wonders. If I have money, it's best to keep some on hand. I could even use the dimensional magic cube to bring some back. This kind of magic potion could heal even fatal wounds. If conditions allowed, it was best to be prepared. He seriously considered this issue as he got out of bed, dressed, and left the room. His destination was Loki's divine room. Yesterday, after she came to check on him, she instructed him to come find her once he woke up. Twilight Manor felt somewhat deserted since it was still early. Riezel walked all the way without encountering anyone, reaching the top floor of the central tower and entering Loki's divine room. At this hour, she still had a sleepy look on her face. You're up early, kiddo. The goddess looked at him with resentment, as if blaming him for interrupting her beauty sleep. Did you pull another all-nighter last night? Riezel asked while walking into the room and instantly smelled a strong scent of alcohol. Looking at the empty bottles on the floor, it was clear why this unreliable goddess was in a bad mood upon waking up. Not an all-nighter, just had a bit more to drink. Loki extended her finger, making a small gesture. Unfortunately, all he could see between those fingers was a vast universe. Drink a little less. Riezel advised Loki, to which she nonchalantly replied, yes, 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 clearly not taking it to heart. Come on, let's update your status quickly. Loki said with enthusiasm while patting the seat in front of her. Riezel nodded, took off his shirt, and sat down in front of her. Ah, I'm really looking forward to this. Loki seemed to be in a good mood as she spoke, swaying and shaking her head left and right. She quickly pricked her fingertip and started working on his back. Let me see what you've got this time. Before she could finish her sentence, however, she suddenly stopped. What the fuck is this? Loki couldn't help but curse loudly in shock. Chapter 35, SSS. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, C678 SSS. End, C666 SSS. Dex, B772 SSS. AGI, B793 SSS. Mag, F314 SSS. Loki rubbed her eyes in disbelief, making sure she wasn't seeing things. Convinced it wasn't an illusion, she was finally dumbfounded. She didn't even bother handing the translated parchment to Riezel. Instead, she silently stared at his back, feeling dizzy. Loki. Riezel looked at Loki's expression and tentatively called her, but she didn't react at all. Holy crap. What the hell is SSS? Loki suddenly shouted, clutched her head, and screamed hysterically. SSS. Riezel raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised but not as excited as her. Loki, who didn't see his reaction, continued to hold her head in shock and shouted madly. What the heck is this? What the fuck is this? Are the proficiency limits for basic abilities 999 and S? What in the fuck's name is this SSS? I've never heard of such a thing. Loki was genuinely shocked, really shocked. Although she had only been in the lower world for a few decades, as goddess of one of Orario's strongest familias, she naturally had a lot of information at her disposal. Thanks to her shameless personality, she dared to inquire and meddle in everything, and other gods more or less gave her some face, revealing some of the lower world's secrets to her. Thanks to this, her knowledge was quite extensive. As she managed one of Orario's strongest familias, she was very familiar with the blessing granted to the familia's children. But even so, she never heard of basic ability breaking through the highest limit of S rank and surpassing the limits of blessing. At least, within her knowledge spanning 1,000 years from heaven to the lower world, such a thing had never happened. Of course, it was also possible that it had happened, but she just didn't know about it. However, this was indeed the first time she had seen such a possibility, naturally leaving her shocked. Leaving aside the SSS, the total proficiency increase of over 3,200 is also absurd for fuck's sake. So far, Riezel's growth speed had been astonishing, even frightening. However, there had never been a time like this, where his basic abilities simultaneously increased by several thousand. Especially MAG, it shot up from F to SSS straight away, couldn't be anything but absurd. The rest of the basic abilities were the same, not progressing one rank at a time but directly leaping over 4 or 5 ranks. It was beyond absurd, it was the embodiment of absurdity. Could it be? Loki suddenly remembered something. She recalled the effects of Fool's Obsession, which not only extraordinarily increased growth speed and growth limits but also enhanced its effects under specific conditions. The deeper the obsession, the stronger the effect. The effect is greatly enhanced when in dangerous situations. Fool's Obsession had these two effects, and Loki had an epiphany. In a life-and-death battle against a level 2 crocodile dragon as a level 1, a fight of this degree could definitely be considered a dangerous situation, right? Considering how deep Riezel's obsession ran, Loki could understand. He must have become completely excited during his battle with a powerful opponent, igniting his inner fighting spirit and intensifying his obsession. Both effects were triggered, naturally amplifying the skill to a significant extent. That was why the growth rate this time was so absurd, multiplying several times over, resulting in the current outcome. All basic abilities at SSS. The potential barrier for the mortal of the lower world known to the gods, the limits of blessing, had been shattered to pieces. Loki. Just as Loki was feeling absent-minded about this, Riezel's somewhat helpless voice reached her ears. Why don't you let me see my status? He was curious and eagerly anticipating his current status. Loki took a deep breath, and shortly afterward, she looked at him with seriousness. Don't get too scared, okay? Loki said with a hesitant tone. At her words, Riezel smiled disapprovingly. Scared? Impossible. From her yell, he could probably guess what had happened. So, did my basic abilities upgrade to SSS? He wasn't shocked by this news. Because he had known about this possibility for a long time. In the original work, the protagonist grew to this rank more than once after acquiring cheats, surpassing the theoretical limit of status. So, Riezel had long known that beyond S, there were the ranks of SS and SSS. 900 to 999 was S, 1000 to 1199 was SS, 1200 and above were SSS. This possibility had been proven by the protagonist in the original work, and Riezel had also hoped that he could break through the limit of status, reaching a stage that no one else had reached. As expected, when Loki handed the parchment with the translated text to him, he saw his status written on it. All SSS. Riezel muttered in surprise. He already anticipated that several of his basic abilities would reach SSS, but he didn't expect all of them to hit that rank. If he remembered correctly, even the protagonist seemed to have only SSS in the basic ability he excelled in, which was AGI, while the rest of his basic abilities only reached SS at best. And here he was, with SSS in all basic abilities, receiving a perfect report card. In other words, was he stronger than the protagonist? Ha ha ha. Riezel couldn't help but laugh. You can still laugh, kiddo. Loki had been watching him, observing his reaction. Seeing him only slightly surprised and calmly laughing, she couldn't help but comment. This is a big thing that could shake the entire Orario and even the entire lower world. I don't know how to handle it, how to react, and you're just laughing. You're truly a mad lad. Well, what else can I do? Riezel surprisingly remained calm as he smiled at her. I've only received the blessing for a few days. You expect me to be shocked? I can't muster up shock that quickly. Loki was momentarily speechless. Indeed, considering the short time he had received the blessing, even if he were told that the limit for others was S and he broke through to SSS, he probably wouldn't grasp the magnitude of it. Unlike her, who had spent decades in the lower world, handling countless blessings, witnessing something like this was bound to shake her worldview. Back in the day, when she had just descended from heaven, she probably would have a simple thought like, I've hit the jackpot, or something similar. Unfortunately, she had operated a familia for decades, mingled in Orario for years, and had a deep-rooted understanding of blessing. It was inevitable that she would be shaken by such an extraordinary occurrence. Is this what they call the unknown potential of mortal? Loki sighed, holding her forehead tiredly. After a while, she finally chuckled. Okay, I guess I understand why those damn fellows are so crazy about the unknown and potential of the lower world. This kind of thing that even surprises me is indeed exciting. Having survived countless ages, gods probably detested nothing more than things that never changed. So, they needed entertainment. So, they needed excitement. For this, they didn't hesitate to not use their arcanum, transforming into fragile being like mortals, indulging in the pleasures of the lower world, and chasing the unknown. Loki was part of that, and after the initial shock, excitement and thrill filled her heart. As a result, she looked at Riezel differently now. Good thing you're in my familia, kiddo. Loki said faintly. Otherwise, if I found out there's a kid like you outside, I might not hesitate to use any means to snatch you away. This was a choice that all gods might make upon learning about the unknown within Riezel's existence. Riezel Brynhart, this child's body harbored something that the gods pursued. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. Thinking about having such a child in her familia, Loki couldn't help but laugh and relish the thought. Stop laughing. After confirming his status, Riezel rolled his eyes at her. Besides gaining growth in status, is there no other aspect of gain? Due to the skill, self-redemption, he had a certain level of perception and understanding of his own status. This skill, which granted him the ability to independently update his status, seemed to be telling him that what he gained went far beyond just this. And indeed, it was. Challenging that monster at level 1, how could you not have accumulated enough exploits? Loki sighed emotionally. Your high-rank Excelia is already maxed out. Riezel naturally understood the meaning of that statement. Level up. Loki said with a smile. You can level up now. Hearing this, his eyes lit up. Obviously, this news was something to be happy about for him. Breaking the limits of his status was undoubtedly a good thing. However, the periodic improvement of basic abilities still couldn't compare to the boost from leveling up. If one's basic abilities could rapidly push the body to its limits or even break through them, then leveling up changed one's life. The improvements gained at that point far surpassed the ranks of a few basic abilities. How? Ready to level up now. Loki confirmed with a smirk. Let's level up. Riezel nodded and replied without hesitation. This wasn't just because he urgently wanted to enhance his strength, but also because he could feel that his growth had reached its limit. At level 1, his potential had been fully unleashed, leaving nothing untapped. In such a situation, staying at this level would be meaningless. Since that was the case, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. However, before leveling up, there's one thing that needs confirmation. Loki said while looking directly at Riezel's eyes. You need to choose a development ability. A development ability that only had a chance of appearing when leveling up. Riezel successfully triggered it. Chapter 36, Development Ability. When leveling up, could anyone learn development abilities? It depended. It wasn't just about luck but rather depended on one's accumulated Excelia up to now. Similar to basic abilities, enhancing a particular basic ability required one to take corresponding actions. Only by engaging in activities that utilized that ability could one accumulate the necessary Excelia to foster its growth and transform it into actual progress during a status update. While potential and innate skills mattered, in general, the development abilities learned during leveling up depended on the actions one had taken. As long as one took specific action and accumulated enough Excelia to trigger development ability, that ability would appear during level up, available for learning. On the other hand, if one hadn't gained noteworthy Excelia to meet the conditions for learning development ability, even if they leveled up, they wouldn't acquire any development ability. In this situation, if suitable Excelia was obtained, even multiple development abilities might appear for selection. Currently, Riezel found himself in such a state. You've triggered 4 development abilities, but you can only choose one to learn if you want to level up immediately. It's decision time, kiddo. Loki informed him and conveyed the 4 development abilities he triggered. The first development ability is Hunter. This was a development ability specialized in dealing with monsters, triggered by defeating a large number of monsters within a short period of time. Once learned, the status of the adventurer possessing this development ability would be strengthened when encountering monsters of the same type they had fought and gained Excelia from. Since this ability could only be learned at level 2, it was quite challenging to obtain, making it a valuable ability. Considering adventurers often explored dungeons and regularly faced monsters, Hunter was highly sought after by adventurers and even various gods. It was a development ability most adventurers hoped to acquire. Although Riezel had only received the blessing for about a week, he delved into dungeons every day and immersed himself in battles. As a result, he defeated a significant number of monsters within this short period, successfully triggering the learning condition for Hunter. The second development ability is Abnormal Resistance. This was the previously mentioned ability that could resist abnormal symptoms such as poison, triggered by sustaining damage from abnormal statuses. In the upper floors of the dungeon, a monster known as Purple Moth frequently released poisonous powder, posing a threat to adventurers. Therefore, most adventurers experienced attacks from abnormal statuses early on, making this development ability relatively easy to obtain. Thanks to this, most adventurers could acquire Abnormal Resistance when reaching level 2. This made Abnormal Resistance almost a guaranteed benefit for everyone upon leveling up to level 2, avoiding the awkward situation where adventurers leveled up without gaining any development ability. Riezel had also been bothered by purple moths frequently, so it was normal for him to trigger this development ability. The first 2 development abilities mentioned were practical and easily triggered by adventurers who frequently entered dungeons and dealt with monsters daily. Even Loki Familia's first-class adventurers had mostly acquired these 2 development abilities, and the same went for other adventurers. However, the next 2 development abilities were different. The third development ability is Swordsman. Loki chuckled and tilted her head. This is a rather rare development ability, something only top-notch swordsmen can trigger. In our Familia, only Ace has this ability, and she learned it when she reached level 4. You, on the other hand, fulfilled the learning conditions just after reaching level 2. If Ace finds out about this, she's bound to feel frustrated. The effect of this development ability was quite simple, it enhanced the holder's status when using a sword as equipment. The higher the ability's rank, the greater the boost. Even at the initial I rank, there was still a noticeable improvement. If nothing unexpected happened, Riezel tended to lean towards choosing Swordsman. Although Hunter was an ability that could only be learned when reaching level 2, making it relatively precious and the type that you missed out on if you didn't grab it in time. However, its effectiveness was limited to dealing with monsters you had defeated before. For Riezel, who wouldn't be permanently living in this world but instead traveling through various worlds, its utility would be significantly reduced. As for Abnormal Resistance, there was no need to select it since his skill already provided the identical ability on the highest rank. Why waste valuable learning opportunities on a low rank, Abnormal Resistance? In this way, Riezel naturally leaned toward choosing Swordsman. However, the appearance of the 4th development ability made him hesitate. The 4th development ability is Lightweight. Loki's words momentarily stunned him. Lightweight. Riezel furrowed his brow, confirming that he had never heard of this development ability. If even he, who was familiar with the original work, didn't know about this ability, then its rarity became apparent. I've never heard of this ability before. Even the development abilities records logged by the guild, which has documented all known abilities, don't have any mention of it. Loki looked at Riezel with an increasingly evident and thickening smile on her face. This is a seriously rare development ability, and you could totally be the first to uncover it. Isn't this just your hidden potential shining through? In other words, it was unique. Let's choose this one, kiddo. I feel like this ability should be powerful. Loki continued with a somewhat excited and agitated tone. As a goddess pursuing the unknown, seeking excitement and entertainment, she naturally didn't want to miss out on this one-of-a-kind treasure of an ability. However, the one in question paid no heed to the overly excited goddess. What's the effect of this development ability? Riezel asked calmly. I'm not sure. Loki shook her head. But based on my understanding, it should be an ability that sacrifices defense in exchange for extraordinary speed. The vision and observational skills of gods were extraordinary. Even with only vague and fragmented words, they could judge the approximate effects and types of development abilities based on the tendency of Excelia when triggering that ability. If my understanding is correct, after learning this ability, the more you reduce the equipment and weight on your body, the more agile you become. Loki explained. This development ability was designed to enhance DEX and AGI. In contrast to the Swordsman, who required a sword to trigger effects, the effect of lightweight was activated by reducing the weight of the body's equipment. So, as Loki explained, it was about sacrificing defense for extraordinary speed. Due to the requirements of lightweight, once this development ability was acquired, Riezel would likely have had to completely forego heavy equipment in the future. Especially heavyweight equipment like metal armor, equipping them would have rendered lightweight useless. Considering that the fewer the body's equipment, the greater the enhancement, he might have even had to reconsider using the leather armor he had been relying on all this time. This meant his defense would have been reduced to a minimum. On the other hand, his DEX and AGI would have seen a significant boost. Looking at your status, it's clear that your power lies in DEX and AGI. Combined with consistently wearing lightweight leather armor, this development ability will be triggered, right? Of course, considering this unique development ability has never appeared before, there might be other conditions to fulfill to trigger it. In any case, the rarity of this ability is extraordinary. If you don't choose now, you might not have the chance to obtain it again in the future. Loki seemed to be enticing him with a mischievous expression on her face. So, what's your decision, kiddo? Having heard all this, Riezel had no room for choice. Hunter and abnormal resistance were not choices. Swordsman was valuable, but it could be learned at level 4 like Ace, so there was no need to rush. Considering all factors, did he really need to ponder over his choice in the first place? Okay, let's level up. Riezel decided. Loki immediately got excited. Okay. Let's do this. With a burst of enthusiasm, she moved behind him, and in no time, the level-up process was complete. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I. End, I. Dex, I. AGI, I. Mag, I. Lightweight, I. After leveling up, basic abilities were all reset to their initial values, and Riezel finally set off from level 1. The accumulated basic ability proficiency so far hadn't disappeared but existed in a latent form. This was why the higher the growth of basic abilities before leveling up, the stronger one became after leveling up. Only magic, skills, and development abilities wouldn't be reset, especially development abilities. No matter how high someone's level was, development abilities wouldn't reset, making it extremely difficult to improve them. Take Ace, for example. She acquired Hunter when she reached level 2 at the age of 8. However, despite practicing for many years until now, her Hunter only reached G rank, advancing by just 2 ranks. Swordsman was even more extreme. Ace acquired it at level 4, and after several years, it was still staying at I rank. This illustrated how challenging it was to improve development abilities. It was not without reason that Loki considered Riezel's endless to be abnormal and ridiculous. After all, it granted him 3 development abilities of the highest rank. Well, your presence always triggers some jaw-dropping growth, you know. Loki remarked with a pleased smile while patting his shoulder. Anyway, congratulations on becoming a level 2, kiddo. Upon hearing the congratulation from his goddess, Riezel smiled faintly and nodded. Chapter 37, The Depressed Elf. At this moment, the sun had already risen in the sky, illuminating the entire urban district of Orario. The liveliness within Twilight Manor was gradually increasing, and members were bustling around, making it no longer as desolate as it was initially. Riezel emerged from the divine room, receiving curious glances from several familia members along the way. Needless to say, the news of his battle with the irregular on the 6th floor had started to spread. However, he paid no attention to those looks. Instead, he pondered the words Loki had said to him when leaving the divine room. Looks like Laffy is spending too much time on some confusing or minor issue. Wanna go see what's up with her? The goddess's sudden parting words left him stunned at the time. Since coming back yesterday, that girl's been visibly depressed. Riveria mentioned it to me, suggesting it might be better for you, the involved party, to talk to her. Loki added, smiling wryly. Leaving those words, she turned and went back to sleep, leaving him with no choice but to leave. Thinking about Laffy, Riezel hesitated for a moment but ultimately decided to check on her. But he had no idea how to find her. As the base of Loki Familia, Twilight Manor was composed of many tall towers. Apart from the central tower, there were a total of 7 towers surrounding it. The lower halves of these variously shaped towers were interconnected, with only the circular courtyard surrounding the central tower standing independently. The upper halves had stone-built aerial corridors extending to other towers, allowing people to move between the towers. Facilities such as libraries and dining halls were scattered in different towers, without any order. Except for the central tower, the 7 towers were mainly divided into 3 for men and 4 for women. In other words, living areas for men and women were separate. If Riezel wanted to find Laffy, the first choice was naturally to go to her room. This meant entering the living area for female members, giving him a somewhat uncomfortable and awkward feeling of entering a female dormitory. Maybe I should check in the public area first. Riezel tentatively decided on this. However, before he could start looking for Laffy, he encountered 2 Familia's executives on the way. Hey, isn't this the very impressive rookie? Indeed. Like looking into a mirror, the Amazonas twin sisters, identical in appearance but different in body size and hairstyle, appeared on the way and coincidentally met Riezel. Miss Tiona, Miss Tioni. Riezel stopped and greeted the two executives with a head bow. Come on, don't be so formal. Tiona said with an innocent smile. Just call me Tiona. Call me Tioni too. Tioni said while sizing him up for a moment, a smile on her face carrying a hint of meaning. Captain values you a lot, I guess he thinks you'll soon climb into the executive positions. If that's the case, just call us by our names directly. As executives of Loki Familia and first-class adventurers unparalleled in Orario, even within their own familia, most members held a respectful attitude towards Tiona and Tioni. This was the status of a first-class adventurer and the treatment that came with being the familia executive. The two were not unaccustomed to the respectful attitude of others. However, it was evident that it didn't suit Riezel. Just the thought of his skill called fool's obsession that broke the rules made Tiona and Tioni feel it was better not to regard him as an ordinary rookie. What are you up to? Tiona asked with a tilted head. Planning to head into the dungeon. I heard you just went through a fight with an irregular monster, weren't you still in bed yesterday? Tioni sighed. Getting out of bed today and planning to dive into the dungeon again, aren't you a bit too eager? It puts pressure on us, you know. The two sisters hadn't been spared from his adventurous spurs lately, but their words weren't meant to intentionally taunt him. Riezel noticed their concern and shook his head. I'm not planning to go into the dungeon today. Just looking for Lafia. Lafia. Tiona seemed surprised at the mention of the name. Come to think of it, you guys formed a party, right? Tioni realized. Yeah. Riezel nodded. Do you two know where she is? Seemingly, he asked the right people. Lafia. I just saw her heading to the reception room. Tiona told him and added with a puzzled expression. But she seemed a bit out of spirits. Is she hungry or something? Who do you think she is, you? Tioni retorted without much kindness. Besides, if she's really hungry, she should be going to the dining room, not the reception room. You're right. Tiona suddenly enlightened and grinned, not feeling embarrassed at all about her sister's scolding. Instead, she appeared optimistic, giving off a lively and cheerful vibe. The reception room, huh? Riezel nodded thoughtfully. Then I'll go find her. Sure. Go ahead. The Amazonas sisters stepped aside, giving way to him. As he walked away, the two exchanged a silent glance, both deep in thought. Do you sense it, Tiona? Tioni asked in a low voice. Yeah. Tiona was somewhat less carefree than before as she stared at Riezel's back. His movements have become different, and the way he walks is somewhat unnatural. It's like a burst of power causing a lack of coordination. A very obvious sign of someone not yet accustomed to their newfound power. That's what it seems like. Tioni quietly said. Did this guy just level up? Probably. Tiona replied and nodded. After all, only a level up can cause such a sudden surge in power and make your body struggle to stay in sync. This guy clearly hasn't adapted to his current body yet. Having said that, the two fell silent once again. Only 7 days. Yeah. The silent reflection made the atmosphere between the two feel a bit tense. Dungeon. Yep. Today's plans were quickly confirmed by the two sisters. However, both of them had a feeling. They felt that no matter how hard they tried, it might all be in vain since that rookie would quickly catch up. However, just sitting back and not putting in any effort wasn't an option for the two Amazonesses. Not to mention them, even the werewolf youth, who had just turned the corner and happened to catch a glimpse of the rookie, couldn't help but click his tongue. Boring. Bet left with a displeased remark, leaving the place. Twilight Manor, reception room. This room was dominated by shades of orange, with a dignified style, directly facing the corridor. Inside the room were several sofas and chairs that immediately hinted at their hefty price, and a round table covered with a tablecloth. The decor exuded a sense of luxury, ensuring that no matter the status of the guests, they wouldn't feel neglected. However, this reception room didn't quite seem like a dedicated space for entertaining guests. Instead, it appeared more like a leisure space for members of the familia to relax. At this very moment, Lafia was seated in a chair, sighing. She had been in this state for quite some time. Many familia members who happened to witness her condition came up, expressing concern, but in the end, only received a somewhat reluctant smile from her. To avoid affecting others with her worries, Lafia fled to this place. However, when alone, not only did it fail to improve her mood but also made her feel gloomier, even experiencing a hint of self-isolation. Someone like me. Lafia's attractive lips muttered those somewhat self-deprecating words. But another voice suddenly interrupted. What's wrong with someone like you? Lafia was startled at the sudden voice. It was only then that she noticed someone had entered the reception room and was standing right in front of her. That someone happened to be the one she was a bit hesitant to face. Mr. Riezel. Lafia said while trembling with fear. Why do you look like I'm about to devour you? Riezel chuckled. If others see this, they might think I'm using my age to bully a senior. Sorry. Lafia immediately looked apologetic. Relax, it's not that serious. Riezel looked at the still trembling Lafia. What happened to you? Lafia remained silent. Still thinking about yesterday. Riezel said casually as if yesterday's experience was not a life-and-death battle but rather a mere game. However, his attitude right now caused a conflict within Lafia's heart. After a while, she took a deep breath and stood up. I'm sorry. Lafia suddenly apologized and bowed deeply to him. Seeing this sudden action, Riezel awkwardly scratched his cheek. You're really bothered by yesterday's events, huh? He sighed tiredly and shortly afterward spoke straightforwardly without hesitation. You feel useless because you couldn't help and could only watch from the sidelines, am I right? Hearing those blunt words, Lafia's shoulders immediately trembled. Without a doubt, he hit the nail on the head. As she slowly raised her head, her face was filled with guilt and deep regret. Mr. Riezel encouraged me to use magic whenever I could, and yet, I couldn't be of any help at all and just stood there in a daze from start to finish. Even though we're supposed to be a party, and my level is even higher than yours. I just couldn't do anything useful. Someone like me is truly useless and incompetent. The more she spoke, the more she felt depressed. Chapter 38, Lafia Voridis. Riezel might not be aware, but in the beginning, when Lafia discovered that the Familia's top executives had arranged for her to form a party with him to explore the dungeon, she was determined to grow. She was well aware of her problem. Unlike the other Familia executives who started their careers as adventurers, accustomed to battling monsters and even engaging in intense life-or-death struggles from the beginning, she hailed from the school district. In simple terms, she was a top student who grew up in the ivory tower, and her thoughts and awareness greatly differed from adventurers who faced life and death every day after receiving their blessings. Before joining Loki Familia, she had grown up in a very stable environment without worrying about anything, and by the time she became an adventurer, she was already a high-class adventurer. In reality, she struggled to adapt to highly intense battles. Being a dedicated rearguard and having a somewhat nervous disposition, she was generally fine in battle. However, if any unexpected situation arose, her heart would tense up, nervous, and couldn't calm down for quite a while. For a mage, this was undoubtedly very dangerous. After all, mages primarily used magic as their primary combat method. Chanting and casting magic, these were the only things a mage could do. Chanting magic typically required a stable mentality and composure. Without these, how could one smoothly and flawlessly chant magic? When using magic, one needed a stable mentality, a calm heart, and a composed demeanor to keep chanting without panicking when monsters attacked them. This way, their mind could be refined into magic and cast successfully, annihilating monsters. Being a mage seemed like just staying in a safe place and casting magic from a distance, but in reality, it required a stronger heart than vanguards and midguards. In this aspect, she was undoubtedly a failure. She had lost her composure in battle more than once, causing the use of her magic to fail. Precisely because of this, in her heart, she felt unworthy of the attention from the Familia's top executives, and even more so, she couldn't live up to the name of a genius. Top executives like Finn, Riveria, and Gareth often comforted her. Even other executives such as Ace regarded her highly. They extended a helping hand without finding fault, allowing her to join their parties, but she still frequently got nervous to the point of forgetting to chant magic. Therefore, she always felt that she couldn't keep up with them, always dragging them down when she was with them. With this mindset, she agreed to form a party with Riezel, a level 1 rookie who had recently joined the Familia without complaint. Despite her level being higher than his, she didn't dare to consider herself a senior. Instead, she embarked on the adventure with the mindset of someone seeking guidance from him. Yes, she wanted to take this opportunity to truly grow, to correct her flaws. She valued this chance greatly. Becoming a party with the executives meant being a burden, and joining parties with same-level Familia members might cause trouble for them. In this situation, exploring with a rookie lower in level and trying out different combat approaches together suited her purposes more. But, the results were disappointing. No, it was even worse than disappointing, her performance was undoubtedly at its lowest. Thinking about how Riezel had saved her multiple times yesterday, remembering her own panic state, she felt extremely ashamed. During his life-and-death battle with the crocodile dragon, as a rearguard mage, she should have found an opportunity to cast magic and help him defeat the powerful monster. However, in the end, she just stood there in a daze, completely unresponsive, like a statue. On the other hand, Riezel, despite possessing less strength than the monster and being a rookie who had just started less than a week ago, never showed a trace of fear. Instead, he faced challenges head-on fearlessly, unafraid of life or death, putting on an unprecedented and unparalleled performance. That posture and that demeanor, even she had to admit that the impression and impact he left on her at that moment were unimaginably significant. At one point, she even saw the figure of someone she admired the most when she witnessed his struggle against the monster. In her heart, those two figures overlapped to some extent. In comparison, her performance was simply abysmal. Realizing this, after returning home, she fell into deep self-loathing, unable to free herself from it. Someone like me, no matter where I go, always ends up being a burden. Lafia spoke with her head down, extremely frustrated. Mr. Riezel should form a party with more powerful familia members so you won't be dragged down. At this point, her tone was not just frustrated but also carried a hint of self-deprecation and self-loathing. A heavy, oppressive silence settled in the reception room, making the atmosphere uncomfortably tense. Just when she was about to give in to the urge to escape, Riezel finally spoke. Lafia. Why did you become an adventurer? Riezel asked with a tranquil tone like a still lake. Upon hearing that question, Lafia was slightly stunned and quickly lifted her head to look at his face. Riezel gazed directly at her face with a calm expression without any fluctuations. Lafia was at a loss. Why did she become an adventurer? As she became silent again, Riezel continued. Some do it for fortune. Some do it for fame. Some do it for power. Some do it for survival. People who choose to become adventurers have their own reasons and desires. Otherwise, no one would choose a job where they could lose their lives at any moment. His voice was surprisingly serene, which gave an unexplainable feeling. What about you? What are you in it for? Lafia was still at a loss. Can't come up with an answer. Riezel said with an understanding tone, unsurprised by her reaction. Yes. Lafia involuntarily lowered her head again and murmured. I don't know why. Indeed, she couldn't express it. It felt like there was a reason, but that reason must be insignificant, or at least that was what she believed. Maybe you just haven't found a rock-solid reason to confidently tell others that you won't let them down or yourself down, a reason that makes you proud. Riezel spoke as if he could read her thoughts. But you know, it's okay. You'll find your own reason sooner or later. When you find that reason, you'll realize you can do things just like anyone else. After all, the only difference between you and me is right there. His words resonated deeply in Lafia's ears. For some reason, she couldn't shake the feeling that she wouldn't forget these words, especially considering his calm expression as he delivered such impactful words to her. When there's a reason that forces you to do something, the courage you lack will surely come along. But never numbly go with the flow. You can be confused, you can be puzzled, but never numbly go with the flow. That's truly fearful. Riezel's words carried an indescribable power and significance. Unfortunately, Lafia didn't have the chance to delve into the reasons behind it. You're still immature, that's a fact. However, I dare not say I'm mature either, so we're even. Riezel finally showed a hint of a smile. I think we should continue as a party like this. Do you have any other thoughts? Of course not. Lafia quickly shook her head like a tambourine. After hesitating for a while, she trembled again. Can I really do this? Riezel didn't answer her question but just looked at her eyes calmly, conveying everything with his eyes. Seeing those serene and calm eyes, Lafia took a deep breath. Right here and now, she once again made up her mind to grow. To avoid letting herself and her idol down, while simultaneously ensuring she didn't disappoint the young men before her, whose figure overlapped with the idol she admired the most. After parting ways with Lafia, Riezel returned to his room to take his secondary weapon, a short sword. Because his main weapon broke when he fought the crocodile dragon, he could only use this for now. After grabbing the sword, he made his way to the courtyard. However, when he arrived, he found that someone else was already in this place. Whoosh! A swordswoman with golden hair wielded a silver sword, dancing gracefully and producing a continuous, sharp sound of cutting wind. Riezel stood silently, watching her performance for a while, but soon noticed that she had stopped her movements. Ace stopped swinging her sword, but she didn't sheath it. She just calmly stood there, turned her head, and looked at him, who had appeared in the courtyard. The two of them stared into each other's eyes, and for a moment, neither of them chose to speak. After silently staring at each other for a while, Ace finally opened her mouth. Want to practice together? As he heard her question, Riezel was slightly surprised. You're here to practice, right? Ace said while tilting her head slightly. To adapt to your new power. You noticed. Riezel remained silent for a while before saying with helplessness. It seems like I made it too obvious, huh? Yes. Ace nodded. For someone else, it might not be a big problem, but your increased power is quite big. Your movements are noticeably uncoordinated and might affect your combat abilities. Riezel did achieve an unprecedented full SSS in all basic abilities this time. Before facing the crocodile dragon, the highest rank of his basic abilities was only B. However, after defeating it and undergoing a status update, all his basic abilities skyrocketed to SSS in one go. Combined with leveling up to level 2 and gaining a development ability called Lightweight, which was further boosted by Endless, his body after leveling up indeed needed some adjustments, to say the least. Want to practice together? Ace asked again. Sure. Riezel naturally had no objections and nodded heavily. Before long, the sound of swords clashing echoed in the courtyard. He continued to grow fiercely and rapidly. Just as his endless skill indicated, it seemed as if there was no end in sight to his growth. Chapter 39, The Goddess of Beauty. Orario, Babel. At the top of the tower that seemed to suppress the entrance to the dungeon like a lid, the highest floor was extravagantly decorated, equipped with everything one could imagine. The interior was lavish to the extreme, allowing a sweeping view of the entire city's district in the eyes of the room. Soon, a giant shadow pushed the door open and walked in. It was a huge beastman, with short, earth-red hair and boar ears, possessing a robust physical body resembling rock, standing over 2 meters tall. The beastman entered the high-class room as he was the only one allowed to freely pass in and out. He reached the deepest part of the room, facing a rectangular observation glass that occupied an entire wall. There, wrapped in a black sheer evening dress, with a slender yet voluptuous figure and waist-length silver hair, was a stunning goddess. Lady Freya. The beastman halted not far from the goddess, as if a devout believer, bowing respectfully to the beautiful goddess known as Freya. Otter. Freya didn't turn around, only swaying a cup of red wine while responding casually. Her voice was extremely sweet, like heavenly nectar or earthly wine. Even catching a hint of it gave the sensation of wanting to be intoxicated by it. What happened? Is there something you need? Freya inquired with her sweet voice, making the beastman known as Otter show even more reverence. I have something to report to you. Otter solemnly said. It's about a rookie from the Loki familia. Hearing this, Freya finally took her gaze away from the beautiful scenery outside the window. Loki. Freya swayed the wine in her hand as if recalling or savoring something. After a while, she indifferently said, I have heard recently that her familia has recruited a rookie with an amazing talent. Yes. Otter said indifferently. I believe attention should be given to that rookie, so I came here to report. Oh. Freya suddenly became interested and smiled slightly. A child that can make you say something like that has piqued my curiosity. With that, she finally turned around. With this turn, as if all the light in the world gathered simultaneously on her body, the surroundings dimmed. This was only natural. Because Goddess Freya was exceptionally beautiful. As beings that came from heaven, gods generally possessed near-perfect appearances. Except for some deliberately existing in the world in the forms of the elderly or children, almost all gods had faces that could cause national disasters. And the beautiful appearance of Freya was exceptional even among these generally perfect gods. In this world, there were various gods of fire, gods of water, gods of war, or gods of death, controlling various concepts in various fields, with each god being unique. Among these numerous gods, the concept controlled by Freya was precisely the concept of beauty. She was a genuine goddess of beauty. Tell me. Freya gazed at Otter with her autumn-like beautiful eyes, her most powerful and loyal follower. What kind of child has caught your attention? At her question, Otter answered with a calm and steady voice. His name is Riezel Brynhart, a rookie who joined Loki Familia just over a month ago. He is a human, 17 years old this year, but has caused a huge stir in Orario several times and gained considerable fame. His eyes glowed with deep radiance as he explained. His growth speed was astonishing. In just over a month, he went from being an ordinary mortal who had never received a blessing to someone who achieved incredible feats repeatedly. In that short time, he leveled up from level 1, a low-class adventurer, to level 4, a second-class adventurer. The guild was so surprised that they sent people to Twilight Manor several times to verify. His explanation left even the goddess of beauty amazed. What? He leveled up from level 1 to level 4 in just over a month. Such an absurd piece of news would have made Freya think Otter was intentionally teasing her if she didn't know he couldn't joke like that. Even so, she remained somewhat skeptical. Does such a mortal really exist? Freya wondered, still in disbelief. No choice. Even the Sword Princess, who held the record for the fastest level up to level 2, took a whole year to achieve such a feat, becoming the most talented individual acknowledged by the world and various gods. Now someone was telling her that a rookie, who had received the blessing not long ago, shattered this record in just over a month and leveled up not just once, but several times during this short period. How could the goddess of beauty not be surprised? The incredibleness of such a feat was unimaginable, even for the gods. However, all of this was reality. 52 days ago, Riezel Brynhart officially joined Loki Familia and received a blessing. 45 days ago, Riezel Brynhart defeated an irregular known as Crocodile Dragon on the 6th floor and officially leveled up to level 2. 30 days ago, Riezel Brynhart, along with one party member, encountered a monster feast on the 16th floor during exploration. After a battle lasting several hours, he successfully defeated all the monsters and leveled up to level 3. And as of today, Riezel Brynhart has been confirmed to have gone alone to the 17th floor, awakened floor boss Goliath, and ultimately succeeded in defeating it, officially leveling up to level 4. Otter listed Riezel's feats as if they were treasures in a deep voice. All these feats have been officially acknowledged and recognized by the guild, and the guild has made them public. Hearing all of these, Freya fell silent. Because each of Riezel's accomplishments was enough to shock the world. 45 days ago, the irregular on the 6th floor was self-evident. After the inspection from the guild, it was confirmed that the crocodile dragon born at that time could be classified as a level 2 dragon species. To defeat such a monster at level 1 was truly incredible. Similarly, Monster Feast was also considered as irregular, a phenomenon commonly witnessed only from the 10th floor onwards. Generally, the number of monsters appearing on each floor of the dungeon was fixed. They wouldn't increase beyond a certain number, and when they decreased, new monsters would break through the dungeon walls. During this period, the interval between the birth of the next monster varied depending on the floor, but it never exceeded about a day. But Monster Feast was different. This was a phenomenon where numerous monsters were born instantly in the same area. Once this phenomenon occurred, even a place that was empty just a second ago would be filled with monsters in the blink of an eye, trapping adventurers in a life-or-death situation. Such a predicament typically occurred in the middle floors where level 2 monsters were prevalent. At that time, Riezel, who was also level 2, managed to engage in a death battle with Lafia and successfully defeated all level 2 monsters. It was nothing short of a miracle. As for floor bosses, they were even more terrifying than irregulars. Monsters in the dungeon were usually born in no more than about a day, but some monsters required a specific cycle before spawning. These monsters appeared only after several weeks or even months and were restricted to specific floors. They not only possessed bodies that far exceeded the size of large species monsters but also exhibited unparalleled strength compared to other monsters on the upper floors, leaving adventurers and monsters on the upper floors in awe and fear. The guild officially named these monsters Monster Rex. However, adventurers usually called them floor boss. Their strength was speculated to be the level of monsters on the floor they were on, +2. In other words, if the other monsters on the floor were mostly classified as level 1, the floor boss would be on level 3. If the other monsters were classified as level 2, then the floor boss would be on level 4. Floor bosses were monsters that adventurers had to form a large party to challenge and conquer. The first floor boss in the dungeon was residing on the 17th floor, known as Goliath, a monster with a large body reaching 7 meters. Although Goliath was classified as a level 4 floor boss, due to its massive size, it was essentially an endurance, END, specialized monster. This floor boss could easily compete with level 5 adventurers in terms of END alone. It was impossible for a level 3 adventurer to single-handedly defeat such a monster without leveling up. Yet, Riezel did it. All of his deeds eventually create a stir in Orario, prompting the guild to send someone to Loki Familia to verify. Riezel Brynhart. Freya whispered softly, her eyes filled with an inexplicable radiance. Loki is still as fortunate as ever, actually finding such a child. I wonder how brilliant this child's brilliance is. Her sensual whisper did not shake Otter. How should we deal with this situation, Lady Freya? Otter asked respectfully. He came here and reported Riezel's situation truthfully for this reason. After all, Freya Familia was one of the strongest familias in Orario, along with Loki Familia. Loki Familia was both a competitor and a formidable rival with whom a clash was not surprising at any time. For this reason, he came to report to his goddess as soon as he received the news. Hearing Otter's question, Freya extended her slender fingers, tapped her cheek, and fell into thought. After pondering for a while, she finally spoke. Ensure everyone keeps a close eye on this child. If there's any news, report it to me right away. After saying that, a beautiful smile appeared on her stunning face. As for me, I'll find an opportunity to personally taste him myself. Chapter 40, Progression. Twilight Manor, Courtyard. At this moment, there were still people practicing in this place. Riezel and Ace were unleashing a vast display of sword slashes, engaging in an intense sword dance. Unlike before, today's sword dance not only surpassed any previous ones in intensity but also showcased a level of skill uncommon for both of them. Riezel seemed to have transformed, effortlessly moving his body, creating bursts of energy with each casual motion. His speed was enough to break the sound barrier. The sword in his hand sent out countless chilly sword slashes, resembling a storm of relentless attacks, ceaseless and boundless, an endless fast attack aimed at Ace. Faced with this new Riezel, Ace no longer confronted him with just her scabbard as she used to. Instead, she wielded her silver sword, desperate, maneuvering through the storm of sword edges that he weaved. She swiftly parried and struck back, with no trace of her previous calm demeanor in every move. In the relatively narrow courtyard, a swordsman and swordswoman fiercely battled, chasing each other at a terrifying speed. Their figures weaved through a flurry of sword glows and shadows, leaving traces on the ground. The atmosphere was completely disrupted, creating a scene that was soul-stirring, with the wind and dust in turmoil. Amazing. Lafia, holding two towels, stood on the side while trembling in anxiety as she watched their battle, truly pitiable. The sword clashes between Riezel and Ace had reached a point where onlookers were left awestruck. Ding! At a certain moment, with the fierce clash of their two swords, the two figures, chasing and intertwining at astonishing speed, finally separated. Riezel's figure kept retreating, moving back several meters. Ace, on the other hand, only took a step or two back, faring better than him. They stayed silent and looked into each other's eyes, maintaining a standoff, creating a tense atmosphere in the gradually calming air. It wasn't until after a while that the two finally broke the standoff, seemingly as if on cue, simultaneously sheathing their swords. Thanks for your hard work, Mr. Riezel. Miss Ace. Seeing them finally stop, Lafia snapped back to reality and quickly approached, handing towels to Riezel and Ace. Thanks. Thank you. Riezel and Ace both expressed their gratitude and accepted the towels at the same time, their movements perfectly synchronized, as if looking into a mirror, giving off an incredible sense of understanding. Mew. Lafia, whether feeling heartache or jealousy, puffed her cheeks slightly as she observed this scene. Unfortunately, neither Riezel nor Ace noticed her, their attention was focused on each other. Judging by your movements, you should be adapting quite well by now, right? Ace spoke with an indeterminate emotion in her voice. Not bad, Riezel said with a slight smile. Although the transitions between some moves still feel a bit unnatural, it's close enough. Now, all that's left is to familiarize myself with the current power of my body. That's good. Ace nodded while staring directly at his face. You've really become very strong now. Even though you just leveled up, you seem more powerful than many level 4 adventurers I know. Upon hearing her statement, Riezel maintained a calm expression on his face, but inside, he felt different. After over a month had passed since the Crocodile Dragons incident, he had progressed from a level 1 low-class adventurer to a level 4 second-class adventurer and was quite satisfied with the effort he had put into reaching this point. Even the protagonist in the original work took 4.5 months to go from level 1 to level 4, while Riezel managed to do it almost 3 months faster. If he wasn't satisfied with this achievement, he believed he would be tempting the wrath of the heavens. Moreover, whether leveling up from level 2 to level 3 or from level 3 to level 4, he fully cashed in on his potential, choosing to level up only after achieving SSS in all basic abilities. This approach resulted in a better potential compared to the original work's protagonist, not to mention ordinary adventurers. In addition, the development abilities choices of Swordsman at level 3 and Lightweight at level 2 significantly enhanced his power. Coupled with a month of frequent sparring with Ace, Riezel had acquired exceptional swordsmanship from her. Despite having just reached level 4, his power was already on par with the top level 4 adventurers. And this didn't even take magic into account. Considering magic, including the overpowered one like Ariel, Riezel could probably compete with level 5 first-class adventurers. This was evident from the fact that he could push Ace, a level 5 seasoned adventurer, back a step or two in a direct confrontation, unlike the surprise attack he launched over a month ago during a moment of her vulnerability. However, every advantage has its downside. Riezel's rapid improvements meant that every leveling up caused a surge in power that his body struggled to adapt to. Hence, the sparring sessions with Ace were crucial for him to acclimate to his current body's power. In summary, he had indeed grown significantly, getting much stronger. Although he still felt that his current self wasn't strong enough, achieving this level of advancement in just over a month still made him satisfied. Of course, this kind of progress, if seen through the eyes of Ace and Lafia, who were equally eager to grow and get stronger, would leave both of them with complex feelings. Especially Lafia, as Riezel's party member and witness to his struggle since level 1, admired him but also felt frustrated with herself. Mr. Riezel is already at level 4, yet I'm still at level 3. It's really embarrassing. Lafia sighed in resignation. Ace, standing nearby, wore a serious expression as she felt an indescribable pressure from him. Even though she could currently outmatch Riezel slightly, witnessing his rapid growth at a rate bordering absurd, she felt that soon, he would catch up. After all, she was level 5, and with just one more level up, he would completely catch up to her. At that point, considering his displayed power, potential, and innate talent, could she still exceed him? The more Ace thought about it, the more tense and pressured she felt. Please don't say that. Riezel shook his head, addressing Lafia. I only took advantage of some convenient skills. With your potential, you should be able to reach level 4 quickly, right? As far as he knew, Lafia had already developed MAG to C rank. According to the leveling up rules, achieving a D rank in any basic ability would qualify her for a level up. She already had the qualifications, the only thing she lacked was an outstanding exploit to gain high-rank Excelia, which wasn't too difficult for her to achieve. Given the existence of several first-class adventurers in Loki Familia, they could assist and support her in accumulating enough high-rank Excelia, as long as she genuinely wished to level up. As long as Lafia willed it, leveling up to level 4 wasn't that difficult. What was challenging was leveling up to become level 5, the starting point of first-class adventurers. To reach that level, mere exploits weren't enough. One must accumulate more high-rank Excelia and defeat stronger enemies than before. Exploits sufficient to propel one to level 5, even the level 6 top executives might not be able to assist in completing. It was precisely because of this reason that in Loki Familia, there were quite a few second-class adventurers at level 3 and level 4, but only 4 level 5 first-class adventurers. Probably because the high-rank Excelia required to reach level 5 wasn't something easily accumulated. I wonder how long it'll take for me to reach level 5. Riezel, while comforting Lafia, was also pondering this in his heart. To reach level 2, he took 7 days. To reach level 3, he took 15 days. To reach level 4, he took 30 days. By this calculation, could he successfully reach level 5 before the 100 days of dimensional travel end? It seems I'll need to put in more effort than before. That was what Riezel's heart was thinking, something that would once again make Ace and Lafia feel emotionally complicated. By the way, Mr. Riezel. Lafia suddenly seemed to remember something and looked at him. What's up? Riezel snapped back to attention and faced her. Just now, before I came here, I bumped into Lady Riveria. She asked me to tell you that after the sparring session with Miss Ace, you must go visit Captain. Captain? Riezel puzzled. Does Captain need something from me? I don't know. Lafia shook her head. But since it's Captain, there should be something important to discuss. Is that so? Riezel pondered, and shortly afterward nodded. Gotcha, then I'll go see him. Lafia had no objections. Be careful on the road. Ace also spoke up. In front of the two girls, Riezel turned and walked into the manor while waving his hand. Is Miss Ace free now? Lafia, seeing him leave, immediately became somewhat hesitant and shyly asked. Would you like to go out together? What a pity, her invitation was met with Ace's blunt refusal. No, I need to practice a bit more. Feeling the pressure and stimulated by Riezel's rapid progress, Ace had no other thoughts and just wanted to seize the time to get stronger. Lafia's shy expression suddenly became forced, looking somewhat stiff and helpless, almost on the verge of tears. On the other side, Riezel was making his way through the corridor, entering the northern tower. Inside Twilight Manor, among the 3 towers designated for male use, Finn's private room and office were located in the northernmost tower, directly opposite of Manor's main entrance. Riezel, relying on memory, arrived at the room and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Finn's response came immediately from behind the door, prompting Riezel to push open the double doors and step into the room. The sight before him was the office connected to Finn's private room. Being the office of the Familia's top executive and captain, the room was naturally quite spacious. The interior not only featured bookshelves covering an entire wall but also vibrant carpets and even an elongated grand clock, giving off a sense of steady warmth. Finn was seated at the back of the office, behind a large desk that seemed mismatched with his small stature. The office wasn't occupied solely by him. Riveria and Gareth, the other 2 top executives of the Familia, were also present. They all here. Riezel expressed some surprise inwardly. His instincts told him that something important might be about to happen. Chapter 41, Expedition. Welcome. As Riezel strolled through the door, Finn, engaged in a conversation with Riveria and Gareth, turned his head and greeted him. The other 2 also simultaneously turned their heads, focusing their gaze on his body. Their eyes held a look one gives upon finding treasure, filled with satisfaction and contentment. Captain, Lady Riveria, Mr. Gareth. Riezel greeted each of the 3 top executives of the Familia one by one. His attitude wasn't overly respectful, but he maintained a proper amount of courtesy. Don't be too formal, just relax, okay? Just call my name directly. Riveria, breaking from her usual seriousness and strict demeanor, smiled at him. Don't be nervous, kid. We old folks just want to have a chat with you, not to scold you. Regarding you going out on your own to take on the floor boss of the 17th floor, Loki will be the one who will talk about it with you later. We're not playing the bad guys this time. Gareth spoke with a smirk while stroking his beard, making Riezel feel a bit awkward. Naturally, he wouldn't tell Gareth that Loki had already scolded him. After all, he hadn't informed anyone about his plan of soloing the floor boss. Even Lafia had some complaints about it. If he hadn't succeeded and leveled up, which diverted some of Loki and Lafia's attention, he might still be getting scolded by those 2. Surprisingly, Ace seemed to be deep in thought since he successfully defeated the floor boss. She had been wearing a thoughtful expression all morning, making him somewhat worried that the doll princess might be influenced by him, leading to some reckless and dangerous actions. In this situation, Gareth's teasing made him feel a bit uneasy. It's really a mess. Riveria toned down her smile a bit, indicating that she didn't entirely approve of his risky actions. How's it going? Have you adapted to your new strength? Finn asked with a smile. Only Finn, who looked at Riezel, a super rookie who jumped from level 1 to level 4 in just over a month, spoke with a smile akin to a friendly brother, which relieved Riezel a bit. It's getting there. Riezel replied truthfully. With a couple more real battles in the dungeon, I should fully adapt. That's good. Finn nodded. The main reason we called you here this time is to check on your progress and prepare for the upcoming expedition. Expedition. Riezel was surprised at first, but soon, his eyes lit up. That's right, an expedition. Finn, seeing Riezel's expression, was somewhat helpless but also understanding. It's been over a month since our last expedition. It's time for our familia to venture into the dungeon again. As one of the exploration-type familia in Orario, Loki familia had always been at the forefront of dungeon exploration. Just as adventurers explored dungeons as their main job, it was inevitable for big familias to launch expeditions into the dungeon. However, for familia like Loki familia, which needed to venture to the depths below the 50th floor each time, the preparations alone took a lot of effort. Not to mention the resources required during expeditions, which often involved spending a considerable amount of time preparing. Food and water were secondary, as they could be obtained in the dungeon. The main preparations usually involved weapons, equipment, medicine, and special items to deal with various situations. Therefore, big familias generally embarked on an expedition every 1 to 2 months. Now, it was the time. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth called Riezel here for this reason. Even though you've only been part of familia for less than 2 months, technically, you shouldn't be immediately involved in such a significant familia activity like an expedition. But, hey, you're already level 4 and we 3 want you to join us on the next expedition. It's a decision the 3 of us made, with Loki personally giving the green light. If you have any objections, feel free to voice them here. Finn explained with a friendly smile. Objections. Riezel didn't have any. Delving into the depths of the dungeon, battling high-level monsters that most people steer clear of, this was exactly what he had been hoping for. He had been eagerly anticipating an expedition for a while, and now that the opportunity was here, he wasn't about to pass it up. I have no objections. Riezel replied without hesitation. Please make sure I get to participate. He didn't hide his excitement and eagerness. This left Finn and the other 2 exchanging puzzled glances, followed by awkward smiles. See. I knew this kid would be excited. Gareth remarked, feigning irritation. We thought you'd be less trouble than Ace and the other kids, but it looks like we need to keep a close eye on you too. Riveria sighed. No objections, of course, are the best. Finn chuckled and shook his head. But considering the importance of the expedition and it's also your first time, think about whether there's anything you need to prepare for. His words prompted Riezel to sink into contemplation. There wasn't much he needed to do to prepare. For others, it might involve preparing armor and stocking up on medicines, but for him, thanks to his lightweight development ability, he preferred minimal equipment. Because of that, he had abandoned armor since reaching level 2. He also didn't need medicines to restore stamina or mind because his endless skill already granted him healing power and spirit healing development abilities at the highest rank, making him hardly feel fatigued. Coupled with the highest rank, abnormal resistance, he was also fearless against abnormal statuses. Apart from high potions and elixirs for treating injuries, he didn't have much of a demand for other types of medicine. During the expedition, the familia would take care of most of the medicine preparation, while Riezel hardly needed to fuss over that. In essence, his preparations were minimal. Though not entirely, since there was one important thing he needed to sort out. Riezel involuntarily shifted his gaze to his waist where a sword hung, strapped to his side. Finn noticed this. Ah, I see. Are you having trouble with your weapon? Finn asked in one breath, hitting the nail on the head. Riveria and Gareth exchanged a glance, surprisingly showing no signs of confusion. Is it because of Ace's magic? Riveria spoke up. Yeah. Riezel nodded, sighing. Due to the magic, my weapon couldn't keep up with my current power. The weapon he currently used was custom-made when he reached level 2. In the past battle against the crocodile dragon, his main weapon shattered under the strain of Ariel's maximum output. Afterward, he found a reputable weapon shop, provided the crocodile dragon's claw Lafia had retrieved as raw material, and commissioned the blacksmith there to forge a new weapon. In the end, for 800,000 valis, with some financial assistance from Lafia, he successfully obtained third-class equipment, the sword he now wielded. For third-class equipment, it should be more than enough for a second-class adventurer's main weapon. At least, if an average adventurer had it, they could continue using it even up to level 4 without being held back by their weapon. However, for him who possessed overpowered magic like Riezel, capable of putting an enormous strain on weapons at any time, using this third-class equipment made from the crocodile dragon's claw was becoming somewhat lacking. Moreover, he had now reached level 4, even when he was at level 2 or level 3, it was already quite risky. For example, during the encounter with the monster feast on the 16th floor, to break through and protect Lafia, he once again unleashed Riezel's maximum output, resulting in a crack in the sword. During the duel with the floor boss of the 17th floor, he also once again unleashed Riezel's maximum output. At this moment, not just one but several cracks already appeared on his sword, almost breaking it outright. The damage from these two incidents forced him to spend a considerable amount of money on repairs. Now at level 4, his power had soared once again, and his Riezel was undoubtedly stronger than before. If he used Riezel in combat, even without reaching its maximum output, he could potentially destroy his sword. It was seriously affecting his ability to fight. Especially since he had acquired a development ability called Swordsman, not having a good sword in hand would greatly impact his combat power. If there's anything I need to prepare thoroughly, it's probably finding a strong and sturdy weapon. Riezel said earnestly to the three top executives, considering it the only thing he currently needed to focus on, a top priority. Weapon. Riveria and Gareth nodded simultaneously. Okay. Finn hesitated for a moment. In that case, come with me to Hephaestus Familia. Hephaestus Familia. This was the unparalleled blacksmith familia in Orario. In Orario, there were familias of various types, from exploration-focused ones to those engaged in business activities. Hephaestus Familia fell into the latter category. Their main business was selling various weapons and equipment, and most of the members were advanced blacksmiths, those who had acquired a development ability known as a blacksmith. I have a batch of orders to place there. Since you need a good weapon, might as well come with me. Finn extended an invitation to Riezel. Thank you. Riezel nodded heavily. Not long after, the two of them walked out of the office and left Twilight Manor. Chapter 42, Hephaestus Familia. Orario, Northeast Street. This was Orario's proud magic stone production hub, adjacent to the industrial zone's manufacturing sector. Under Finn's guidance, Riezel entered this place. Unlike the Northwest Street, mostly populated by adventurers, pedestrians here were mostly laborers in work uniforms. There was a middle-aged human with strong muscles, carrying equipment. A beastman walked alongside a merchant, engaged in conversation. Several dwarves, robust and muscular, were arguing and shouting. A blacksmith with weapons on his back loudly advertised, seemingly introducing his proud creations. The sound of iron being hammered echoed everywhere, and the metallic scent filled the air. This was an entirely industrial street, with hardly any buildings other than factories, workshops, and forges. Not even a single woman or child could be seen. Walking down such a street, Riezel and Finn, with their vibrant clothes, looked somewhat out of place. Fortunately, both of them were unfazed by such trivial matters. Their strong characters made them appear natural and composed, walking step by step toward the center of the street, undisturbed by the curious and scrutinizing gazes. Before long, they arrived at a particular workshop. It was a plain building. Seemingly not well maintained, the building was covered in coal ash. The sound of iron striking seemed more intense and resonant here than anywhere else. We're here. Finn stood in front of the workshop and turned his head to Riezel. Here. Despite some speculation, Riezel couldn't help but be surprised when he realized this building was their destination. The workshop didn't really look like a facility important figures from Hephaestus Familia would use. As a blacksmith familia specialized in selling equipment, Hephaestus Familia's reputation in Orario and the world rivaled that of Loki Familia. The reason was simple. If Loki Familia was one of the strongest familias in exploration, then Hephaestus Familia was the strongest in smithing. The goddess of this familia was the renowned goddess of smithing, Hephaestus. The familia organized by this goddess not only attracted numerous blacksmiths but also had a comprehensive talent cultivation system. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Hephaestus Familia was a prestigious school for blacksmiths. With so many skilled blacksmiths gathered, including advanced ones with the ability to possess blacksmith development ability, it was easy to imagine the excellence of the weapons produced by this familia. Back then, Hephaestus Familia had become a premium brand worldwide. Products from this familia enjoyed the highest honor among peers. Any equipment labeled, created by Hephaestus Familia, immediately gained the admiration of countless people, and its value skyrocketed. In a situation like this, the one who could get Finn to personally show up and commission an order had to be an important figure and higher up of Hephaestus Familia. An important figure from the renowned Hephaestus Familia was staying in a place like this was beyond surprising for Riezel. On the other hand, Finn could only laugh when he saw his reaction. Don't mind it. Most famous blacksmiths have this kind of personality. They'd rather huddle in a dirty workshop, hammering away at iron, than sit in a fancy office. The one we're looking for stands out among this group. Finn explained while glancing at Riesel's face. If we arrange to meet somewhere else, who knows when this person would have time. But if it's here, this person will be 100% present. After saying that, he went ahead and pushed open the door. Let's go. We've already given notice. Since no one came out to greet us, we'll just go in ourselves. Finn entered and led the way. Riezel followed suit and quickly caught up with Finn as they entered a spacious forging workshop. The place was dimly lit, with only a few magic stone lamps shrouded in darkness. Deep inside, a faint red glow emanated from the forge, and the air was thick with the smell of iron. This atmosphere would make most people want to keep their distance. Tsubaki. Are you there? Finn shouted towards the forging workshop, seemingly unfazed by the surroundings. I'm here. A voice responded the next second. With a powerful response, a figure emerged from the forging workshop, bathed in the glow of the forge. Surprisingly, it was a woman. She had a beautiful face, long limbs, black hair, red eyes, and wore an Eastern-style work outfit. Her lower half was clad in bright red hakama, while the upper half was wrapped in white fabric, attracting attention. Her skin was tan, darker than the wheat-colored skin of Tiona and Tioni, and she wore an eye patch on her eye, giving her a unique appearance. This attractive woman welcomed Finn with enthusiasm. Hey, Finn. It's been ages. The woman called Tsubaki exclaimed with a grin. You're still rockin' that youthful charm. Come here, let me hug you. She moved in for a hug, not minding the presence of someone else. No thanks. Finn avoided her with a nonchalant movement. Goddess Hephaestus isn't here? Yeah, she's not here. Tsubaki pouted. She's been in a bad mood lately, probably because her friend crashing at her place is a total slacker. She's got loads of resentment for that freeloader. I guess she's too caught up dealing with that mess to bother with us. Finn didn't react to her words, but Riezel, who stood nearby, raised an eyebrow without a trace. Unfortunately, neither of the two noticed this. After chatting for a few moments, they turned to Riezel. Let me introduce her to you. Finn said with a smile, glancing at Riezel. Tsubaki Kalbrandi, captain of Hephaestus Familia, a top-tier blacksmith among many in Orario. Plus, she's a level 5 first-class adventurer, with a reputation that's no less impressive than mine. He was about to introduce Riezel when Tsubaki interrupted. Riezel Brynhart, Loki Familia's rookie. A supernova who rose from level 1 to level 4 in just over a month. How could I not know him? Everyone's buzzing about him in Orario, especially the gods. I heard they're all digging for info on him. Even my goddess is keeping tabs. Finally got a chance to meet you. Hello. Riezel nodded to her, maintaining a calm expression without any hint of self-satisfaction. Seems like he's got a calm and serious vibe, huh? Tsubaki said while scratching her head. I can't really deal with this kind of personality, you know. Don't worry, Tsubaki. Finn took the opportunity to tease her. Don't be fooled by his current appearance. Even I would be cautious if this boy loses it. He's not as calm as you think. Oh. Seriously. Tsubaki's eyes lit up, then she burst out laughing. That's awesome. Imagine if everyone had this deathly aura like you old folks, it'd be so dull, you know. She said that while completely disregarding gender differences, wrapping her arms around Riesel's neck. Rookies gotta have that rookie vibe, you know. All that energy, a little wildness, that's what makes them cute. Tsubaki grinned. What if you crash at my spot for a bit? I'll make sure you're all good, huh? Cut it out, Tsubaki. Aren't you just looking for a free laborer to swing that hammer for you? Finn, with no trace of politeness, swatted away her hand on Riezel. Don't mess with the future backbone of our familia. If anything happens to him, be ready for Loki and Riveria to come after you. Ugh, okay. You're no fun. Tsubaki gave in and mumbled. If that goddess of mischief and elf princess are both eyeing him, I'm screwed. Finn shot her a look that said, as long as you know, making her raise her hands in surrender, while Riezel, who almost couldn't keep up with the situation, just rubbed his nose awkwardly. But, honestly speaking, her tight embrace felt not bad at all. Quite soft. Wondering what Riezel was thinking, Tsubaki placed her hands on her hips and got down to business. Okay, enough with the jokes. Give me the order. Tsubaki reached out her hand to Finn. You're here for spare weapons and equipment for your Familia expedition, yeah? Bulk ordering spare weapons was precisely Finn's goal. While members of Loki Familia had their preferred weapons, they would wear out, and different situations demanded different weapons. Therefore, when going on expeditions, besides medicine, the most essential preparation was spare weapons. Especially useful in group battles, long-range weapons played a crucial role and required significant preparation for effective offense and defense. In light of this, every familia, regardless of which, would order a large quantity of weapons as spares for each expedition. For a big familia like Loki familia, preparing for an expedition beyond the 50th floor required even more. So, on every expedition, Loki familia would commission a large order from the forging business familia, and Hephaestus familia often took up these orders. It could be said that Loki familia was a regular customer of Hephaestus familia, and Tsubaki, as the captain of Hephaestus familia, had a close relationship with them. Given this background, she naturally understood Finn's purpose in coming today. But today was a bit different. Here's the order. Get it done as quickly as possible. Finn handed a parchment to Tsubaki. Besides this, I also need you to create a weapon for your so-called supernova. Oh. Tsubaki took the parchment without looking at it and instead glanced at Riezel. More precisely, she was looking at the sword at his waist. Nice workmanship, but it shows plenty of wear and tear already. Probably been patched up a bunch, yeah. The discerning eye of Orario's strongest blacksmith was truly sharp. She accurately assessed the sword's condition with just a glance, all the while grinning. Seems like this third-class equipment doesn't suit its user. Wanna hire me to whip up a new one? Just spill your requirements. Chapter 43, Durandal. Inside the workshop, facing Tsubaki's curious gaze, Riezel didn't hesitate much and immediately stated the requirements he had thought about in advance. I need a sword that is as sturdy as possible, not easily damaged, and preferably with the Durandal attribute. Durandal. As the name suggested, it was an attribute that made weapons indestructible and absolutely resistant to damage. Weapons crafted by advanced blacksmiths with the blacksmith development ability often carried some magic attributes, magic effects, or special attributes like Durandal. It was a relatively rare and advanced special attribute. Ace's sword, Desperate, was an example of first-class equipment with the Durandal attribute. Given her use of aerial, which put a huge strain on weapons and could potentially lead to their destruction, she custom-made her sword to prolong the time she could spend in battle without breaking her sword. With this scenario in mind, Riezel, who was also prone to weapon damage due to possessing aerial, naturally considered a weapon with the Durandal attribute as his first choice. Wait, you want special equipment with Durandal? Tsubaki exclaimed with evident enthusiasm. Looks like it's gonna be quite a big order. Indeed, special equipment with the Durandal attribute, even for Hephaestus familia, was considered a big order. To put it bluntly, it was expensive as heck. Special equipment with the Durandal attribute was at least second-class equipment, and sometimes even first-class equipment, with a price tag that was definitely not trivial. Speaking frankly, even second-class indestructible equipment could fetch tens of millions of valis, and it was not uncommon for first-class indestructible equipment to sell for hundreds of millions of valis. And this was precisely the problem that gave Riezel a headache. My budget isn't too generous. If it's too pricey, let's forget about Durandal. Riezel added with a wry smile. This was also why he said preferably rather than insisting on it. With a price tag of at least tens of millions of valis, it was a significant burden for him, who had only been in the adventurer business for a little over a month. Even though since teaming up with Lafia, he no longer ignored magic stones and drop items, returning home every day with a full load, he still couldn't accumulate that much wealth in just over a month. Since reaching level 2, Riezel and Lafia had explored the middle floors beyond the 13th floor. They earned hundreds of thousands of valis a day, and if they split it, each person got close to 100,000 valis. At that rate of earning money in a month, Riezel had only earned a few million valis, including the 800,000 valis he needed to repay Lafia for lending him the money for his current weapon. Fortunately, during the duel with the 17th floor boss Goliath, he not only obtained a large magic stone but also a drop item called Goliath's Skin. The value of a floor boss's drop items was self-evident. Adding to this was the significant earnings from the monster feast encountered on the 16th floor a month ago. After selling all the magic stones and drop items, his savings were barely around 10 million valis. This amount, if used to buy second-class equipment, was just enough. Second-class equipment could be good or bad. The good ones were not much worse than first-class equipment, while the bad ones were just a bit better than third-class equipment. Therefore, the prices for second-class equipment fluctuated greatly, ranging from a few million valis to even a staggering 10 million valis or more for those that were pushed to astronomical prices. Unfortunately, the Durandal attribute fell into the category of special attributes. Most special equipment with Durandal was of high quality and rarely priced below 10 million valis. Riezel, eager for a weapon with the Durandal attribute, found himself constrained by a limited budget. If there was no other option, he would have to settle for Tsubaki forging sturdy second-class equipment. Honestly, it felt like wasting a precious opportunity. The finest blacksmith in Orario was right in front of him, and her creations were undoubtedly top-notch. Any order from this master smith would typically warrant first-class equipment. Riezel was practically asking this renowned blacksmith to create second-class equipment, and it felt like a missed opportunity. But with no money, there was no choice. He accepted reality. If Tsubaki wasn't willing to forge second-class equipment, he would have to look for another blacksmith. If Finn hadn't suggested it, Riezel wouldn't have even considered ordering a weapon from Tsubaki, the strongest blacksmith in Orario. Originally, he intended to wait until Finn settled his order commission for the expedition and then have another blacksmith from Hephaestus Familia take on his own order. However, with Finn's suggestion, he decided to just go for it. Considering Finn's and Loki Familia's reputation, even if Tsubaki wasn't interested in his request, other blacksmiths from the Familia would likely take it up, right? Just as Riezel was lost in thought, Finn suddenly spoke up. Help him forge the best Durandal attribute weapon, Tsubaki. Finn's unexpected words left Riezel stunned. Captain. Riezel looked at Finn in surprise. I know your budget is tight, so this time the Familia will advance the funds for you. Finn smiled at the astonished Riezel. With your growth speed, it won't be long before even second-class equipment won't keep up with your strength. When that happens, the weapon you just bought will be abandoned, which is a waste of money. As someone who had watched Ace grow, Finn understood the troubles that came with possessing overpowered magic called Aerial. Second-class equipment. Special equipment at this level was suitable as the main weapon even for level 5 first-class adventurers. It should have been more than enough for a level 4 like Riezel. However, Aerial was an unreasonable magic, not only affecting the user's body but also the weapon. Ace had faced this problem before, eventually spending a considerable amount of money to order a custom weapon with the Durandal attribute. Now that Riezel had gained the same magic, avoiding this issue was crucial. It could be said that a Durandal weapon was the most suitable for the user of Aerial. Though its performance was slightly lower than other same-level weapons, the feature of not easily breaking was priceless for Riezel and Ace, who were prone to damaging their weapons. Finn genuinely believed that, with Riezel's growth speed, he would soon become a first-class adventurer. At that time, a weapon that barely met the requirements would once again fall behind his strength, resulting in abandonment. Instead of that, it was better to be prepared early with the best one. The expedition is about to begin, and when the time comes, even if you're not the main force, you'll still be a powerful vanguard. A good weapon is essential to unleash your full potential. It's a good thing for you, for us, and for our Familia. Finn patted Riezel's thigh and smiled. Upon hearing that, Riezel fell into silence for a while before finally nodding. I understand. Everything cool. Tsubaki jumped in at the perfect time, shooting a glance over at Riezel. So, am I grabbing this order? Any other request? None. Riezel shook his head, then thought for a moment before adding, if possible, I'd like the sword to be as light as possible. This was, of course, a request made to trigger the lightweight development ability effect. A lighter weapon would enhance the effectiveness of lightweight, amplifying its strengthening effects on his DEX and AGI. Therefore, Riezel's only requirements for his weapon were that it should be sturdy and lightweight. He didn't mind sacrificing other advantages as long as these two criteria were met. Even if his weapon's performance wasn't outstanding or its power wasn't strong enough, he could compensate with the enhancement from Aerial. Just like how he didn't need armor, with the wind protection from Aerial, there weren't many attacks that could penetrate and harm him through the armor of wind. Got it. Tsubaki slapped Riezel on the back with a hearty chuckle. I'm gonna forge the sickest sword for you. Just wait until you see how high my sword takes you, and you'll be the hero that blows the minds of all the gods. At the same time, on the 30th floor of Babel, a Donatus was in session. No time for chit-chats. Loki, sitting in her seat, abruptly stood up, propped one foot on the table, and yelled with a menacing expression. The umpteenth Donatus. Let's get this started already. Oh. With her declaration, an astonishing cheer erupted. Taking a closer look, the hall transformed into a temple that occupied the entire floor, and numerous gods were present. In the spacious hall, aside from solemn rows of stone pillars, there was only a large round table in the middle, devoid of anything else. The walls at a distance were entirely made of enormous glass, surrounded by the vast sky of 30 floors. The unusually high ceiling made the whole space incredibly expansive, seemingly endless. Gods from various familias in Orario sat around the large round table one after another, and thanks to Loki's declaration, a tremendous cheer echoed. Here we go. Finally, the day has come. I couldn't wait any longer. So curious. Hey, Loki. Satisfy our curiosity. Yeah. Various gods, regardless of gender, joined in the excitement. Their target, naturally, was the main character of this meeting, Loki. Cut the crap. Loki was equally blunt, not mincing words and throwing in a few curses for good measure. Chapter 44, Donatus. Donatus. This was a meeting held only once every 3 months in the Labyrinth City, Orario. Due to the participants being gods, this meeting was revered by the world as Donatus. In reality, it was just a gathering for various gods to alleviate boredom and seek entertainment. Originally, it was merely a gathering of idle gods chatting about trivial matters to pass the time. As more gods joined, the meeting grew in scale. Over time, the nature of the gathering changed, and it became a platform for various gods to share the latest information from the lower world, exchange opinions on operating familia, and even make resolutions that could impact the entire Orario in cooperation with the guild. Thanks to this, whether good or bad, any matter discussed and resolved in Donatus influenced the entire adventurer community and the entire Orario. The reason for Loki's bad mood lies here. After all, nobody knew better than her that in such grandiloquent occasions for eloquence, a god who was more capricious and eager for entertainment and excitement than anyone else would start unpredictable topics. Just like at this moment. Don't be too harsh, Loki. Come on, we just want to know about that rookie in your familia. Haven't the kids been spreading rumors lately? Did your child really go from level 1 to level 4 in just over a month? What method did he use? Spill the beans. That's right, that's right. Various gods had been anticipating this moment for a long time. Though seated in their respective seats without getting up, their gazes simultaneously converged on Loki's body. They wore expressions of excitement so intense that, on a spiritual level, they surrounded her. Watching these gods reveling in what seemed like a newfound amusement, Loki visibly wore an unpleasant expression. With a child in her own familia making such incredible progress, she was naturally both proud and happy. If it were a different occasion, she wouldn't mind having a few drinks and then boastfully praising Riezel as the darling of the world and the hero of fate, making others envy and admire. But here, if she did that, it would only backfire. These so-called gods, who thirst for the unknown and entertainment, would undoubtedly not mind doing something she least wanted to see when she was at her proudest. Gods were creatures like that. Even a passing thought that arises from a moment's whim could lead to action, disrupting the entire Orario both spiritually and physically. Therefore, Loki's mood was not only very bad but her expression also didn't look good. Why? Isn't it normal for my kid to hit it big? Loki, giving a menacing look, scanned every god and muttered in a deep tone. Are you planning some sneaky moves behind my back? All right then. If you're itching for trouble and death, just bring it on. The notorious and violent side of the infamous evil goddess Loki made many of the excited and muddled-headed gods present shudder, quickly averting their gazes. She was Loki, the goddess of one of the strongest familias in Orario. If they really upset her, once Loki familia starts trouble, even some major familias would inevitably suffer damages and may even be expelled from Orario. Gods couldn't use arcanum in the lower world, but the stronger the familia, the more experts within, and the larger the influence. If it came to conflicts or even wars between familias, few familias in Orario could match Loki familia. Therefore, many gods felt a bit intimidated by Loki. Some gods started to gaze elsewhere and cursed inside their hearts, no longer pressing for answers. Of course, some gods were completely unafraid of her. Don't be so angry, Loki. This is a rare meeting. A voice as melodious as silver bells suddenly echoed in the hall, making various gods reveal intoxicated expressions one after another. Especially the male gods, each sporting an enamored and foolish look. However, when Loki heard that voice, her heart sank. She knew the most troublesome character had just entered. Seated across from her, seemingly in a standoff, was the unmistakably prestigious goddess of beauty, Freya. Freya, huh? Loki had this unpleasant look. Why would a nympho like you even show up here? Ain't you busy with your horny pets? At Loki's insult, Freya only smiled, making the air in the entire hall seem sweeter. It's been too long. I felt a sudden urge to drop by and see what was happening. Freya said with a smile. Of course, I'm also a bit curious about that rookie of yours who's making quite a buzz. Thanks but no thanks. Loki replied ungraciously. Can't the pets you kept satisfy you? Despite Loki's reproach and insult, Freya seemed unfazed. It seems you're quite protective of that child. Freya said with a smile as bright as flowers. How about introducing him to me? TCH. Loki blatantly clicked her tongue in annoyance. Loki and Freya were old acquaintances. Back in heaven before various gods descended to the lower world, the two had dealings with each other. However, saying their relationship was good was difficult. They had cooperated before, appearing close in front of others. They had also been enemies, engaging in a serious battle. Now, both of them had familias regarded as the strongest in Orario, both rivals and enemies. In this situation, Loki knew what the goddess named Freya was up to. Without a doubt, she had her eyes on Riezel. Although not thoroughly, once this nympho goddess laid eyes on him, things could spiral out of control. Are you sure you want to do this, Freya? Loki, rarely revealing her nature as an evil goddess, showed a ferocious expression. Now, the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to freeze, becoming incredibly oppressive. Various gods instantly closed their mouths. One after another, they lowered their heads, cold sweats breaking out on their foreheads. Especially when they saw Freya's increasingly intense smile, their hearts pounded. This was a genuine conflict of gods. Fight, 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 fight. In such an exciting situation, several gods couldn't help but think like that. This was truly a case of enjoying the show without worrying about the consequences. However, where there were gods, fearing that the world wouldn't be in chaos, there were gods who found such conflicts annoying. All right, Loki, Freya, this is not the place for your quarrel. Calm down. A goddess spoke with a feeble voice, sitting not far from Loki. She had flaming red hair and a vibrant red dress. The red-haired goddess's beauty was no less than Loki's, and it was comparable even to Freya as the goddess of beauty. However, an eye patch over her right eye somewhat diminished her overall aesthetic. The one-eyed, red-haired goddess's abrupt interruption eased the tension between Loki and Freya. Since even Hephaestus had said so, I guessed I'd have to yield. Freya shrugged her fragrant shoulders. I didn't want my children to miss out on the best equipment in the future. The red-haired goddess was none other than Hephaestus, the goddess of the strongest blacksmith familia in Orario and the legendary goddess of Smith. What, so you're here? Loki grinned at Hephaestus. I heard you're taking care of that poor runt. I thought you wouldn't show up. Don't say that. Hephaestus sighed. I'm even wondering if it would have been better not to help her back then. It's not too late to do that now, you know, Loki smirked. Just kick that poor runt out of your home and let her fend for herself, yeah. Surprisingly, Hephaestus was considering it. Not that she was heartless, but the lifestyle of the so-called poor runt from Loki's mouth had fallen to a point where she couldn't bear it. The resolute and hard-working goddess of Smith wouldn't be bothered to this extent otherwise. Should she just throw her friend out for real? Hephaestus began to seriously contemplate the idea. Watching this unfold, Loki's eyes were squinting more as if she were thinking of some underhanded schemes. Unfortunately, there was a more important matter she needed to do. Loki was fully aware that she would be surrounded and forced to endure all her displeasure as she attended this meeting, all for the sake of this matter. Looks like you guys don't have any other matters going on. Loki slapped the table. Since that's the case, let's just start awarding aliases to the kids who've leveled up. Yes, awarding alias. This was one of the segments of the Donatus, a grand event in the lower world. Anyone who leveled up and became a high-class adventurer, whether they were the lowest level 2 or the highest level 7, would have their name mentioned here, and bestowed with a unique alias by various gods. For example, Ace, her alias was Sword Princess. For example, Lafia, her alias was Thousand Elf. Originally, Riezel was supposed to receive an alias when he reached level 2. However, the previous Donatus had already occurred before he leveled up to level 2, so it was temporarily put on hold. Until today, over a month later, as Riezel had already reached level 4, the Donatus was officially convened again. It must be said, this was the first time in history. Various gods couldn't help but feel emotional as they thought of Riezel. Back then, Loki Familia's Sword Princess, at the age of 8, reached level 2 in just a year. All the gods at that time found it unbelievable. Her growth speed was already quite bizarre. Forget about Orario, it even shocked the entire world. But now, there was another child with even more bizarre growth. If Riezel weren't from Loki Familia, most gods might have recklessly rushed to get him, no matter what. At this moment, the goddess of the said child acted like a guard dog, baring her teeth at everyone. Let me make it clear, if anyone dares to come up with a messy alias for my kid, don't blame me for getting pissed. Loki threatened, making all the gods present quickly straighten their faces and think seriously. Only Freya, looking at Loki's ferocious appearance, slowly curled her lips. Her expression was beautiful yet chilling. Chapter 45, Alias. Orario, Guild Headquarters. As the dusk approached, heralding the onset of night, the guild headquarters, resembling a grand temple, was bustling with a crowd of people. One after another, people gathered in front of the bulletin board, gazing at the parchment papers affixed to it, immersing themselves in the lively commotion that turned the scene into a bustling market. Numerous parchment papers adorned the bulletin board, but at this very moment, the one capturing the attention of everyone present was the one prominently displayed in the center. It seemed as though even the guild itself was boasting about the achievements and extraordinary nature of this particular parchment. The contents of the parchment were meticulously written. Riezel Brynhart. Affiliation, Loki Familia. Race, human. Age. Profession, adventurer. Current floor, 17th floor. Notable achievement, Riezel Brynhart, an adventurer from Loki Familia, achieved a great feat on the 17th floor by single-handedly defeating a monster Rex, Goliath. This accomplishment, spanning 1 month, marked his official level up to level 4, earning him the alias, Trickster Swordsman. Posted on the bulletin board were sheets of parchment, precisely confirmed by the guild and publicly announced adventurers' information. The aliases decided upon in Donatus were now glaringly displayed and laid out for everyone to see. This time, however, people were particularly focused on the most dazzling and intriguing individual among them. As they looked at the parchment posted in the middle of the bulletin board, discussions broke out without hesitation. Yo, is this Riezel Brynhart, that rookie from Loki Familia everyone's been buzzing about? The heck? He's already hit level 4. He took down a floor boss alone. Seriously, is this some kinda joke? But the guild vouched for this info. How could it be fake, dude? So, those rumors from earlier might be true. This dude was just a level 1 a month back. Who's leveling up from level 1 to level 4 in just over a month? Is this for real? The Sword Princess took a whole year for her first level up, but this rookie pulls off multiple levels in just over a month. I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around it, you know. Adventurers, one after another, expressed excitement, skepticism, astonishment, confusion, envy, and disbelief, creating a chaotic atmosphere in the guild hall. The guild staff's loud shouts couldn't even quell the growing commotion. He's here. Until a moment later, with a loud shout from an adventurer near the entrance, the crowd lost their clamor. A young man walked in from outside, heading straight towards the bulletin board. Is that Riezel Brynhart? The Loki Familia rookie? Dude, why are you still calling him a rookie? He's level 4 and got himself an official alias now, you know. As the crowd lowered their voices and involuntarily made way, creating a path, Riezel walked through the cleared path, making his way to the bulletin board where the parchment with his information was posted. Trickster Swordsman. Reading his alias, Riezel muttered it in a speechless tone, and his expression became subtly awkward. Loki called me over all mysteriously, looking all smug, to tell me to check my alias. If someone didn't know, they'd think I received some impressive alias, but this. He couldn't quite figure out how good or bad his alias was. He couldn't even see how he was related to an alias like this. Calling himself a swordsman was fine, as he indeed was one, even possessing the swordsman development ability, there was no dispute there. But where did this trickster come in? His swordsmanship, learned from Ace, was very orthodox. It really had nothing to do with the term trickster. Could it be that the gods perceive him as a schemer employing tricks in his swordsmanship? Riezel was somewhat bewildered with his assumption. However, he knew that this alias was actually not that awful. If his memory served him right, any alias born on the so-called Donatus was likely meant to challenge the shame of the alias receiver, at least 9 out of 10 times. Because the gods had an advanced perspective and a proneness for entertainment, the aliases they bestowed were often considered cool by mortals in this world but would make modern people cringe with embarrassment. Think about Loki, she even threw around a term like humblebrag before. It showed God's perspective was ahead of their time. Suppose she hadn't attended the Donatus, restraining various gods from recklessly giving him a cringe alias, he'd probably have been stuck with an alias like Breezeblade Prince or Tempest Sword Emperor by now. In comparison, this trickster swordsman was much better, or rather, tame. Now that I think about it, isn't Loki considered to be the god of mischief or trickery in mythology? Riezel suddenly remembered the legend of Loki in his previous world. Could the trickster in his alias come from there? Perhaps because he was the child of evil goddess Loki, who was skilled in trickery, mischief, and deception, they gave him the alias, Trickster Swordsman. Okay. Whatever. Riezel reluctantly accepted this interpretation. Seeing everyone around watching and sizing him up, with some adventurers even eyeing him, ready to approach and say something, he quickly turned away. From the reactions around him, it was clear that only a few truly admired him. Most adventurers regarded him with skepticism and envy, which was expected for a newcomer like him. This was only natural. While others spent several years, even decades, reaching certain levels, he effortlessly reached them in just over a month. It challenged the darker aspects of mortal, which was understandable. Not wanting to attract unnecessary attention or give others a chance to vent, Riezel turned and left, exiting the guild headquarters and turning into a secluded alley, planning to take a shortcut back to Twilight Manor. However, something unexpected happened. Riezel suddenly stopped, furrowing his brow. A feeling of being watched crawled up his spine, sending a slight chill to the back of his neck. Who? Riezel asked, silently stood in place, waiting. Umph. Soon, a cold snort echoed in the dark alley. Riezel abruptly turned around, looking towards a shadow. In that shadow, a figure clad in a black hooded cloak silently appeared. Are you the trickster swordsman? The figure's voice, unmistakably male and filled with displeasure and even hatred, emanated from the newcomer, deep and unforgiving. Riezel didn't answer, he only placed his hand on the sword at his waist, staring at the black-cloaked figure. This behavior only intensified the black-cloaked figure's displeasure and hatred. I asked you a question. Are people from Loki Familia like this? Don't they understand basic manners? Those words and that tone only earned a cold look from Riezel. Manners are for those who also practice them. Do you think you have any? Riezel said expressionlessly. Oh. The black-cloaked figure sneered. Your mouth is sharp, but I wonder if your sword is the same. With that, the black-cloaked figure raised a hand. Swish. 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 In an instant, several black blurs leaped down from the walls in all directions, surrounding Riezel. They also wore black hooded cloaks with their faces obscured. Schwing. Seeing this, Riezel immediately unsheathed his sword. Except for the first black-cloaked figure, who seemed to be their leader, the rest of the black-cloaked figures one after another drew weapons from under their cloaks and charged toward him, launching an assault without hesitation. For a moment, various weapons such as daggers, spears, swords, and halberds were raised or swung down by them from different angles, leaving no opening for Riezel to evade and forcing him to defend. The all-encompassing attack left him with no room, making it nearly impossible to find space to dodge, and could only choose to parry. This also told him that these attackers were not just a random group. Judging by their coordinated attacks, these people must have fought together for several years and developed good teamwork. Their strength was also impressive, definitely not ordinary adventurers. Level 2 third-class adventurer. No. These people are at least level 3 second-class adventurers or even more. As that thought flashed through his mind, Riezel took action. Whoosh. Accompanied by the whistling sound of the wind, his figure blurred, rushing with lightning speed towards one of the attackers who hadn't closed in yet. His sword turned into a silver flash, ruthlessly slashing out. Clang. The attacker was shocked, hastily raising their weapon to block the incoming strike, but was pushed back by the tremendous impact. Unperturbed, Riezel accelerated again, leaving the previously repelled attacker behind and charging towards another. Clang, cling, clang, cling. Soon, metal collision sounds mixed together. Riezel, moving like the wind, flickered back and forth. His slender sword slashed out repeatedly, allowing the blade of his sword to cut through several attackers in quick succession. Complex as it may seem, the entire process took less than 2 seconds. Within those 2 seconds, Riezel, with his astonishing speed and swordsmanship, not only disrupted their coordination but also forced them all to retreat. What? Very strong. Are you fucking kidding me? Is he really level 4? The attackers were astonished one after another. Even the leader of these attackers, who had been watching while leaning against a wall with crossed arms, had contracted pupils and clicked his tongue in annoyance. Damn this guy. Is he really a freshly level 4? Riezel was clearly a level 4 that could easily rival the top tier ones. Among the attackers surrounding him, there were also several level 4. Yet, after working together, they were still forcefully repelled by him in a single exchange. Continue. I want to see how much skill this guy really has. The leader expressed his annoyance. At their leader's words, the attackers suppressed their doubts and once again rushed toward Riezel. Watching this, a cold glint appeared in Riezel's eyes. Chapter 46, Grudge. Thud. In the dim depths of the alley, the sound of a falling body emerged, announcing the conclusion of a battle. Each attacker, clad in a black cloak, lay on the ground without exception. Some lost consciousness, others lay there wailing, their bodies stained with blood. Around their bodies, whether on the ground or the walls, sword marks were engraved. Riezel stood among these fallen attackers with his sword dripping with blood. His expression was stern, resembling a ruthless executioner. The scene triggered various shifts in the gaze of the leader of these black-cloaked attackers, who leaned against a wall in the shadow. However, from start to finish, this black-cloaked leader didn't make a move and didn't intervene in the fight at all. What a good skill and temperament. The leader blurted out, praising Riezel, but the tone carried a piercing sarcasm. Someone like you doesn't seem to be from the loving Loki familia but rather more like one of us. Witnessing Riezel's fight, the leader began to acknowledge him to some extent. Although Riezel had just leveled up to level 4, his skills and combat techniques far exceeded the average level 4. In one-on-many situations, he could effortlessly crush a group of adventurers with the same level. This strength truly made people take notice. The thing that surprised the leader was Riezel's speed, nearly rivaling a first-class adventurer specialized in AGI. With outstanding speed and remarkable swordsmanship, Riezel could easily maneuver through the group's attacks, systematically defeating each attacker without trouble. The result was the successful defeat of the attackers, while Riezel himself remained unscathed. He didn't even break a sweat or breathe heavily, leading the leader to conclude that he undoubtedly possessed healing power, development ability and at a very high rank at that. Just leveled up to level 4, but already had such capabilities. Even the leader couldn't help but admit that Riezel, even though irritating, was indeed special. However, there was still something irritating about Riezel that made the leader couldn't shake that particular feeling. As a result, the leader's tone remained unpleasant. You might as well switch sides. The leader sarcastically remarked. If you come to our side, I could rightfully beat you into shape. At those words, Riezel's expression remained unchanged. He just stared at the black-cloaked leader silently, and after a while, spoke up. Vanna Freya. As that name came out, the black-cloaked leader's face hidden under the hood froze. Riezel keenly sensed the change in the atmosphere around the leader and instantly understood that his guess was correct. Alan Frommel, level 6, Freya Familia's vice captain, Orario's fastest, bearer of the alias, Vanna Freya. Riezel calmly revealed the identity of the black-cloaked leader. It's really you, huh? As his words fell, the leader fell silent for a moment, and soon a faint murderous aura began to emanate from him. The black-cloaked leader, or rather, Alan Frommel, stepped forward, removing the black cloak from his body and revealing his true face. It was a young catman, somewhat short and small in stature, but with sharp eyes and expressions. How did you figure out it was me? The renowned Vanna Freya shot Riezel a sharp look. However, Riezel remained unshaken. All those who attacked me were at least level 3, and there were even several level 4. Yet, it was clear they were following your orders. So, your strength is likely above these people. To command experts with level 3 and level 4, the possibility of being a level 5 or higher is very high. In Orario, there aren't too many familias that can have a first-class adventurer. At most, there are only a handful. Considering all this, there's only one familia left that dares to attack members of Loki Familia so brazenly, and that's yours. With this in mind, isn't the answer obvious? Other than your Freya Familia, who else could pull off something like this? Riezel calmly explained with a tranquil expression. As for why he could guess Alan's identity, it was even simpler. A first-class adventurer from Freya Familia, with such a foul mouth, who else but you, Vanna Freya? This deduction was based on his knowledge of the original work. After all, he had never seen Alan or heard any rumors about him after he arrived in this world. But Alan was unaware of this. Riezel's analysis, as it reached his ears, only led him to think that perhaps some rumors about him had reached Riezel's ears, allowing Riezel to guess his identity. In fact, foul-mouthed rumors about him were not uncommon. Anyone familiar with Loki Familia and Freya Familia would know that in these two familias, there was a level 5 Vanagand, Betloga, known for his foul mouth, and a level 6 Vanna Freya, Alan Frommel, who was equally notorious for his sharp tongue. Both of them were first-class adventurers specializing in AGI, often being compared by gods and adventurers alike, leading to a deep-seated animosity between Bet and Alan. Of course, all of this was irrelevant now, since, at this moment, Alan was only furious about his identity being exposed and Riezel indirectly insulting him for having a foul mouth. Bold of you to say those words right in front of me. Alan remarked with an overflowing murderous aura. Just a mere level 4, do you think you can fight me? With those words, he vanished. His figure completely merged into the darkness, moving at a speed akin to a war chariot charging forward. Whoosh! Carrying a howling momentum, he blinked and appeared in front of Riezel in an instant. In his hand was a splendid spear, its elegance accentuated as it sliced through the air like lightning, thrust towards Riezel. Swish! At that moment, time seemed to come to a halt. Against someone who was a level 6 and dubbed as the city's fastest, Riezel couldn't react in time. Dodging. Not possible. Counterattacking. Not possible. Blocking. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Not possible. Every possible method proved futile. Feeling the imminent danger, Riezel made a seemingly reckless move without hesitation. He advanced instead of retreating. Poochie! Accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, the spear pierced through Riezel's shoulder, emerging from his back. What? Alan was shocked by this scene. He hadn't expected Riezel to take such a reckless action. If Riezel hadn't advanced, he had only intended to pierce through Riezel's shoulder, causing some flesh wounds at most. However, Riezel willingly stepped forward, offering his entire shoulder, allowing the sharp long spear to penetrate through his back. In a flash of blood, Alan's pupils contracted, losing that split second of reaction, and in that split second, a tempest swept through. Tempest. A low voice, as if from hell, resounded clearly in the alley. Ignoring his pierced shoulder, Riezel awakened the power of Ariel and concentrated all the wind force onto his sword's edge. He swung it down towards the visibly alarmed Alan with all his might. TCH. Alan's expression changed rapidly as he uttered a surprised sound. He instinctively unleashed the speed that made him the best in Orario, attempting to retreat. However, Riezel's empty hand tightly gripped the spear piercing his shoulder, leaving Alan with no room to retreat. Poochie! The sound of tearing echoed once again. In the burst of blood, the catman abandoned his spear, narrowly avoiding the extremely fast slash imbued with wind force, escaping the fate of having his head severed on the spot. Yet, Alan was a step too slow. A large gash was cut open directly in front of him, blood staining the dark alley. Why, you bastard! Alan clutched his wound, glaring at Riezel with intense anger. Ugh. Riezel pulled out the spear embedded in his shoulder and tossed it aside, meeting Alan's furious gaze with a calm gaze. Blood flowed profusely from his shoulder, yet he seemed indifferent, his face pale as he looked up at Alan. A mere level 4, so what? Riezel sneered. You level 6 isn't that impressive though. Son of a bitch. Alan was so enraged that he lost his composure. The murderous aura emanating from his body intensified, surpassing its previous intensity by an unknown factor. The city's fastest adventurer was truly provoked. Faced with this enraged Alan, Riezel remained calm and composed, his expression unchanged. Only his eyes revealed an icy coldness, as if at absolute zero. That coldness, like a bucket of cold water, not only extinguished the flames of anger in Alan's heart but also sent shivers down his spine. Instinct told him that if he went all out again and charged forward, Riezel would absolutely risk and do everything to cut off his head no matter what. Even if the opponent was a level 6 first-class adventurer, if Riezel abandoned defense and engaged in a life-and-death battle without regard for his own safety, the probability of Riezel's sword landing on his head would be no less than 70%. Realizing this, Alan's face contorted. Damn lunatic. Alan cursed. He didn't want to play a life-for-a-life game with this human in this boring task. I'll remember you, Riezel Brynhart. He stared at Riezel intensely for a while as if trying to memorize every detail of his appearance. After a while, he leaped up, landing on the roof of a building and disappearing from sight. Riezel watched Alan's disappearing figure quietly until complete silence enveloped the surroundings. Only then did he clutch his shoulder and kneel down on one knee, unable to endure the pain. Crack. The wind dissipated, and a crack appeared on his sword. Glancing at the crack on the sword and feeling the intense pain in his shoulder, Riezel murmured after a while. Freya, huh? The image of the goddess of beauty flashed in his mind as he silently licked his own blood. I'll remember this grudge. Chapter 47, A Hole. Strange. A perplexed murmur echoed softly inside an opulent room, a corner where no one could hear it. Freya stood by the window, her beautiful eyes wide open, gazing at a corner of the city, filled with confusion in her eyes. She had witnessed the confrontation between Riezel and Alan, or rather, through some special means, in a manner close to clairvoyance, she observed the process of Riezel and Alan's clash. This was a skill only she could master, beyond the reach of the other gods. Therefore, even though the place where they clashed was at a considerable distance from her place, she could still see what was happening. But precisely because of this, she was both amazed and puzzled. The first time I've seen a soul like that. Freya's beautiful brows tightly furrowed as she murmured. The goddess of beauty, Freya, possessed a pair of unique eyes. They were called the discerning eye, capable of seeing the essence of the souls of those in the lower world. These were eyes one was born with, not falling under the category of arcanum, which was prohibited for use in the lower world. It was an innate skill, a trait that was practically useless in heaven. However, in the lower world, with this pair of eyes, she could perceive the potential of mortals more keenly than any other god. As long as she could observe the souls of these mortals, she could judge one's potential based on the brilliance of their soul. After all, any hero, anyone wielding the power of a hero, would have a soul that shone brilliantly. It was impossible to be as ordinary as a commoner. In heaven, she used this ability to grasp the colors of the souls of those ascending to heaven, the deceased, selecting favored individuals as her own collectibles and embracing them in her arms. These so-called collectibles were what mortals called heroes. Therefore, it was not strange for Freya Familia to become one of the strongest familias in Orario, on par with Loki Familia, and even surpassing them in some aspects. The reason was that the goddess of this familia could recruit children with extraordinary potential ahead of other gods, gradually making her familia stronger. Freya also had a deep affection for children with extraordinary soul brilliance. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she loved such children deeply. In light of this, after Riezel displayed exceptional potential, she immediately set her sights on him. However, his soul made the goddess of beauty, who could see through the soul of every mortal, full of astonishment and suspicion. It's not the dazzling brilliance or the extraordinary colors, but the difference in shape. The soul seen by her discerning eye right now was such an unprecedented thing. In the past, the souls of those in the lower world, when viewed through her eyes, either had different colors or emitted varying degrees of brilliance. Based on the display of color and brilliance, she chose whether to add them to her collection based on her preferences. Up to now, she had seen various souls of heroes displaying different colors and brilliance. Some had unique colors. Some radiated brilliant and dazzling light. All of these were things she liked and loved. But Riezel was different. In her discerning eye, his soul had neither extraordinary colors nor brilliant radiance, only twisting like a vortex. No, it wasn't a vortex. It was a hole. A colorless, brilliantless, completely unclear shape, twisting like a black hole, as if it could engulf everything, ferment, blend, and mix inside. This hole seemed to be telling her not to expect or see what was inside or casually judge its value, blocking her line of sight completely. From that hole, all she could see or feel was only one emotion. That was the obsession not to accept interference from anyone. That was the unwillingness to be scrutinized and judged by anyone. That was the essence of Riezel's soul. He was rejecting those who were reaching out to him, silently indicating to them that his future could only be decided and chosen by himself. Indeed, it was a kind of obsession. If one's existence could be observed and scrutinized casually by others, their future from that moment would have been fixed, confined within the range of what others saw. Riezel would not accept such a future. Fufufu, very interesting. After the initial surprise, Freya became intrigued. Unwilling to be seen by me, goddess, unwilling to be judged by anyone, world, persistently and twistedly advancing, what kind of existence do you really want to become? Suddenly, she developed a burning desire. A desire to see what was brewing inside that hole. Fufufu. So that's how it is. This is the unknown that various gods have been pursuing all along. Fufufu. Freya chuckled. Her laughter was captivating, enough to conquer nations. It was a laughter of unparalleled beauty. Looks like I'm really going to have a confrontation with Loki this time. Freya mused. Even I, just thinking about getting involved with her, can't help but feel a bit scared. It was not without reason. Loki was the goddess of mischief who once triggered doomsday in heaven, deceived and tricked various gods several times, causing them to turn against each other, nearly unleashing a true calamity. Even Freya, at the thought of clashing with this evil goddess, couldn't help but have reservations. But then again, it's a kind of fun. Let's take it slow. After all, I'm not in a hurry. Freya smiled and walked away. She still had to go check on her little cat, Alan, who got accidentally injured due to her own mischievous sense of humor. At this moment, night had completely fallen. Riezel, covered in bloodstains, took advantage of the night and walked into Twilight Manor, under the doubtful gazes of the gatekeepers. He had intended not to attract anyone's attention and go straight to his room, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so. Riezel. Accompanied by a surprised voice, someone had returned to Familia shortly after him. Riezel stopped, feeling somewhat helpless. What happened to you? A swordswoman with dazzling golden hair, fully armed, returned from outside and coincidentally met him as he was about to enter the manor. Seeing his blood-stained appearance, her transparent golden eyes were filled with surprise and seriousness. Although Riezel felt helpless, he turned to face Ace. Ace, did you go to the dungeon? Riezel asked calmly as he assessed the fully armed Ace. Ace nodded. After you went out with Captain, I went to the dungeon. She was still so diligent and progressive, obviously affected by him. Then you have to be careful. Riezel smiled slightly. If Riveria finds out, you're in trouble. At his words, Ace couldn't help but shrink her head. She was most afraid of Riveria, who was like a mother figure, always accompanying her, guarding her growth, and taking care of her. Riveria had scolded her many times for not resting properly after an expedition and for excessively diving into the dungeon. Her progress was good and her effort was also commendable, but Ace's amount of effort far exceeded others. There was a concern that she might overwork herself to the point of exhaustion. In a sense, Ace and Riezel were indeed similar. Both were someone willing to risk everything, including their lives, to become stronger as quickly as possible, seizing every opportunity for growth. From Riezel's usual recklessness, it was apparent that Ace's degree of recklessness was no less. However, there were some differences between them. Riezel had self-awareness and insisted on following his own path, regardless of how others perceived him. Meanwhile, Ace was still a bit hesitant and timid, always afraid of being lectured by Riveria. Don't change the subject. Ace ignored his words and stared at him with a serious expression. Are you injured? I guess so. Riezel pursed his lips. Just a minor injury though, already healed. A wound that could be healed with elixir should be considered minor in his perspective. You're lying. Ace mercilessly exposed his lie. Your complexion is terrible, clearly, you've been seriously hurt. That was where his flaw lies. While a potion could stop bleeding and heal injuries, it couldn't easily conceal the paleness caused by a significant loss of blood. Ace was precisely concerned about that. She couldn't fathom how, with Riezel's current strength, he ended up seriously injured. If he followed the usual routine of entering the dungeon and defeating monsters, it wouldn't have led to this. Unless he delved into the deeper floors below the 37th floor or encountered an irregular. However, returning on the same day from the deeper floors below the 37th floor was impossible. If an irregular appeared, it would be reported to the guild immediately and spread among adventurers, but she hadn't heard any such news. In a nutshell. You fought someone. Ace whispered. A powerful one. Riezel fell silent, then pondered. This girl, all cool and aloof, is actually pretty intelligent. Seeing her intense stare, he could only nod and answer. Don't tell anyone, I want to solve it myself. Ace remained silent for a while, but eventually, nodded her head in agreement. Okay. However, from her hesitant eyes, he could tell that she was somewhat conflicted and uneasy. Ace, seemingly cold but inexperienced, clearly didn't know how to handle the current situation. Observing her behavior, Riezel unconsciously extended his hand and gave Ace a head pat. She froze, involuntarily raising her head to look at him. Meeting her eyes, he only smiled. Don't worry. I'm not one to take a loss easily. Upon hearing his confident words, Ace lowered her head in silence. Her face, partially obscured by her bangs, turned slightly red. Chapter 48, The Busy Familia. In the following period, members of the Loki Familia were surprised to find that Riezel, who was already an early riser and dedicated to dungeon exploration every day, became even more diligent than before. Due to the upcoming expedition, Loki Familia was now extremely busy. Even the executives were ordered not to enter the dungeon and instead stay at the manor, helping with the preparation for the expedition. Lafia was also asked by Riveria to stay behind and assist. This left Riezel once again as a lone wolf. Initially, everyone thought he would stay in the Familia to help prepare supplies for the upcoming expedition. However, after Lafia was left behind and Riezel became a solo adventurer again, he worked even harder. He would often leave before dawn and return only late at night, appearing weary and dust-covered, as if he had traveled a great distance. Oddly enough, the higher-ups in the Familia, upon learning of this, chose to ignore his act without any objection. Why can't we go, while Riezel can head to the dungeon without pitching in for the expedition preparation? Tiona protested to Finn. Before Finn could respond, Tioni approached and quickly restrained Tiona. Don't question Captain's decisions. The elder sister of the Amazonas twins wore a fierce expression, nearly intimidating Lafia, who happened to be present. The expedition is imminent. Even if we let you go to the dungeon for this short period, you won't gain much growth, will you? Gareth bluntly shuts down Tiona with a lack of patience. The implication was clear: rather than wasting this time to strive for minimal growth, it was better to stay in the Familia, recuperate, and at the same time handle some expedition-related tasks. However, Riezel was an exception. For us, the progress during this short period is indeed minimal, but it's different for him. Riveria added, leaving Tiona speechless. The executives finally understood why the rest of the Familia had been assigned tasks by the higher-ups while Riezel had not. Preparing expedition supplies, whether there was one more or one less person involved, didn't matter. It was better to let Riezel continue to explore the dungeon, utilizing his extraordinary growth speed to the fullest. This way, he could confidently face his first expedition as an adventurer with an even stronger stance. Focus more on the upcoming expedition, all of you. Finn said confidently, observing the silence that had fallen over everyone. Only through expeditions can we delve into deeper floors, face more challenging monsters, and defeat stronger enemies. That was the true path to accelerated growth for them. Without expeditions, the most they could explore would be the middle to lower floors, where the monsters were relatively weak compared to first-class adventurers like them. Killing these weak monsters, no matter how many, would provide little growth. Rather than dwelling on minimal growth, it was more effective to shift their focus to the upcoming expedition and make thorough preparations. This was the most efficient way for level 5 and above to grow. Of course. Though it's a different story for that boy. Gareth muttered, casting a sense of melancholy that plunged everyone into deeper silence. It was only at this moment that everyone realized something. Riezel, who only explored up to the 17th floor, after this expedition, what kind of growth would he achieve upon reaching deeper floors? With only reaching up to the 17th floor, he managed to level up from level 1 to level 4 in just over a month. So, upon entering floors deeper than the 17th, how much Excelia would he gain? Not to mention, a single expedition, a round trip alone taking more than a week, and adding the time needed for exploration, it could easily exceed half a month. With at least a half-month expedition, how would his body, which leveled up several times in just over a month, change? Perhaps, after this expedition, Riezel will be just like you all. Riveria threw out those words to the group of level 5 executives and remained silent thereafter. However, just these words alone instantly created tremendous pressure in the hearts of every executive. No way, right? Tiona wailed. Is he going to be level 5 after returning from this expedition? Is he trying to kill us? He really is a freak. Tioni also had no words. It seems being caught up is only a matter of time. We might as well lie flat. I'm already lying flat though. Lafia murmured silently as she heard Tioni's words. As a witness to Riezel's growth, Lafia transitioned from admiration in the beginning to diligent efforts in the middle. But later on, she decided to lie flat when he officially reached level 4, surpassing her in all aspects. It was not because she didn't want to work hard or pursue him, she simply couldn't catch up at all. She watched Riezel step by step to reach his current level with her own eyes. Her understanding and admiration for his desperate efforts, as well as his repeated help and rescue, made her start to question life. Now, she admired and idolized him even more, and there were fewer feelings of unwillingness. After all, Mr. Riezel and Miss Ace are becoming more and more alike. Lafia blushed unnaturally, stealing a glance towards the corner of the room. There, Ace sat alone, hugging her knees, staring blankly at everyone, lost in thought. While outside the door, Bet, who had just been about to protest upon hearing the words of the three top executives, silently turned away upon witnessing the outcome of Tiona's protest. All these scenes were observed by Loki with interest. Cuckoo, there's going to be some fun. Whether taking pleasure in other people's misfortune or for some other reason, Loki silently giggled while leaning against the window, watching her busy children coming in and out of the manor. Time passed quickly. As each day went by, Loki Familia started transporting boxes of supplies from various places in Orario back to their base. Among these supplies were pre-ordered spare weapons, various items and tools that could come in handy for special occasions, and potions packaged in crates, containing all kinds of recovery items. Some members were busy with various tasks, while others, during their rest periods, collectively headed to Loki's divine room, forming a long line in front of it. All of this was in preparation for the upcoming expedition, a final round of status updates before venturing into the dungeon. In places like the dungeon, adventurers wouldn't be able to update their statuses anymore. At this time, it was crucial to make the most of it and enhance their strength whenever possible. Due to this, Loki hadn't left the divine room in a while, and her faint shouts of complaint could be heard from within. Can I even get a break? Although Loki was both frustrated and helpless, she was doing the only thing she could to help her children improve their strength and increase their chances of survival inside the dungeon. Riezel, watching the long line in front of the divine room, also understood that she was likely busy during this period. Well, let's just wait then. He thought for a moment and decided to give up on finding Loki for a status update. After all, Excelia wouldn't disappear. Even if there were no status updates, it would accumulate over time. There was no need to rush. Since the seniors of the Familia had allowed him to explore the dungeon on his own when everyone was busy with the expedition preparation, he didn't want to compete with them over who could update their status first, especially when it would happen sooner or later. As a result, everyone in the Familia had their own tasks, and Riezel also had his. Both sides seemed to have reached an unspoken agreement, not interfering with each other, quietly anticipating the day of the expedition. Until one day, as Riezel prepared to head to the dungeon, he received a summon from Finn. "Your weapon is ready," Finn informed with a smile. Hearing that, Riezel's eyes instantly lit up. Northeast Street, Tsubaki's workshop. Riezel and Finn, just like the last time, walked hand in hand, once again visiting this place. As soon as they entered, Riezel spotted Tsubaki. "Finally, you're here." Tsubaki greeted him with a refreshing smile as she walked through the door. Without any unnecessary words, she gestured directly to the side. "Come take a look at your sword." Upon hearing this, Riezel glanced at Finn for a moment. "Go ahead." Finn, with a smile on his face, nodded at him, indicating for him to go forward. Only then did Riezel approach and stand next to Tsubaki. There, a long box containing a weapon was casually placed on the table. The box was open, so he almost instantly saw the content inside. It was a sword with a slender shape and an overall somewhat dark silver-gray color. The sword's edge was thin, almost transparent like crystal. At first glance, it didn't appear to be a weapon designed for killing. Instead, it reminded him of the short sword he had obtained from Loki when he first joined the Familia, a piece of beautiful art specifically meant for collection. At this moment, Tsubaki's slightly satisfied voice sounded, entering his ears. "I whipped up this weapon using orichalcum as the main material, threw in some mithril, and imbued it with the Tooth of Wind Beast. It took me 7 days, but I finally created this beauty." Orichalcum was an extremely precious and rare metal, also known as adamantite, universally recognized as the world's hardest metal. Weapons with the Durandal attribute were primarily made from this metal. Mithril was a refined metal with excellent magic conductivity, favored by most adventurers skilled in magic as the main weapon material. As for the Wind Beast, it was a rare species that appeared on the 40th floor of the dungeon, known for its strange speed. It was a monster with a relatively low classification level but extremely difficult to defeat. Each of these 3 materials was extremely expensive and rare. Ordinary adventurers might never encounter one of them in their entire life, let alone acquire them. Yet, Tsubaki had used all 3 to forge this sword. "Now, this baby is yours." Listening to her satisfied voice, Riezel's eyes focused on the sword in front of him, slightly gleaming with excitement. Chapter 49, Fool and Hermit. Whoosh! A silver arc flashed through the dim workshop, cutting the atmosphere in half with a chilly gust. Riezel took a dark silver sword into his palm, gripping this gorgeously forged weapon like a work of art. With just a gentle swing, his expression revealed surprise. So light. Despite being a sword crafted with precious metals and refined materials, he felt as though he were holding a feather, weightless. In theory, a sword this light would likely lack significant power. However, this sword seemed to defy that expectation. The thin blade edge was incredibly sharp, effortlessly slicing through the air. "How's that?" "Not bad, yeah." Tsubaki looked at his surprised expression with a hint of pride on her face. "Because you said you wanted it as light as possible, I threw in a wind beast's tooth and mithril, combining 3 rare materials to forge it. Ordinary master blacksmiths couldn't pull off something like this, you know. If one wanted to forge equipment with the Durandal attribute, using orichalcum as the main material alone was enough. Orichalcum, as the hardest metal, was designed for creating equipment with the Durandal attribute and served as their primary material. Using only one main material for forging would undoubtedly make the process easier. However, for Riezel, Tsubaki unexpectedly added 2 more precious materials. Wind Beast's tooth lightens the weapon without messing with its sharpness or toughness. Mithril, on the other hand, enhances the sword's magical energy conductivity. I heard from Finn that you excel in wind element enchant magic and can enhance your weapon with it, so I figured why not toss in some mithril. In this way, this sword's got crazy sharpness and endurance, excellent magical energy conductivity, while also lightweight. Of course, the most crucial aspect is that it doesn't interfere with Durandal. As Tsubaki explained, she grew more excited and proud, eventually bursting into laughter. For this sword, I've gone without sleep for several days, sparing no effort. Among all the equipment I've forged, this one's easily in the top 3, if not my most proud creation. For Arario's strongest blacksmith to be this proud, the quality of the sword could be easily imagined. The quality of this sword should surpass even Ace's Desperate. Finn, after observing the sword for a while, said with a serious expression. Ace's Desperate, despite being first class, fell slightly behind other first-class equipment due to its focus on endurance and its affinity with the Durandal attribute. Riezel's sword, on the other hand, was different. While it also focused on endurance and the Durandal attribute, as top-notch first-class equipment, even if its performance and power did not reach the highest, it still ranked among the best in first-class equipment. Adding to its extremely low weight, which allowed lightweight to be pushed to its limits, and its excellent magical energy conductivity, which could make aerial usage smoother and more powerful, such a top-tier weapon already surpassed Ace's Desperate in every aspect. No wonder creating this weapon took Arario's strongest blacksmith, Tsubaki, an exhausting 7 days. Considering its overall excellence, it was not strange for her to claim it could rank in the top 3 among her creations and even say it was her proudest creation. Without a doubt, it was the perfect weapon for Riezel. Tsubaki kept her promise and forged the best sword for him. Oh right, got something for you too. Tsubaki remembered something, darted into the forging workshop, and emerged with another weapon. It was a short sword. Upon your request, I forged the secondary weapon for you. It's not as complicated as it's crafted mainly from orichalcum, a pure Durandal attribute weapon and second-class equipment. It's kinda basic compared to other second-class equipment, like a lesser version of Sword Princess's Desperate. Tsubaki's attitude towards this weapon seemed somewhat indifferent as she tossed it to him casually. Riezel weighed the short sword and found it to be heavier than the main weapon. As for its appearance, unlike the glamorous main weapon, it was a simple, bright silver color. Yet, as a secondary weapon, it was considered decent. Okay, I've completed the order as promised. Tsubaki glanced at his face. Now, it's up to you to give them names. Hearing her words, Riezel was slightly surprised. Didn't you say it was your proudest work? Finn asked strangely. Why don't you name it yourself? Nah, forget it. Tsubaki shook her head. This sword is custom-made for your monster rookie here, you know. Apart from him, I bet there's no one else in all of Arario more suited to wield it and unleash its full potential. Perhaps Ace, who also possessed aerial, was suitable for this sword. However, she lacked lightweight. Using such a light sword all the time wouldn't have made much sense for her. Therefore, the true power and performance of this sword could only be brought out by Riezel. It feels like this sword was born solely through my hands and passed it on to you. Tsubaki scratched her head, seemingly helpless while spreading her hands. Given that, it's on you to give it a name, no. With her saying so, Riezel naturally had no reason to refuse. Name, huh? Riezel fell into contemplation. Various thoughts flashed through his mind, eventually settling on his most powerful skill, Fool's Obsession. Well then. Let's go with Fool. He made up his mind. His persistence and his desire, if they were truly just a fool's obsession, then let himself, this fool, foolishly go to the end. Fool, huh? Tsubaki pondered, then nodded. What about the secondary one? Without much thought, Riezel decided. Let's call it Hermit. Fool and Hermit. Riezel's main and secondary weapons finally found their place. Thank you, Tsubaki. Finn approached as matters were settled. Oh, no problem, I had a blast too. Tsubaki chuckled. Forging weapons for a rookie who's breaking Sword Princess's records, getting called as a monster even by gods, it's a win-win for me too, you know. For adventurers, if they gained fame, their weapons would often become famous as well. Therefore, blacksmiths preferred forging weapons for adventurers with potential and strength. If the adventurer gained significant fame, the creations of those blacksmiths would also attract attention. This was the main approach to attract customers and the best way for a blacksmith to become famous. In this situation, Tsubaki naturally had no objections to forging weapons for Riezel. In fact, she was more than happy to do so. After all, he seemed destined for greatness, a future hero known throughout the world. As long as he could make a name for himself, even leave a mark in history, she would be riding on his success. If your monster rookie becomes a hero remembered for generations, his sword might end up in a museum. By then, my name as a blacksmith would truly go down in history. Tsubaki hugged Riezel's neck and patted his back while laughing. Don't disappoint me, okay? Listening to her words and laugh, Riezel smiled in response. I'll do my best. Afterward, he stored away his 2 new swords, one long and one short. Riezel's weapon problem finally found its solution at Tsubaki's place. With 2 special weapons featuring the Durandal attribute, he would no longer need to worry about his weapons getting damaged in battles. Finn also confirmed the backup weapons order for the expedition with Tsubaki. Once they had discussed and agreed upon delivery for the following day, Finn and Riezel set off for home. It was worth mentioning that, based on the price provided by Tsubaki, Riezel learned the pricing for his main and secondary weapons, totaling 180 million valis. Yes, 180 million. This left him silent for a long time. It wasn't until the journey home that he expressed his gratitude to Finn. 180 million valis was definitely a price he couldn't afford at this moment. If it weren't for the Familia support, he would at most plan to get a main weapon at the level of Hermit. As for Fool, with his current fund, it was definitely out of his reach. The debt he owed to the Familia was indeed quite significant. Finn, however, shrugged it off with a carefree smile. As long as it helps you. Finn spoke while looking directly at his face. Though mentioning this might add some pressure, we do have high expectations for you. We hope you can take our Familia to greater heights, reaching places that even we haven't stepped into. Just keep pushing forward, and we'll handle the rest for you. Don't let us down, okay? Every word of Finn was deeply etched in his mind. In response, Riezel nodded with a solemn expression. Everything was understood without the need for more words. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. On this day, Twilight Manor was unusually quiet. All the members seemed to be silently gathering their strength, preparing for something. Each one was fully armed and assembled at the entrance of the manor. Riezel also had prepared early in the morning. He didn't wear any armor, only a battle suit for easy movement. Draped in a dust-resistant cloak and armed with 2 swords, he walked out of his room. Before leaving, he paid a visit to Loki's divine room. When he came out, he had an additional piece of parchment in his hands. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, I0A. End, I0A. Dex, I0S. AGI, I0S. Mag, I0S. Lightweight, H. Swordsman, H. Mage, I. Looking at the content on the parchment, Riezel quickly smiled. Shortly afterward, he crumpled the parchment containing his latest status and headed towards the manor's entrance gate. Chapter 50, Looking Forward to the Future. Twilight Manor, Front Yard. Familia members gathered in this place, busy moving things in and out of the manor's entrance gate, creating a constant flow of people. Large cargo boxes filled with supplies were placed on carts, and the 3 top executives directed everyone for the final inspection of items. Even several executives joined in to organize tents and other supplies. Tiona, however, stealthily snacked on some emergency rations, getting caught by Bet and Tioni, resulting in a barrage of scolding. Everyone had their respective tasks at hand. Even Lafia was by Riveria's side, helping check the list of items. The only exception was Ace, standing alone with a look of wanting to help but not sure how, truly a breath of fresh air in the crowd. Riezel happened to walk out of the manor and immediately caught Ace's eye. Riezel. Ace called out with a sigh of relief as if finding solace. But her call also drew the attention of others present. Mr. Riezel. Lafia instinctively wanted to run over but then remembered she had work to do and stopped abruptly. Umph. Bet released Tiona and coldly snorted. Don't go too far. The rest of the Familia members also turned their gaze toward Riezel, watching this Familia rookie who had become a legendary character in Orario in just over a month. Some were envious, some were admiring, but there was no hint of jealousy or hatred. After all, he was their junior, their family, and their comrade. The more outstanding he was, the stronger their Familia became, which was a good thing for them. It must be said that Loki, despite being unreliable, didn't choose anyone with a problematic character and personality. No wonder Alan sarcastically referred to them as a loving Familia. In just over a month, Riezel had observed the behaviors of these Familia seniors and kept them in mind. This was something he hadn't experienced even in his previous life, in a family with blood ties. The affection he never experienced, in the end, wasn't obtained in the family with blood ties but in this Familia connected by a goddess. Perhaps, it was a kind of irony. Since he wasn't someone with many words, he silently kept all of this in his heart and began to approach everyone in silence. "You're late, Riezel." Tiona immediately jumped out, teasing him with a playful grin. "Sorry." Riezel replied and glanced around, realizing he was indeed the last one to arrive. Even though it wasn't past the departing time, he still apologized sincerely. "Just ignore her, she just wants to change the topic from her snack stealing." Tiona exposed her sister's intentions. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth also approached. "How's it going?" Finn asked with a slight smile. "Are you ready?" Riezel responded with a smile and nodded. He knew Finn wasn't asking about preparations for the expedition but rather about his updated status for the upcoming journey. Clearly, he had visited the Divine Room to update his status before departure, and all three top executives could tell. "Haha, this is really something to look forward to," Gareth exclaimed loudly. "After accumulating for over a dozen days, with your growth speed, you should have gained a lot, yes. Judging by your reaction, you must have made quite some progress." Riveria observed his expression and smiled. "Could it be that you're already level 5? With that sentence, all the surrounding members held their breath and fell silent, especially the Familia executives. Even Ace and Bet couldn't help but unconsciously perk up their ears. "How can it be that simple?" Riezel, seeing their reaction, smiled wryly. The accumulation of over a dozen days had indeed greatly improved his status. He was now at level 4, and logically, the development of basic abilities should have become much more difficult. Still, in just over 10 days, he managed to train DEX, AGI, and MAG to S rank, while STR reached A rank. This growth speed was still astonishing. However, no matter how one looked at it, in just over 10 days, it was impossible for him to level up to level 5. Without achieving any exploits and accumulating high-rank Excelia, at most, it can only make me go further on level 4. There's no way I can level up, right? Riezel stated calmly, making many people secretly sigh with relief. They were somewhat nervous, afraid that he would say he was already level 5. It was not that they didn't want him to progress, but the fact was too challenging for their heart, easily causing people to lose confidence in continuing to strive. Unfortunately, it seemed like the top executives of the Familia felt the excitement was not enough. One after another, they spoke up, shattering the silent celebration and relief in everyone's hearts. "For this expedition, our goal is the super deep floors you've never reached, perhaps even unknown floors that no one has ever reached," Finn explained with a smile. "Along the way, there are plenty of opportunities for you to accumulate high-rank Excelia. Yeah, not to mention there are also the floor bosses. Just defeating them and gaining high-rank Excelia, even if it doesn't let you level up, should help you complete a large part of the exploit accumulation, right?" Gareth added while stroking his beard. "Although fighting in parties will distribute the Excelia, it's safe." Riveria looked at Riezel with a solemn expression. "This time, you can't act recklessly like before. Remember to cooperate well with everyone, don't be like some misbehaving kid, rushing out at every opportunity." As she mentioned, misbehaving kid, her gaze subtly shifted to Ace. Ace felt extremely embarrassed and awkward, quickly turning her head away, looking guilty. Riezel also hesitated to speak. He really couldn't guarantee whether he could control himself or not, suddenly bursting out like that. Lafia really wanted to assert that she had a say on this point. It wasn't without reason. During the time Riezel and she were in a party, not once did he give a heads up before suddenly charging out. "Ah, looks like we're adding another ace to our party." Tiona reveled in other people's misfortune. "I'm telling you guys, don't cause trouble for Captain, okay?" Tiona warned while shaking her head as she gazed toward the reckless duo. "Small fry is just small fry, you better not slow us down, boy." Bet even threw a cold remark from the side. Riezel and Ace immediately looked at each other in bewilderment, completely clueless as to how they suddenly became targets. But the two dared not say anything, just standing there in silence, one scratching his head, the other looking down. "Okay, that's enough all of you, let them off." Finn chuckled, turned, and looked in the direction of the central tower of Twilight Manor. There, in the highest room, Loki, not behaving properly as always, was sprawled over the window, gazing in the expedition party's direction with a loose smile on her face. However, for some reason, everyone could sense encouragement, care, and a subtle trace of indiscernible affection in the goddess's gaze directed towards them. "Go." It was as if everyone heard Loki's faint whisper carried by the wind. This whispered encouragement, riding on the wind, ignited a flame in everyone's hearts. Including Riezel, who was no exception. "All right." Finn's childish face began to look serious, becoming more dignified. From this moment on, this Palom was no longer the amiable Familia Senior but the captain of the strongest Familia in Orario. And the captain's command was only one. "Let's set off." "Oh." With Finn's command, a neat and tidy shout soared to the sky, echoing throughout Orario. That was a battle cry. That was a trumpet call. All the people busy in the city, whether civilians or adventurers, were drawn to that magnificent shout in that split second, turning their heads to look in the direction of Loki Familia's base. Before long, many saw a fully armed and imposing group marching through the streets, heading towards Babel. Loki Familia is going on an expedition. It's Loki Familia. Loki Familia is heading into the dungeon. People hurriedly informed each other, causing pedestrians on the way to automatically split, moving to the sides, making way for Loki Familia. At that moment, what people saw was the strongest adventurer party in Orario, with countless experts renowned worldwide. The envy, admiration, and awe hidden in their eyes were almost impossible to conceal. Riezel blended in, attracting the attention of many, being watched. Suddenly, Riezel keenly sensed that among the countless gazes coming from all directions, there seemed to be one that was different. He became aware of this particular gaze and unconsciously turned his head to look. At that moment, he saw someone familiar. In the crowd gathered on the side, there was a youth. The youth had red eyes and white hair that seemed too old for his age, with a face carrying innocence and a hint of childishness, probably only about 13 to 14 years old. In the crowd, that youth was particularly inconspicuous. But in those red eyes of his, there was a more intense sense of envy, awe, and yearning than anyone else. And finally, as if making a decision, the youth, after a lingering glance in the Loki Familia expedition party's direction, squeezed out of the crowd and headed towards the entrance of what seemed to be the base of a certain familia. Seeing this scene, Riezel almost immediately concluded that the youth was looking for a familia to join. "What are you looking at, Mr. Riezel?" Walking alongside him, Lafia noticed his unusual behavior and asked with doubt. Only then did Riezel come back to his senses and see the puzzled look from Lafia and Ace nearby. "Nah, it's nothing." Riezel shook his head, but suddenly smiled, a particularly bright one. This smile made the hearts of Ace and Lafia, who had never seen him smile like that, skip a beat. Shortly afterward, the two girls heard his voice. "I'm just looking forward to the future. Looking forward to my future. Looking forward to his future." Apart from Riezel himself, no one could understand the meaning of his words. However, that wasn't important since the gate to the dungeon began to appear before his eyes. Riezel stared at the massive tower, and the flame in his heart burned even more fiercely. Chapter 51, 50th Floor. In a certain dungeon floor, a desolate land where not a blade of grass grew. It was a vast expanse composed of rocks and gravel, everything tinted in shades of reddish-brown. The flying sand pervaded the barren earth. The turbid air expanded in the space. In this floor that looked like it had been deserted for ages and where people basically never set foot, a war erupted. Asterisk rower. Asterisk. Asterisk rower. Asterisk. Accompanied by chilling roars, a horde of monsters, stepping with footsteps heavy enough to stir the ground, charged like a stampeding herd. They raised dust as they advanced, launching an attack. These monsters had two twisted horns, reminiscent of goats, necks swollen with ugly horse-like faces, their size easily surpassing that of an adult. Muscles bulged, bodies were robust, and in their hands, they wielded club-like objects resembling fossilized bones, much like the appearance of savage barbarians. This vicious horde of monsters not only exuded powerful strength at first glance but was far beyond the monsters on the upper and even middle floors of the dungeon. They were at least level 3, and their numbers were vast, resembling a barbaric tribe dwelling in the wilderness. The momentum of their charge was as intimidating as a vast army, instilling fear in anyone who witnessed. Their target was the intruders who had abruptly entered this floor. Release. A palom, situated in the rear, commanded in this wilderness. At his command, the rear guard, already holding bows and arrows, simultaneously released their stretched bowstrings. Arrows made of refined iron formed a rain of arrows, slicing through the space and pouring down onto the oncoming horde of monsters. Poochie, 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 poochie. In the next moment, arrows effortlessly pierced through the bodies of monsters, either penetrating their heads or penetrating their torsos, causing them to scream in agony, falling one by one, turning into dust. On this desolate land, chunks of not insignificant magic stones appeared, but they didn't catch anyone's attention. The monsters, completely disregarding their fallen comrades, some with several arrows sticking out of their bodies, continued to charge forward, snorting and roaring in anger, their crimson eyes wide open, heading towards the intruders with even more astonishing power. Facing such a fearless charge, many monsters eventually end up in front of the Loki Familia expedition party. Seeing this, the palom remained calm, issuing orders with a calm demeanor. Vanguard, raise your shields. Hold them back. Midguard, spread out. Look for opportunities to support. Rearguard mage, get ready to chant. Finn's voice incredulously reached everyone's ears, wiping away the tension and unease, prompting everyone in the expedition party to display determined expressions and start executing the orders. The dwarves and beastmen, wielding massive shields, took decisive steps forward, forming a shield wall and courageously facing the onslaught of the vicious monster army. The Midgard, consisting of humans, Palams, and Amazonas, tightened their faces and scattered in all directions. The exceptionally beautiful elves began gathering one by one around each other and led by Riveria, they started chanting their magic. Lafia. Stay focused. Pay attention to your chant. Riveria, in a supportive position, cautioned Lafia at her side. Yes. Lafia responded and took a deep breath, tightened her staff, and began chanting magic alongside her fellow adventurers. Boom, 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 boom. Meanwhile, at the vanguard, monsters had already clashed with the Loki familia. Wielding heavy clubs, they roared and attacked, causing the dwarves and beastmen with massive shields to repeatedly retreat, their faces turning red. Get lost. Gareth, on the other hand, not only didn't retreat but charged forward like a small tank. Wherever he went, monsters were sent flying like soccer balls, an anomalously awe-inspiring scene. The Midgard, responsible for support, also made their move. Ha! Tioni wielded a pair of curved knives, her black hair dancing in the wind. Like brown-colored lightning, she flew back and forth, each graceful rotation of her slender arms precisely slicing through the chests of monsters one by one, destroying their core. Hiya! Tiona, with an equally fierce shout, charged towards another group of monsters. In her hands, she held an exaggeratedly large double-bladed sword, spinning like a windmill, transforming into a ferocious meat grinder, cutting all the monsters in her path in half. Come on. The werewolf youth, Bet, had a ferocious expression on his face. He unleashed his speed to the fullest, faster than Tioni, more vicious than Tiona. He had no weapons in his hands but wore a pair of iron boots on his feet. His figure on the battlefield often went unnoticed until, in the blink of an eye, a monster was sent flying by his kick, creating muffled sounds around everyone like thunder. Such intense fighting, such a death battle, could only be described as war. Among Loki Familia's adventurers present, only 3 hadn't joined the fray. One was naturally positioned at the rear, issuing commands as the captain, Finn. The other 2 were a swordsman and a swordswoman. The swordsman had black hair. The swordswoman had golden hair. They stood on either side of Finn, like bodyguards, their eyes tightly focused on the battlefield. It's time. Finn's incomparably calm voice resonated at a certain moment. Riezel, ace. When this call came from Finn's mouth, the 2 sprang into action. Bang. In the sudden burst of powerful wind, Riezel and Ace, like bullets being fired, charged out. The air stirred around the bodies of the 2 and whirlwinds came out of nowhere. Riezel and Ace, like 2 hurricanes, fearlessly and without hesitation, crossed everyone present and plunged into the midst of the monster horde. All those present only felt a gust of wind blowing past them, and in the blink of an eye, the 2 had arrived amid the monster horde. Squing. Their sword was drawn in the nick of time. Whoosh. Without mercy, their swords swung down. As Riezel and Ace charged into the monster horde, sword flashes erupted with each ruthless strike. Poochie, 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 poochie. In an instant, monsters were sliced open, their bodies severed in half. A vast amount of blood sprayed into the sky. Anguished howls belatedly echoed. Riezel and Ace turned into storms of sword edges, their expressions were cold to the point of heartlessness, unleashing countless slashes that cut down each monster without mercy. Slash after slash. Swing after swing. Not a single monster could react in time. Not a single person could sense the shiver rising in their hearts at that moment. At this point, Riezel and Ace were genuine war machines, reducing any monster in their path to fragments, cruel yet beautiful. Amazing. Someone had unconsciously halted their movements, gazing at the slaughter scene, muttering in fascination or perhaps daze. TCH. Bet clicked his tongue, seemingly annoyed by something. Everyone held a mixture of awe and, unbeknownst to themselves, admiration, transfixed by the 2 swordsmen employing identical swordsmanship, relentlessly harvesting the lives of the monsters. Until. Retreat. At Finn's command, everyone snapped back to reality, collectively and decisively withdrawing from the battlefield. Riezel and Ace also came to a halt, showing no reluctance to leave, and promptly retreated. In that split second, a massive magic circle appeared on the ground. Led by Riveria, every elf mage stepped into her magic circle, an unusual air swirling around them, making their dresses dance elegantly and beautifully. Ray Levitine. Riveria's voice faintly echoed, and one by one, every elf mage around her also invoked the names of their magic, awakening supernatural miracles. Thus, pillars of fire erupted. Thus, arrows of flames descended. It was a pure fire element-wide area annihilation magic, a calamitous force with wide-ranging destructive power. They summoned this power, causing flames to either burst radiantly or rain down like a storm. For a moment, the monsters were ruthlessly covered by flames, their bodies engulfed, roars replaced by thunderous explosions, gradually vanishing amid the scorching heat. The desolate land was enveloped in hot air, lingering for a long time. Several hours later. A campsite sprung up on the ground, nestled in the wilderness. Amidst the noisy commotion, the sounds of metal scraping and casual chatter filled the air. Adventurers carried various equipment, some drove iron stakes into the ground, others ran around delivering messages, and some prepared food, lighting campfires, creating a lively atmosphere. This was Loki Familia's expedition camp. On a floor that seemed far from the depths of the underground, the Loki Familia expedition party had built this camp as their base, gathering together. "You're really amazing, Riezel." In one corner of the camp, Tiona danced with excitement. "They're FOMOIers, you know. Level 4 monsters that are seriously tough to handle alone." "And what did you do?" "You slice them up like it's no big deal." "You're not level 4, you're totally a level 5 top-tier adventurer with that kind of strength." Tiona was genuinely impressed, and even Tioni, standing nearby, eyed Riezel with a strange look as if he were a humanoid monster. Meanwhile, Ace and Lafia exchanged bewildered looks as they watched him surrounded by the excited girls, their thoughts in turmoil. Mr. Riezel is really getting stronger. Lafia's gaze was complicated. "He's getting stronger again." Ace silently pondered, feeling a bit restless. Surrounded by the enthusiastic group of girls, Riezel chuckled, not sure how to react. He lifted his head to gaze at the high ceiling. This was the dungeon's 50th floor. Now, it had been almost 2 weeks since the Loki Familia expedition party ventured into the dungeon. He had overcome many challenges, finally reaching this floor. This expedition really turned out to be the right choice. Reflecting on the journey, Riezel smiled with contentment. Chapter 52, lively and heartwarming. On this expedition, Riezel truly gained a lot. Before this, the highest floor he had reached was the 17th floor. There, he encountered floor boss Goliath and engaged in a life-and-death battle, eventually succeeding in advancing to level 4. Since then, although he delved into the dungeon every day, due to the need for a round trip on the same day, he typically only went down to around the 20th floor, and anything below was unknown territory for him. So, for these 2 weeks, Riezel followed the Loki Familia expedition party, delving deeper into the dungeon, and also witnessing many unheard-of wonders. For example, from the 19th to the 24th floor was a labyrinth-like area known as the Large Tree Labyrinth, which resembled an underground forest. From the 25th floor to the 27th floor was an area full of water known as the Water City, renowned as a water paradise. From the 30th floor downward, there was the wilderness area, encountered from time to time. These strange and amazing sights, if not seen with one's own eyes, no one would believe they exist in the dungeon. Although Riezel knew about these wonders from the original work, experiencing them with his own eyes was an entirely different feeling. The genuine amazement and awe from the heart truly expanded his horizons, and that was no exaggeration. Of course, compared to the dungeon's geography, what truly benefited him was the countless monsters he encountered during the expedition. The guild, which managed the city, classified various floors of the dungeon based on their difficulty, generally dividing the explored floors into different tiers. The first floor to the 12th floor was the upper floors, where the local monsters were mostly classified as level 1. The 13th floor to the 24th floor was the middle floors, with local monsters mostly classified as level 2. The 25th floor to the 36th floor was the lower floors, with local monsters mostly classified as level 3. And from the 37th floor onward, it was the deep floors, where the local monsters were at least classified as level 4. Before this, Riezel had only ventured into the middle floors and hadn't entered the lower floors. In this situation, the fact that he was able to advance to level 4 was already a miracle. If it weren't for encountering the monster feast and floor boss, accumulating the exploit needed to level up would be basically impossible. Until this expedition, Riezel finally had the opportunity to enter the lower and even the deep floors. With that reason, the number of monsters he slew and the amount of Excelia he gained could be easily imagined. Especially the subjugation of the floor bosses, jokingly referred to as the 4 heavenly kings by various gods. The floor boss of the 17th floor, the colossal giant monster, Goliath, was classified as level 4. The floor boss of the 27th floor, the colossal dragon monster, Amphisbaena, was classified as level 5. The floor boss of the 37th floor, the colossal skeleton monster, Eudeus, was classified as level 6. On this journey, Loki Familia encountered these 3 floor bosses and, as a party, embarked on a battle against them. In the first battle against the 17th floor's Goliath, due to the lower classification level, Loki Familia's executives always advocated, don't make a move, leaving it to the lower-level members of the Familia to handle, to accumulate battle experience and high-rank Excelia. In the second battle, against the 27th floor's Amphisbaena, the executives still didn't make a move. Level 4 members within the Familia took the lead in the main combat roles, with the rest acting as support. In the third battle, against the 37th floor's Eudeus, the executives finally stepped in. The main attackers were Ace, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni, with the top executives leading the charge. In these 3 battles, Riezel participated in all but Goliath. However, instead of taking on a vanguard role, he supported from the midfield or provided long-range magic attacks from the rear, not particularly standing out. Though, after 2 floor boss battles, he still gained a considerable amount of high-rank Excelia. Despite the Excelia being distributed among all participating members in the party battle, as Finn and the others mentioned, exploits were still exploits. It would accumulate and make leveling up less challenging. Along with the monsters they faced along the way and the numerous powerful foamware they just defeated on the 49th floor, Riezel had a hunch. After this, maybe I can really advance to level 5. With that thought, his mood improved significantly. After all, level 5 was the domain of first-class adventurers. Orario gathered countless adventurers and familia, and the distinction of adventurers of different levels was particularly evident. Among them, level 1, known as low-class adventurers, comprised about half of the adventurers in Orario, with high-class adventurers, perhaps even less than half. In this group of high-class adventurers, less than half were level 2, functioning as third-class adventurers. Only a few successfully ascended to level 3 and level 4, achieving the status of second-class adventurers. However, when compared to first-class adventurers at level 5 and above, second-class adventurers in Orario were the majority. Just take a look at Loki Familia. As one of Orario's strongest familias, there were only 4 level 5 members in the entire Loki Familia. Freya Familia was the same, having only 4 level 5 members. In other words, all in all, level 5 adventurers in Orario added up to just a handful, maybe not even 30. This meant, as long as one became a level 5 first-class adventurer, they qualified to be considered a top-tier expert in Orario. If Riezel could successfully reach level 5 after this expedition, he would also have the confidence to deal with troubles in the main world. Too bad, Baylor didn't show up. Riezel lamented. On this matter, he was quite disappointed. The floor boss of the 49th floor, Baylor, was classified as level 7. As the leader of the so-called 4 Heavenly Kings, Baylor was confirmed to be the strongest floor boss so far. No familia, including Loki Familia, which had reached the 58th floor, had encountered a floor boss stronger than Baylor. If this level 7 floor boss appeared, Finn, Riveria, and Gareth would probably have to personally join the battle, going all out, and coordinating with the support of everyone to have a chance at defeating it. And if such a monster were successfully defeated, the high rank Excelia obtained would undoubtedly be massive. Even if it were distributed among the party members, it could help most adventurers below level 5 to level up. Riezel was a bit regretful that he didn't get the chance to encounter this rumored strongest floor boss. If they managed to defeat this floor boss, he would surely level up this time, right? Just as he casually pondered such thoughts, a disgruntled voice awakened him. "Hey, Riezel, are you even listening to us?" Tiona's voice sounded like an angry child, bringing him back to reality. He immediately saw her staring at him with puffed-up cheeks. "What are you thinking over there? You look so absorbed," Tiona complained. Tioni, Lafia, and Ace were also watching him, making him shake his head to dispel his wandering thoughts. "Sorry, got a bit lost in thought there." Riezel apologized to everyone. "Are you tired?" Lafia asked, not minding his behavior, and spoke somewhat worriedly. "Well, it's understandable since it's your first expedition after all. Not everyone can adapt to the environment and combat intensity here. Mr. Riezel, you should take care of yourself." "Yup." Tioni nodded in agreement. Humans are naturally fragile, and this is a floor that normal level 4 adventurers can't even reach. It's normal to feel out of place. "Hey, in that last battle, you weren't pushing yourself too hard to keep up with Ace, were you?" Tioni asked, suspiciously. "If you were, I'd suggest taking a good rest. Not many in the Familia can match Ace's pace, you know. Heck, even we sometimes struggle. But you were right there with her, slaying monsters left and right without missing a beat. Just be careful not to burn yourself out, okay?" Riezel didn't respond to her words because Ace spoke up first to deny it. "Riezel isn't forcing himself." Ace shook her head. "Riezel is really strong. Others might not see whether he was pushing himself, but does Ace really not see it?" She and Riezel had practiced together countless times, knowing exactly how he looked when he was pushing himself and how effortless he appeared when in control. Although his performance against the Fomor surprised her, just looking at his face, unflushed and unbreathless, she knew that kind of battle didn't even make him break a sweat. In other words, Riezel's current strength is really no less than level 5. After saying that, Ace fell silent and didn't say anything more. Not just Ace, even Lafia and the 2 Amazonas sisters fell silent. They just stared at Riezel as if he were a bizarre creature. Under the scrutiny of the girls, Riezel quietly took a step back. "I'm going to find something to do." Leaving those words behind, he turned and ran. "Hey, stop. Don't run." Tiona and Tioni, without thinking, immediately chased after him. Lafia blinked, still not comprehending what had happened. However, soon, a gust of wind blew by again. It was the wind kicked up by Ace, and surprisingly, she also chased after Riezel. Wait. Miss Ace. Lafia, no longer dazed, hurriedly caught up. Several beautiful girls were chasing a boy in the camp, making everyone else in the camp bite their fingers. Don't fool around. You bunch of idiots. Bet, almost hit by Tiona, hastily protected the pile of firewood he had just painstakingly collected with a furious expression. But Tiona and the rest paid no attention. Come on. Obediently strip yourself. Just let us have a look. What's the big deal? We just want to see your back. Yeah. So, chasing Mr. Riezel was for this. The girls' screams and exclamations echoed one after another, turning the entire camp into chaos. It wasn't until the three top executives appeared that the commotion stopped. All right, enough playing around, it's time to eat. Riveria shouted toward Riezel and the four girls. Yes. Their panicked response finally came, yet the atmosphere remained lively and heartwarming. Chapter 53, Cadmus's Spring. The 50th floor was a safe floor where monsters didn't spawn. There were quite a few safe floors like this in the dungeon. While it wasn't guaranteed that no monsters would appear, fewer monsters were coming from other floors, so staying on a safe floor reduced the chances of sudden accidents or attacks. That was why these safe floors became the preferred resting areas for adventurers in the dungeon. The Loki Familia occupied a cliff on the 50th floor, which was easily guarded and hard to attack, making it their camp. The camp had been mostly set up, and the Familia members had finished their busy tasks, gathering around the campfire for a meal. A large pot sat on the fire in the center of the camp, and everyone gathered around it, relaxing and chatting while eating. Riezel sat in a corner, holding a bowl of soup. Before he could take more than a few sips, a helpless expression appeared on his face. Hum. Now let's see where you're going to run. Tiona sat to his left, looking like she had caught him, wearing a smug expression. Seriously, I just got scolded by Captain. Tioni, sitting on Tiona's side, was a bit annoyed, chewing on wild fruits to satisfy her hunger and frustration. Ace sat on the right, not holding soup or wild fruits, just munching on her rations, looking like she wasn't getting much nutrition. As for Lafia, she had already broken. Sitting between Mr. Riezel and Miss Ace. The elf sandwiched between Riezel and Ace seemed inexplicably happy, with a blush of happiness on her face. Looking at this scene, Riezel looked around. Sure enough, many people cast envious and jealous glances at him, even Bet was grinning angrily, seemingly eager to deliver divine punishment to him, who was surrounded by the land of warmth and tenderness. Let's just ignore it. Riezel could only bury himself in his soup, pretending he didn't see anything. When everyone had eaten their fill, Finn, as the leader of the expedition party, finally spoke up. I'll say a few words first. His voice captured everyone's attention. Firstly, thanks for your hard work, everyone. Finn, with a smile rarely seen since entering the dungeon, continued. We've safely reached the 50th floor this time, without any casualties or losses. This alone is worth celebrating. But, the real test is still in front of us. He toned down his smile a bit. Our goal has never been reaching the 50th floor, but rather the unexplored territory, 59th floor. This was a floor Loki Familia had yet to conquer. The highest floor Loki Familia had reached was the 58th. Therefore, exploring and conquering the 59th floor became the Familia's primary objective. No doubt, the floor we're about to reach is an area untouched by many Familia in Orario, not even Freya Familia has entered the 59th floor. Finn's words echoed in everyone's ears, causing them to hold their breath. If our Familia can successfully reach the 59th floor, exploring this unknown territory, regardless of the loot, our reputation alone will make us famous throughout Orario, etching our names into history. For large Familia like Loki Familia, dungeon exploration was no longer just about gaining wealth and power, fame was also essential. With enough fame, Loki Familia could continue to grow, attracting more adventurers to join and gaining more convenience and benefits from the guild and the city. This solidified the Familia's unshakable position in Orario. Therefore, at Loki Familia's level, the need was no longer just operational funds for survival, as smaller Familia required, but rather fame and glory. For the sake of fame and glory, even certain benefits could be sacrificed as a price. In this context, reaching the 59th floor became Loki Familia's top priority. However, before heading to the 59th floor, we need to complete a commission. Finn changed the topic. I need to send a few elites to the 51st floor to collect a specified amount of water from Cadmus's spring. As soon as his words fell, the expressions of many present members changed. Seriously? Are we going to mess with that troublesome Cadmus's spring? Tiona, sitting on Riezel's side, groaned. Ace also raised her head, looking at Finn seriously. Riezel's mind was filled with information about Cadmus's spring. It was a very rare geyser scattered on the 51st floor. The water collected from this geyser could be used to make very valuable potions. In the business-type familia, especially those focused on medicine or alchemy, there was a demand for this type of spring water. Well-known medicinal familia, especially those with a reputation, had a high demand for this water, which could only be collected from super-deep floors. To meet this demand, Loki familia, as an exploration-type familia capable of reaching the 51st floor, had received this kind of task more than once to collect a specified amount of spring water. Such tasks were typically referred to as adventurer commissions. Familia without the strength to reach specific floors and gather their own materials often issue adventurer commissions to more powerful familia. They offer a certain reward in return for the familia collecting materials for them. This time, Loki familia received such a commission. However, this was by no means an easy task. Cadmus's spring has a guardian, Finn said with a serious tone. Cadmus, nicknamed the Strong Dragon, is a dragon species monster. The spring water from Cadmus's spring is basically this monster's possession, and it swallows up most of it every time it erupts. In other words, to obtain the water from Cadmus's spring, they had to face this dragon. The classification level of this dragon was level 6. It was a rare species specialized in strength. If talking about strength alone, Cadmus exceeded even the 37th floor's floor boss, Eudius. This was why most familiar members' expressions changed color at the mention of it. Even Tiona couldn't help but groan, while Ace became serious. Of course, if that was the only issue, this commission wouldn't be too troublesome. After all, Eudius had been defeated by Loki familia countless times before, and with the familia's strength, there was no need to fear a single dragon, right? The problem was, this time, Finn planned to send out only a few elites. A limited amount of water can be collected from one Cadmus's spring. To reach the specified amount, we have to go to 2 different geysers. We've been in the dungeon for 2 weeks already, and our supplies are running low. Considering that, after completing this adventure commission, we still need to go to the 59th floor and the return journey will take at least 5 or 6 days, we can't spend too much time on the adventure commission to avoid depleting our supplies. Therefore, we need to split into 2 parties, head to the 2 geysers simultaneously, to improve efficiency, and shorten the time. Also, since the location of the geysers can't accommodate too many people, it's better to have fewer people. This way, the operation will be more convenient. Finn explained, laying out each consideration. First-class adventurers will be the main priority of this commission, with only a few of them being dispatched, while the rest will stay back at the camp. Finn began selecting the commission's participants. Naturally, the first to be considered were the top executives and executives. Since the priority was on first-class adventurers, they couldn't escape. Gareth, Bet, and I will form one party, and bring in a level 4 as a supporter. Ace, Tiona, Tioni, you 3 will be in a party together, and find a reliable supporter as well. Riveria will stay at the camp, responsible for defending it. As Finn made his arrangements, the participants nodded in succession. However, Bet, with a frown, voiced his concerns. Oi, is it okay not to have a level 6 in the second party? Facing a level 6 dragon species monster stronger than the 37th floor's floor boss, it was indeed worrisome that the second party didn't have a level 6 member. Finn, however, seemed to have considered this thoroughly. Are you okay with this, Ace? Finn, ignoring Bet's complaint, turned to Ace and calmly asked. No problem. Ace replied with an expressionless face, leaving Bet speechless. Everyone knew why Finn specifically asked Ace. It was because her strength was no less than that of level 6. With her level 5 status and aerial, she could undoubtedly display power comparable to level 6. With Ace in the second party, even facing a strong dragon wouldn't pose too much of a problem. Riezel, on the other hand, seemed to have noticed something fishy. Is Captain grouping them like this to toughen up the Familia executives' capabilities? The level 5 executives were destined to be the backbone of the Familia. Whether it was Ace or the Amazonas sisters, they were all still young, not even 18 yet. At this age, in Riezel's previous life, they wouldn't even have finished high school yet. To give these future backbones of the Familia as much training as possible and develop their independent act capabilities, Finn deliberately arranged for these 3 girls to form a party. As for Bet, who was also a level 5, his age was already 22 and had experienced much more than others, so he didn't need much worrying about. The only problem was that relying solely on these 3 girls to act, even if they were strong, was a bit concerning in terms of their approach to situations. After all, these 3 weren't the type to calmly handle emergencies and make proper arrangements and decisions. Having only these 3 in action was bound to lead to some unexpected events. Then, Finn turned his head to Riezel. Riezel, go with them. With those words, everyone's attention once again focused on Riezel. Me. Riezel was taken aback. Yup. Finn nodded with a faint smile. Since what we need is the strength of first-class adventurers, with your strength, do you think you can escape this commission? Everyone understood the implied meaning in Finn's words. His point was straightforward. Like Ace, he believed that Riezel already possessed strength not inferior to level 5. It wasn't just Finn who thought so. After discussions among Familia's top executives, such as Riveria and Gareth, they unanimously agreed that Riezel now had strength comparable to level 5. Therefore, this time, Finn not only wanted to train Ace, Tiona, and Tioni but also to focus on training Riezel. Chapter 54, Is this party really okay? Now, Riezel indeed had strength no less than level 5. Although he was currently at level 4, before this, he leveled up 3 times in a row and leveled up with all basic abilities at SSS, boasting a latent ability higher than the average adventurer. Most people, before leveling up, manage to get 1 or 2 basic abilities to B rank at most, with very few reaching A rank, let alone S rank. Only prodigies like Ace, Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and others who became level 5 adventurers at a young age had the possibility of developing their basic abilities to S rank. For example, Lafia, considered to be Riveria's successor, matched level 5 attack power while at level 3. Besides skill assistance, the main reason was she reached an S rank in MAG before leveling up to level 3. Just getting 1 basic ability to S made her stand out among mages of the same level. Riezel, with all basic abilities at the unprecedented SSS, accumulated even more astonishing latent basic abilities. With such circumstances, Riezel considered by Ace to be no weaker than level 4 expert adventurers was to be expected. Now at level 4, he had 3 basic abilities at S rank and the remaining 2 at A rank. This status, undoubtedly, put him at the cream of the crop among level 4. Being the cream of the crop at level 4, coupled with the latent basic abilities accumulated from previous levels, purely in terms of status alone, he was not inferior to those level 5 adventurers. Plus, he also possessed Lightweight and Swordsman, 2 development abilities specialized for combat. Although both development abilities were only at H rank, his Endless skill would boost the obtained development abilities. Therefore, the amplification of the 2 development abilities for him became quite significant. Therefore, even without using magic, Riezel, in his normal state, was enough to rival level 5, and he might have even outclassed ordinary level 5 adventurers. Precisely because of this, when he faced the Fomor horde on the 49th floor, even charging alongside Ace, he could hold his own without being at a disadvantage. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth observed and understood this in Riezel's performance along the way. Astonished, they decided, after careful consideration, to treat him as an executive equivalent to a level 5 adventurer. Why else did Finn arrange Riezel and Ace together? Not just because they had become the party's trump card capable of challenging higher levels. It could be said that in terms of importance within the party, Riezel even surpassed Bet, Tiona, and Tioni, reaching a point where he could be mentioned in the same breath as Ace. The 3 top executives unanimously believed that the 3 Familia members they needed to focus on developing were Riezel, Ace, and Lafia. While Bet, Tiona, and Tioni were certainly prodigies, Riezel, Ace, and Lafia stood out as super prodigies. Especially Riezel, whose potential exceeded even Ace and Lafia, could no longer be called just a super prodigy but should be referred to as an anomaly. In summary, since they wanted to hone their capabilities, Finn naturally considered including Riezel in this commission as reasonable and fair. Are you okay with this, Riezel? Finn chuckled, repeating the same words he had used when asking Ace. A strong dragon. Riezel muttered, then said with a calm tone. Of course, no problem. Thinking about facing a level 6 dragon species, he had no reservations. He welcomed challenging strong enemies. Riezel, don't act recklessly, okay? Riveria said while observing his enthusiasm as if she could read his thoughts. Whether it's Ace or Tiona, they are girls who lack restraint and don't know their limits. As a man, you have to keep an eye on them. I don't know if putting you in this party is the right call. Gareth grumbled. You're like the second Ace, equally unreliable. Hearing that statement, Riezel instantly fell silent. Ace, who was affected by the conversation, blinked, then lowered her head, focusing on her food. Riveria turned to Lafia. Lafia, you also go. Me. Lafia was startled to be singled out. You'll be their supporter. Riveria added. However, this made Riezel more certain that these 3 top executives had already discussed privately to toughen up the younger members. Raoul, you're with us. Gareth caught another person. Me too. A human youth, who had been cowering within the crowd, looking afraid of being called out, made a face of despair. Come on, cheer up a little. A cat girl sitting beside the human youth slapped his shoulder, making him nod with a tearful expression. Riezel glanced at these 2. Both the human youth and the cat girl were long-standing members of the Loki Familia, joining even before some of the executives. Their levels had reached level 4. On several occasions, Riezel had seen Finn and the others handing over command of the party to these 2 when deciding not to make a move. For example, Raoul was in charge of directing the battles against Goliath and Amphisbaena. Clearly, these two were also young members receiving special attention from the top executives. If Loki Familia's members were classified in terms of potential and importance, these two would be in the third rank. Riezel, Ace, and Lafia were in the first tier. Bet, Tiona, and Tioni were in the second tier. The human youth, Raoul, and the cat girl, Ainakity, belonged to the third tier. In this tier, there was also Alicia, an elf girl, and Elfie, a human girl. As for the rest, they would have to be pushed further back. This was Riezel's unofficial classification based on the original work and his understanding of the Familia. Ultimately, he wasn't very familiar with Familia seniors like Raoul. In over a month since joining the Familia, he had been busy every day, only engaging in deeper conversations with Lafia and Ace, and to some extent, the executives and top executives. His interactions with other members were limited to mere nods. Consequently, he didn't pay much attention to Raoul and the others. Just like now, knowing Raoul joined Finn's party, Riezel only glanced at him and then moved on without further interest. That settled then. Finn decisively confirmed the entire arrangement with a firm tone. After dinner, you all go back and take a break, then we set off. Let's try to wrap up the commission today. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in succession, indicating their understanding. He teamed up with Riezel. Tiona laughed foolishly by Riezel's side, seemingly unaware of the reason for her joy. I'd rather join Captain's party. In contrast to her little sister, Tioni had a downcast expression. The way she looked at Finn became pitiful. Among the Amazonas twins, the elder sister was undoubtedly Finn's loyal fan. Of course, there was another loyal fan in this party. Please guide me, Miss Ace. Lafia wore an expression of uncertain joy and, finally, spoke softly to Ace. Sure. Ace simply nodded, not saying much. Even so, Lafia turned her dilemma into happiness, and her eyes toward Ace began to sparkle with starlight. Is this party really okay? Riezel finally began to worry. Two brain-dead die-hard fan girls, a goofy and naive innocent girl, and a seemingly aloof but actually naturally awkward doll-like girl. Suddenly, he felt a wave of concern. It seems like I really can't mess around this time. Riezel sighed tiredly. Several hours later. Leaving behind Riveria and the rest of the expedition party at the base camp, Finn led his commission party to set off to the 51st floor. Take care of yourselves. If you encounter danger, just abandon the commission, your life is the most important. After advising the second commission party, Finn took the lead with Gareth, Bet, and Raoul. Riezel, Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Tioni waited for a moment before also departing. The structure of the 51st floor resembled a typical underground maze. The walls, floors, and ceilings, neither stone nor soil in material, all presented a deep graphite color, as if deliberately designed. The naturally formed underground passages had several corners and intersections, making it easy for those who entered to lose their way. The party walked along the wide straight passage, illuminated by the phosphorescent glow above, but their pace was far from slow. Cadmus's spring should be over there. Lafia, as usual, carried a large backpack and held a map in her hand, directing everyone. Ah. Monsters incoming. Tioni shouted as she looked in the direction Lafia pointed, her eyebrows raised. But her voice was quickly drowned out by the roars of the monsters. Asterisk roar. Asterisk. Ace drew a sword from her waist, her gaze becoming extremely sharp. In front of them, a horde of rough and shiny black rhinoceros-like monsters charged forward, walking on their hind legs. Black rhinos. Lafia tensed her nerves. Black rhinos, monsters appearing on the 51st floor, had astonishingly tough skin, capable of easily deflecting most weapon attacks. Even level 5 adventurers would find them challenging. Recalling the information about these monsters, Riezel reached for his waist, preparing to draw Hermit, but hesitated for a moment since Ace and Tiona had already rushed ahead. This scene made him abandon the idea of charging forward. Perfect. Riezel's eyes flashed slightly. Let's try out the new magic I learned right here. With this decision, he began to chant. Under his feet, a magic circle expanded. Mage. It was the development ability Riezel chose upon reaching level 4. It brought various auxiliary effects, such as strengthening the magic's power, expanding the range, and optimizing the efficiency of mind when using magic. It was proof of an advanced mage. At this moment, Riezel finally awakened and used this development ability. Chapter 55, 10 Magic. During this period, Riezel almost devoted himself to exploring the dungeon day and night, but he never forgot about possessing magic known as Almighty. After learning Ace's, Ariel, and Lafia's Arc's Ray, he considered practicality in various factors and learned quite a few magic from others. Without a doubt, with Lafia as his party companion and having traveled through the dungeon together for over a month, aside from her elf ring, Riezel effortlessly learned her remaining magic. Riveria, as the strongest mage in Orario, individually possessed 9 kinds of magic. Naturally, Riezel didn't miss the chance to seek guidance from her whenever she had time. In the end, he learned 5 magic from her. In addition to these, Riezel also acquired a powerful magic from Finn, designed to be a trump card for turning the tables in trouble. With all of those learned magic, coupled with the previously learned Aerial and Arc's Ray, Riezel, like Riveria, now possessed 9 magic. This was also the reason he was able to trigger the learning conditions for a developmental ability known as Mage. This development ability was proof of being an advanced and expert mage since obtaining it wasn't easy. Generally, it was a patent for pure rearguard mages, while adventurers who could only use 1 or 2 magic to assist in combat would find it impossible to trigger a mage. Even someone like Ace, whose wind enchant magic was considered to be overpowered, couldn't trigger a mage. The rest of the members in the Familia were similar, treating magic as an auxiliary combat method rather than the primary one, making it practically impossible to trigger a mage. Riezel, on the other hand, successfully triggered Mage after reaching level 4, relying on his astounding number of magic and usage rate. This development ability could enhance the power of magic, the effects of magic, the range of magic, and many more, making it an almost omnipotent magic-specific auxiliary development ability. However, at this very moment, he wasn't using any of the 9 magic he had previously learned. Instead, he was employing a magic he had recently learned by chance. Follow blindly the sun in the sky. Blossom, armor of laurel, so that all will flee from thee. Stepping onto the magic circle, Riezel chanted a brief chant. Romir. As the name of the magic was uttered, a deep green light membrane appeared around everyone present. Ace and Tiona, the first to dash forward, were the first to feel the change in their bodies. Their speed suddenly skyrocketed, especially Ace, who was already as fast as the wind. In an instant, she vanished, appearing in front of a black rhinos. The black rhinos was startled and halted its charge, leaving Ace with widened eyes, seemingly at a loss. On the other hand, Tiona directly attacked a black rhinos in front of her without hesitation. Hiya! Amid her tender shout, Tiona, with her petite frame, swung the enormous double-bladed sword, delivering a striking blow that sliced through the black rhinos in a flash. The once proud tough hide of the black rhinos, considered to be on par with first-class equipment, seemed as fragile as paper before the dazzlingly fast slash of her sword, easily tearing it apart. So fast. Even Tiona herself seemed surprised by her own prowess. Her exclamation happened to snap Ace out of her bewilderment. Poochie! With a flash of a silver sword, a cold arc of light cut through the massive body of a black rhinos, cleaving it in two with a seemingly effortless strike. Ace executed an extremely fast slash, effortlessly breaking through the tough hide of the black rhinos. While it was true that she wielded first-class equipment, desperate, capable of piercing the black rhino's tough hide, the attack enchantment formed by the sudden surge in speed under the deep green light membrane was equally crucial. What the heck happened? Tioni, who had just unsheathed her curved sword, was astonished by the display of Ace and Tiona. Protection magic. Lafia finally reacted, reflexively blurting out at the sight. As everyone was astonished by the sudden display of Ace and Tiona, Riezel's voice suddenly rang out. Limited duration, move fast. His brief words snapped everyone out of their astonishment. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce assault on the numerous black rhinos before them. Lafia. Riezel shouted at the elf who remained by his side, not rushing into the fray. Yes. Lafia's grip on her staff suddenly tightened as she took a deep breath. In the over a month since teaming up with Riezel to explore the dungeon, Lafia had undergone significant growth. The determination she made in the reception room that day had driven her continuous efforts over the past month. Although her growth might not have been as eye-catching as his astonishing speed, she had indeed made considerable progress. Now was the time for her to showcase the results of her efforts. Proud warriors, snipers of the forest. Lafia slowly closed her eyes, as if the vicious monsters and brutal roars before her didn't exist at all. It was as if even the battles of her companions had faded away. With an ethereal voice, she chanted her magic. Take up your bows before the advancing plunderers. Answer the call of your brethren and ready your arrows. Tinge them with flame, the lamplight of the forest. Release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. This was the last of the 3 magic in her possession. Unlike the single-shot offensive magic like Arc's Ray or the summoning magic of Elf Ring, this was pure and renowned for its destructive power and attack range, a wide-area annihilation magic. Fusillade Folarica. As the magic circle expanded from beneath her feet, Lafia raised her staff, turning magical energy into a fiery red radiance that soared into the sky. In the next moment, the red radiance transformed into an endless rain of fire, descending from the sky. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions, explosions, and explosions. Explosions filled the air as the rain of fire descended, hitting the ground in a split second, creating a continuous succession. The labyrinth was suddenly illuminated by the fire, and the ground shook continuously from the bombardment. Countless black rhinos were enveloped by the rain of fire, directly hit, and consumed by flames. In an instant, a large sea of fire appeared, burning the labyrinth with crackling and rattling sounds. This was Lefia's fire element wide area annihilation magic and the reason she was considered to rival level 5 in attack power. Under the burning of this magic, black rhinos, known for their tough hides that only first-class equipment could pierce, were helpless. They quickly turned into burned charcoal, falling one after another with wailing and screams. Clearly, it was only magic unleashed by a level 3, but it incinerated a vast group of monsters that even level 5 would find challenging. This was Lefia's magic. Her excessively outstanding MAG, and the supportive skills allowed this level 3 elf to burn through a large group of monsters spanning 2 levels. As long as she could chant magic steadily and release it steadily, she would be stronger than the average level 5. In the past, due to mental immaturity, she couldn't achieve stable magic chanting. But now, this flaw had gradually improved through continuous coordination with Riezel. So hot. Wah. Ugh. One after another, Tiona, and Ace escaped from the sea of fire, and the deep green light membrane on their bodies gradually disappeared. Sorry. Done chanting, Lefia finally opened her eyes, realizing that she had almost affected everyone, and started to panic. Don't worry, they're fine. Riezel, as if expecting this outcome, reassured her. The magic he used, known as Ramir, not only enhanced the speed but also excelled in defense. It was a protection magic he unexpectedly learned from someone else, reinforcing END, and significantly strengthening AGI. The effect of magic was proportional to the user's MAG. With Riezel's SSS rank in MAG at every level, plus his current level's MAG in S rank, it yielded surprisingly good results. With the amplification from the Mage development ability, when Riezel cast protection magic, even the somewhat minor enhancement of END that Ramir originally had was remarkably impressive. Thanks to this, even if the girls were hit directly by Lefia's Fusilade Fallerica, they wouldn't suffer heavy injuries, only being affected slightly, which wouldn't harm them at all. Ramir was a magic mentioned in the original work, and Riezel coincidentally remembered its detailed effects. Therefore, as long as someone cast this magic in front of him, he could witness it with his own eyes and memorize it with Almighty to effortlessly learn it. Recently, when Loki Familia was preparing for the expedition, Riezel happened to see the user of this magic in the middle floor of the dungeon, using it right in front of him. Thus, he easily acquired this protection magic and ultimately possessed 10 types of magic, surpassing 9 Hell Reveria, who possessed only 9. Naturally, no one knew about this. What kind of magic is this? Tiona and Tioni returned, looking at the gradually disappearing light membrane on their bodies with great astonishment. Ace also gazed at him, her eyes full of curiosity. They couldn't help but be bewildered, the magic just now was powerful. Although not on the level of overpowered enhancement like Ariel, it was still quite astonishing magic, making Ace feel that her strength had soared when influenced by it. Just a magic I unexpectedly learned. Riezel didn't explain too clearly because he saw monsters being attracted by the commotion they caused, seemingly approaching. Let's leave here first. He stopped his magic circle and spoke seriously to everyone. Although the girls were curious, they had to suppress their curiosity and quickly follow his footsteps, leaving. Before long, numerous monsters appeared, roaring while lingering at the edge of the sea of fire. The sea of fire burned slowly as if it would never extinguish, dispelling the darkness inside the labyrinth. Chapter 56, Abnormality. The following journey of Riezel and his party was undertaken with a policy of avoiding battles as much as possible. Their sole objective was Cadmus's Spring, where they had to face off against a level 6 dragon species. At this point, saving energy as much as possible was crucial to concentrate all their energies against the strong dragon. Even Lefia was urged by Riezel not to use magic unless absolutely necessary, to prevent wasting mind. Although she had plenty of mind recovery potions, considering they still had to reach the 59th floor and face multiple battles along the way, it was best to minimize the usage of supplies. Finn also supported this approach. After 2 weeks of the expedition, the Familia's supplies were running low. To ensure they had supplies for the return journey and to avoid unnecessary consumption of items and medicine, conservation became a top priority. In this situation, even Ace, who usually charged toward monsters without hesitation, dashed without waiting to see the monster, ignoring them. Tiona followed suit, stashing away her large double-bladed sword and following behind. Tioni, without saying a word, was determined not to waste anything unnecessarily and followed Finn's instructions. Among all of them, only Riezel was somewhat carefree. Although he didn't go too wild, he still charged at monsters when he saw them, while maintaining the effect of Ramir, enhancing everyone with his protection magic. You're wasting too much mind. Tioni complained about his extravagance. It's okay. I have spirit healing. Riezel casually responded, stopping her dissatisfaction. His nonchalant answer left Tioni speechless. Freak. Tiona muttered in frustration. Ace and Lafia, on the other hand, felt a bit conflicted. Riezel's high-ranked Spirit Healing, which was an outstanding development ability for any mage, probably recovered a massive amount of mind every second, right? With Spirit Healing on that kind of rank, even if Riezel continued to use magic without stopping, it seemed unlikely that he would run out of mind. How could Ace, who frequently used mind-consuming magic, and Lafia, who relied on magic as her primary combat method, not feel conflicted? I really want it. Ace and Lafia thought the same thing at the same time. But unfortunately, it was just a wish. Thus, the entire group faced only a few unavoidable battles, and otherwise, their journey proceeded smoothly. Due to having a map, even with poor terrain and complex roads resembling a maze, they continued moving toward their destination without trouble. As they progressed, the group suddenly felt that the number of monsters seemed to be decreasing. How come it feels like there are fewer monsters around? Tiona was the first to express confusion about this. Is it because we've deviated from the main route? Lafia, looking at the map, voiced her confusion as well. Cadmus's spring was located deep in the 51st floor, just slightly off the main route leading to the 52nd floor. But last time we went to find Cadmus's spring, there seemed to be quite a few monsters around here. Tiona expressed her confusion again, causing Tioni to furrow her brows. Ace also lowered her gaze, pondering. Riezel appeared thoughtful but couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart. I can't help but feel like this situation was mentioned in the original work. As soon as he had this thought, Riezel's exceptional memory came into play. He carefully recalled the plot of the original work, and a lightning bolt suddenly flashed in the back of his mind. Could it be that thing? Riezel couldn't help but whisper. What? Including Ace, all the girls heard his murmur and stood there confused. At this moment, Riezel suddenly turned to Lafia. Lafia, how far is the spring from here? His sudden question left Lafia at a loss. It should be not far from the cavern at the end of this road. Although somewhat bewildered, she quickly answered his question. But almost as soon as she finished speaking, Riezel rushed out. Mr. Riezel. Lafia cried out in surprise. Riezel. Tiona and Tioni were also momentarily stunned. Only Ace, seeing him dash out all of a sudden, transformed into a gust of wind without hesitation and followed suit. Wait. What are you doing? Miss Ace. Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia finally couldn't stand still and quickly started running, charging ahead. At this moment, Riezel had already rushed into the cavern at the end of the road, and upon entering the cavern, he immediately stopped in his tracks. Riezel. Ace followed closely, standing by his side, but shortly afterward, her eyes opened wide. What happened to you? Why are you running? Huff. Huff. Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia also arrived, the first two complaining, while the last caught her breath. But the next moment, the scene that caught the three's eyes made them, like Ace, widen their eyes. Before them, the cavern, for some unknown reason, had suffered brutal and inhumane devastation. Whether it was the walls, the floor, or even the ceiling, everything seemed to have been damaged. Either filled with cracks or completely shattered, it wasn't a complete mess. Many trees that grew here were either snapped or flattened. That was not all. What truly surprised everyone was the signs of corrosion everywhere, causing some parts of the trees to turn deep purple, emitting black smoke, and giving off an indescribable stench. What's going on? How did it become like this here? Tiona and Tioni looked at each other in bewilderment. Ace stayed silent and deeply furrowed her brows. Ah, the spring. Unconsciously stepping back, Lafia's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a corner of the cavern. There, a pool of spring water sat, radiating a mysterious dark blue brilliance, extremely dazzling. It was Cadmus's spring, and it seemed like there was still a lot of water inside, as if it hadn't been swallowed by the dragon guarding this place. Wait, where's the dragon? Tioni immediately noticed the abnormality. Indeed, the strong dragon that should have been guarding this area was surprisingly absent, or rather, it was no longer here. Everyone involuntarily shifted their gaze to the front of the spring. There, a large amount of dust was piled up. Could that be the corpse of Cadmus? Tiona's unintentional murmur silenced everyone. All eyes were fixed on the remains of the monster, now reduced to a pile of dust, clearly disintegrated after losing its core. A prolonged silence hung in the air. There was no doubt that the monster guarding this area was now dead. But the question remained, who had killed a level 6 Cadmus? It couldn't have been the work of adventurers, right? Tioni whispered. It seems like we're the only familia undertaking an expedition during this period. Familias with the ability to venture to this floor were already scarce in Orario and only a handful of them. As far as she knew, only Loki familia had been actively exploring the dungeon recently. Therefore, it was highly unlikely that another familia had ventured to this place recently. In other words, did the monsters fight each other? Tiona murmured to herself. Hearing that, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. It was not without reason, since they were well aware that if monsters were killing each other, things were about to get complicated. Monsters generally did not attack other monsters. If monsters did attack each other, there were usually only two possibilities. The first was a sudden, accidental event. A monster could lose its sanity due to some accident, making it attack indiscriminately until one side was completely defeated. The second possibility was an irregular. In the dungeon, some monsters enhanced their strength by consuming the magic stones of others, voraciously devouring the cores of their kin to continuously get stronger. These monsters, known as strengthened species, gained immense power by consuming the magic stones of other monsters, surpassing their original classification levels. These monsters were rarer than rare, and their ability to continuously get stronger by feeding on magic stones could even make them a greater threat than floor bosses. Such monsters pose a significant danger, as they might attack adventurers for their magic stones by crossing into other floors and creating havoc. If discovered, the guild would immediately issue a bounty and might even assign adventurers to hunt them down. Now, the question was, which category did the current situation fall into? Did you see any magic stones, Ace? Tioni asked with calm emotion. No. Ace responded briefly. There's a drop item. Lafia, sharp-eyed, spotted a pair of wings amidst the dust and picked them up. Isn't it weird that there's no magic stone but there's a drop item? Tiona pressed her forehead. I've got a bad feeling about this, seriously. A strengthened species that can devour a strong dragon, Cadmus. Tioni's expression twisted slightly. This joke is not funny at all, you know. At her words, before anyone could react, Riezel, who had been staring at the entire cavern, turned and walked away. Riezel. Oh, come on, what now? Seeing Riezel's behavior, everyone turned like startled birds. Let's head back to the camp. Riezel said briefly without looking back. If his memory wasn't wrong, this expedition was the same as the one in the original work where Loki Familia encountered those creatures for the first time, then the situation at the camp was probably not going well. Seriously. Riezel sighed. Of all times, why do I run into them on my first expedition? This luck, not sure if it was good or bad. Let's go. Riezel took a step forward, picking up his pace toward the direction of the 50th floor. The girls exchanged confused glances and, one after another, followed him. The entire group rushed out of the pathway and entered the main route of the 51st floor, heading into the spacious terrain. Suddenly. A sudden piercing scream echoed through the air. Chapter 57, Concurrent Chanting. The entire group rushed out of the pathway and entered the main route of the 51st floor, heading into the spacious terrain. Suddenly. A sudden piercing scream echoed through the air. The voice just now. As the piercing scream echoed in the labyrinth and reached the ears of Riezel and his party, they all came to a sudden halt. That's Raoul's voice. Tiona exclaimed. Captain. Tioni panicked as well. What's going on? Lafia was at a loss. Ace furrowed her brow, ready to dash out, but Riezel grabbed her wrist. It's here. He held her hand, his gaze piercing like a sharp blade pointing towards a fork in the path. There, a tremor, starting from a distance and intensifying, gradually approached them. Before long, several figures rushed out from the fork in the path. Captain. Tioni turned worry into joy. Unfortunately, her joy was too early. Run. Leading the way, the agile and renowned Palom hero, Finn, shouted to Riezel and his party in panic. Behind him, Gareth and Bet, who were usually fearless, were also fleeing in haste. Raoul, serving as a supporter, was carried on Bet's back, emitting black smoke and a putrid smell, looking barely conscious. Before Riezel's party could fully react to this shocking situation, it appeared. It got covered in yellow-green hues. The swollen and seemingly tender green outer skin displayed colorful veined marks. Numerous short legs formed its lower body, while its upper body seemed to rest on the elongated lower part like a small mountain, with thin, flat arms extending from both sides. At the front, 4 cracks somewhat resembled fingers. It was a worm. Or rather, it was a monster that looked like a worm. As the worm monster, towering at a height of 4 meters, moved forward, shaking up and down, it collided with the ceiling, almost equaling the width of the passage, completely blocking it. Rumble. It crashed against the walls on one side, relentlessly chasing Finn and his party from behind. What is that? Lafia couldn't help but let out a panic scream, her face turning pale. Not just Lafia, even Ace, Tiona, and Tioni, the 3 of them, instinctively took a step back, their faces displaying a look of absolute horror. The mighty level 5 first-class adventurer, the prodigy executives of Loki Familia, were now shocked by this disgustingly grotesque monster that defied all physiological acceptance. Only Riezel, upon seeing Finn and his party, wasted no time and began chanting. Follow blindly the sun in the sky, so that all will flee from thee. Blossom, armor of laurel. Romir. The deep green light membrane shimmered, one by one enveloping the bodies of Finn, Gareth, and Bet, causing their speeds to suddenly skyrocket. What is this? The trio were momentarily stunned, but shortly after, they once again heard Riezel's voice. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy. Arc's ray. The next moment, an arc of light blasted out like a beam, narrowly passing over the heads of Finn and his party, and hitting the massive worm monster. Boom. Asterisk ache. Asterisk. The monster's entire body exploded like it was on fire, a massive blast that burned away a significant portion of its charging figure, emitting a broken trumpet-like scream. This attack finally alleviated the situation somewhat, allowing Finn, Gareth, and Bet to quickly escape the pursuit of the worm monster, relying on the enhancement provided by Riezel's protection magic. Captain. Seeing Finn and his party safe, Tioni was overjoyed and prepared to greet them. But Finn, Gareth, and Bet didn't loosen their expressions. Move. Don't just stand there. You morons. Hurry up and run. The trio, while rushing towards Riezel and his party, shouted in haste. Let's go. Riezel still took the lead in reacting, lifting the startled Lafia and running with a swift turn. Ace, almost instinctively, followed closely behind. Tiona and Tioni stood there, dumbfounded after a while, finally understanding why Finn, Gareth, and Bet had bolted without hesitation, even Riezel choosing to retreat. Because the monsters chasing them weren't just one. When Riezel blasted the first worm monster with his magic, behind it, one after another, more worm-shaped monsters appeared, trampling their kin's bodies and charging straight toward them. Are you kidding me? Run! Tiona screamed while Tioni's face turned pale. Without hesitation, the two turned and ran. In that split second, the top experts and prodigies of the Loki Familia scrambled in panic, fleeing in all directions, a spectacle that would shock onlookers who know them. Fortunately, the enhancement effect of Ramir was still in play, otherwise, they might have been caught up by those huge worm monsters. What the heck is that, Finn? Tiona finally caught up, shouting at Finn. Got no clue. Finn replied, eyeing the shimmering membrane covering his body, then glancing at the calm Riezel. Can't recall anything about those creatures in my memory. This was a serious problem. As the captain of the Familia, Finn always had a meticulous and strategic approach. Every time they ventured into the dungeon, he not only memorized information about various monsters on each floor but also meticulously noted down the map of the dungeon. In terms of memory, Finn was not inferior to Riezel at all. Even for the terrain of the 51st floor, he remembered it crystal clear. Now, leading at the forefront, Finn ran without hesitation, even without checking the map, through twisting and turning paths and numerous forks, which clearly was not random running. Yet, he claimed there was no information about these worm monsters in his memory. This could only mean one thing. These monsters had never appeared before, just like the crocodile dragon that appeared on the 6th floor back then. Irregular. Ace murmured softly, making everyone's expressions turn serious. Especially when they saw what was happening behind them, their scalps tingled even more. Asterisk Aok. Asterisk. Asterisk Aok. Asterisk. Rumble. Gigantic worms chased them like tanks or war chariots while extending their flat arms to grab any unfortunate monsters they encountered. Everyone witnessed a black rhinos desperately struggling, only to be swallowed whole by one of the worm monsters. The other monsters met the same fate, hunted by these worm monsters without exception, all becoming their prey. Are they devouring magic stones? Tioni said with an almost groaning tone, causing everyone's hearts to plummet. Strengthened species. So many of them. Lafia, being carried by Riezel as they ran, had no time to be embarrassed, her charming face turned as white as paper as she exclaimed with fear. It wasn't until now that the girls understood why Finn, Gareth, and Bet were running. Because they were facing a horde of strengthened species. Creatures rarer than rare species, each appearance prompting the guild to issue an immediate bounty, were now appearing in the group. Could the situation get any worse? Unfortunately, it could. Get down. Riezel, who had been silent all this time, suddenly yelled. Maintaining the posture of holding Lafia, he grabbed Ace's hand and abruptly lay down. Down. Finn's response was nothing short of quick. Trusting Riezel's sudden warning, he also commanded everyone to get down. In that split second, a purple, liquid-like jet sprayed out like a high-pressure water gun, hitting the wall in front of them. Asterisk SSSTTT. Asterisk. The wall hit by the purple liquid dissolved at a visible speed, turning into a puddle of mud in an instant. This scene immediately reminded Ace and the other girls of Cadmus's spring. In that place, there were many traces of things being corroded and dissolved by something similar. Could it be? They killed Cadmus. Tiona and Tioni exclaimed in unison. Raoul. Ace also understood why Raoul ended up in such a miserable state, being carried away by Bet. It was because he was directly hit by that liquid acid, suffering from corrosion. It's definitely these monsters. Riezel, who had been silent all along, muttered as he finally confirmed his speculation. His gaze on the worm monsters became sharp. The pursuing worm monsters, in the trembling eyes of everyone, one by one raised their upper bodies, opening their sticky mouths and spraying liquid shots towards them, letting the purple acid come at them one after another. "Watch out your back. Don't touch that liquid," Finn shouted. No one was reckless enough to ignore his warning, especially when faced with such a terrifying acid. Immediately, everyone began to dodge, shifting positions, or swiftly jumping to and fro to evade the incoming liquid shots. Squing. Ace unsheathed her sword, seemingly ready for a fight. "Ace, hold up!" Bet suddenly yelled. "If you slice those monsters, the acid inside their bodies will burst out and splatter everywhere." Raoul got hit by that mess too. With that reminder, Ace had to halt her steps that were about to charge forward. "Riezel." Gareth called out to Riezel. "Can you pull off another magic?" Since close combat was not an option, they had to resort to long-range attacks, and among them, Riezel was the only one capable of executing them. Arc's Ray. Without hesitation, Riezel, who had already completed his magic chant, unleashed a beam of light in an arc, cutting through space and hitting the acid-spewing worm. Arc's Ray. Arc's Ray. Arc's Ray. Asterisk Akik. Asterisk. One after another, chants and releases, creating successive arcs of light that strike one worm monster after another, making them emit pitiful cries. The explosions and cries mixed together, giving the air a hint of the smell of gunpowder, vibrating through the entire dungeon floor. Everyone watched as Riezel, still carrying Lafia, calmly dodged liquid shots while continuously chanting and blasting magic calmly. Seeing this scene, their gazes changed. Concurrent chanting. Finn's whisper held both amazement and relief. "Damn monster." Bet couldn't help but curse. Chapter 58, A Race Against Time. It was obvious that magic required extreme concentration and the correct chant to be cast. Generally, the more powerful the magic output, the longer the chant. Casters needed to exercise more precise control to prevent the gradual transformation of magical energy into uncontrollable force, leading to failed magic activation or accidental magical energy explosions, potentially harming themselves and others. So, whether it was a mage or anyone else, when using magic, they all stood in place, focusing on chanting, preparing to cast their magic with full concentration without exception. However, there were those who could multitask, chanting magic while taking action in other aspects. They could multitask, handling both chanting and combat, turning into high-powered mobile artillery, calmly and steadily destroying enemies. This thrilling and special technique of multitasking, conducting both combat and magic simultaneously, was called concurrent chanting. Those who could flexibly use the skill were extremely rare experts, even among high-class adventurers. It was equivalent to defusing a bomb with both hands while fighting, a dangerous technique that everyone knew was incredibly difficult to master. But once mastered, even rearguard mages who typically required protection or someone's protection in battle could transform into mobile artillery that roamed the entire battlefield, becoming nightmares that haunted their enemies, a one-man army. Now, in front of Loki Familia's members, there was such a formidable presence demonstrating this special technique. Arc's Ray. As Riezel deftly dodged another stream of acid shot, swiftly unleashing his magic to knock down yet another worm, the top executives of Loki Familia who watched the spectacle were utterly stunned. Attacking, dodging, moving, chanting, Riezel handled 4 actions simultaneously, yet there was no sign of disorder in his magic. It was calmly unleashed, hitting one worm after another. This scene left not only others but even Lafia, who had always been with him, astonished. Such proficient, calm, stable, and diversified concurrent chanting, even Lafia had only seen it in her mentor, Riveria. Thanks to this, Riezel alone overwhelmed the horde of worm monsters that rushed forward like war chariots, causing explosions to continuously erupt at the entrance of the passage, shattering the ceiling and walls into fragments piled up together. Asterisk Akik. Asterisk. The worm monsters growled in anger. Not only were they forced back by grand explosions time and again, but they were also hindered by the piled-up rubble. Rubble. Finn's eyes light up, then shouted to Riezel. "There it is. Riezel. Hit above." Hearing that, Riezel paused, and shortly afterward, understood Finn's meaning. Without delay, he dashed like the wind, narrowly avoiding another acid shot, and raised his hand to cast short chant magic that he had used countless times before. Arc's Ray. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. This time, the tracking light arrow didn't hit the monsters but struck the ceiling, shattering it right at the entrance of the passage. Rumble. As a result, countless rubble fell, crashing to the ground. Gradually piling up, they formed a huge pile of stones, blocking the passage entirely. Asterisk Aakak. Asterisk. The worm monsters screamed, attempting to charge forward but failed. The continuously falling rocks eventually completely blocked the entire passage, trapping the horde of worm monsters on the other side. The roaring noise gradually diminished and soon disappeared completely. Yatta! Tiona cheered. Captain! Tioni ran toward Finn's direction. Did we make it? Gareth breathed a sigh of relief. Fuck. At least we're rid of those disgusting shits. Bet spat in disdain. Only Ace ran towards Riezel's direction. Are you okay? Ace quickly asked and stared at his body intensely. I'm fine. Riezel shook his head, calmly setting Lafia down from his arms. Mr. Riezel, for you. Lafia quickly rummaged through her backpack, taking out a mind recovery potion and handing it to him. It was her instinctive move. In Lafia's eyes, Riezel had just released so much magic that his mind was surely depleting fast. Ah. After handing over the potion, she just realized that he might not actually need a mind recovery potion. With his highest rank, spirit healing, development ability, even if he carelessly cast magic, it was far from depleting his mind. This made her feel a bit awkward. For a moment, she didn't know whether to continue offering the potion or retract it. Thanks. Seeing Lafia's awkwardness, Riezel smiled and accepted the mind recovery potion from her hand. Mr. Riezel. Lafia looked at him with a mix of gratitude and admiration. Indeed, Mr. Riezel is like Miss Ace. He seemed cold on the surface but was actually a kind and thoughtful person. The elf glanced at Riezel and then at Ace beside him, feeling a sense of double joy. At this moment, Finn and the others finally caught up. Is everyone okay? Finn glanced at everyone. Everyone shook their heads one after another, except for Bet, who smirked. We had a narrow escape, but this guy we're dragging along might not make it. Bet was, of course, referring to Raoul, slung over his back. Ugh, ugh. Raoul unconsciously groaned, his body still emitting smoke and a foul odor, looking very miserable. Why aren't you guys helping him recover? Tiona was getting anxious. Lafia, elixir. Tioni urged. Here. Lafia immediately took out an elixir from her backpack. Give it to me. Gareth took it, pulled open the bottle cap, and poured the potion over Raoul's body. We've lost all our items. Finn sighed and shook his head. Raoul is the supporter of our party, but unfortunately, he got drenched by those monsters' acid. Look at him now, everything on his body is basically impossible to survive, all instantly dissolved. All of it. Tioni was stunned. Yeah. Bet said through gritted teeth. Not just our items, even our weapons got dissolved. Those fucking monsters are basically the bane of close combatants like us. Upon closer inspection, whether it was Finn, Gareth, or Bet, their weapons were all gone. Especially Bet, his boots were still emitting smoke, obviously completely dissolved. Thank goodness I didn't charge in and hack at them. Tiona's forehead was dripping with sweat. Even Riezel had his eyes twitched. No choice. Finn's, Gareth's, and Bet's weapons weren't ordinary equipment, each one was almost first-class equipment, and it was basically impossible to obtain them for less than 100 million valis on the market. Now they were all dissolved, the cost of loss would be quite hefty. I messed up this time. Finn said in reflection. If we had a mage in our party, our situation would definitely be much better. Dealing with those worm monsters could only be done from far away as Riezel did. Otherwise, once you got close, your weapons would dissolve. Injuring those worm monsters in close proximity was the same as injuring yourself. Finn's mistake was not having a mage in his party, leaving them helpless against those worm monsters. They had no other choice but to flee. Thanks to you this time, Riezel. Finn shifted his mood and looked at Riezel with a grateful expression. It's really impressive how you did concurrent chanting so effortlessly. Riezel only gave a slight smile, appearing calm in response to Finn's praise. Indeed, concurrent chanting was a sophisticated skill, but its main core trick was actually quite simple. It was all about keeping a calm mind. As long as your mind was calm and could stay composed in the face of danger, achieving concurrent chanting wasn't as difficult as it seemed. A bit of practice was all it took. Riezel had a natural advantage in this aspect. Facing imminent danger, he never panicked or got nervous. Instead, he became more excited and thrilled, probably because of the circumstances of his previous life that made him this way. Therefore, while concurrent chanting might seem like an advanced technique to others, for him, it was almost like a natural thing. This made Riezel not particularly proud or happy with accomplishing concurrent chanting. Even when praised by Finn and looked at admiringly by others, he didn't make a big deal out of it. Let's quickly head back to the camp. More concerned with the situation at hand, Riezel changed the topic. Finn also understood his implication. Is the camp in danger? Finn's expression turned serious. The camp in danger. Everyone was equally surprised. I have a bad feel like something is going to happen over there. Riezel said calmly to everyone. Of course, this was just a way to brush off some questions. In reality, he was sure that something had happened at the camp. During this expedition, Loki Familia encountered a new species of monster, facing many irregulars that could devour even the strong dragon, Cadmus. This was an incident mentioned in the original work. After confirming that this expedition matched the one mentioned in the original work, Riezel was almost certain that the camp, like their current situation, had been attacked by these monsters. Oi, is this for real or what? Bet asked, somewhat skeptical. Don't tell me these monsters could actually go to the safe floor, climb down from the 51st floor to the 50th floor. Tiona blurted out something beyond her wildest imagination. Strengthened species have this uncontrollable craving for magic stones, so they often cross floors to devour other monsters to get stronger or even attack adventurers carrying magic stones. We've been slaying monsters and collecting magic stones all the way here, and all those magic stones are piled up in the camp. Tiona said her assumption while biting her nails, causing a widespread sense of unease among everyone. Don't say that. Finn said solemnly. My thumb is throbbing in pain. Let's get back as soon as possible. Everyone agreed and nodded simultaneously. Without a word, they all started running toward their camp location. PSSSTTT. At the same time, the pile of rocks blocking the passage began emitting black smoke, gradually dissolving and revealing the slowly emerging bodies of yellow-green worms. A life and death race against time was about to begin. Chapter 59, Accident. Dungeon, 50th floor. When the two commission parties returned to this floor, the scene that greeted them immediately signaled that the worst had happened. Boom. An explosion echoed from a cliff, its rock surface covered in yellow-green grime. People were yelling. Monsters were roaring, destroying, and trampling everything in their path. Looks like we're under attack again. Finn stared at the black smoke rising from the cliff, his expression grim. Riveria. Ace panicked and had an even more intense reaction. Finally abandoning self-restraint, she shot out like an arrow. Miss Ace. Lafia was surprised. Almost simultaneously, another form on Lafia's side turned into an afterimage and leaped out. Mr. Riezel. Seeing Riezel also charging out, Lafia couldn't hold back and followed suit. Damn it. Bet cursed and rushed ahead. Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia, not to mention Finn, Gareth, and Raoul, who had just caught their breath, also rushed toward the cliff without hesitation, driven by bad premonitions. Ace was the first to reach the destination. She climbed the cliff, dashed through the forest, and soon saw an open plain with a flat rock platform serving as a makeshift camp. However, the once orderly camp was now almost a ruin. Every member flocked together and engaged in combat with many enormous worm-like creatures attached to the rocks. Quick! Raise your shields! Riveria, protected in the middle, shouted urgently. Around her, all the expedition party members formed a circle. Dwarves and beastmen held shields at the forefront, blocking the corrosive acid sprayed by the worm monsters, protecting everyone. Unfortunately, this wouldn't last. The acid from the worm monsters was too powerful. Even their thick shields quickly dissolved upon contact with the acid. They could only throw away shields one after another, using this extremely wasteful method to resist the onslaught of the worm monsters. The rear guard, protecting Riveria, used magic and arrows, occasionally hitting 1 to 2 worm monsters, causing them to explode on the spot and spray countless acids, corroding every corner of the camp. This scene was like a nightmare. Seeing this scene, Ace charged ahead without hesitation. Poochie. As a silver light flashed, a worm monster, ready to attack, was cut in half by a sword. As it screamed and splattered a large amount of acid, expedition party members defending the camp felt a gust of wind blowing in front of them. Ace drew her sword without saying a word, flipping through the air several times to skillfully dodge the splashing acid liquid. She soon landed in front of everyone. Ace. Miss Ace. Riveria and the others exclaimed with delight. Arg. Just as everyone's attention was drawn to Ace's sudden appearance, a beastman at the corner of the circle of shields was knocked away by a worm monster, exposing a catgirl who was preparing to take out a potion to heal her companion. Aki. Raoul, who had just climbed up the cliff, happened to witness this scene and shouted in panic with cracked eye sockets. The catgirl was Ainakidi. Ainakidi didn't even react, only turned her head to look at a massive worm monster that appeared in front of her, her mind blank. The monster's grotesque mouth opened wide towards her, spraying a large amount of acid liquid that poured down like torrential rain, ready to envelop her body. Tempest. In the nick of time, a short chanting appeared. Whoosh. A sudden hurricane swept through, and a figure following closely behind Ace exploded, blowing away the smoke and atmospheric dust, and increasing his speed dramatically. Riezel, like a hurricane passing through, blew away all the worm monsters in his path with his tornado, making it seem like an uninhabited space. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Ainakity. Swish. As a high-pressured acid shot out, Riezel's hermit easily sliced through it, causing an explosion of purple liquid. The liquid splashed around but was flicked away by the wind surrounding him. Are you okay? Riezel asked calmly and didn't turn around, only staring at the worm monster in front of him, speaking to the catgirl behind him. Ainakity didn't reply. She just stared blankly at the youth's back in front of her, at the swordsman wrapped in a hurricane. For some reason, she had lost her words. Hearing no answer, Riezel felt strange and wanted to turn his head to her, but the worm monster in front of him took action again. Akik. Asterisk. It emitted an angrily frustrated scream, continuously spraying acid toward him. Be careful. Seeing this, Riveria couldn't help but shout, only to find it unnecessary. Riezel didn't even bother to dodge and just waved his sword casually, one by one cutting away the oncoming acid shots. The splattering liquids were also blocked by the wind enveloping his body, unable to touch his body at all. Seeing this, not only Riveria but also Finn, who had followed along, instantly understood. Ariel countered the acid of the worm monster and effortlessly kept them from getting anywhere near Riezel's body. In other words, anyone using Ariel could easily take on these worm monsters that were the nemesis of close combatants. Tempest. Ace, realizing it, immediately chanted Ariel, summoning the power of the wind just like Riezel did. Both of them exchanged a glance and, without a word, rode the wind and charged out. Akik. Asterisk. Several worm monsters sensed the two approaching hurricanes. One after another, they turned away from attacking other people and instead aimed at Riezel and Ace, spraying countless streams of acid at them. Faced with the purple acid barrage raining down like a storm, both Riezel and Ace didn't dodge. Instead, they accelerated, letting the wind of their bodies collide with the oncoming acid storm, deflecting them all. Swish. Finally, the sword light erupted. Riezel and Ace rushed into the worm monster horde in tandem. Their weapons carried the force of the wind, turning into streaks of sword light, slaughtering the worm monsters one by one without mercy. Poochie, 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 poochie. Each worm monster was instantly gutted, cut down by both of them, emitting a piercing scream, and splattering countless streams of purple liquid. Riezel and Ace were like two wolves charging into a flock of sheep, one on the left and one on the right, one in front and one behind, like two tornadoes, charging back and forth, killing one worm monster after another with their swords, causing the purple liquid to spray continuously around them. Not long after, the ground, walls, and the nearby forest were corroded by the splattering acid, emitting black smoke and gradually melting. Only Riezel and Ace, completely ignoring the acid spraying towards them, charged through with Ariel fearlessly, killing worm monsters one after another, wailing without end. Well done. Nice. Tiona and Tioni couldn't help but shout as if releasing pent-up frustration. Mr. Riezel, Miss Ace, amazing. Lafia exclaimed like a fangirl, clasping both hands with endless admiration shining in her eyes as she observed the scene. Aki. Are you okay? Raoul rushed over in a panic, making a big fuss. I am fine. Ainakity, who had been staring blankly, finally came to her senses. Her eyes were fixed on Riezel's figure, who was slaughtering monsters in the horde, eyes shining with admiration. TCH, all the glory's been stolen. Bet had an extremely displeased look as he gazed at the scene. If it weren't for his weapon being destroyed, he absolutely wouldn't hesitate to join the fray. He would charge up and smash at least one or two worm monsters. Watching Riezel and Ace fight while he just stood helplessly was not something his pride would allow. Looks like we've dodged a crisis, huh? Finn expressed with relief as he and Gareth approached Riveria. They observed Riezel and Ace effortlessly slaughtering the worm monsters, which somewhat eased their minds. Need to admit, they were genuinely scared this time. A horde of strengthened species from the deep floors attacked in droves, coupled with their corrosive acid. If it weren't for Riezel and Ace, getting through this crisis wouldn't have been so easy. As he watched the splattering of acid spreading, almost reaching their side, Finn quickly gave an order. Everyone retreat. Don't linger here. His command brought unwilling expressions to many faces. So, the camp is destroyed, huh? Well, looks like this expedition is done for. Tiona and Tioni spoke tiredly one after another and sighed with resignation. Their camp, completely destroyed and corroded by the worm monsters, now showed no signs of anything intact, including food, tools, and equipment. All supplies, just like Raoul's backpack on his back, were dissolved to nothing. Now that Finn had ordered a retreat, there was no doubt that they wouldn't be able to continue the expedition. No choice. Weapons destroyed, supplies nearly gone. Even if we survive this trouble, we don't have the ability to continue to the 59th floor, and can only retreat. Gareth shook his head lightly. A bunch of disgusting shits. Next time, I'll definitely kick their fucking asses. Bet cursed, expressing what everyone was thinking. This time is a failure, but we'll come back next time. Finn calmly said. We were unprepared this time, lacking effective means to deal with these new species monsters. But next time, I swear, we will turn the tide. Just like when they arrived at the 58th floor last time and were forced back by the monsters of that floor, Finn never feared failure. If it doesn't work this time, then next time. If not next time, then the time after. Make Loki Familia, one of the strongest in Orario, give up. Make the world-renowned Braver give up. Impossible. At this moment, numerous ideas flashed through Finn's mind as he had already outlined the strategy for the next expedition. However, in the next moment, an unexpected accident happened. A dazzling array of colorful particles suddenly fell from the sky, landing on Riezel and Ace, who were in the middle of slaughtering the worm monsters. In the next second, those countless particles suddenly lit up. Boom, 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 boom. A massive explosion suddenly engulfed the horde of worm monsters, along with Riezel and Ace. Riezel. Aethries. Shouts of lamentation echoed through the sky from every member of Loki Familia. Chapter 60, New Monster. At the edge of the cliff, the explosions of fire erupted one after another, expanding outward. Every member of Loki Familia watched as this sudden sea of fire appeared, each one losing their composure. Especially Lafia, who witnessed Riezel and Ace being engulfed by the fire, staggered and almost fainted. Luckily, Finn, Gareth, and Riveria held everyone back, otherwise, they would have absolutely charged forward without thinking. Those two are fine. Riveria's words had just echoed when two gusts of wind blew away the fire waves, revealing Riezel and Ace emerging from the flames almost simultaneously, a bit messy but with no apparent injuries. Mr. Riezel. Miss Ace. Lafia exclaimed with joy, and the others were relieved as well. However, Riezel and Ace stared straight ahead, their expressions becoming solemn. Lafia was about to run over to check on them, but the two stopped her. Don't come, Lafia. Ace called out without looking back. What happened? Lafia had to stop in her tracks, standing there in surprise. At that moment, Riezel's voice slowly resonated. A big one is coming. His tone was calm and indifferent, but the content made everyone present uneasy. It wasn't until after a while that everyone understood what he meant by, a big one is coming. Boom. A massive arm extended from below the cliff, slamming onto the cliff face, and creating a loud noise. A flat-shaped arm seemed to be supporting something as a gigantic figure slowly rose from below the cliff, entering the eyes of everyone present. At that moment, every adventurer present fell silent. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a monster about 6 meters tall. Similar to the worm monster, it had a yellow-green body and flat-shaped arms, like an enlarged version of the worm monster, but with significant differences in overall appearance. For example, the upper body, like a mountain, was no longer beast-like but had smooth, curving humanoid features. While its flat-shaped arms were no longer just outlines, they resembled fish fins, with pairs on each side, 2 on each upper arm. Several tube-like organs hung down from the back of its head, while the colorful hues on its yellow-green body seemed chaotic as if a mysterious deadly poison had invaded. The intense colors extended to the upper half of its face, which lacked a nose, eyes, and mouth, only contours, reminiscent of a female humanoid features. This monster's appearance was akin to a worm metamorphosing into a butterfly, strangely beautiful in a way. However, this less than flattering beauty was overshadowed by its massively protruding, lack of smooth lines, and downright ugly purple-black abdomen. The female-like worm monsters crawled up from the cliff as if hatching from an egg, emitting an excited, soprano-like scream into the world. The piercing sound made several people present feel physically uncomfortable, prompting them to vomit directly. What? What the hell is that? Does the dungeon have a monster like this? Tiona and Tioni let out screams one after another that sounded almost miserable. Another disgusting piece of shit. Bet spat on the ground without hesitation. Meanwhile, the expressions of Finn, Riveria, and Gareth turned serious. Oi, this doesn't look good at all. Gareth's whisper echoed the thoughts of most people present. It wasn't just because a colossal monster comparable to a floor boss appeared before them, but also because of its undisguised malice. After the female-like worm monster screamed, it started to move. It opened its 4 flat arms as if intending to embrace someone gently. But with this movement, colorful particles spread from its embrace. Without a doubt, this monster was the source of the massive explosion just now. Fall back. Finn ordered in a hair-trigger voice, causing everyone present to twitch, turning around without hesitation and running with all their might. Ace. Got it. Riezel and Ace also chose not to confront it head-on and retreated as fast as possible. The colorful particles fell like pollen, scattering across the entire cliff. Then. Boom, 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 boom. Tremendously intense explosions occurred one after another without any surprise. All the particles that touched the ground and the remnants of the camp turned into tiny but powerful bombs at this very moment, exploding successively. A fire wave surged, heat churned, and the exploding flames were like a fiery red tide, engulfing everything with astonishing power, destroying everything in its path. Under such massive explosions, the cliff finally crumbled and collapsed like a torrent. Every member of the expedition party could only dodge and jump amidst the torrent of rubble, stepping on shattered pieces of the cliff, sliding down from the edge, and being chased by the rubble. Some even jumped down without any regard for safety. If it weren't for Finn and other first-class adventurers assisting, many lower-level members would have surely met their demise. Lafia. Ace, wrapped in the wind, held onto the falling Lafia as if flying through the air. As for Riezel, he briefly danced in midair with Ariel and left all the rescue work to Finn and the others. Without delay, he dispersed the flame and darted toward the female-like worm monster, alone. The arms under the monster, which caused the massive explosion, swayed and waved, running on the cliff walls like a spider. It was evident that it had no intention of letting anyone present escape. It chased after everyone down the cliff, accompanying the rushing torrent of rubble. At the same time, it lifted its upper body, allowing the featureless facial area to split open, revealing a grotesque mouth. PSSST. The intense corrosive acid was immediately sprayed out by the female-like worm monster. The scale and speed were much stronger than the normal worm monster. If the acid sprayed by the worm monster was likened to a high-pressure water gun, what the female-like worm monster sprayed out was more like a high-pressure water cannon. Many people became targets of the monster, watching helplessly as a large amount of corrosive acid approached, their faces showing a look of fear. Seeing this, Riezel immediately began to chant. Unleashed streak of light, bow limbs of the holy tree. You are an expert of the bow. Shoot, sniper of the fairies. Penetrate, arrow of absolute accuracy. Arc's ray. The arrow of light was released and quickly caught up with the acid in motion. Boom. The arrow of light and the acid collided immediately, exploding each other. Riezel immediately used Ariel to intercept the splashing acid. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. An incredible corrosive sound echoed as the exploding acid touched the cliff walls and the ground, making large holes wherever it made contact. Under such corrosion, the cliff wall immediately collapsed after becoming riddled with holes, making the torrent of rubble even larger while emitting thick black smoke. We are saved. The expedition party members who were almost hit by the acid let out relieved sighs. Move quickly. Riezel shouted at them. Yes. The expedition party members, originally supposed to be seniors, unconsciously followed his command without hesitation. This was the change brought about by strength. In a situation where even the Familia executives had to flee, Riezel came alone to confront countless monsters, protecting them. Just this act alone was enough to earn the respect of everyone. However, the crisis was far from over. Rumble. The female-like worm monster, seeing its attack blocked by Riezel, immediately changed its target and locked onto him. Its huge body swung, charging like a train. Bang. Riezel was about to make a move when the monster swept out its flat-shaped arm, hitting his body and sending him flying. Mr. Riezel. Lafia, held by Ace, couldn't help but shout in panic. Watching Riezel get hit, everyone's face turned pale. Despite its big size, how can it move so quickly? Finn furrowed his brow. It was well known that large monsters shared a common weakness: they were not adept at precise and fast movements. However, this female-like worm monster completely lacked this disadvantage. Its massive body charged forward while agilely changing direction. The range of motion for its flat-shaped arms was also extensive, not only delivering confusing and rapid movements but also whipping like a flexible whip. It didn't have the natural drawbacks of large monsters. Of course, the most fearsome aspect was the corrosive acid, as this acid could dissolve even a cliff. Among everyone present, probably only Riezel and Ace with their Ariel were capable of withstanding it. This was the most challenging part because it rendered level 6 like Finn useless. Even if they succeed in killing these worm monsters, their weapons and bodies would be corroded by the exploding acid inside the bodies of these monsters, completely sealing off the possibility of close combat. This made level 6 close combatant experts like Finn and Gareth incapable of approaching and forced to retreat repeatedly. Originally, a rearguard mage like Riveria could still be useful. But now, looking at the size of the female-like worm monster and its bulging abdomen, Finn had reason to believe that if she used her magic on this monster, once it fell, it would likely self-destruct on the spot, just like the previous worm monsters. With a monster this massive self-destructing, how much acid would it release? Finn strongly suspected that when this monster self-destructed, the surrounding area would be enveloped in corrosive acid. In other words, once they killed this monster, most, if not all, of the people present would die. Things were really becoming more troublesome. We have to retreat. As Finn finished pondering and made a decision, suddenly. Arc's ray. An arrow of light came from a distance, hitting the female-like worm monster clinging to the cliff wall and knocking it down with a thunderous roar. Riezel, covered in the wind, dived in, crashing directly into its body. Boom. With a tremendous sound, he transformed into a tornado, carrying the monster away from everyone. Mr. Riezel. Riezel. Everyone exclaimed in succession, panic was evident in their voices. Meanwhile, Finn remained composed as he quickly grasped Riezel's plan. Does he want to take that monster away from this area, fighting it alone? Chapter 61, Hero. Finn's assumption was correct. Riezel, familiar with the corrosive acid of the female-like worm monster, recognized the extent of the hindrance and threat it posed to everyone and decided to handle it alone. Therefore, he mustered his mind, converting a significant amount of it into magical energy, further transforming it into the wind. He adjusted Ariel to almost maximum output, creating a tornado-like force, and becoming a streak of light. Charging through, he pushed the massive monster far away from everyone. Boom. With a heavy impact, it slammed onto the ground, shaking the earth beneath. Dust and gravel erupted like intermittent geysers, sweeping towards Riezel, only to be dispersed by the wind enveloping his body. Wrapped in the force of the wind, he ascended into the air, the magic circle beneath his feet rotating as he began chanting once again. However, before he could finish his chant, countless pollen-like light particles suddenly scattered from the dust. Boom, 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 boom. Consecutive explosions erupted in a corner of the 50th floor, causing the fire wave to expand once again. Rumble. The ground shattered, the forest burned to the ground, and the exploding flames and shockwaves engulfed everything, including Riezel. He could only feel a surge of heat, his body bombarded by the chaotic explosions. If not for the protective wind of Ariel, his body, lacking even a single piece of armor, might have turned into ashes instantly. Romir. Riezel endured the onslaught of the explosion, completing the chant for protection magic. A deep green light membrane illuminated from the raging wind, covering his body. His END and AGI surged, especially the astonishing boost in AGI. With the dual protection of Romir and Ariel, Riezel finally felt shielded from the high temperatures and explosive shocks. At this moment, he increased the output of his mind, boosted the scale of his magic, and let the fierce wind break through the exploding flames, extinguishing the surrounding fires. The female-like worm monster, seemingly enraged by Riezel's actions, climbed to its feet and emitted a high-pitched scream toward the airborne tornado. Riezel, looking down on the grotesque monster, slowly curled his lips. Whoosh! The next moment, he dove downward, transforming into a stream of light that violently shot toward the monster's massive body. The female-like worm monster, seemingly prepared, opened its mouth, and the purple acid turned into a high-pressure water cannon, blasting toward the airborne Riezel. In the next moment, he clashed with the acid in mid-air, creating an intense conflict. Whoosh! After a short while, the raging wind around Riezel's body forcefully separated the acid. He continued his charge, engaging in close combat with it. Poochie! A flash of a sword slashed through the female-like worm monster's body, causing acid to spray out from its massive body and making it scream. Boom. The robust, flat arm of the monster swept like a whip, hitting Riezel and sending his body flying, crashing into the distant rock wall, shattering it. But almost at the same time as the rock wall shattered, he came again with a fierce wind, colliding with its massive body. Boom. This time, the female-like worm monster was sent flying, falling into a forest, and crushing numerous trees. It screamed in anger. Four flat arms gathered and then spread, causing countless bursts of pollen-like particles to scatter like confetti, raining down on Riezel immediately. Boom, 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 boom. A grand explosion occurred once again, causing fire and blast waves to rise, hot winds and high temperatures sweeping through as if hellish flames were erupting from the underground, terrifying everyone. However, Riezel didn't even have an ounce of fear. He stood firm, enduring one astonishing explosion after another without flinching, still enveloped in the fierce wind. Like flowing light, he continuously darted around the female-like worm monster's massive body, launching relentless attacks without stopping. Poochie, 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 Poochie. His sword flashed, purple blood sprayed, and wind-powered slashes continuously fell on its massive body mercilessly. One slash after another cut through its flesh, making it wail in pain. Sizzle. The purple liquid, resembling blood, sprayed out, dissolving the entire forest, frequently causing black smoke and a foul smell to rise. Yet, the wind-wrapped Riezel remained indifferent to this and kept using his wind to blow away the acid while slashing at the female-like worm monster's body. Soon, a chorus of chanting voices could be heard. Proud warriors, snipers of the forest. Take up your bows before the advancing plunderers. Answer the call of your brethren and ready your arrows. Tinge them with flame, the lamplight of the forest. Release them, the fire arrows of the fairies. Falling like rain, burn away the savages. Attacking, moving, and chanting, Riezel once again demonstrated superb concurrent chanting, releasing magic learned from his party companion. Fusillade Folarica. And thus, a rain of fire descended. Boom, 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 Boom. The rain of fire from above hit the female-like worm monster one by one, causing explosions on its body, making it finally scream in agonizing pain. All expedition party members were staring at this scene, collectively shaken. They gazed at the distant battle, at the streak of light that transformed into a flowing light, wrapped in the fierce wind, constantly colliding with the massive female-like worm monster without stopping. Even when thrown by the female-like worm monster's flat arms or bombarded by bursts of explosion, Riezel valiantly charged at it, slashing and chanting magic repeatedly, turning it into a wailing mess. The shock in their hearts at witnessing this scene was beyond imagination. Is this how Riezel fought? Tiona muttered in a daze. The rest fell silent for a long time. Among everyone present, except for Ace and Lafia, not many had truly witnessed how Riezel truly fought. Even though he had displayed considerable strength throughout the expedition journey, earning recognition and respect from many senior members, that level of combat couldn't compare to the intensity of the current life-and-death battle. Due to the advice of Finn, Gareth, and Riveria, Riezel maintained a relatively low profile on this expedition. During the floor boss subjugation, Riezel, with his diverse magic and skills, played a crucial role as a rear guard, providing long-range support. In the Fomor subjugation, while he charged into the monster horde alongside Ace and displayed impressive combat prowess, it was still a coordinated group effort, excellent but limited to that. At least, Lafia was aware of how restrained Riezel had been throughout this expedition. In normal circumstances, he would have charged ahead alone, confronting monsters in a life-and-death battle without hesitation. During those moments, Riezel was at his strongest. He feared no opponent. The stronger the opponent, the more excited and thrilled he became. He faced any challenge fearlessly, regardless of the difficulties ahead, always charging forward without hesitation. Using magic for long-range attacks from the rear. Coordinating with party members in group battles. While these tactics were safe, they weren't what Riezel truly wanted. It could be said that at this very moment, he showed his true self, his true strength. As a result, the female-like worm monster, which left Finn and other level 6 adventurers helpless and forced the entire expedition party to retreat, found itself in a losing position against the fearless swordsman who fought bravely and relentlessly. Trickster swordsman. That's bullshit. Loki got the alias wrong, didn't she? Gareth exclaimed loudly. Indeed. Riveria sighed. If she witnessed this battle with her own eyes, she wouldn't have given him that alias. Finn smiled slightly, looking at the familiar members around who were staring in awe at the ongoing battle. Take a good look. Finn's voice slowly spread. Watch this battle, watch that youth. I can assure you that he will reach heights even beyond our grasp, becoming the hero that various gods have long awaited. I'm not asking you to catch up to him, but at least, don't get left behind by him. That was what Finn truly believed. Hero. Tiona whispered, watching as Riezel's appearance gradually shone. Well, I'm not surprised. Tioni remarked, casting a glance at Finn beside her, pondering who knows what. That brat. Bet's expression twisted slightly, his tone harsh, but his gaze never wavered from Riezel's figure. Mr. Riezel. Lafia even clasped her hands in front of her, gazing into Riezel's battle, admiration gradually welling up. The rest, more or less, were also shaken, developing a sense of respect for Riezel. Even Ace, wordlessly gazing intensely into Riezel's figure with her golden eyes, unknowingly harbored emotions that even the girl herself didn't notice, blossoming bit by bit. Bathing in numerous eyes filled with either admiration or infatuation, Riezel, unaware of the thoughts of his fellow familia members, initiated another charge against the heavily wounded, female-like worm monster. Swish. Riezel unsheathed his sword. It was not Hermit he had been using all this time. Since the beginning of the dungeon expedition, he had never drawn the other sword hanging at his waist. Not because he was reluctant to use it, but because he believed that the first opponent for this sword had to be worthy. Therefore, throughout the dungeon expedition, Riezel had been using Hermit. Until this moment, facing the female-like worm monster, he finally unsheathed this sword. As the feather-light slender sword was gripped, his speed suddenly increased. Tempest. A gust of wind blew, swirling around the sword. Tempest. A violent storm swept across the battlefield. Wielding the first-class equipment, Fool, Riezel appeared like a spiral wind tornado, charging forward while kicking up countless dust. The female-like worm monster finally felt the deadly crisis and screamed hysterically. It started to scatter explosive pollen-like particles and spray acid recklessly. Yet, under the onslaught of the raging wind, none of it reached Riezel's body. Boom. The tornado leaped and crashed heavily into its body. The female-like worm monster let out a miserable howl, purple liquid splattering. Boom. The next moment, the tornado pierced through its body, creating a large hole. A Amid the unwilling scream, the female-like worm monster's massive body soon fell and met its demise. Chapter 62, The End of Expedition. In the desolate and uninhabited safe floor, beneath a rocky wall, Loki Familia's expedition party gathered. Some were packing their meager belongings, others were tending to the injured, a few were running back and forth, and some occasionally glanced into the distance, their faces revealing a lingering anxiety. In the direction they frequently glanced at, a massive crater, seemingly struck by a meteor, lay there. The crater emitted black smoke, a foul odor, and some purple liquid dripping and flowing, continuously corroding and dissolving the surroundings, enlarging the crater. This was the aftermath of the explosive demise of the female-like worm monster. When its entire body was pierced, it self-destructed. A significant amount of corrosive acid sprayed from its body, ultimately leaving behind a crater on the 50th floor, resembling a volcanic vent or a meteor crater. Just the thought of that moment sent shivers down everyone's spine. As a result, their grateful and respectful gazes were directed toward a figure in another direction. Riezel sat there, surrounded by numerous Familia's members. Here, take this, it's water. Here, use this, it's an elixir. Dumbass, Mr. Riezel isn't injured. No need for an elixir, stamina recovery potion and mind recovery potion are enough. No, I heard Mr. Riezel has healing power and spirit healing development abilities, so stamina recovery potion and mind recovery potion are completely useless. Then just drink water. No, eat something. Please use it, Mr. Riezel. The members of the Familia argued one after another, offering items to Riezel in succession, which he found somewhat overwhelming. Everyone, you don't have to be so polite. You're all my seniors, there's no need for this, okay? Riezel helplessly uttered these words. After defeating the female-like worm monster, Riezel, upon returning, received polite and warm treatment from everyone. This made him feel uncomfortable and awkward. He could only lower his posture and gesture to the others. Unexpectedly, the lower his posture, the more enthusiastic their attitude and the more respectful their gazes. Don't worry about such things, Mr. Riezel. Yeah, while seniority is important, strength matters more. You're already the Familia backbone comparable to an executive. It's only natural for us to respect you. Rather, even though we're a senior, being surpassed by you, we should feel embarrassed, no. Yeah, don't mind us, and take a good rest. You were on the verge of collapsing when you just got back, you know. The members spoke one after another, completely ignoring Riezel's words and instead praising him even more. This left him unsure of how to react, so he could only cast a pleading glance at some familiar faces. Unfortunately, that didn't change anything, instead, the scene became even more lively. I think you should just accept your fate, you know. Tioni stood to the side, wearing a smirk that seemed to revel in other people's misfortune as she looked at him. Who made you perform so well, Riezel? Tiona bounced over, happily wrapping her arms around his arm. You were just like a hero a moment ago. Umo. Lafia nodded repeatedly, her eyes and expression surpassing those of the surrounding members. It left no doubt that if it weren't for her somewhat reserved personality, this elf would have come forward to show concern like the rest, probably even more excessive. Even Ace approached, casting a brief glance at his face before speaking. You should take a good rest for a while, otherwise, you might not be able to move later. As someone with plenty of experience, she was well aware of his current condition. He had overloaded his magic usage, putting a significant strain on his entire body, just like during the last crocodile dragon incident. With the protection of Ariel and Ramir, Riezel wasn't injured and didn't need healing. The consumed stamina and mind were being replenished by his healing power and spirit healing, so his condition wasn't as dire as others might think. The only issue was that he had once again unleashed the maximum output of Ariel, bearing a huge burden. Right now, he probably felt aching all over his body, nearly collapsing from exhaustion as others believed. Apart from having a good rest, there was no need for any other solution. Therefore, Ace made that suggestion. I know. Riezel naturally understood his current state and nodded. Just give me 10 minutes, I'll sit for a while. His words earned him the concern of those around him. Do you really not need water? What about food? Don't you want a potion? Should we help with some massage? The genuine concern from everyone made him smile wryly. For a moment, in the corner where Riezel was, various noisy voices rose and fell, never quiet down. For fuck's sake, these morons need to shut the hell up. If any more of those disgusting monsters show up, let's see how they deal with it. Bet stood atop a tree, observing the scene where Riezel was, muttering with a hint of displeasure, then turned his head to stay vigilant all around. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth, who were chatting with each other, were also drawn to the commotion. They glanced over and exchanged a smile. That boy is now the hero of the Familia, huh? Gareth remarked, and whether it was out of irritation or amusement, he shook his head. There's nothing wrong with that. Riveria said calmly, closing one eye. With Riesel's performance, not having this treatment would be strange. Hey, even Aki is getting in on this, that's really something, alright. Finn chuckled and added a comment. Upon closer inspection, the cat girl indeed mingled among the crowd around Riezel, taking the opportunity to hand over a towel to him. However, as he was surrounded by many, he seemed oblivious and appeared somewhat helpless. Ainakity seemed a bit disappointed by this. Her behavior made Raoul, standing nearby, wear a face as if he'd seen a ghost, completely dumbfounded. Gareth, observing this, was surprised. That girl, never thought she'd have such an initiative. That boy really has some talent, eh? As Loki Familia's second-string group's leading figure, Anakity's past performances were much better than Raoul's. Although Raoul was also favored by the higher-ups in the Familia, this youth had some personality issues. Not only was he not good at dealing with sudden occurrences, but he was sometimes overly timid and scared of trouble, causing quite a bit of concern. Ainakity, on the other hand, was different. Outstanding in every aspect, calm and composed, with exceptional courage, she had always supported the first-class adventurers in the Familia from the rear. Not only did she have considerable fame and popularity within the Familia, but various gods also looked favorably upon her. Due to her calm demeanor, various gods even privately referred to Ainakity as Lady Cat. Ainakity also earned Alcat as her alias, an alias that instantly enamored various gods. She was a high-born cat person with a captivating blend of beauty and an icy yet fiery nature, possessing both looks and elegance. Now, the Lady Cat whom various goddesses envied was making such a behavior. No wonder Gareth was surprised, and no wonder Raoul was dumbfounded. It seems it's not just about strength and personality. Riezel and Ace are also competing in popularity with the opposite sex, fufufu. Riveria laughed. The more outstanding he is, the less pressure we'll have in the future. That's a good thing, no? Finn remarked and turned his attention back to the main topic, after glancing at Riezel for a moment. Seeing Riezel like that, there shouldn't be any major problems. But what about the other members? At Finn's question, Riveria and Gareth spoke in succession. We've already checked. Although many are injured, and quite a few were affected by that corrosive liquid, luckily, they all received timely treatment, and it's currently not life-threatening. Yeah, with a little rest, they should be able to continue moving. Their answers made Finn nod with relief. If that's the case, then let's inform everyone and get ready to return. While Riveria and Gareth understood Finn's decision, they also felt a bit helpless. What a disgrace, we didn't even make it to the 58th floor this time. Gareth sighed. There's no other way when facing something unexpected like this, we'll just have to leave it for next time. Riveria gazed at the corroded crater, speaking as if lost in thought. Where on earth did these monsters come from? We still haven't figured that out. The sudden appearance of new species of monsters caught the expedition party off guard. They're all strengthened species, not just a few, but plenty of them. Gareth said solemnly. Given this situation, there's no guarantee we won't run into them again next time. Then let's be prepared. Finn said calmly. We lagged behind this time, but we can't allow this to happen again. Goohahaha, obviously. Gareth laughed. All three of them were level 6 experts. If it weren't for being unprepared this time and hindered by the corrosive acid, it would be impossible for them to end up as mere spectators and leave everything to their juniors. Not to mention Finn's group, even Bet, Tiona, Tioni, and others were all holding back their frustration. When the order from the captain was given, despite feeling unwilling, everyone could only accept it and start the journey back. About half an hour later, all members of Loki Familia's expedition party arrived at the entrance to the 49th floor, officially beginning the journey back. Riezel, who was at the back, took a last look at the 50th floor. The expedition is over, huh? In his heart, an inexplicable feeling of emotion was growing. For 2 weeks, his first expedition ended with a fierce battle. Not bad. Riezel suddenly smiled, not feeling regret in his heart. Having defeated that female-like worm monster and engaged in a deadly battle with such a creature, he naturally gained a massive amount of high-rank Excelia. Going back this time, I should be able to reach level 5, right? With such expectations, Riezel set out on his journey home. The 50th floor soon returned to its state of obscurity, sinking into silence once again. Chapter 63, Anticipation. The return journey at the end of the expedition wasn't something worth praising. At least, for the usual Loki Familia, it was truly like that. As a large Familia capable of battling in the deep floors below the 50th floor, the obstacles encountered on the way back could be considered trivial. In the past, once Loki Familia's expedition party set out on the return journey, there was only one result, smooth sailing. But this time, due to the corrosive acid of the worm monsters destroying their supplies and even dissolving their equipment, the expedition party faced quite a bit of trouble on the way back. Not to mention, just filling their stomachs alone became a problem. With only a handful of emergency rations left, they had to forage in the dungeon for food. Every day, they had to find a safe spot to camp and go out to pick wild fruits and vegetables to stave off hunger. This activity itself took up a considerable amount of time on the return journey. Encountering monsters was no different. With many members unable to fight due to the loss of weapons and armor, some had to go into battle unarmed, resulting in increased risks and time delays. If it weren't for the formidable strength of Loki Familia's members and powerful swordsmen like Riezel and Ace, who could single-handedly take on thousands, the time delays could have been much worse. Thanks to this, the expedition, which usually took around 5 or 6 days to return to the surface smoothly, took nearly 8 days to succeed this time. On this particular day, it happened to be dusk. When Loki Familia's expedition party emerged from Babel, the attention of surrounding adventurers was immediately drawn to them. Wherever they went, they were always the center of attention, a fate that came with being one of the city's strongest familias. However, everyone was too tired to care about the gazes and discussions around them. Yatta. Finally back. Tiona shouted loudly, raising both her hands to the sky. Can't you stop being so noisy every time? It's embarrassing. Tioni complained on the side but visibly relaxed. The rest of the expedition party showed more or less the same expressions, even Riezel wasn't an exception. Back, huh? Looking at the sunset on the horizon, Riezel himself felt like it had been a long time since he returned. Although the dungeon had various wonders, they were still underground after all. Unable to see the sky and constantly on guard, fighting monsters every moment, it was fine for a short time, but if it lasted too long, anyone would feel particularly stressed. Not that Riezel felt that way. Once, he survived in the wilderness for several months, so why would he feel stressed after less than a month in the dungeon? However, at that split second of seeing the sky, he couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. Guess I just didn't notice those stressed feelings deep down. Riezel thought quietly. Shows I'm still just a normal human, huh? As he thought like that, a smile formed on his face. Alright, time to go home. Meanwhile, the mask of captain that Finn had been wearing on his face all along slipped away, revealing the usual amiable appearance that everyone knew. Everyone immediately started chatting and laughing, simultaneously relaxing the tension that had been gripping their hearts. They walked out of the square in front of Babel in groups, heading toward the street where Twilight Manor was located. Along the way, whether they were adventurers or ordinary citizens, they all paid attention to Loki Familia's expedition party, offering nods of respect. Surely, before long, news of their return from the expedition would spread one by one to the ears of every familia in Orario. Before long, the gate of Twilight Manor gradually appeared ahead. The familia members guarding the gate were originally standing there expressionless, with a solemn demeanor. However, their expressions changed when they saw the returning expedition party led by Finn. It's Captain. Captain is back. The expedition party has returned. Before long, surprised announcements filled Twilight Manor. Captain. The two gatekeepers quickly saluted Finn and the rest. We're back. Finn smiled at them. Open the gate. Yes. The two gatekeepers immediately opened the gate. Yahoo! We're back. Tiona was the first to rush in. I've already said it's embarrassing. Can't you get it? Tioni groaned, covering her face at her sister's antics. It's always freaking noisy when we get back. What a moron. Bet grumbled, irritation evident in his tone as he gazed at Tiona's figure. Miss Ace, we're home. Lafia simply expressed joy, earning a gentle response from Ace. The expedition party walked into the front yard and arrived at the front of the manor. The remaining members of the familia were already waiting at this place, offering warm welcomes and inquiries to the expedition party's members. Of course, in this situation, a certain goddess, who had been eagerly waiting, was naturally not absent. Finally, you guys are back. Inside the manor, a figure swiftly dashed toward the expedition party, to be more accurate, toward the female members of the party. SSS. Just like the first time Riezel saw the expedition party return to the familia, Loki recreated the scene and charged straight at Ace. In response, Ace, along with Tiona, Tioni, and the rest of the female members, promptly turned around, avoiding Loki's incoming tackle. However, Lafia stood in place dumbfounded and unable to react. As expected, Loki managed to tackle her head-on. Kia! Lafia let out a scream resembling that of a violated maiden, shortly before being pinned to the ground. Mwehehe, Lafia, long time no see. Let Mama Loki see if you've grown. And no, don't. Accompanied by a sly chuckle, the pitiful elf, who fell victim to the goddess's playful antics, let out a desperate cry. Save me. Mr. Riezel. Lafia extended a hand in Riezel's direction, pleading with a bright red face. Alright, quit playing around, Loki. Originally, Riezel had no intention of paying attention to Loki's nasty interests, but seeing Lafia's eyes brimming with tears made him unable to bear watching his companion being toyed with by the shady goddess. As a result, he extended his hand, grabbing Loki's back collar and lifting her up like a cat. Io. What are you doing, Riezel? Don't disturb my rare leisure time. Loki struggled and protested. Do you have the nerve to mess with a 15-year-old girl? Riezel shot a look at her face. If you want entertainment, go play with Uncle Gareth. Who wants to touch a short and stout stinky old man? Loki said without reservation. Sorry for being a short and stout stinky old man. Gareth's mouth twitched. Everything okay, Lafia? Riezel ignored Loki, tossed her aside, then extended a hand to pull Lafia up. Hicks. Almost got touched. Lafia, both relieved and pitiful, sobbed softly. I'm sorry, Lafia. Ace, seeming guilty about avoiding Loki's direct hit that led to Lafia falling victim to the goddess's evil scheme, apologized. It's okay. Lafia naturally refused Ace's apology, shaking her head hastily. Loki, seriously, don't bully Lafia, okay? Tiona scolded with hands on her hips. My goodness, can't you find a different way to welcome us back? Tioni looked annoyed. Okay, calm down. Loki, like flipping a switch, said beaming with joy. It can't be helped, okay? My kids finally returned safely, I'm just too happy. You. Riveria sighed. Since we've rarely returned unharmed, can't you let us save some energy? Everyone around nodded in agreement. Enough with this bullshit. We've been in that demon-filled dungeon for so long, and our bodies stink. Get out of the way, I need a bath. Bet stepped forward, kicking Loki several times, clearly in a bad mood. Okay. Geez, kids these days just love rejecting their parents. Is this what they called a rebellious phase? Loki pretended to sigh, making Bet couldn't help but give her another hard kick, finally making her yelp in pain and give way. Seeing this spectacle, Finn, who had been laughing silently, finally spoke up. Everyone, go line up for a bath. According to tradition, today's a day off, and all the work is pushed to tomorrow. Loki, we'll talk about the report later. The losses this time are serious, and there are some important matters we need to discuss. No worries everyone, go take a bath and rest, okay? Loki exclaimed with a smile. Anyone who wants to find me to update their status can come to the divine room, but not too many, or I won't do it. At their goddess's words, two people had a reaction, Riezel and Ace. Sure, it's always you two itching to update your status. Loki rolled her eyes. Alright, you two go first tonight, and the rest can chime in next time. No one objected to her decision, or rather, some were even looking forward to it. Hey, Riezel, think you can hit level 5 this time? Tiona asked curiously, piquing everyone's interest. Not sure. Riezel was confident but not one to brag, so he kept it vague. Even so, many were anticipating his status update, including Ace, who was the most curious. After all, he was already powerful. If he leveled up to level 5, how much more powerful would he become? For some reason, everyone was eager to know this. Night fell amid bursts of noise. After the returning expedition party had bathed and eaten, most of them went back to their rooms, making Twilight Manor exceptionally quiet. Riezel, having also bathed and eaten, returned to his room before heading to the top floor of the central tower, Loki's divine room. Knock. Loki, are you there? Riezel knocked on the door. Yeah, just come in. Upon hearing Loki's response, he pushed open the door and walked in. Chapter 64, Battle Adept. Loki's room was, as always, a mess. Whether it was the furniture or the various items she had collected, everything was randomly placed and piled up, with no order whatsoever. Meanwhile, the person in question was nonchalantly sitting on a chair, while another one was placed in front of her. Loki grinned at Riezel as he walked in. Looks like you're a step late, huh? Her words caught him off guard for a moment, but he quickly caught on. Has Ace already been here? Riezel asked as he took a seat in front of her. She left not too long ago. Loki shrugged. If you had come a minute earlier, maybe you could have seen how depressed Ace was. Seems like she's not satisfied with her own growth. Riezel furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. Well, it is what it is. Loki tapped the back of the chair with her fingers. That girl puts too much pressure on herself. Don't know when she'll settle down and stop doing things that worry everyone. Her tone sounded indifferent, but he could sense a hint of care from it. You really spoil Ace, huh? Riezel sighed. Isn't it obvious? Loki chuckled. Ace is my treasure, you know. If she died, I probably wouldn't even want to stay down here. I would have chased her soul all the way to heaven to bring her back. Would you really? Riezel didn't buy her words. Though this goddess might not have integrity, her equal affection for everyone in the Familia was evident. Riezel doubted Loki would sacrifice everyone just for Ace alone. When did you start learning to challenge my authority, kiddo? Loki grumbled. Anyway, let's drop that topic, and let's talk about you. She straightened up, focusing her eyes on him. Her eyes, which were squinted before, opened slightly wider. TCH, I heard everything from Finn, you know. Dealing with those strengthened species monsters is a big blow for us, no doubt. But you, kiddo, seem to handle it like a pro. Finn, Gareth, and Riveria couldn't stop singing your praises, even throwing around ideas for a new alias for you. In other words, those 3 top executives believed Riezel might level up this time. After all, Donatus occurred every 3 months, and adventurers who leveled up during that time would be discussed at the meeting. Those who leveled up could earn the privilege to be mentioned in the next Donatus and possibly receive a new alias bestowed by various gods. Even those with existing aliases could be mentioned again after leveling up, giving them the chance to obtain the privilege to change their aliases. For example, Bet, who once held the alias Fenris, only gained the alias Vanergand after another level up. If Riezel succeeded in leveling up this time, he might have the opportunity to change his alias in the next Donatus. Of course, he could choose not to change it. However, judging by the intentions of Loki and the 3 top executives, it seemed like they were all inclined to give him a new alias. However, Loki seemed a bit displeased about it. Is Trickster Swordsman not good enough? I think this alias is pretty cool, you know. On this matter, Riezel chose not to comment. He couldn't see anything good about it anyway. All he could discern from this alias was Loki's quirky taste in labeling him, proudly declaring to the world that he was her possession. Alright, Loki, let's update my status already, okay. Riezel diverted from the topic, turned away from her, and took off his shirt. Yeah, sure, Loki said while acting a bit difficult. I just want to see if you've really grown that much after your first expedition. She picked up a needle, pricked her fingertip, and began working on his back. Before long, his new status was revealed. Riezel Brynhart. Level. STR, A847 SSS. End, A825 SSS. Dex, S969 SSS. AGI, S971 SSS. Mag, S933 SSS. Lightweight, HG. Swordsman, HG. Mage, IH. Ha. You've reached the end of level 4, huh? Why, I'm not surprised. Loki sighed as she looked at Riezel, who was staring at the parchment in his hand. Another SSS rank in all basic abilities, even the development abilities are all ranked up. Your bullshit growth speed, I really don't know when it will start to slow down. If she hadn't already gotten used to it, or rather, become numb to it, she would have jumped up by now. Mainly because Riezel's growth was truly inhuman. There was no issue with the growth of basic abilities, Riezel had always been like that. Every proficiency improvement in basic abilities had been no less than 500. If he accumulated it over time and delayed updating his status, it was impossible for it to be less than 1000. But the growth of his development abilities was truly eye-rolling. Just look at Ace. From the first time she leveled up at 8 years old until now, her first development ability, Hunter, had been in her hands for 8 years, but it stayed at G rank. It had only progressed 2 ranks from I rank. But Riezel. The first development ability, Lightweight, had only been owned for about 3 months, and by then, it had already caught up with Ace's 8 years of achievements. Luckily, Ace isn't here, or she would be totally wrecked. Loki sighed inwardly. Riezel ignored Loki, who was shaking her head, and focused on reading his current status. How's my accumulation of high-rank Excelia? Riezel asked. It was the most crucial point, and Loki's answer did not disappoint him. As you expected, it's already maxed out. Loki chuckled. Congrats, you can level up, kiddo. Her answer made Riezel's mouth involuntarily lift up. Sure enough, he could level up and was about to become a level 5 first-class adventurer. It took 7 days to reach level 2. 15 days to reach level 3. 30 days to reach level 4. Now, from when you became level 4, it's exactly been 45 days. Loki, whether laughing or crying, had a face so twisted that it could be used for street performances. Only a month and a half, you've leveled up again. You're a monster among monsters, seriously. She couldn't find any other words to describe Riezel's absurd growth speed. What was even more absurd was that not only was he leveling up fast, but each time before leveling up, all his basic abilities were at SSS, the accumulation of latent basic abilities was ridiculously high. With a few combat development abilities, skills, and magic, his true strength definitely surpassed those at the same level. According to Finn's report, Riezel could already match a level 5 when he was at level 4. What about after reaching level 5? Could he possibly contend with level 6? Loki dared not think further. Okay, come on, time for you to level up. The accumulation of basic abilities had reached its limit and potential, and Riezel had no reason to stay at the current level. Loki quickly got to work, and his status was soon reset. Riezel Brynheart. Level. STR, I. End, I. Dex, I. AGI, I. Mag, I. Lightweight, G. Swordsman, G. Mage, H. Battle Adept, I. From this moment on, Riezel officially became a level 5 first-class adventurer. In just over 3 months, starting as an ordinary mortal with no extraordinary power, he rose to prominence at an astonishing speed that caught the attention of various gods and evolved into the fastest mortal to reach the first-class adventurer status in history. Well, well. Tomorrow's Orario is gonna get lively again, it seems. Loki remarked, relishing in other people's misfortunes. Riezel's mood was not bad either. Level 5 might not be considered top tier in this world, but it certainly made him a significant expert. In the current Orario, the highest level adventurer was only level 7, and there was only one of them. Even level 6 had fewer than 10 people. Excluding those fewer than 10 top-tier experts, the strongest among the rest were those at level 5. Therefore, becoming level 5 meant that Riezel had truly entered the ranks of experts, and no one would think of him as just a rookie with astonishing growth speed. With my current strength, I should be able to protect myself even if I return to the main world, right? Riezel pondered silently. However, soon another thing caught his attention. Wait, Battle Adept. Riezel murmured, pondering his new development ability. Soon enough, Loki's voice chimed in at the perfect time. With this level up, you triggered quite a few development abilities, but they're all the same thing you don't need, like healing power, spirit healing, abnormal resistance, and the like. Your skill already has those, and they're even at the highest rank, so there was no reason to choose them before, and there's no reason now. Besides these development abilities, the only one worth learning is this ability. Loki said while pointing toward his new development ability. So, I directly chose it for you this time. What's the effect? Riezel nodded. I don't think I've heard of this development ability before. Don't say you haven't heard of it, I haven't either. It's probably as rare as your lightweight, an ability that only you triggered the learning conditions for. Loki struggled not to look at him like he was a monster. As for the effect, if my hunch is right, this ability might be an advanced version of Hunter. Hunter was a development ability that enhanced one's basic abilities when encountering monsters one had defeated before. Battle Adept, being an advanced version of Hunter, naturally had a similar effect. If nothing goes wrong, having this development ability in the future, when you encounter enemies you've defeated before, your basic abilities will get a boost. Loki spoke while raising a finger. This boost not only surpasses Hunter but might not be limited to just monsters in the dungeon anymore. In short, from now on, no matter what kind of enemy Riezel encountered, as long as they were the same kind of being he once defeated, the effect of Battle Adept would be triggered, boosting his basic abilities. He almost instantly understood the benefits of this development ability. It was not without reason. The triggering conditions for the Battle Adept effect were not individual-based. For instance, Hunter triggered its effect based on the type of monster one had defeated. If one had defeated a goblin once, the next time they encountered another goblin, the effect of Hunter was triggered. If one had defeated a killer ant, the next time they encountered another killer ant, the effect of the development ability was similarly triggered. Following this logic, if Battle Adept was an advanced version of Hunter, it meant that as long as Riezel defeated a human, the next time he encountered another human, the effect of this development ability would also be triggered. This was essentially an omnipotent enhancement ability. Chapter 65, Approaching 100 Days. This is really a blessing in disguise. Upon realizing the effects of his newly acquired development ability, Riezel was pleasantly surprised. Every time he defeated an enemy, the next encounter with the same kind of enemy triggered the ability, boosting his basic abilities. This was undeniably an excellent development ability. Originally, Hunter was already a valuable ability, but now having the better version of it, not only did it eliminate the restriction to only monsters, but the enhancement it brought was also greater than that of a Hunter. This was undoubtedly a stroke of luck. It was not without reason. Not everyone could acquire development ability when leveling up. Take Ace, for example. She leveled up from level 4 to level 5 without triggering any development ability. Given such precedence, Riezel didn't believe he would acquire development ability every time he leveled up. As a result, he was mentally prepared for that. Little did he know that not only had he acquired a new development ability, but what he got was also a rare and powerful one, similar to lightweight, with conditions that no one else had ever triggered. The effects were beyond words, truly powerful. If this didn't bring him astonishment, he might incur the wrath of the heavens. Another development ability for combat, huh? How do you always manage to trigger these power-boosting abilities? Even Loki remarked in amazement. So far, all the development abilities Riezel acquired were combat-oriented abilities that enhanced his power. Lightweight allowed him to boost DEX and AGI by reducing weight and equipment. Swordsman enhanced all basic abilities by simply wielding a sword. Mage amplified the power, effects, and range of magic. Adding Battle Adept, which enhanced all basic abilities when facing an enemy of the same kind as the once defeated enemy. Riezel's development abilities, acquired with each level up, were all combat-oriented. Thanks to this, he could probably defeat opponents with a higher status just by relying on the enhancement from his development abilities alone, not to mention his astonishing accumulated SSS rank latent basic abilities. I can only say, no wonder you awakened a skill like Endless. Maybe you really have a natural knack in this area that others don't. Loki seemed to grasp something. Endless, the skill provided Riezel with 3 highest-ranked development abilities: Healing Power, Spirit Healing, and Abnormal Resistance. It even boosted the effects of already obtained development abilities. In essence, this skill greatly boosted various aspects of his development abilities, crucially enhancing his strength. Being able to awaken such a skill was enough to show that he had a natural talent in the development ability aspect compared to others. On second thought, does this kid have any shortcomings compared to others? Loki started to ponder. No need to dwell on his basic abilities, each time, they were all SSS, crushing all adventurers. Development abilities were the same, triggered every level up, repeatedly acquiring valuable and rare development abilities. Not to mention magic, although he only had one magic called Almighty, with this magic alone, he could make all mages bow down in awe. His skill. No need to talk more about it. His 3 skills, one more ridiculous than the other, one more insane than the next. Without them, there was no way her familia had the current Riezel. His growth and potential on the Falna were off the charts, unmatched throughout history. Even the strongest adventurer from the Freya familia, Otter, couldn't hold a candle to his growth and potential. Logically, an anomaly like Riezel should have a weakness, likely in combat skills and experience. Even if the hardware quality was top-notch, if the software wasn't up to par, it wouldn't have worked. Yet, Riezel didn't have a weakness even in that regard. He had just sparred a few times with Ace and picked up bits and pieces of her swordsmanship. His combat experience had skyrocketed from repeatedly diving into the dungeon and battling countless monsters. It was just absurd. Was there nothing he wasn't good at? Loki was in doubt. It was precisely at this moment that Riezel, who had been staring at the parchment translating his status, suddenly spoke. I've been with the familia for 3 months now, right? The sudden question brought Loki back to reality. Yeah, 3 months. Loki nodded and then sighed. More precisely, it's been 97 days. Riezel joined Loki familia on the first day he arrived in this world, receiving a blessing from Loki. After that, his leveling up times were countable. 7 days to level 2. 15 days to level 3. 30 days to level 4. 45 days to level 5. When they got added up, it was exactly 97 days. So, it had been 97 days since Riezel joined Loki familia, and it had been 97 days since he arrived in this world. 97 days, huh? Riezel fell silent for a while, then glanced at Loki. I might have to leave for a while. At his statement, Loki raised an eyebrow. Leaving for a while? Loki stared at Riezel. Where? To her question, Riezel's reply was very brief. Back to where I was before I came here. His tone was indifferent. He didn't forget that the time limit for dimensional travel was 1 day in the main world, precisely 100 days in this world. Now, the time limit was approaching, and he had to say a temporary goodbye to this side. Loki stared at Riezel for a long time, then relaxed her shoulders. How long are you going to be away? Loki asked with an uninterested tone, not delving further into the matter. This caught Riezel somewhat off guard. You're not even asking where I'm going. Does it matter? Loki shot a glance at him casually. In our familia, tons of kids are like you, carrying secrets and the burden of unfathomable mysteries on their shoulders. She had no intention of prying into his privacy, it wasn't important to her. As long as you're my kid. Loki grinned. What you're up to isn't important. What matters is when you'll be back, kiddo. Upon hearing this, Riezel chuckled. It shouldn't be too long, I think. That was the truth. Though he was returning to his main world according to the instructions of the dimensional magic cube, when he finished his dimensional travel, the time ratio between the main world and the target world of dimensional travel would reverse. In other words, the scenario where Riezel spent a day in the main world while 100 days had already passed in the world of Danmachi wouldn't occur. During dimensional travel, the time ratio was based on Riezel himself as the reference point. Therefore, while he was in the world of Danmachi for 100 days, only 1 day would have passed in the main world, and vice versa. This time ratio adjustment remained the same even if he traveled to another world. Even in a world different from his main world, it would still be 100 days passing on his side while only 1 day passed in other worlds. All time ratios work this way, using Riezel's actual time as the reference to determine time speed. No matter which world he was in, time flowed faster in the world he was in and slower in other worlds. Considering this, Riezel wasn't worried that upon leaving, everything here would have changed drastically when he returned. Based on the time ratio, even if he spent a year in another world, only around 3 to 4 days would have passed in this world. Therefore, Riezel answered Loki's question with ease and calm. Shortest, a few days; longest, around a month. In short, I'll surely come back. Riezel promised. After all, this world was the first place where he made a name for himself and the first place where he felt the warmth of home and family. Even though dimensional travel to the personally selected world required 10 times the energy, Riezel would absolutely find a chance to come back. Typically, accumulating a month's worth of energy was needed for random dimensional travel, so with 10 times the energy, that meant accumulating 10 months. He would endure, even if it took this long. Of course, playing it safe, he still set a maximum deadline of 1 month in this world's time. In terms of the time ratio, after he left this world, if a month passed here, over 8 years would have passed on his side. Over 8 years, yet he still couldn't gather enough energy for dimensional travel to the personally selected world. Impossible. A month, huh? Loki breathed a sigh of relief. Well, that's not too long. Yeah. Riezel smiled at Loki. Remember to wait for me to come back before going on another expedition. I'm looking forward to revenge. No worries, every expedition needs a couple of months of preparation anyway. As long as you come back on time, you won't be left behind. Loki said while nodding. When are you planning to set off? In a few days. Riezel thought for a moment. I also won't enter the dungeon during these days. Then spend some good time with your familia's friends. Loki patted his shoulder. Remember, they're all here waiting for your return, kiddo. Hearing her words, Riezel nodded silently. After leaving the divine room, Riezel descended the steps along the central tower. As he walked, he suddenly came to a halt. There, in front of the steps, by a window next to the passage, a silent girl stood, gazing at the scenery outside. Whoosh! A gentle breeze swept in, tousling the girl's golden long hair, making its silky strands sway and flutter. Ace! Riezel unconsciously called out. It seemed like Ace had just noticed his presence as she turned her head to him after hearing her name being called. Under the moonlit night, the two locked eyes, one on the steps, the other by the window, creating a strangely beautiful scene. The breeze continued to caress them both as they remained bathed in the wind, silent for a long while. Chapter 66, Same Emotion, Same Obsession. In the well-lit twilight manor, where lights shone brightly, the place where Riezel and Ace met had little illumination. Moonlight streamed in from the window, casting a glow on both of them. Riezel sighed slightly as he watched Ace, who stood there in silence. At first glance, she seemed no different from usual, still wearing her emotionless demeanor with no expression on her face. However, Riezel, being perceptive, sensed that her mood wasn't great. She was dejected. Her emotions were low. Just like Loki mentioned before, this girl seemed somewhat depressed. Witnessing the girl who had taken care of him since he joined the Familia, not only teaching him her magic and swordsmanship but also often sparring with him, he couldn't just ignore her. What are you doing here? Riezel approached, leaning against the window like Ace, gazing out at the night scenery, and asked. Ace remained silent, only staring into the distance. Hearing no response, Riezel glanced at the piece of parchment she was holding. Wasn't the gains good this time? At his questions, Ace fell into another momentary silence, then handed the parchment to him without speaking. I can see it. Riezel asked while furrowing his brow. Ace nodded, allowing him to take the parchment. On the parchment was her recently updated status. Ace Wallenstein. Level. STR, D549D. End, D540D. Dex, A823A. AGI, A821A. Mag, A. Hunter, G. Abnormal Resistance, G. Swordsman, I. Upon seeing her status, Riezel probably understood why Ace was feeling so depressed. Not because of anything else, but simply because her gains this time were really bad. An expedition, struggling in the dungeon for over 3 weeks, reaching the deep floors, dealing with countless high-level monsters, yet, her total proficiency only increased by less than 20. Such progress was truly disappointing. At least, for Riezel, who had never experienced proficiency growth below 500, this number was a bit unsettling. Don't worry too much. It's not that you didn't work hard, but your status is almost at its peak. Riezel could only say that. He wasn't deliberately comforting her. In his view, the main reason for Ace's poor growth was because her status had reached its limit. STR and END were not her strong suits, reaching D rank for both was already quite good. DEX and AGI were already at A rank, and pushing them further would lead to the highest S rank. Considering the principle that progress slows down as you approach S rank, the improvement in these two abilities would be minimal was purely normal. Not to mention MAG, it was just a point away from S rank, and it wouldn't be easy to raise it. In summary, Ace's slow growth this time wasn't her fault, it was because she had almost reached the potential limit of level 5. I know. Ace finally spoke, but her voice wasn't as calm as usual, it carried a hint of exhaustion. At this point, I've hit the limit. Even if I slay thousands or tens of thousands of monsters, my basic abilities won't increase much. I can feel it. At this moment, she didn't have much room for growth. Her current status was her limit, there wouldn't be much room for significant development. For over 3 years, she had been stuck at level 5, with a wall called bottleneck blocking her way. It made any significant advancement seem unattainable. Ace realized this and therefore felt lost. And you? Ace turned her gaze towards Riezel. Leveled up. Yeah. Riezel met her gaze and nodded. As expected. Ace's eyes became somewhat complex as she whispered. In just 3 months, you caught up to me. This blow, at this moment, was truly powerful for her. But Ace knew it was inevitable. As someone who had watched Riezel rise from the beginning, she was well aware of how fast he grew and how much potential he had. Thinking back to when he was still level 1, forcing her to retreat with a single sword thrust, she could roughly sense that this man, so similar to herself, would catch up soon. Now he had, but she couldn't widen the gap, still stuck in place. How should I do it? Ace couldn't help but speak up. What? Riezel raised an eyebrow. She was staring at him intently. How can I get stronger as fast as you? What's your secret? Ever since she saw Riezel's status, Ace had been eager to uncover his secret. She practiced diligently with him, sharing her swordsmanship without reservation, all the while keen on observing him closely, hoping to understand his fast growth of getting stronger. However, all she witnessed was him running extremely fast, constantly moving forward, climbing steadily, rapidly approaching her level at an astonishing speed. Yet, she couldn't discern any specific method or secret. Normally, Ace wouldn't voice such thoughts. But at this moment, overwhelmed by her desire to get stronger, she couldn't contain herself, expressing her yearning openly. This left Riezel momentarily silent. Sorry. Ace suddenly realized what she had said, looking at him apologetically. I asked something that might trouble you. Indeed, answering her question wasn't easy for Riezel. He couldn't just say he did nothing extraordinary, only repeatedly cut down monsters every day to achieve such progress, right? That would sound dismissive. After organizing his thoughts, Riezel spoke up. Actually, I understand your urgency to get stronger. I'm just like you after all, eager to become stronger than anyone else to fulfill my long-cherished wish. Wish? Ace was intrigued. Yeah. Riezel said indifferently. I want to break free from anyone's control, escape their control and manipulation, run toward the direction and path I desire, no longer helpless, no longer drifting with the current, no longer being used. This was a feeling only Riezel understood, something Ace couldn't comprehend. However, hearing the word wish, she unknowingly resonated with him. So, you're like me. Ace looked at him with a more complex expression. She had her own wish, a wish that she wanted to fulfill, which explained her eagerness to become stronger. Riezel knew this, even knew the undisclosed wish in her heart. Hence, he could utter such words. It seems we're quite alike in many ways, but that should be the most alike, right? Riezel chuckled lightly, his words echoing in her ears. We're all trying to get stronger to fulfill our long-cherished wishes, so I really get where you're coming from. Riezel said while locking eyes with Ace. Unfortunately, in this regard, I can't offer you any mature advice. After all, I'm still figuring things out myself. I'm just a bit luckier than you, having grabbed a chance to achieve my goals. I'm really sorry. If there were any secrets to his power-up, he would surely share them with Ace. He was more than willing to impart his knowledge to her. But he didn't. His rapid growth was primarily due to the influence of Fool's obsession. This was something he couldn't share with others. Therefore, Riezel was completely incapable of addressing Ace's troubles and questions. The only thing I can probably do is, well, listen to your worries. Riezel chuckled. If there's something you want to talk about, something that's bothering you and you don't know who to tell, just tell me. If this can help you reduce some confusion and lessen your worries, I'm more than willing to be your listener. His words made Ace focus her gaze towards his eyes. Riezel didn't avert his eyes, just continued to lock eyes with her. The eyes of the two didn't share the same color but had the same emotion, the same obsession. Watching those eyes so similar to her own, for some reason, Ace did feel a bit less depressed. Thank you. Ace took a deep breath and expressed his gratitude to Riezel. No problem. Riezel said casually, noticing Ace perk up a bit. Feeling better? Ace nodded, redirecting her gaze out the window. Since there's no room for growth at my current level, let's move on to the next one then. Her golden eyes now seemed more resolute as she declared that. What did her words mean? He wouldn't fail to understand. Level up, huh? Riezel thought inwardly. That was Ace's only way out. Since level 5 had reached its limit and progress seemed impossible, Ace had to find a way to reach level 6. Only by leveling up could she make a significant leap in strength, and her body would become stronger, unlocking new possibilities and potential. If she couldn't achieve that, she wouldn't experience any significant growth in the future. Good luck, then. Riezel stared at her, who had made a determined decision. If there's anything I can help with, just let me know. That was the extent of support he could provide. Thank you. Ace thanked him once again. The two simultaneously looked out the window, silent. Moonlight spilled over them, casting a lingering glow. The conversation between Riezel and Ace happened without anyone knowing. Even the top executives of the Familia, on the first day back from the expedition, were too focused on resting to pay much attention to anything else. The rest of the expedition party members followed suit, one after another, starting their recovery. The 3-week expedition left many feeling physically and mentally exhausted. At times like this, the only remedy was to rest well for everyone to get back to health. It wasn't until the next day that news spread not only within Loki Familia but also throughout Orario. Riezel Brynhart successfully leveled up to level 5. This news created a citywide uproar. Chapter 67, Shocking Announcement. Riezel Brynhart. Affiliation, Loki Familia. Race, Human. Age. Profession, Adventurer. Current floor, 51st floor. Notable achievement, Riezel, an adventurer affiliated with the Loki Familia, embarked on a deep floor expedition with his familiar and actively participated in numerous floor boss battles spanning over a month and a half. Eventually, he officially leveled up to level 5. When this announcement was posted on the bulletin board in the first floor lobby of the guild main building, everyone who saw it had their eyes opened wide. They gathered in front of the bulletin board, double-checking the information and even questioning the guild staff at the counter. The result was always the same. The information was accurate, without a doubt. As a result, the guild exploded. Is this a joke or something? Getting to level 5 in, what, a month and a half? Are you freaking kidding me? Trickster Swordsman has become a first-class adventurer, huh? He was just a normal dude who got blessed 3 months ago, wasn't he? This is fucking bullshit, man. People were clamoring. People were arguing. People were in disbelief. People were jealous. Riezel reaching level 5 and becoming a first-class adventurer caused a stir much greater than any of his previous deeds. Unfortunately, this time, the severity of the situation was completely different from before. In the past, whether reaching level 2, level 3, or even level 4, although shocking and impressive, Riezel had only become a second-class adventurer and a third-class adventurer. In Orario, there were still quite a few adventurers in these classes. Therefore, even though he rapidly rose with a speed that amazed and sparked envy and jealousy, he only became one among the many high-class adventurers. In the eyes of many, while Riezel was undoubtedly worth attention, what difference did it make if he reached level 4? Adventurers at this level were not rare, and they didn't pose a threat to others or their familia. Therefore, various gods might have been interested in this rapidly rising rookie. Adventurers would discuss his feats as a topic more than once, but the appearance of a level 4 adventurer was, for many, just a not-so-significant and rare event. In Orario, people reached level 4 every now and then. It was nothing extraordinary. Riezel was just one of them, albeit with a significantly faster level-up speed, considered talented and full of potential. However, this time was different. Dude, we're talking level 5 here. They're top adventurers in Orario, boasting powerful strength that only a few well-known big familias can have. All in just a month and a half, huh? If it's true, that's wild, you know. What a damn joke. Becoming a level 5 first-class adventurer was not just like becoming an adventurer at any other level. Being at this level not only made anyone one of the top experts in Orario but also put one at the level of leading figures in top familias, even among those well-known and influential familias. Take Hephaestus Familia for example. It was famous in Orario alongside Loki Familia and Freya Familia as the best blacksmith familia of Orario. Tsubaki, the captain of this familia with the alias Cyclops, held the status of level 5 first-class adventurer. Meanwhile, the majority of top familias in Orario, trailing just behind Loki Familia and Freya Familia in both fame and strength, also followed the same pattern. Without exception, the higher-ups of these familias, holding the position of captain, were also level 5 first-class adventurers. It could be said that the reason these familias held a powerful position in Orario was because they had level 5 first-class adventurers. As for level 6 and above, besides Loki Familia and Freya Familia, no other Familia in Orario had adventurers at this level. This was why Loki Familia and Freya Familia were considered Orario's strongest Familias, because only they possessed level 6 adventurers. Apart from these two Familias, all the other top Familias in Orario, without exception, had their highest combat power limited to level 5. At this moment, Riezel managed to become such a high-level presence in just a short month and a half, even though he was just an ordinary person without a blessing 3 months ago. The commotion caused by this was beyond anything in the past. Thanks to this, news of Riezel's rapid level-up spread to the higher-ups of various Familias and gods at an astonishing speed. Soon enough, these Familia higher-ups and gods were obviously blown away by the news. Lady Freya. In the suite at the top of Babel, Otter once again visited, reporting to the goddess of beauty, who stood by the large French windows. Riezel Brynhart has become level 5. Upon hearing that information, Freya, dressed in a black sheer evening dress, halted her actions of swaying the wine glass in front of the French windows. He has become a first-class adventurer already. Freya spoke in a hushed tone. Yes. Otter solemnly said. It seems Goddess Loki went to the guild early in the morning to report the matter. After confirmation from the guild, the news has already been announced. Loki, huh? Freya swayed the wine glass and chuckled lightly. She seems eager to show off in front of us. Alan already knows about this. Otter continued, seemingly unaffected by her teasing. He's not in a good mood and raging in the wilderness, venting his frustration. Fufu, let him be. Freya shook her head with a chuckle. That child has always been one to hold a grudge. Last time, he did some hateful things on my orders and ended up getting hurt. Now, the one he fought with has leveled up to level 5, so it's only natural he's in a bad mood. What about Riezel Brynhart? Otter asked with his head down. Loki Familia gained an executive-level combat power. For us, it's not something to be happy about. After all, Freya Familia and Loki Familia were rivals. Suddenly having an additional first-class adventurer in Loki Familia was not advantageous for Freya Familia. Freya, not indifferent to the situation, pointed her slender and fair fingers at her chin before turning to Otter. What do you think? Freya asked Otter. About Riezel Brynhart. Without much hesitation, Otter gave his answer. If you see him as a threat, I am willing to make a move. Implying that if she gave the order, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate this threat. That won't do. Freya sighed with a smile. Just look at Loki's behavior. That boy is her treasure now. If we casually harm him, our Familia might end up in a full-scale war. Such a situation would be avoided deliberately by both sides, and even the guild, as the city manager, would not allow it. In principle, the guild strictly prohibited big Familia from engaging in conflicts within Orario because each big Familia played a significant role in the city. Business-type Familia naturally contributed to the city's economic development, and exploration-type Familia provided the strength needed for the guild's various tasks, especially dungeon-related tasks. Furthermore, Loki Familia and Freya Familia, being the strongest, were the mainstays in dungeon exploration and city defense. Therefore, as the city manager, the guild wouldn't silently watch these two big Familias clash without intervening. Starting a war, that shouldn't happen. Freya looked at Otter, her expression unchanged. Anyway, I'm asking you like this is not from our Familia's perspective but more like wanting to hear your personal opinion. Hearing that, Otter raised his head. Personal opinion? Yes. Freya's lips curled up. Don't need to consider my thoughts. For you, Otter, how is Riezel Brynhart as a person? At her question, Otter fell into silence. Freya, unfazed, just smiled at him and waited. After a while, Otter spoke. I'm looking forward to it. His face remained firm and calm, but in his eyes, there was a newfound fighting intent that hadn't been there before. If he can truly continue to grow, perhaps one day, he could replace Finn as my opponent. How high this evaluation was, anyone hearing Otter's words would understand. No choice. Can't believe Orario's only level 7 would make such an evaluation. Freya's smile on her face deepened. He's worthy of it. The men regarded as the city's ultimate weapon admitted. Well, let's not worry about him for now. Freya took a sip of wine. I also want to see if he can catch up to you. She was curious about Riezel, very, very curious. A soul as peculiar as his, she had never seen in her entire life. She was eager to know what lay deep within his soul. This curiosity and thirst to explore made her feel both refreshed and amazed. In the past, with her discerning eye, she always gathered souls with extraordinary radiance, being infatuated with heroes possessing such souls. But this kind of feeling, not infatuation, not admiration, but purely curiosity, an itching desire to explore the unknown, something she had never experienced before. Freya's attitude toward Riezel was currently in a state of curiosity and observation. Chapter 68, What's Going On? The same discussion wasn't just happening within Freya Familia. Many Familias received the related news and successively paid attention to Riezel's situation. Even Loki Familia stirred up quite a bit because he truly reached level 5. Mr. Riezel already hitting level 5. His strength has long surpassed that of a first-class adventurer, right? Got ourselves a new executive in the Familia. Our powers skyrocketed big time. Think we can outdo Freya Familia now? Nah, not really. They got a level 7 hanging around. In the corridors of Twilight Manor, members chatted while walking, their tones and expressions filled with excitement. Ah, damn it. Got caught up after all. Upon receiving the news, Tiona immediately let out a lament. Don't shout. Instead of screaming about being caught up, think about how not to get surpassed so quickly. Tioni seemed calm about it. TCH. Bet, hearing every member discussing Riezel, scowled and walked away from the manor. Miss Ace. Mr. Riezel reached level 5. Lafia said excitedly as she ran into Ace in the cafeteria. Ace, who had long been aware of this, had the smallest reaction. There was only a slight ripple in her eyes as if contemplating something. As for the higher-ups of the Familia, they were currently gathered in Finn's office discussing the same topic. Though expected, when something like this really happens, it makes you want to yell, huh? Gareth remarked as he sat with arms crossed on a chair, making it creak under the weight it wasn't supposed to bear. Only a month and a half has passed. Riveria stood next to a desk, holding the guild's report in her hand. She looked at the information about Riezel recorded on it. That skill called Fool's Obsession is really too absurd. I wonder if his growth speed will slow down. Finn took a sip of the drink on the table and chuckled. If it doesn't, maybe soon even we'll be caught up, right? Gwah. Isn't that a good thing? Gareth laughed. But, that kid still has a long way to go. It shouldn't happen so quickly this time, right? Riveria commented. It's not that easy to reach level 6. Indeed, reaching level 6 was no easy feat. The exploits that could make a level 5 level up were not comparable to those of the earlier levels. At this level, taking risks and achieving significant exploits was a challenging task. If the risk was too low, and the opponent was not strong enough, then accumulating a decent high-rank Excelia was impossible. If the risk was too high, and the opponent too strong, it was equivalent to walking into a death trap. At level 5, facing necessary risks and challenging powerful opponents meant facing considerable danger. The magnitude of the risk and the strength of the opponent were easily understood. One wrong move, fail to achieve the exploit, and one would end up dead, a loss not worth the gain. This was also why there were only a few level 6 adventurers in Orario, and all of them concentrated on Loki Familia and Freya Familia. It was because those who challenged powerful opponents and took sufficient risks either died or did not succeed. Before level 5, adventurers could rely on Familia seniors, teamwork, and parties to easily defeat strong opponents and accumulate enough high-rank Excelia. But once at level 5, even with help from level 6 adventurers, it was not so easy to accumulate enough exploits for leveling up. Looking at Ace, Bet, Tiona, and Tioni, who had been level 5 for quite some time, at least several years, they had participated in countless dungeon expeditions and defeated many powerful monsters. Yet, they still hadn't accumulated enough exploits for leveling up. Loki Familia participated in at least 2 to 3 floor boss battles during each expedition. Eudius, classified as level 6, and Baylor, classified as level 7, were clearly stronger than Loki Familia's executive, making them capable of providing the necessary high-rank Excelia for exploits. However, despite numerous attempts to defeat them, they still couldn't level up. This demonstrated how difficult it was to reach level 6. If the executives chose to defeat Eudius or Baylor alone, there was a possibility of achieving a significant exploit and leveling up successfully. However, since they were in a party, the Excelia would be split, making it much harder for them to accumulate enough exploits. Especially when it came to taking down the level 7 floor boss, Baylor, the 3 top executives of Loki Familia were the main force. The executives could only assist from the sidelines, with the bulk of Excelia concentrated on the bodies of the 3 top executives, while the other executives received only a meager share. With these factors stacking up, leveling up from level 5 to level 6 proved to be quite challenging. If one wanted to achieve level 6, one had to be willing to risk it all, and there was no other way. One careless move could end up losing their life. With Riezel's growth speed, no matter what, leveling up is definitely easier for him than for others. Finn said with a grin. I don't think this level will be a hurdle for him. With the assistance of a skill like Fool's Obsession, accelerating his growth, Riezel's rate of exploit accumulation was undoubtedly faster than others. Because of this, Finn didn't believe Riezel would be stuck at this level like the rest of the executives. I just wonder how much time he'll take. Finn mused. Half a year. Or maybe a year. He couldn't really estimate the next level up time for Riezel, who climbed from level 4 to level 5 in just a month and a half. Guhahaha. Maybe he won't need any time at all. Gareth continued to laugh heartily. I just hope he doesn't go too wild. Riveria added. She hoped Riezel would slow down a bit. Otherwise, it meant he would take on big risks again. As an active level 6, Riveria had the most say in the risks involved in leveling up from level 5 to level 6. She just hoped he would be more restrained, take it slow, and grow steadily. That would be the best scenario. Unfortunately, Riezel seemed anything but restrained. Sooner or later, he was bound to get into some serious trouble. Riveria was a bit worried about that. One ace is already giving us a headache, and now there's another one making things even messier. Ha! Seriously? Riveria sighed. Finn and Gareth exchanged glances at her reaction but remained silent. Dealing with this kind of stuff was Mama Riveria's job. They, two big guys, weren't cut out for handling such delicate matters. Anyway, Riveria would find a way to talk to Riezel and maybe keep him in check. That was one less thing for Finn and Gareth to worry about. By the way, we need to handle the aftermath of the expedition today. Finn said while looking at the other two. We took quite a hit this time, and there wasn't much gain. We need to quickly deal with the loot and come up with a better strategy for the next expedition. Yeah. Gareth nodded. Those little rascals have rested enough, it's time to touch some grass and get things done. We also need to discuss how to deal with those new species of monsters. Riveria added. Getting our current task sorted out quickly is a good idea. Upon hearing her words, Finn stood up. Yosh, let's call everyone and gather at the main gate. Riveria and Gareth nodded in agreement. Post-expedition affairs were always the first thing to deal with upon returning from the expedition. The loot brought back from the dungeon, whether it was magic stones or drop items, needed to be exchanged for money to fund the upcoming activities. The worn-out weapons and armor, along with the need to replenish items for the many expedition party members, required maintenance. The operation of the Familia needed funds, and preparations for the next expedition involved purchasing various supplies, all of which required money. Therefore, handling the loot became a top priority after returning from an expedition. During these times, Loki Familia, aside from leaving some members to guard the manor, mobilized almost everyone capable of swiftly processing a large amount of loot in exchange for the needed funds. Even the executives weren't exempt. Last time, Riezel couldn't participate in this matter. He just joined the Familia during the previous expedition, still a rookie at that time, so the loot management task didn't fall on his shoulders. But not this time. Riezel participated in the expedition, successfully leveled up, and became a first-class adventurer just like Ace. As a first-class adventurer in Loki Familia, he was now, just like her, considered an executive and the main force of the Familia. Since he was now an executive and a vital part of the expedition party, it was natural for him to contribute to handling the loot. After receiving the summons, Riezel immediately headed to the main gate. Hey! Riezel. Over here. Seeing Riezel coming out, Tiona immediately waved, beckoning him over. However, when he looked closely, Riezel noticed Tiona stood out among the group. The other members, seemingly out of respect for the executives, maintained a somewhat delicate distance. Tiona stood alongside Tioni, surrounded by the rest of the members as if they were rallying behind her. She positioned herself right in the middle, with only Ace and Lafia by her side. With Tiona's call and wave, all Familia members around instantly turned their attention to Riezel. Honestly, this situation made him a bit uncomfortable. The respectful and admiring looks from the members toward him gave him an itchy feeling on his spine. Come on, come over here already. A clueless Amazonas was still yelling over there, clearly not planning to let Riezel off the hook. What could he do? Only one thing, go over. Hey. Riezel greeted Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia, then looked at Ace. Ace was also looking at him. As they made eye contact, seemingly recalling the events from last night, both of them smiled slightly, as if on cue. The difference was that his smile was somewhat plain, while Ace's smile seemed a bit shy. Witnessing this scene, everyone had question marks floating above their heads. What's going on with these two? Chapter 69, Riezel and Ace. What's up with you guys? Tiona's gaze wandered back and forth between Riezel and Ace, her curiosity evident as she asked. What's going on? Tioni, not maintaining her usual composed demeanor, showed a rare expression of interest, staring at Riezel and Ace with a teasing glint in her eyes. As everyone knows, Amazonesses were a rather warlike female warrior race, known for their bold and adventurous nature. Since this race only consisted of females and lacked males, they had to rely on males from other races in order to reproduce. Because of this, Amazonesses had a tendency to plunder men and highly valued relationships between men and women. In this regard, they always acted boldly, without the shyness that other races had. Thanks to this, among the Amazonas race, there were many with chaotic lives. Since the entire race consisted only of females, their behavior was considered quite vulgar by more conservative races like the elf race. Although Tiona and Tioni had grown up in loci familia since childhood and weren't as vulgar as other Amazonesses, the reverence for relationships between men and women was deeply ingrained in their genes. Usually, loci familia's members were quite disciplined. Even the familia top executives, who were at least 40 years old, hadn't displayed any overt romantic relationships. Within the familia, there was no one getting married or even forming romantic relationships. Now, with the sudden appearance of such signs, involving Riezel and Ace at that, Tiona and Tioni couldn't help but feel a rare excitement. While others may not be as excited as the twins, they all still wore subtle and peculiar expressions. Especially Lafia, with her cute mouth agape, looking stupefied. Unfortunately, Riezel's and Ace's next actions didn't satisfy the onlookers. What about Bet? Riezel, as if nothing had happened, withdrew his gaze, put away his smile, and calmly asked. Bet didn't come. Ace, also resuming her usual somewhat aloof and stoic expression, replied to him. It doesn't matter what that stinky wolf is up to. Tiona, not caring about Bet's whereabouts, instead focused on Riezel's and Ace's recent eye contact and smiles. I mean, did you two do something we don't know about? Her question gave off a sense of mischief. Whistle Tioni couldn't help but whistle and frivolously remarked. Riezel and Ace, huh? To be honest, that's a possibility I never imagined. When girls gather, gossip is an inevitable topic since they never shy away from discussing such private matters. Who's showing signs of developing certain relationships, who's exchanging meaningful glances, and even who might have a secret crush or plans to confess, these were the usual subjects. Yes, familia was akin to a big family, but not everyone in familia was related by blood. With dozens, even hundreds, of people coming together, both men and women, it was impossible for nothing gossip-worthy to happen. Surprisingly, Ace rarely partook in such discussions. Not that she was unpopular, far from it. With a beauty comparable to a goddess and someone considered a princess by various gods, her popularity in Horario had always been in the top 3. In the familia, aside from Riveria, who was a high elf royalty, hardly anyone could match Ace's popularity. Countless admired her, and admirers of this doll princess could fill the city gates if they gathered together. Rumor had it that the number of individuals with ulterior motives approaching Ace had easily reached 1,000. However, due to an overly protective elf figure with an almost unhealthy affection for her and thanks to her relationship with the goddess who always acted unreasonably, all these people met their untimely end, including some gods. Even within loci familia, among the male members, more than half secretly admired Ace. Nevertheless, the female members themselves couldn't be excluded. Lafia, who somehow got her eyes spinning in confusion at this moment, might have something to say about that. Even Bet, the werewolf with a seemingly rough personality that bordered on gangster-like, hadn't hidden his affection for Ace. Almost everyone in the familia knew about his feelings for her, except Ace herself. But what about Ace? There had never been a hint of scandal surrounding her. Topics teasingly discussing who was getting close or acting suspicious with whom had never been associated with her. The reason was simple. Ace spent her days either in the dungeon or practicing her swordsmanship. She was the kind of person whose expression rarely changed, appearing aloof to others, a bona fide doll princess. How could such a person have any ambiguous scandal? So far, there had never been any indication within the familia that Ace was developing any kind of relationship with the opposite sex. If there were, that person would likely find themselves tied up in a sack, candles lit, and guaranteed to be the subject of envy, jealousy, and hatred from fellow familia members, including the goddess herself, which would lead to their ultimate destruction. Ace had also never gotten particularly close to any member of the opposite sex. Although she had been with loci familia for quite some time, the opposite sex closest to her, aside from Finn and Bet, was probably Riezel, who had been sparring with her frequently and gradually getting to know her better. Now, with these two suddenly showing signs, not just Tiona and Tioni, but the others also lowered their voices, perked up their ears, and silently paid attention to Riezel and Ace. Unfortunately, when it came to this topic, Ace tilted her head, looking completely clueless, while Riezel remained calm throughout. You guys are thinking too much, nothing happened between us. Riezel said calmly while shaking his head. Only last night, when I was updating my status, we had a little chat about our growth. Ace nodded, indicating agreement. Really? Tiona seemed a bit skeptical. Yes. Riezel remained calm. His serious demeanor convinced many that he was telling the truth. Ha. As I thou, ga. Raoul let out a sigh of relief and mumbled something on the side, only to be elbowed by Ainakity, causing him to cry out in pain. Mr. Riezel and Miss Ace often discuss topics related to their growth. It must be just that. Lafia, who had finally recovered, declared loudly, seemingly enthusiastic. Meh, lame. Tioni regretfully said. I thought Ace was finally catching on. Ace tilted her head again, a question mark appearing above her head. That expression, that appearance, directly overwhelmed many men and women present. So cute. What cute creature is this? In their hearts, everyone was howling like a beast, especially a certain elf who was on the verge of screaming right then and there. What are you doing? At this moment, a voice from the direction of the manor suddenly intervened. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth walked out of the manor together, arriving at the entrance. Why is it so noisy? What are you guys talking about? Gareth asked with a furrowed brow. No, nothing. Seeing their superiors all appearing together, everyone immediately shook their heads, sitting up straight. It doesn't feel like nothing to me. Riveria gave a meaningful look to everyone. Finn seemed to have a suspicion. He looked at the calm Riezel and Ace, then at the other members sitting upright, and chuckled. Since there's nothing else, let's get ready to set off. Finn briskly changed the subject. Set off? Now. Tiona asked in astonishment. What about Bet? That dumb wolf hasn't shown up yet. Forget about him. Gareth said, fuming with rage. That rascal ran off to the dungeon alone and doesn't give a damn to anyone. Everyone exchanged glances and then simultaneously looked at Riezel. Riezel remained silent and unconsciously averted his gaze. He could guess what was the reason. Bet running off to the dungeon was definitely because Bet got stimulated by him. The lone wolf was naturally proud, and it was simply impossible to expect him to admit defeat to Riezel like how Tiona, Tioni, and others were. The top executives also knew Bet's personality. Though they said otherwise, they were only somewhat worried that the werewolf youth, stimulated by Riezel, might take unnecessary risks to enhance his strength to level up. Exploits were difficult to achieve after all, especially for level 5. If Bet went to challenge powerful monsters or venture into dangerous territories, the likelihood of losing his life was at least 70 to 80%. Let him be, he should know his limits. Finn consoled everyone for a moment before speaking up. I'll start organizing the tasks, so listen up, everyone. With that, Finn started to give instructions. As usual, Riveria, Gareth, and I will handle the magic stones at the guild for Valis. Raoul and Aki, each of you takes some drop items and sells them at the familia we visited before. For the commissions of Cadmus's spring and medicine-related drop items, Ace, Tiona, Tioni, and Lafia, you four will handle it together. Finn turned to Riezel. Riezel, you'll go with them and take a good look. Perhaps in the future, you'll need to handle these tasks independently. Yes. Riezel naturally had no objections to this arrangement. Finn then went on to give instructions one by one, make arrangements, and finally, applauded. Okay, everyone, follow the planned itinerary and head to your respective destinations. Lastly, there's a celebration feast tonight for those returning from the expedition, make sure not to miss it. Any questions? Finn scanned everyone, checking each face. Seeing no one raise their hands, he clapped his hands. Clap. Okay, let's set off. Oh. With a chorus of acknowledgements, everyone began to disperse. Let's go, Riezel. Ace called out. Yeah. Riezel nodded and soon followed the four girls. Chapter 70, Dea Saint. In Orario, all the magic stones brought out from the dungeon have to be exchanged for money at the guild. The guild, being the manager of the city, directly monopolized the production of magic stones from the source. They processed these magic stones into products and sold them around the world, earning a huge amount of money for themselves and the city. Therefore, magic stones could only be exchanged for money at the guild and could not be sold elsewhere, or else the guild would crack down on it. But drop items were a different story. Drop items could be used as materials for creating weapons, armor, and even medicine. Though they could also be exchanged for money at the guild, the price was fixed, the lowest in the market. While the guild monopolized magic stones, it didn't control the buying and selling of drop items. In many familias, exchanging magic stones at the guild made sense, but selling drop items was more profitable in business-type familias. Especially for those confident in their negotiation abilities, bargaining with business-type familias for precious drop items was not impossible. However, selling them on your own might lead to being tricked. Many beginner adventurers fell into this trap, hoping for a high price but ending up being scammed and potentially losing money. Of course, this risk was unlikely for the well-known and prestigious familias. After all, no one would want to offend a big and powerful familia, especially those capable of retrieving valuable resources from the deep floors of the dungeon. Many merchants, shops, and business-type familias feared upsetting them and being blacklisted, which was a significant loss for those in need of deep floors resources to create high-rank weapons, armor, medicine, or items. In this situation, Loki Familia, as one of the strongest and largest exploration-type familias, didn't need to worry about being deceived. Aside from higher-ups like Finn exchanging magic stones for money at the guild, other members could confidently form small groups or operate independently. Riezel's group had also arrived at the northwest street, walking down the adventurer street toward their destination, Dien Sect Familia. A familia specializing in medicinal stuff, huh? Riezel mumbled in thought. Yes. Lafia, for once not gripping her staff, walked beside him and explained softly. Dien Sect Familia is a familia focused on healing and medicinal areas. Their main activities include selling potions they've developed and providing professional healing services and special items to the public. This familia had quite a reputation in Orario. Not only did they sell advanced medicines and items not found in other stores or familias, but they also offered superior healing services than the guild's healing facilities. They were highly praised by adventurers. Many adventurers with injuries that couldn't be healed even with elixirs have received treatment at Dien Sect Familia, and most have fully recovered. Some even had their sight restored, while others with severe injuries installed prosthetics in this familia, enabling them to lead normal lives without hindrance. Therefore, despite Dien Sect Familia's high prices for goods and services, making it unaffordable for many adventurers, it remained a shop worth frequenting for familias with above-average financial resources and wealth. This time, our commission to collect water from Katniss's spring on the 51st floor is coming from Dien Sect Familia. Tioni complained. They dumped this annoying commission on us. I'm totally gonna chat with Ermid about it. Don't go causing trouble, Tioni. Tiona said casually while pursing her lips. Ermid is a good girl, it's definitely her shady god who came up with this idea. If you offend her, be careful she denies you her healing services next time. I'm not in a condition where I need Ermid's healing. Tioni paused slightly. But you're right. If you anger Dea Saint, even Captain will have a headache. For Captain's sake, I'll endure. Whatever. Tiona stuck out her tongue at her sister. What a love-struck fool, Finn clearly doesn't want anything to do with you. Who said that? Tioni shouted as if hit in a sore spot. Captain clearly loves me. Meh. Tiona immediately distanced herself from her, making Tioni frustrated. Ace and Lafia watched the Amazonas twins playfully quarreling, one with a confused expression and the other awkwardly smiling, following them from behind as they continued forward. Only Riezel squinted his eyes as he heard their conversation. Dea Saint, huh? He remembered. This person was an influential figure that appeared in the original work. How influential? Recalling the abilities of this Dea Saint, Riezel's mind suddenly became active. If I could gain that magic. Riezel muttered quietly to himself, a smirk forming on his lips. Soon, the entire group arrived in front of a massive building. It was a structure constructed with pristine white stones. On the building, an insignia featuring a ball of light and herb patterns was decorated. It was the emblem of Dien Sect Familia, just like Loki's clown design, a symbol of the familia. We're here. Tiona took the lead, and upon reaching their destination, she immediately pushed open the door. Inside was a storefront. It seemed to be a place dedicated to selling medicine, with shelves filled with medicine lining the walls and various drugs displayed behind the counter directly opposite the entrance. Many adventurers were browsing around, and each one's equipment was impressive, clearly indicating they were high-level adventurers. The one in charge of the counter, upon seeing newcomers, smiled slightly and bowed. Welcome, everyone from Loki Familia. A girl, who seemed like a regular staff member, greeted them. However, she clearly had the typical vibe of an important character in a story. She was a human girl with delicate features, standing at less than 150 centimeters tall. Despite her petite stature, she sported long, silver-white silky hair, and her large eyes were adorned with long lashes. She wore a uniform predominantly in white, instantly suggesting the role of a healer. The moment Riezel laid eyes on this girl, he couldn't help but overlay her image with that of the priest who had once healed his wounds in the main world. Ace and the others, familiar with the girl, approached and exchanged greetings. Long time no see, Ermid. It's been a while, Miss Ermid. Ace and Lafia greeted in succession. Miss Ace, Miss Lafia, it's been a while. The girl behind the counter, known as Ermid, responded with a sincere smile. Ermid Tizenaire. Riezel scrutinized the silver white-haired girl carefully. In Orario, Ermid Tizenaire's name was far from unknown. She served as the face of Dien Sect Familia and was a level 2 healer with exceptionally advanced and rare healing magic. She was considered a saint by various gods and adventurers. Lafia, valued by the Familia for her attack power exceeding her level, shared the spotlight with Ermid. Like Lafia, this human girl possessed extraordinarily potent magic despite being only a level 2 third-class adventurer. Her presence, role, and value surpassed even those level 5 first-class adventurers. Considering this, when facing Ermid, everyone conversed with her as equals. Hello. Riezel nodded in greeting. And who might you be? Ermid looked at him with doubt, prompting Tioni to answer. This is our monster rookie who recently joined our familia. Her words made Ermid blink in realization. I see. Ermid observed him for a moment, then nodded. You must be Mr. Riezel Brynhart, right? You know me. Riezel raised an eyebrow. You must be joking. Ermid smiled slightly. In the present-day Orario, those who don't know you are the minority. After all, he was the rookie who had climbed from level 1 to level 5 in just over 3 months, causing quite a lot of controversy. The evidence was clear as adventurers around, upon hearing their conversation, immediately cast their eyes toward Riezel. Is he Riezel Brynhart? Trickster swordsman, huh? The monster rookie of Loki Familia. Adventurers with clearly high levels cast scrutinizing glances at Riezel one after another. Riezel paid no attention to those looks, only smiled at Ermid and stopped speaking. Although she was somewhat curious about him, she didn't show it. Are you all here today for the Adventurer Commission? Ermid intended to get down to business. Yep. Tioni replied. We brought the water from Cadmus's spring. Can you confirm it? After saying that, she took off the backpack she had been carrying and pulled out bottles of spring water. It was the water Finn's party had collected. During the spring water collection, Riezel's party sensed trouble ahead of time and opted not to complete the task. Instead, they left Cadmus's spring as soon as possible, almost causing the commission to fail. Fortunately, Finn's party collected the spring water, and it seemed to be enough for the commission. Ermid picked up the water bottles one by one and confirmed them. This is indeed the water from Cadmus's spring, and the quantity is satisfactory. Ermid said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work. I have the reward prepared for you. She took out a medicine box from under the counter, and inside the box were bottles of potions. Elixir. Riezel recognized these potions. Yes. Ermid nodded. According to the agreement, the reward for completing this adventurer commission is 20 doses of the highest quality elixir. 1 dose of the highest quality elixir was worth 500,000 valis. 20 doses meant a whopping 10 million valis. We're making quite a bit on this one, huh? Riezel suddenly remembered the amount of water in Cadmus's spring. If only he had taken all that water with him. Unfortunately, there was no if in this world. Chapter 71, Top-Class Healing Magic. Apart from the Adventurer Commission, Riezel's group had brought a bunch of stuff to sell during their visit to Dien Sect Familia. Within Dien Sect Familia, they independently developed special items like potions and healing items, creating a demand for drop items that could be used as materials. Finn handed over some drop items that could be used as medicinal materials to Riezel's group, asking them to sell them off. Among these items were the wings of Cadmus that Lafia casually picked up in the cave at Cadmus's spring. This was a very precious drop item, not only appearing on super deep floors like the 51st floor but also dropping from the body of the strong dragon, Cadmus. Just that fact alone was enough to fetch a high price. Tioni and Ermid engaged in a heated debate over the wings, arguing vehemently until they finally settled on a deal for 12 million valis. 12 million valis. Riezel marveled. Selling a single drop item for 12 million valis was truly eye-opening for him. It was already equivalent to the transaction price of quite valuable second-rank special equipment. If they aimed higher, they might even be able to buy his hermit. Indeed, everything brought out from the super deep floors was precious, whether it was the spring water from Cadmus's spring or the drop items from Cadmus, each worth at least 10 million valis or more. On this journey, Riezel's group alone earned several tens of millions of valis. If they added the money Finn and the other groups earned by exchanging magic stones at the guild, Loki Familia made at least a few billion valis from this expedition. A few billion valis. Riezel, who had worked hard until now, had earned nearly 10 million valis. However, this expedition alone brought in many times more loot than what he earned since he became an adventurer. However, there was still a significant loss. Despite seeming like a lot, a few billion valis would probably not make much of a splash in a big familia like Loki Familia. Not to mention that the main weapons of the first-class adventurer members were almost all first-class equipment worth over 1 billion valis each, even if it was just a little short. On this expedition, except for a few people, everyone's weapons dissolved due to those worm monsters. These dissolved weapons meant a loss of several billion valis. Adding to that was the loss of other items like spare weapons, medicines, and backup items. This expedition was undoubtedly a real blow to Loki Familia. If they could achieve their goal, successfully reaching unexplored floors of the 59th floor, they might be able to compensate for the losses. Unfortunately, due to those worm monsters, Loki Familia, with a massive loss of resources, couldn't continue the expedition. As a result, the highest floor they reached on this expedition was only the 51st floor, not even reaching the final floor they had reached in the previous expedition. What's even more infuriating was that the worm monsters causing all this could self-destruct. When they did, they released a massive amount of corrosive acid, dissolving everything around them. Their magic stone and drop items didn't even leave a trace, only causing continuous losses without any gains. Thanks to this, Loki Familia had a loss of several billion valis in this expedition. Right now, they were just trying to patch up the losses as much as possible. Fortunately, this was still manageable for Loki Familia. If any other familia faced this kind of loss, they'd probably just straight up disband on the spot. Several billion valis, the combined wealth and assets of some big familias probably didn't even come close to this. Loki familia not only had to make up for the losses but also had to shell out more to prepare for the next expedition. The whole member had to replace their main weapons, and that needed some serious planning. Finn, Riveria, and Gareth knew this, so they wanted to wrap up the aftermath of the expedition as soon as possible to discuss the next steps. Okay, let's seal the deal at this price. Tioni finally negotiated a deal with Ermid, wearing a satisfied expression. Ace, Lafia, Tiona, and Riezel could only watch from the sidelines, unable to get involved in this kind of battlefield. Seeing the two savvy women finally settling on a price, Riezel took a step forward. Miss Ermid. Riezel looked at Ermid with an earnest expression. Can I ask you to show me your healing magic once? His out-of-nowhere request caught everyone off guard. What's up, Riezel? Tiona wondered. Are you injured or something? She thought he wanted Ermid to treat his injuries. Magic. Ace and Lafia, on the other hand, caught on and their eyes started to sparkle. Well. Tioni chuckled after a moment, realizing what he was up to. After all, she had seen his status before and could guess what he aimed. Only Ermid tilted her head in confusion as she glanced over Riesel's body. You don't seem to have any particularly obvious injuries. Is it some hidden illness? If so, we can recommend some really useful items. Hearing that, Riezel shook his head. I don't want healing items. What he wanted was her magic. He wanted to learn her famous magic, the special magic of Dea Saint, Ermid Tizenaire. In Orario, she was already a legend. Ermid's magic was top-class healing magic capable of healing wounds, stamina, status ailments, and curses. What made it even more amazing was its sustained effects and ability to heal multiple targets within its range. She could even selectively choose the effects of the magic when casting it, making it a truly versatile and omnipotent healing magic. With this magic alone, as long as she stood on the battlefield, her party could participate in any battle with almost zero casualties, even against a floor boss. Therefore, even though she was only a level 2 third-class adventurer, just about to step into the threshold of high-class adventurers, she was the most valuable talent that any party or even army could desire. A healer who could support an entire frontline alone. Furthermore, it was this magic that earned her the alias of Dea Saint. In Loki Familia, it wasn't like they didn't have healers, but compared to this girl, those healers couldn't even be considered in the same league. It was like comparing heaven and earth. Riveria, the strongest mage in Orario, once admitted that when it came to healing magic, she was nowhere near Ermid. This evaluation was no joke. Out of the 9 types of magic that Riveria possessed, 3 were specifically for recovery and healing. But even if she added up all 3, they might not even be a match to the single healing magic of Ermid. Because of that, Riveria decided not to teach those 3 healing magic to Riezel and taught him other magic instead. If he could learn Ermid's magic, there was simply no need to bother with Riveria's 3 healing magic that, when combined, couldn't match up to a single healing magic of Ermid. Truthfully, Riezel had been eyeing Ermid's magic for quite some time. Her magic had a considerable presence in the original work, and he knew its specific effects, so he didn't need anyone to explain the magic to him. All he needed was for the user of the magic itself to demonstrate it once in front of him, confirming its existence firsthand with his own eyes. Of course, Riezel couldn't just tell the truth about this. If Dien Sect Familia found out he wanted to learn their most treasured and special magic, would they allow it? After all, he wasn't in the same familia as them, he was an outsider. Within the same familia, they'd be thrilled to have as many top-class healing magic users as possible. However, when it was a different familia, it turned into a competition, a competitive relationship. If another familia mastered their special magic, what would Dien Sect Familia do in the future for their business? They'd probably be racking their brains all day, wondering if there would be a new competitor in the market offering similar services. I know when Miss Ermid personally uses your healing magic, the fee must be high. Riezel said calmly. I'll pay the full price, so please use your healing magic for me once. Seeing him seemed so adamant, Ermid was puzzled but didn't ask further questions. Some patients do act like this because, suffering from some hidden illness, they desperately hide their condition. Maybe this rumored monster rookie also had some hidden illness. She better not to pry. After all, it was all about healing service. Using her healing magic for treatment, and then paying up was her usual routine. Her familia provided healing services, so she had no reason to refuse. All right then, let me take care of you. Ermid stepped out from the counter. Need to head to the treatment room. Nah. Riezel shook his head. Right here is fine. All right. Ermid didn't insist. Let's get started then. With that, she opened her hands and closed her eyes. Healing droplets, tears of light, eternal sanctuary. Her chant echoed in the room as if a saint was offering a song to the gods. Compose a medicinal hymn, 365. The melody of the healer's almanac saves all things. Come, destruction of evil. The burial of wounds, interment of disease. Curses be gone in the light of vitality. In the name of all that is holy, I heal you. This was a truly long magic chant. Under Ermid, a pure white magic circle spun open, causing countless light particles to float out. Diafratel. That was the name of the top-class healing magic in the entire Arario, a name even heard outside the city. Watching the light particles floating toward him, Riezel immediately smiled.